Chi found himself transported into the Beast Master world. Just as he lamented his lack of funds to acquire his very first pet beast, a ferret unexpectedly leaped onto him, bestowing a kiss and sealing a contract. Wait, why does it feel as though all these pet beasts are inexplicably drawn to me? Chapter 1. Why are you kissing me? Ring, ring, ring. The bell signaling the end of class jolted Chi awake from his slumber at his desk. He shook his head and surveyed the unfamiliar classroom, furrowing his brow in confusion. He distinctly recalled burning the midnight oil in his dormitory preparing for finals. Where on earth was he? Was this merely a dream? Chi shook his head once more, scrutinizing his surroundings. Towering stacks of books adorned the desk, while an impassioned teacher stood at the podium, and students in uniforms below appeared utterly exhausted. It was evident this was indeed a strange classroom. As the teacher's voice echoed, "We will conclude this lesson here," a sharp pain pierced Chi's mind, and a torrent of memories surged forth. Beastmaster, pet beasts, college entrance examinations. Had he traversed dimensions? But why had he landed back before the college entrance exams? He truly wished to avoid reliving that experience. Before he could fully untangle the memories flooding his mind, an alto familiar sensation washed over him, causing Chi's eyes to widen in shock. He glanced around the nearby desks and, spotting a roll of toilet paper on the back desk, snatched it up and dashed off, disregarding the voices of his classmates behind him. Quickly conjuring the location of the restroom in his mind, Chi sprinted towards it, clutching the toilet paper tightly. Ring, 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 the bell for class rang out. Leaning against the wall for support, Chi emerged from the restroom, feeling drained. He had managed to piece together the majority of his newfound memories. Indeed, he had crossed over. This world was called Blue Star, bearing certain resemblances to the Earth he once knew, yet it revolved around the mastery of beasts. Here, extraordinary creatures existed, possessing boundless potential for evolution and acquiring greater abilities through it. However, humans in this realm remained incapable of evolution, suffering at the hands of these extraordinary beings for an extended period. Despite lacking the evolutionary prowess of these creatures, humanity gradually developed the ability to forge contracts with them. Once a contract was established, humans could summon these extraordinary beings into their mental realm, the Beast Master space, allowing them to accelerate their growth. As humanity's understanding of extraordinary beings and Beast Masters deepened, they began to harness more power through their contracts, gradually gaining the means to defend against the harm inflicted by these beings, leading to an increasing demand for Beast Masters. Chi sighed heavily. While he had indeed traversed worlds, his circumstances remained as impoverished as before. After all his hard work to gain admission to a prestigious university, why was he thrust back to the time before the college entrance exams? With another sigh, he turned to head back to class with a roll of paper in hand. Regardless of the situation, he needed to return and focus on his studies, striving for success in the upcoming exams. This was the mindset of a small-town student. What troubled Chi most was that the original owner of this body had merely average grades. It seemed he would have to exert even greater effort in the future. Moreover, as he was nearing the end of his second year of high school, they were about to select their very first pet beast. Few ventured into the wild to capture pet beasts nowadays. Most opted to purchase well-bred younglings from breeding houses. Yet, with his current financial situation, acquiring a pet beast posed a significant challenge. As Chi trudged towards the classroom, his energy waning, a slender, black shadow darted towards him. Instinctively, he attempted to sidestep, but the shadow was alarmingly swift, leaping onto him in mere moments. The shadow landed on Chi's chest, its tiny claws gripping him tightly. The creature gazed intently at Chi. He stared back at the shadow. Observing the creature that had taken residence on him, he noted its elongated body, dense black fur, long tail, triangular ears, and sharp snout. Was this a ferret? Before he could fully react, the shadow scuttled up his body a couple of steps. Under his watchful gaze, the little black ferret bestowed a kiss upon him. A kiss? Before Chi could register his astonishment, a chime echoed in his mind, and a complex pattern materialized within his Beast Master space. The little black ferret vanished from his chest, reappearing in his mental realm, a curious little creature dragging its tail. Just as the thought of summoning the little black ferret flashed through his mind, it reappeared, clinging to his collar. Its eyes, resembling black beans, blinked innocently as it tilted its head, fixating on Chi. Jiwu. The little black ferret nestled against him, gleefully rubbing against him. Chi cautiously extended a finger to stroke the soft fur along its back. As the delightful sensation coursed through his fingertips, he found himself applying a bit more pressure. This fur was truly delightful to touch. Wait, this was not the time to be petting a ferret. Suddenly, Chi-E snapped back to reality, halting his hand's motion. From the memories he had just organized, he recalled that if an extraordinary being could traverse in and out of a person's beastmaster space, it indicated they had forged a contract. Had he been forcibly bound to a contract? While it was common for humans to actively seek contracts with pet beasts, there were instances where the creatures took the initiative to bond with humans. Typically, such instances arose from either the beast's exceptional talents or the human's inferior strength, and Chi-E felt he fit both descriptions. Grasping the little black ferret hanging from his clothing, he intended to observe it more closely. However, the ferret seemed utterly limp, its upper body drooping. Alarmed, Chi-E quickly supported its upper half with his other hand, feeling as though his pet beast might slip away at any moment. Zhuwu. The little black ferret emitted a sound, its voice normal, its body healthy. One hand supporting the ferret's upper body, Chi-E used the other to hold its lower half. Attempting to fold it in half. It appeared that the drooping was merely a result of its supple body, not a sign of distress. As Chi-E continued to play with the little black ferret, curiosity gnawed at him regarding its origin. He scrutinized the ferret, recalling snippets of information about its species from the memories of its previous owner. This little black ferret was a snowy purple ferret, a unique pet beast endemic to northeast Huagua, not found elsewhere in the country, akin to the iron-eating beast of Sichuan province. Though Chi-E presently stood in the homeland of the snowy purple ferret, due to its rarity and potential, even if he were sold, he could not afford to purchase one with his current finance. While the challenge of acquiring a pet beast had vanished, a debt problem now loomed. This snowy purple ferret was clearly not wild. It was nearly impossible for a wild young beast to wander into an urban school, indicating it must have had an owner. Chi-E hesitated, contemplating whether to leave immediately, but the school was under surveillance, and any investigation would surely reveal the truth. Just as he was lost in thought, a loud voice rang out beside him. "What are you doing?" Chapter 2. The Contract of Affection. Startled by a voice nearby, Chi-E felt a sudden jolt of anxiety. Had the owner arrived so soon? He turned to face the source of the sound, only to see a middle-aged man rushing toward him. "Release it at once," the man exclaimed loudly. Chi-E glanced down. Realizing that the snow-covered sable was still folded between his hands, its body crumpled into a tiny ball. Chi-E instinctively let go. The sable would have tumbled to the ground, but at that very moment, it extended its claws and grasped Chi-E's sleeve, then climbed onto his shoulder. "Xiaowei, come here." The man called out to the sable perched on Chi-E's shoulder. Squeak. Xiaowei lazily greeted the man from her lofty perch, showing no intention of descending. "Xiaowei," the man reiterated sternly. Squeak. Xiaowei responded again, yet remained unmoved. Observing that Xiaowei showed no signs of coming down, the man took a couple of steps forward and addressed Chi-E. "Excuse me, could you return the snow-covered sable on your shoulder?" Chi-E scrutinized the man before him. His serious demeanor exuded a sense of reliability, and it was evident from the earlier interaction between the man and the sable that their bond was profoundly close. "May I ask who you are?" Chi-E inquired. The man's relationship with the sable was crucial, as it would directly influence Chi-E's rapport with him. He certainly did not wish to become entangled in a debtor-creditor relationship with this seemingly trustworthy individual. "Her mother is my pet," the man replied. Chi-E turned to look at the sable, who nodded in affirmation, confirming the man's statement. Chi-E pursed his lips and gently lowered the sable from his shoulder to hand it back to the man. "I can return this sable for now, but it has already formed a contract with me. It is now mine." As he returned the sable, it cast a forlorn glance at Chi-E, its eyes glistening with unshed tears. Upon receiving the sable, the man felt an unsettling sense of disbelief and stared at Chi-E incredulously. "You two have formed a contract?" Typically, the bond between extraordinary creatures and humans is not easily discernible. Yet due to the sable's limited strength and the unique connection between the man and the creature, he sensed that the sable was indeed bound by a contract. And the evident contractor was none other than Chi-E, who had just handled the sable roughly. Chi-E nodded, feeling a twinge of embarrassment. "It wasn't my intention, I was compelled." The man's expression darkened. "Are you suggesting that Xiaowei initiated the contract with you? And you were coerced?" Absurd. Utterly preposterous. He had previously introduced numerous exemplary young individuals to Xiaowei, hoping she would form a contract. Yet she had shown no interest in any of them. Now, this student claimed that Xiaowei had willingly contracted him, while he was the unwilling party. The mere thought of Xiaowei being contracted without her consent infuriated the man, and he found it intolerable that the student spoke of her as if she were of little worth. The man's eyes narrowed as his anger reached a boiling point. But just then, Xiao Wei spoke up. Squeak. My contractor speaks the truth. She nodded proudly. The man's anger deflated somewhat. Yet he still held on to the belief that Xiao Wei had been coerced into the contract. Let us check the surveillance footage, Qi Yi suggested nonchalantly. For he had not lied. All right. But I must inform my homeroom teacher. Otherwise, he will worry if I do not return to class. What class are you in? I can inform him, the man offered. Class 20 of the second year. My name is Qi Yi. Qi Yi surmised that the man was likely a member of the school's faculty. The man guided Qi Yi toward the surveillance room, and as they walked, Qi Yi pondered the man's identity. If Xiao Wei's mother was the man's pet, then it was highly probable that the man's pet was also a snow-covered sable or its evolved form. While some extraordinary creatures might engage in cross-species romances, most typically procreate within their own kind. The snow-covered sable was a rare breed, and those who owned them were few and far between. Qi Yi racked his brain, trying to recall who in the school might possess a sable as a pet. Upon reaching the school surveillance room, the man spoke briefly with the personnel inside, who then retrieved the footage of Qi Yi and Xiao Wei's contract formation. Both Qi Yi and Xiao Wei watched anxiously, scrutinizing the man's expression. Although Qi Yi had contracted Xiao Wei and was no longer concerned about acquiring a pet, he was genuinely worried that the man would demand exorbitant compensation, for he was quite short on funds. Xiao Wei, on the other hand, feared that the man would disclose the incident of her contracting with a human to her mother, which would likely result in a severe reprimand. Prior to forming a contract with Qi Yi, the man had introduced her to numerous candidates, yet she had found none of them appealing. Extraordinary creatures bred in nurturing facilities could be directly purchased and contracted without their consent, provided the price was right. However, due to the special relationship between Xiao Wei and the man, he had sought to find her a partner she would genuinely like, and had not forced her hand. Xiao Wei believed that the individuals the man had previously presented lacked distinctive traits, all appearing quite similar. It was only upon encountering Qi Yi today that she realized humans possess varying degrees of beauty and charm. Qi Yi's unique aura struck a chord deep within her heart. Initially, Xiao Wei had merely wished to snuggle with Qi Yi, but she inadvertently found herself entering into a contract with him. Having reviewed the footage multiple times, the man's expression remained grim. Although the current age permits freedom of contracting, it is predominantly humans who take the initiative to form contracts with their pets. The man had originally thought that if Qi Yi had forced Xiao Wei into a contract, he would surely make him pay dearly. Yet, it was now clear that his own child had coerced someone else. The man turned to face Qi Yi and Xiao Wei, his countenance stern. Both Qi Yi and Xiao Wei awaited the man's verdict with bated breath. With a long exhalation, the man declared, "You may return to class for now. We will discuss this matter further shortly." While the man had not issued a final ultimatum, both Qi Yi and Xiao Wei felt a wave of relief wash over them. They had genuinely feared the worst upon witnessing the man's earlier expression. "Then we shall take our leave," Qi Yi stated. Squeak. Xiao Wei chimed in, bidding farewell to the man. "Wait." Qi Yi and Xiao Wei halted, slowly turning back. "Please return Xiao Wei to your beast space. Do not let her out while at school." Chapter 3. The Specialty of Beast Combat. Qi Yi, step outside for a moment. Zhang Yuan, the homeroom teacher of Class 20, called from the doorway. "Oh, all right." Qi Yi, who had been lost in thought while seated, snapped back to reality and rose to approach the door. Throughout the previous class, including the break, Qi Yi had been in a daze. However, this was not due to a wandering mind. He was busy sorting through the memories left by his predecessor. After a class of memory organization, Qi Yi gained a clearer understanding of this world and recalled who the man was. "Qi Yi, what did you tell the teacher that the principal is looking for you?" Zhang Yuan asked, his brow furrowed in concern. Although the principal did not specify the matter at hand, being summoned directly by him undoubtedly indicated that it was of significant importance. Qi Yi had always maintained a low profile in class, being the type who would not cause trouble. Zhang Yuan pondered for a long while, but could not fathom why Qi Yi would be called by the principal. Qi Yi blinked and reassured, "It's nothing, teacher. You need not worry." He recalled the principal's admonition to refrain from revealing his contract with Xiao Wei at school, leading him to believe that the principal likely wished to keep their agreement confidential for the time being. After all, such a story might resemble a tale of a wealthy heiress falling for a poor boy, which could easily spread like wildfire. Qi Yi sensed that the principal probably did not want it to become fodder for student gossip, so he decided to keep it under wraps for now. Zhang Yuan sighed and informed Qi Yi of the location of the principal's office, encouraging him to go. He felt that the principal's tone during the call had been quite calm, suggesting it couldn't be anything too dire. At the principal's office, "Knock, knock, knock. Please enter," came the voice from within. Qi Yi pushed the door open and stepped inside. "Greeting, good day, Principal." Principal Guo sat behind his desk, accompanied by a half-meter-long sable. Unlike Xiao Wei, who was entirely black, This sable boasted a light fawn hue. Through his recently organized recollections, Chi-E deduced that this sable was likely an evolved form of the snowland sable, known as the Icefield sable. Despite the stark contrast in colors, one pure black and the other a light fawn, there was a connection to their final evolutionary form, the auspicious purple sable, which would eventually adorn purple fur. The Icefield sable beside Principal Guo was presumably Xiao Wei's mother. Chi-E approached the front of the principal's desk and halted. The principal had yet to speak, but the Icefield sable stood up, circling around Chi-E. He maintained a steady gaze, feeling a sense of nervousness akin to meeting a parent. The contract he shared with Xiao Wei was not easily dissolvable. His current beast taming abilities were still feeble, and Xiao Wei was in her juvenile stage. Abruptly breaking the contract would be detrimental to both of them. After completing its circuit around Chi-E, the Icefield sable returned to Guozhenkuan's side. Squeak squeak. As Chi-E had only recently formed a contract with Xiao Wei, he was not well versed in the language of the Sable clan, thus unaware of the exchange between the Icefield sable and Guozhenkuan. However, from its relatively calm tone, Chi-E sensed that the sable's emotions were stable. In contrast to Chi-Yi's slight ease, Guozhenkuan appeared perplexed. He had initially expected his pet to display a more irate demeanor, considering Xiao Wei was its only offspring, cherished over the years. The fact that the child had formed a contract without consulting her mother was certainly a cause for discontent. Yet, it seemed that the Icefield sable harbored no significant aversion to Chi-E. In fact, it appeared somewhat pleased. Having circled around Chi-E, the Icefield sable sensed a certain amiability about him, deeming him a suitable contract partner capable of guiding its daughter well. Listening quietly to the Icefield sable, Guozhenkuan then raised his gaze to Chi-E, contemplating that the young man was rather unremarkable in appearance. Evidently, the beast possessed a unique aesthetic appreciation for humans. Chi-E, please summon Xiao Wei, Guozhenkuan instructed. Upon her summoning, Xiao Wei initially appeared joyous, but her countenance immediately wilted as she recognized her surroundings. Squeak. The Icefield sable called out to Xiao Wei with an authoritative tone. Compared to the Icefield sable's assertive voice, Xiao Wei's sound was feeble and lacking confidence. Squeak. Xiao Wei was summoned by her mother to the side for a reprimand. Although the Icefield sable was relatively content with Chi-E, it was still quite irate with Xiao Wei for acting unilaterally without consulting her. Chi-E. Guozhenkuan took a sip from his cup. Principal, Chi-E stepped forward. Did you have any particular type of pet you desired before forming a contract with Xiao Wei? Guozhenkuan inquired gently. None. Before forming a contract with Xiao Wei, I had not decided what my first pet should be. However, after contracting with her, I feel that we resonate well together, Chi-E replied earnestly. Guozhenkuan nodded in satisfaction and continued. What direction do you aspire to pursue in your university studies? The beast taming combat specialty. In this world, most individuals who led comfortable lives were involved with beasts, and becoming a beast tamer was the foremost aspiration for students. Those studying in the beast taming combat specialty had the highest probability of becoming beast tamers. While the role of beast tamer was highly coveted, attaining the official certificate was exceedingly challenging. As far as Chi-E was aware, there were no more than 20 beast tamers residing in his city. Guozhenkuan was among them. Guozhenkuan was not surprised by Chi-Yi's ambitions, as it was common for students to express a desire for the beast taming combat specialty. However, aspirations and reality were often two distinct matters. The beast specialty was the most popular, yet also the most competitive. Very well. Do you have any preliminary plans? Guozhenkuan asked. Chi-E blinked. Having only just traversed into this world a few hours prior, he had yet to contemplate this question. Nevertheless, he could not afford to appear lacking in resolve. Due to the hasty nature of his contract with Xiao Wei, he had not adjusted his plans, but he proclaimed, "This weekend, I will earnestly reconsider this matter." Guozhenkuan sensed Chi-Yi's current indecision. All right, then you may come to me next Monday to discuss your thoughts. Chapter 4. I truly do not eat mice. After school, Chi-E returned to his modest abode. His home was situated on the city's outskirts. A single-story dwelling rather than an apartment, accompanied by a small yard. Following the tragic demise of his parents, Chi-E now lived alone. The sweltering July heat was already upon them, yet as the sun descended, Chi-E reclined on a rocking chair beneath a tree, the gentle breeze providing some relief from the warmth. He released Xiao Wei, who had just been scolded by the Icefield sable and appeared dejected, from the beast's space. Xiao Wei, play in the yard, but do not venture outside, Chi-E cautioned. Squeak. Xiao Wei acknowledged, though her spirits remained low. Chi-E settled into the rocking chair, contemplating the path ahead. Although he had traversed into this world, the beginning was rather bleak, impoverished, and orphaned. They say reincarnation is a skillful endeavor. It seems that entering a new world is no different, Chi-E mused inwardly. Fortunately, he had resolved the matter of contracting a pet soon after his arrival. A sable to start. However, the subsequent nurturing of Xiao Wei posed a significant challenge. Proper development for a pet certainly required financial investment. The expenses associated with feeding and training a pet were considerable. While Principal Guozhenkuan might offer some assistance, relying on his generosity indefinitely was not a viable long-term solution. He found himself troubled by financial concerns. Squeak squeak. Xiao Wei's slightly unclear voice interrupted Qi's train of thought. Looking over, Qi discovered that Xiao Wei was climbing up his pants, swiftly reaching his waist. However, what was that large gray object clutched in Xiao Wei's mouth? As Qi squinted to get a better look, Xiao Wei had already ascended to his chest. At such a close range, Qi discerned the object in Xiao Wei's mouth. It was a rat. A sizable rat. Startled, Qi shouted and sat up abruptly. The sudden outburst frightened Xiao Wei, causing her to tumble off Qi. Ziwu? Xiao Wei's face was a canvas of confusion as she transitioned from all fours to standing on 2 feet. She did not comprehend why Qi was shouting. After all, she had brought him a prize. Hadn't she saved the very first bite for him? Qi took a few deep breaths, gradually recovering from the shock of the rodent. Although he had not come from a wealthy background prior to his arrival in this world, he had never been so intimately acquainted with a rat before. Glancing at the perplexed Xiao Wei and the motionless gray rat on the ground, Qi inquired, "Did you catch this?" "Ziwu." Xiao Wei responded softly with a nod. Qi recalled that in his previous world, ferrets would prey upon small rodents and birds. It seemed that the diets of animals across both realms bore striking similarities. The gray rat lying on the ground was a type of extraordinary creature known as a gray rat, a common yet diminutive being. Putting on a strained smile, Qi addressed Xiao Wei, "From now on, if you catch a gray rat, you may keep it for yourself. There is no need to present it to me." Xiao Wei gazed at him with her bright, shining eyes. Though she did not articulate her thoughts, Qi sensed her silent plea. "After all my hard work, you want to even take a bite?" Faced with Xiao Wei's earnest anticipation, Qi turned away, still lacking the courage to accept the offering of a rat. Ultimately, their standoff concluded with Qi firmly closing his mouth, resolutely rejecting Xiao Wei's gift, leading her to depart, despondently clutching the gray rat to savor her prize alone. As Qi watched Xiao Wei exit, a wave of guilt washed over him. Xiao Wei had once been a pampered young lady in the principal's household, accustomed to a life of abundance, and should have been nourished with only the finest of provisions. Yet here she was, reduced to catching rats for sustenance. Observing Xiao Wei in the corner, relishing her meal, Qi furrowed his brow and pulled out his phone, glancing at his balance before quietly putting it away. Let her enjoy the rat. At least it's a morsel of meat, he thought. He, on the other hand, could only manage steamed buns paired with pickled vegetables. As Qi scrolled through the news on his phone, his mind wandered to potential avenues for earning money. In this world, the existence of extraordinary creatures meant that many jobs could involve the participation of these pets. Although Xiao Wei, being a juvenile, was not suited for highly specialized work, she could certainly handle some minor tasks. Ziwu. Xiao Wei had finished her gray rat and returned to Qi's side. Qi turned to glance at the spot where the rat had been, only to find not even a bone remaining. He certainly did not believe Xiao Wei had consumed the bones. Rather, he assumed she had buried the remnants in a corner of the yard. Xiao Wei was quite particular about her meals, even knowing to dispose of her scraps. Ziwu. Now sated. Xiao Wei was in high spirits as she climbed onto Qi's lap. Qi smiled at the contented Xiao Wei, who seemed so easily pleased by her single gray rat, and reached out to gently stroke the fur atop her head. "Is your name truly Xiao Wei, or is that merely a nickname?" Qi asked softly. "Ziwu. Then it shall be Xiao Wei." Although Qi could not yet comprehend the language of the sable, he was able to understand Xiao Wei's words. After forming a contract with an extraordinary creature, humans could indeed grasp the language of their pets. "How about you adopt my surname and become Qi Xiao Wei?" Xiao Wei. Qi's lips curled into a smile. "Qi Xiao Wei. Ziwu. Qi Xiao Wei. Ziwu. Gulu." They played a game of names twice, and as Xiao Wei awaited Qi to call her once more, a rumbling sound emerged. Xiao Wei perked up her ears and turned to locate the source of the noise, ultimately fixing her gaze on Qi's stomach. "Haha, I'm a bit hungry." Qi admitted sheepishly. He had returned only to lose himself in thought, neglecting to eat. Qi picked up Xiao Wei and made his way to the refrigerator in the house. Upon opening the door, he sighed at the sight of its emptiness. There lay only a single steamed bun and 2 bags of pickled vegetables. "This is truly dire," he lamented. Resigned, he retrieved the bun and a bag of pickled vegetables. Heating the bun briefly before beginning his meal, he remembered that he had applied for financial aid for impoverished students. Given the passage of time, he hoped it would arrive soon, allowing him to enjoy a proper meal with a little soup alongside his buns. Xiao Wei observed Qi, who was despondently gnawing on his bun, filled with confusion. Eating should be a joyous occasion, Why did Chi-yi appear so miserable? Stretching her neck. She took a small bite of his bun, her eyes instantly welling with tears. How can there be such unpalatable food in this world? Chi-yi's willingness to forego her gray rat to ensure she would not go hungry moved her deeply. Chapter 5. Though still quite young, it is time to start earning money. The following day, Saturday, Chi-yi took Xiaowei to a nearby farm at the crack of dawn. July marked a prime period for crop growth, yet it also meant the presence of many pests that could hinder their development. The field mice in the farmland were one such pest. Like the gray rat Xiaowei had caught the day before, these field mice were also extraordinary creatures. But they predominantly inhabited agricultural areas, feasting on the crops. Moreover, these field mice were particularly cunning, capable of discerning the poison placed by humans in the fields, rendering such methods ineffective against them. While field mice lacked combat prowess, they were certainly a nuisance. Every year, farm owners would hire individuals to regularly capture these rodents, thereby reducing their numbers. Today, Chi-yi intended to attempt this work alongside Xiaowei. He had several reasons for choosing this job. Firstly, the danger was virtually non-existent, and Xiaowei thoroughly enjoyed chasing mice, with her species possessing a natural advantage over rodents, making this task manageable for her. Secondly, the experience would provide Xiaowei with valuable training. Lastly, capturing field mice could earn them a small income, alleviating some of their survival concerns. It is truly challenging. 3 meals a day, living off just buns is hardly sustainable, Chi-yi thought. A look of weariness etched across his face. Xiaowei, do you remember what we discussed about coming here today? Chi-yi asked. Ziwu, of course I remember. We are here to eliminate the mice and restore peace to the fields. Xiaowei replied with confidence regarding their task of catching mice. Originally resting on Chi-yi's shoulder, Xiaowei immediately perked up at the thought of catching mice, standing upright on her hind legs, chest puffed out, as if preparing for an imminent grand endeavor. She gazed down upon her battlefield for the day, a vast expanse of farmland, where 2 or 3 individuals were already at work, presumably her comrades for the day. However, these companions appeared to be rather advanced in age, possibly even older than Guozhenkuan himself. Chi-yi also surveyed the worksite, noting the presence of a few workers. Typically, those who undertake such tasks are seldom as youthful as Chi-yi. Rather, they tend to be middle-aged or older, and their companion beasts are generally common felines, such as clawed cats or windspeed cats. The snowfield minks, like Xiaowei, are rarely seen. For families capable of affording such creatures are usually quite affluent. Such households would hardly deign to engage in the task of catching field mice. Now, our battle is about to commence, Chi-yi declared with earnestness. Jiwu. Xiaowei nodded seriously, then leaped down from Chi-yi's shoulder, charging ahead. Chi-yi, clutching the freshly issued burlap sack, jogged to keep pace behind her. This sack had been distributed by the landowner for the purpose of collecting the field mice. The remuneration for this work is calculated based on the number of mice captured, with each mouse fetching 5 yuan. Typically, the arrangement involves the beast capturing the mice while the contractor follows behind, collecting the carcasses in the sack. Although field mice lack combat prowess, their speed makes them elusive, complicating the capture process. Upon entering the fields, Xiaowei quickly spotted a target and dashed towards a field mouse. Just as she extended her claws to pin it down, the mouse vanished. Xiaowei, who had been crouched low to the ground, lifted her head in confusion. She cautiously approached the spot where the mouse had disappeared and discovered a hole in the ground, indicating that the mouse had burrowed away. Just as she was pondering the hole, Chi-yi finally arrived, treading carefully in the unfamiliar terrain, anxious not to trample the crops. Xiaowei, let us try a few more times. We'll gain experience, Chi-yi encouraged. Xiaowei nodded at the hole, then turned to continue her search for the next target. A figure of a field mouse darted past not far away. Xiaowei quickly assessed the terrain before lunging towards the mouse. The mouse, nibbling on a vegetable, heard the commotion and scurried away. Despite Xiaowei's relentless pursuit, just as she was about to catch up, the mouse dove into its hole. Before Xiaowei could contemplate her next move, a rustling noise caught her attention. Turning her head, she spotted yet another field mouse nearby. It seemed that this mouse had intended to enter the same hole, but was thwarted by Xiaowei's presence. Gritting her teeth, Xiaowei lunged once more, yet failed to catch the mouse, helplessly watching it escape into the distance. Jiwu. Tears welled in Xiaowei's bright eyes as she gazed at the retreating mouse. Why had her efforts yielded no results? It was disheartening. Xiaowei's once glimmering eyes were now clouded with sorrow. It was understandable that Xiaowei felt fragile. This endeavor marked the greatest challenge she had faced since birth. Having been raised in comfort, with her mother, the Icefield mink, and Guozhenkuan never imposing any training or restrictions upon her freedom, Xiaowei had never encountered such adversity. Otherwise, she would not have ventured out to form a contract with Chi-yi. Even the previous day, when she caught her first mouse, everything had gone smoothly. But today was an entirely different story. Xiaowei, Chi-yi, upon seeing her forlorn posture, hurried over and lifted her from the ground. His heart sank at the sight of her pitiful demeanor. It's all right, it's all right. We're doing wonderfully. Today is just the beginning. There's no need to rush. We'll take our time, Qi gently reassured her. Under his comforting words, Xiaowei trembled slightly, but gradually calmed down. Her bright eyes now fixed on Qi. Xiaowei looked up at Qi, feeling grateful for having chosen such a worthy contractor. In her moment of sadness, a handsome contractor at least provided her with visual solace. She shuddered to think how it would feel to have chosen someone less appealing. Jiwu. With newfound determination, Xiaowei easily wriggled free from Qi's grasp and clambered back onto his shoulder, rubbing her dirt-smudged face against his, feeling a sense of comfort within. Jiwu, I feel rejuvenated. Let us continue the battle. Chapter 6. Truly disgusting. Reinvigorated, Xiaowei leapt down from Qi's shoulder, fully prepared to tackle the task at hand. Xiaowei, hold on a moment, Qi called out. Jiwu? Xiaowei paused, but did not turn back. She felt a twinge of embarrassment over her earlier behavior. She had to capture a field mouse to prove herself to Qi. When you spot a field mouse again, keep your eyes fixed on it. And don't hesitate, just pounce. Qi instructed. The technique Qi had just imparted to Xiaowei involved practicing her agility skills. This was not mere conjecture. It was a strategy gleaned from the experiences of many beast tamers. Capturing field mice closely resembled the practice of agility skills. And Qi believed that merging the two would enhance efficiency. Agility skills were not exclusive to the snowfield minks, yet they proved to be exceptionally practical. As a creature matured, such skills would develop naturally without the need for explicit teaching, but Qi felt that, having chosen the path of a beast tamer, his companion beast should excel beyond others. Heeding Qi's guidance, Xiaowei pressed on in search of new prey. A field mouse appeared in her line of sight. And recalling Qi's instructions, she crouched low and honed in on the mouse before launching into a rapid attack. Although Xiaowei moved swiftly, the mouse's reactions were equally quick, allowing it to escape once more. However, this time, Xiaowei succeeded in catching the mouse's tail, a notable improvement. Raising her right paw, she gazed at her claw pads with narrowed eyes. How splendid. I've touched a field mouse. Xiaowei. With renewed determination, she set off in search of her next target. Meanwhile, Qi, trailing behind, found himself unable to keep sight of Xiaowei. One hand grasping the burlap sack, the other on his hip, he panted while surveying the endless vegetable garden. Where has Xiaowei gone? The small, sleek figure of Xiaowei, dark as night, was indeed difficult to spot amidst the fields. In truth, the contractors engaged in this work need not traverse the fields incessantly. They merely need to stand in a designated spot and wait for their beasts. When the beasts capture the field mice, the contractors provide encouragement. There is a reason why contractors cannot simply sit in the shade while waiting for their beasts to bring them the mice. Should the contractor indulge in idleness while the pet beast undertakes the labor, the motivation of the creature would undoubtedly diminish significantly. Squeak. Just as Qi lowered his gaze to the ground, Xiaowei discerned a new development. As Qi walked towards the direction of the sound, searching for Xiaowei amidst the farmland, Xiaowei stood upright on its hind legs. Although Xiaowei appeared diminutive while scampering on all fours, it seemed considerably taller when reared up. In this vegetable patch, it was quite visible. Xiaowei was evidently elated, and Qi surmised that it must have made a discovery. Approaching, Qi indeed found a field mouse lying beside Xiaowei, who had reverted to its four-legged stance. Its eyes fixed on Qi, clearly awaiting praise. Splendid, splendid. Our Xiaowei has caught a field mouse, Qi exclaimed with a slightly exaggerated tone, extending his hand to affectionately ruffle Xiaowei's head. Xiaowei clearly relished this attention. Its normally drooping tail began to wag with enthusiasm. After basking in Qi's commendation, Xiaowei fixed its gaze upon the field mouse, a glint of ferocity in its eyes. Xiaowei harbored grievances against the field mouse and was determined to savor its prey to vent its frustrations. With that, Xiaowei lunged at the field mouse, commencing its feast. Qi did not intervene. After all, humans need to vent, and so do their pet beasts. As long as the field mouse retained its head, it could be exchanged for currency. Squatting down, Qi observed Xiaowei, initially believing it would take a while for Xiaowei to eat. Yet as soon as Xiaowei took its first bite, it released its grip and opened its mouth as if to vomit. Xiaowei's jaw trembled lightly, its whiskers quivered, and its entire body shuddered, clearly in distress. Qi swiftly extended his hand to gently pat Xiaowei's back, worry etched across his face. What's wrong? Is it that unpalatable? After a moment of recovery, Xiaowei raised its head, eyes glistening with tears from nausea, looking at Qi. Squeak. It was truly a struggle. The field mouse it had caught was unexpectedly vile. Just yesterday, the gray mouse had not been like this at all. This was intolerable. How could something be so distasteful? The texture was rough, and to make matters worse, It had a distinct earthy taste. As Qi consoled Xiao Wei, he pondered aloud how it was no wonder that gray mice had largely retreated to urban areas while field mice thrived in the wild. Delicacies like gray mice would be hunted to extinction in the wild, whereas the repulsively unpalatable field mice remained unthreatened. Anyone who dared to try a field mouse would surely return to their kin to recount the experience, ensuring that over time, field mice would be left untouched. Squeak. Once Xiao Wei regained composure, it was eager to resume its work. Perhaps a brief respite would be in order. It's all right to take a break, Qi suggested with concern. Xiao Wei had faced an overwhelming amount of adversity on its first day in the field, experiencing setbacks in work and even disappointment during mealtime. However, Xiao Wei shook its head, resolute in its desire to catch a few more field mice, determined to prove that even if they were inedible, they could still be captured. Observing Xiao Wei charge forth once more, Qi placed the recently caught field mouse into a sack and continued to follow Xiao Wei. By noon, Qi and Xiao Wei reached a shady spot beneath a tree by the field, preparing to enjoy their lunch. Qi first retrieved a sausage and 2 pieces of flatbread from his backpack. Then from the smaller front pouch, he produced a bag, from which he extracted a box. Upon opening the box, he revealed the gray mouse Xiao Wei had caught that morning, a delightful lunch prepared for itself. In truth, Xiao Wei's usual appetite could not be satisfied by a single gray mouse, while 2 would be too much. However, given Xiao Wei's considerable exertion earlier that day, it could manage 2 gray mice. Yet, Xiao Wei believed it would catch a field mouse today and wished to sample its flavor. Thus it had only caught 1 gray mouse for Qi to carry. Qi felt genuinely touched by Xiao Wei's initiative in preparing its own meal, recognizing its maturity and understanding of their financial situation. With such a considerate pet beast, Qi felt exceedingly fortunate. Chapter 7. Mastering Skills. Qi began to savor his flatbread and sausage, while Xiao Wei eagerly dug into its gray mouse lunch. The sausage was exceptionally delightful. He had never before appreciated it so much. Gradually, those who captured field mice in the fields began to emerge with their pet beasts for lunch as well. A relatively short yet sturdy middle-aged woman approached, accompanied by her pet, a clawed cat, towards the shade of the trees near the fields. Initially, she intended to sit beneath her usual tree, but upon arrival, she noticed a young man already seated there, devouring his food with apparent hunger. The middle-aged woman hesitated momentarily, but continued towards Qi. "Child, you must be starving." Qi, having taken another bite of flatbread, looked up at the woman and nodded. He was not merely hungry, he felt utterly famished and exhausted. It seemed that to become a competent beast master, one must not only train their pets, but also themselves. The middle-aged woman regarded Qi's simple meal and his worn clothing with a sigh. This was a child burdened with hardship. If a family were well off, who would allow such a young child to undertake this labor? The woman's gaze softened with a touch of maternal affection, as her own child was of a similar age. "Dear child, I have some corn. Would you like a cob?" She produced her lunchbox from a cloth bag, revealing 2 ears of corn still adorned with leaves. Qi's eyes instantly sparkled. Corn was a delightful treat he longed to taste. "Auntie, will you have enough to eat?" Although he posed the question, his eyes could not help but fixate on the corn in the woman's lunchbox. The middle-aged woman observed Qi's eager expression and sighed once more. "There's plenty to share." She handed one of the cobs to Qi. "Thank you, Auntie." Qi accepted the corn, sincerely expressing his gratitude. The middle-aged woman perceived the sincerity in his eyes and felt he was truly a good child. "What type of pet do you have?" she inquired. As Qi peeled back the corn husk, he replied, "Auntie, it's a snowfield ferret." Before he could finish cleaning the corn, he took a bite. The corn was absolutely delicious. "Oh, a snowfield what? A snowfield ferret?" The middle-aged woman's hands froze mid-peel. While she was not well acquainted with many extraordinary beast species, she was aware of the snowfield ferret, a local specialty of the northeastern region. However, the crux of the matter was that snowfield ferrets were incredibly expensive, so exorbitantly priced that the average family could hardly afford one. "You, young man, are taking a snowfield ferret out to catch mice? Aren't you concerned it will diminish in value? Even the ferret might feel devalued." The middle-aged woman's perception of Qi shifted. Surely, he must be a wealthy young master experiencing life. Xiao Wei, engrossed in its meal, lifted its head upon hearing Qi mention it, glancing curiously at the pair. Squeak. The middle-aged woman cast her gaze upon Xiao Wei, recognizing that this little black creature was undoubtedly a snow-covered purple marten. She glanced again at Qi, who was munching on an ear of corn, and felt a twinge of self-deception. Perhaps he merely wished to savor the corn for its taste. After taking a few bites, Qi attempted to engage the middle-aged woman in conversation once more, but he sensed a distinct lack of the warmth she had previously exhibited. Was this merely his perception? After their meal, Qi and Xiao Wei resumed their task of capturing gophers. with Xiao Wei having gained some experience earlier that morning. Her endeavors to catch the gophers now proceeded with far greater ease. Squeak! Here it comes, Xiao Wei exclaimed, having successfully captured a gopher and urging Qi to hurry over and place it in the sack. Squeak! Here, she called again, having caught yet another gopher. Squeak! This time, Xiao Wei had stumbled upon something unusual and beckoned Qi to come and see. What is the matter? Qi asked, quickly rushing over to assess the situation. He found Xiao Wei standing upright, animatedly gesturing with her small hands to describe what had just transpired. You saw a gopher and tried to catch it, but it was so incredibly fast, faster than before, and because of this sudden change in speed, you couldn't capture the previous gopher? Xiao Wei's excitement caused her to speak rather unclearly, and it took Qi a moment to grasp her meaning. Xiao Wei had simply mastered the skill of dashing. However, as it was her first time learning this skill, she appeared rather flustered. This is wonderful news, Xiao Wei. You have awakened the dashing skill. Qi exclaimed joyfully. When he initially taught her the method of learning this skill, he had merely hoped to see her succeed. If she didn't, it was of little consequence as it wasn't a structured practice. Nevertheless, Xiao Wei's newfound ability brought him great delight. Squeak! Xiao Wei was astonished, realizing that she had indeed learned a legendary skill. She had heard the term skill numerous times from her mother, but never anticipated that she would actually learn one today. Originally intending to revert to all fours after conveying her state to Qi, she now stood tall with her chest puffed out, exuding an air of pride. When she returned to tell her mother, she would surely receive praise. With her newly acquired dashing skill, Xiao Wei became even more vigorous in her gopher catching, and her speed improved significantly. By evening, when Qi and Xiao Wei approached the farmer to settle their wages, the farmer informed Qi that they had captured the most gophers in recent days. Xiao Wei had caught a total of 25 gophers. Hearing this, she lifted her head with immense pride. Squeak! If it weren't for the dwindling number of gophers towards the end, I could have caught even more. After the farmer transferred the payment to Qi, he took Xiao Wei home. On the way back, Xiao Wei chattered incessantly with Qi. With his earnings from that day, Qi bought a few vegetables and half a pig's trotter. As they passed by a pet food store, Qi led Xiao Wei inside. Despite the challenging circumstances, he was determined to provide better conditions for his pet, as it was not ideal for her to subsist solely on mice. Ultimately, he purchased a small bag of fresh chicken breast from the Proud Chicken, which was reputed to be nutritious and flavorful. Upon returning home, after preparing the meal, Qi called Xiao Wei to eat the chicken breast he had bought for her. He pushed the plate of chicken toward her, but she merely sniffed it and dashed away to continue catching gray mice, which she preferred for her dinner. Come back. I bought this specially for you. However, Qi was unable to coax Xiao Wei back from her pursuit of gray mice. He gazed at the chicken breast on the plate with a sense of helplessness. It was indeed quite expensive, costing him half of his earnings for the day. After contemplating the chicken breast for a moment, he picked it up and took a bite. It was delicious. Chapter 8. A gentle pat on the head, a slight headache. Monday. After the second class, Qi requested leave from his homeroom teacher and proceeded to the principal's office. Although the principal had yet to summon him, he felt it prudent to take the initiative. In the principal's office, Guo Zhenkuan was seated on the sofa, sipping tea with a man of similar age. This man appeared exceptionally robust, exuding an aura of authority without raising his voice. Beside him stood a suit of armor, shimmering silver, floating slightly above the ground. Upon closer inspection, one could discern that the armor lacked legs, and within its hollow, there resided a silver mask, its eye sockets emanating a cold glow. Old Yang, it's quite a feat for a busy man like you to drop by. Shall we dine together afterward? Guo Zhenkuan smiled as he lifted his teacup for a sip. Yang Yu cast a sidelong glance at Guo Zhenkuan. I still have a handover to complete. After finishing my tasks, I happened to remember you were here and thought I'd stop by. Guo Zhenkuan chuckled, aware of Yang Yu's demanding work schedule, which often took him on the road. His unexpected visit today was indeed a surprise. The two exchanged a few pleasantries. By the way, didn't your icebound purple marten give birth? How are the pups doing? Have they found a contract partner? Yang Yu inquired. The icebound purple marten, resting beside Guo's desk, turned away at the mention of the topic. Still harboring some grievances toward that rebellious girl, Yang Yu typically refrained from prying into matters, relying solely on Guo Zhenkuan's daily updates on social media and his frenzied sharing of news in various friend groups to learn of such events. Yes, we have found one. Who is it? Yang Yu pressed. A student from my school, Guo Zhenkuan answered vaguely, reluctant to divulge the specifics of how Xiao Wei and Qi had formed their contract, feeling that the circumstances surrounding their bond were somewhat difficult to articulate. To avoid this topic, he had refrained from posting on social media for several days, wishing to diminish his visibility. Knock, knock, knock. As Guo Zhenkuan and Yang Yu conversed, a knock echoed on the office door. Come in, Guo Zhenkuan called. Old Guo, I must take my leave. Once I finish my tasks, we shall gather again. Yang Yu said as he stood up. Chi-Yi pushed the door open and was greeted by the sight of Yang Yu and his armored pet. Chi-Yi couldn't help but stare at the suit of armor, feeling a sense of novelty, yet he found it not at all strange. He had come to accept the existence of various extraordinary beings in this world. If mountains, lakes, flowers, and grasses could all be extraordinary life forms, then it was not difficult to accept that a suit of armor could also be such a being. As Chi-Yi entered Guojinkuan's office, he sidled to the side, allowing ample space for Yang Yu. However, the suit of armor halted as it passed Chi-Yi, turning to face him, its cold eyes fixed intently upon him. Chi-Yi felt a chill run down his spine. Although he was unaware of the armor's level, its gaze was undeniably imposing. As the armor drifted slightly closer to Chi-Yi, he instinctively took a step back, but before he could react further, it extended a hand and gently patted his head before continuing on towards Yang Yu. When the armor failed to arrive, Yang Yu naturally became aware of it. Upon witnessing his pet stroke Chi-Yi's head, he was equally astonished. It appears my pet has taken quite a liking to you. Yang Yu was somewhat taken aback. As his pet belonged to a species known for its reticent nature and disinclination towards socializing, he never expected it to initiate contact with a stranger today. Chi-Yi, on the receiving end of the head pat, felt a bit dazed, not only because he did not anticipate the armor's sudden approach, but also due to the considerable force behind its touch. Are you alright, kid? Yang Yu inquired, concerned about his pet's strength. Considering that children of Chi-Yi's age are generally quite delicate, and he worried something might go awry. Regaining his senses, Chi-Yi replied, I'm fine. Although his head felt a tad sore, it was still bearable. Yang Yu observed Chi-Yi's expression before turning to glance at Guojinkuan. Seeing him nod, he led his armored pet away. Chi-Yi, come here, Guojinkuan beckoned from the sofa. Chi-Yi rubbed his head a couple of times before approaching. Do you recognize the species of that pet from earlier? Guojinkuan asked. Battle armor? In the educational context of this world, students today have become increasingly familiar with various extraordinary creatures. Over the past few days, Chi-Yi had organized the memories in his mind and sought additional information online about these beings to further his understanding. Very good, Guojinkuan nodded. So, do you know the characteristics of this species? Battle armor possesses formidable defensive capabilities. Although it is not inclined to take the initiative, its great strength often allows it to defeat opponents in a single blow. Chi-Yi resonated deeply with this last point. Indeed. And this species is somewhat characterized by its aversion to social interaction, akin to what you often refer to as social anxiety. They rarely engage proactively with strangers. It genuinely seems to hold a fondness for you, Guojinkuan remarked with a hint of admiration. Chi-Yi thought to himself, this affection feels rather burdensome. Perhaps it would be better left unreciprocated. Let us set that aside. You sought me out to discuss your future plans, didn't you? Please, share your thoughts. Guojinkuan steered the conversation back to the matter at hand. Principal, over this weekend, I devised a preliminary plan for my future and Xiao Wei's until we graduate from high school. With the summer vacation approaching, I intend to engage in part-time work while training Xiao Wei. Wait, what does part-time work and training entail? Guojinkuan interjected, unfamiliar with the term. Had the youth of today begun to adopt new vernacular? Part-time work and training means I'll take Xiao Wei along to work while also training, Chi-Yi clarified. Work? Guojinkuan's expression was one of confusion. What kind of work can someone so small as Xiao Wei possibly do? While numerous jobs allow for pet involvement, he found it hard to fathom what tasks a mere cub could undertake. This weekend, I took Xiao Wei to the fields to catch field mice, and she even learned the skill blink. The results were quite satisfactory. Chi-Yi felt that taking Xiao Wei to work resembled employing child labor, but necessity dictated such actions. Moreover, it must be said that Xiao Wei had been quite cheerful catching mice these past few days. Catching field mice? And she learned blink. Guojinkuan appeared bewildered by the juxtaposition of those phrases. Despite Chi-Yi's explanation, he still struggled to reconcile them. Why don't you let Xiao Wei demonstrate this skill? Guojinkuan suggested, his expression complex. Upon hearing Chi-Yi's words, the ice-field purple weasel turned its head, curious to witness Xiao Wei's demonstration of blink. After summoning Xiao Wei, she first surveyed her surroundings and, upon spotting Guojinkuan and the ice-field purple weasel, greeted them enthusiastically. Squeak. This was a stark contrast to her demeanor during their previous encounter, where she had been quite timid. Xiao Wei, use the blink skill, Chi-Yi commanded. Squeak. Lowering her center of gravity, Xiao Wei focused intently ahead and then darted forward. Normally, the use of pet skills is prohibited outside specially reinforced rooms, as most skills possess destructive potential. However, due to the non-destructive nature of blink and the ample space within Guojinkuan's office, Xiao Wei's small stature allowed her to execute the skill without issue. Guojinkuan regarded Xiao Wei with a hint of astonishment. Although blink was merely a minor skill, he had not anticipated that she would master it so quickly after only 2 days with Chi-Yi. Squeak. After demonstrating the skill, Xiao Wei pranced back, her movements lively. See, look at my significant progress. Quite impressive, Guo Junquan replied, redirecting his gaze to Qi Yi. What other jobs do you plan to undertake while training Xiao Wei? Surely, you cannot rely solely on catching field mice. Guo Junquan continued his inquiry. Having witnessed Xiao Wei's advancement, Guo Junquan's demeanor towards Qi Yi softened slightly. Nevertheless, he still believed that Xiao Wei could not be confined to the fields for mouse catching indefinitely. Regarding work, I will gradually seek more suitable opportunities for both Xiao Wei and myself. Catching field mice is merely a temporary measure. By the time we reach our senior year, I will have Xiao Wei participate in various pet combat competitions to further enhance her battle capabilities. By then, nearly everyone will have their own pets. And numerous competitions tailored for seniors will be available. Some are hosted by large corporations, others by local entities, and even some at the national level. Achieving a notable position in these competitions not only comes with generous rewards, but can also contribute to college entrance examination scores or even guarantee admission. Guo Junquan nodded in agreement. Participating in pet competitions is indeed a commendable choice, but concerning your work situation. Qi Yi gazed at Guo Junquan with a hint of anxiety. You seem to garner affection from pets quite readily. Have you ever noticed this unique trait about yourself? Guo Junquan shifted the topic. Affection from pets? Qi Yi paused, recalling his past experiences. He hadn't felt particularly welcomed by pets during his previous life. However, in the short time since his arrival, he had begun to reflect. He remembered a moment when he had dozed off in a lounge chair beneath a tree, only to awaken to a red fire ant crawling on him. These ants, though small, were known for their peculiar habits of biting various creatures. When Qi Yi finally awoke, the ant had climbed onto his face, startling him, yet it had never attacked. Another instance occurred when he and Xiao Wei were returning home after catching field mice and passed by a snack shop. Initially intending to sample a few free bites at the entrance, they were unexpectedly presented with several bags of treats by a duck promoting the shop. Could this be considered being well received by pets? It seemed plausible to a degree. Qi Yi mused uncertainly. Guo Junquan contemplated for a moment before summoning another of his pets. The dual-faced grass. Qi Yi recognized this creature, which bore a slight resemblance to the mimosa plant on Earth. Typically, it would shyly fold its leaves when encountering someone it favored, yet more often than not, it exhibited a rather irritable demeanor, confronting all with its sharp leaves. Guo Junquan pointed at the double-faced grass, directing its attention towards Qi Yi. As the plant approached Qi Yi, its leaves began to fold inwards, aligning along the central vein with each step it took. By the time it reached Qi Yi, its leaves were entirely closed, save for the topmost leaf, which remained open. Gazing directly at him, Qi Yi, confronted by the penetrating stare of that leaf, slowly turned his head away, feeling an unexpected embarrassment at being scrutinized by a mere plant. Curiously, the double-faced grass, in its shyness, appeared anything but bashful, as it stubbornly maintained its gaze with the single leaf still ajar. Guo Junquan nodded, remarking, "It seems you are the favored type among the companion beasts. Although extraordinary creatures perceive humans as somewhat homogeneous, they can distinctly differentiate between those they favor and those they do not." Clearly, Qi Yi belonged to the former category, making him more appealing to these creatures and simplifying the process of selecting a companion beast. Qi Yi averted his gaze, attempting to escape the intensity of the double-faced grass's lingering leaf. He was uncertain about the implications of being favored by companion beasts. At least today, he had not reaped any benefits from such favor. He felt awkwardly observed, and his scalp tingled uncomfortably. "Come back, Xiao Shuang," Guo Junquan called, feeling that it was improper for his companion beast to stare so intently at someone else. Reluctantly, the double-faced grass cast a final glance before returning to Guo Junquan's beast space. The ice-field purple weasel, observing from the side, emitted a disdainful sound, genuinely believing that the double-faced grass had diminished its worth by behaving in such a manner. "You could leverage your appeal to companion beasts to secure a job," Guo Junquan suggested. Qi Yi immediately turned his head, intrigued. "What kind of job?" "You could work at a companion beast psychological counseling center," Guo Junquan replied. Qi Yi frowned slightly. "But I have no experience in psychological counseling. Besides, do companion beasts even require counseling these days? You wouldn't be there to provide counseling," Guo Junquan explained. With the mounting pressures of modern life, both humans and companion beasts experience stress, leading to conflicts between contractors and their beasts. Over time, these creatures may require psychological guidance. However, some cases are more severe, and the beasts may be reluctant to communicate with doctors. In such instances, a person favored by the beasts is needed to help bridge the gap and facilitate communication. Qi nodded, beginning to understand that the job entailed simply bringing joy to companion beasts. Chapter 10. The Mighty Monkey Only Wants to Knit Sweaters. After school, Qi Yi, accompanied by Xiao Wei, arrived at the Companion Beast Psychological Counseling Center, following the address provided by Guojinkoan. Hello, is Dr. Shin available? Chi-Yi inquired at the front desk. After confirming Chi-Yi's status as someone favored by companion beasts, Guojinkoan had contacted the counseling center and recommended Chi-Yi. However, Guojinkoan merely secured an interview for him. Whether he would be accepted depended on his abilities. Good day. Do you have an appointment? The receptionist asked with a smile. I do. My surname is Chi. Very well, Mr. Chi, please follow me. After verifying his identity, the receptionist led Chi-Yi inside. Dr. Shun, Mr. Chi-Yi has arrived. The receptionist announced as they entered an office, knocking before stepping inside. Dr. Shun, clad in a white coat, sat at a desk, engrossed in writing. Ah, good, Doctor, Shun said, lifting his head to reveal a youthful and refined face. Hello, Dr. Shun, I was referred by Principal Guojinkoan, Chi-Yi stated, stepping forward. Yes, Principal Guo has informed me. Since he recommended you, I have a degree of trust in your capabilities. However, we require a brief assessment before you can officially join us. Dr. Shun's voice was gentle as he gestured for Chi-Yi to take a seat. Chi-Yi nodded and complied. Today, I received a case involving a mighty monkey, which is in quite a dire state and refuses to engage with humans. Many at our center have attempted to reach out, but to no avail. We even brought in several companion beasts to communicate with it, yet it remained unresponsive, Dr. Shin recounted, his tone tinged with frustration. Chi-Yi listened intently, realizing that this mighty monkey would likely be the subject of his assessment. His recollection of mighty monkeys suggested they were somewhat akin to the monkeys on Earth, both in appearance and temperament. What is the current situation with this mighty monkey? Chi-Yi inquired. The contractor wishes for the mighty monkey to grow stronger and insists on daily training, Dr. Shin explained. Chi-Yi nodded, finding this reasoning quite sensible. However, the mighty monkey does not wish to train. It only desires to knit sweaters for its contractor's soon-to-be-born child, Dr. Shin continued, his expression turning serious as he observed Chi-Yi's reaction. Chi-Yi's eyes widened in disbelief, his face a canvas of confusion. Really? Is that even possible? Dr. Shun, noting Chi-Yi's bewilderment, replied earnestly, many human contractors seek to strengthen themselves through training with their companion beasts. However, not all creatures are inclined towards combat. While the desire to grow stronger is admirable, it is essential to respect the wishes of the beasts. Chi-Yi nodded earnestly, recognizing that he had gleaned an important lesson. Yet, he pondered further. If mighty monkeys were typically known for their fiery tempers and love of battle, how could this particular one possess an interest in knitting? Perceiving Chi-Yi's confusion, Dr. Shin clarified, on average, the mighty monkey species is indeed characterized by its aggressive nature and combat prowess, which is why many individuals choose them as companion beasts. However, not every mighty monkey shares this disposition. Exceptions do exist. Therefore, when selecting a companion beast, one must consider not only the species but also the individual temperament. Chi-Yi absorbed Dr. Shin's insights, realizing the importance of these lessons for his future choices in companion beasts. Speaking of which, Xiaowei hasn't shown any reluctance towards training. Her food preferences are just a bit unique, Chi-Yi remarked. What are the contractor's current thoughts regarding the mighty monkey? Chi-Yi asked. Initially, the contractor was adamant about training the mighty monkey, but upon witnessing its condition, they recognized that the beast's health is paramount. Thus, they have decided to nurture a second companion beast, which fortunately does not oppose training or combat. Let us proceed to meet it. Fear not. The mighty monkey poses no threat, and with my presence, you will be quite safe. Dr. Shun and Chi-Yi entered the room housing the mighty monkey, which remained focused on knitting, its head bowed. Hello, Wansheng. Dr. Shun greeted warmly, a gentle smile gracing his features. The mighty monkey continued its work, seemingly oblivious. Dr. Shin exchanged a knowing glance with Chi-Yi, who understood the cue and approached, squatting down to meet the mighty monkey's gaze. Wansheng, hello, Chi-Yi said, striving to display a warm smile as he looked into the creature's face. As Chi-Yi positioned himself beneath the mighty monkey's line of sight, its attention was inevitably drawn towards him. As the mighty macaque's peripheral vision caught sight of Chi-Yi, its eyelids lifted slightly, and it cast a glance in Chi-Yi's direction. Dr. Shun, keenly observant, did not overlook this subtle movement, and a surge of excitement coursed through him. It appeared there was hope. Wansheng, that garment looks quite splendid, Chi-Yi remarked in a gentle tone. The mighty macaque, now fully raising its gaze to Chi-Yi, just as Dr. Shun and Chi-Yi felt a glimmer of optimism, pivoted its body around its backside, presenting itself sideways to Chi-Yi. Chi-Yi. Dr. Shun. Chi-Yi continued speaking beside the mighty macaque. Wansheng, who is this sweater intended for? Dr. Shin sighed, watching from the sidelines. It seemed that Chi-Yi was destined to engage in a monologue for a while. During his university years, he recalled a professor mentioning that certain individuals possess a unique allure for their companion beasts. Such individuals, even when extraordinary beings dominated the world and humans were kept as livestock, were afforded special privileges. They would be the last to be consumed by these extraordinary creatures. Now, that peculiar attraction seemed to have intensified. It was a sensation that neither Qin nor any other extraordinary beings could replicate. Amidst Qi Yi's incessant chatter, the mighty macaque finally reacted, flinging the garment it had knitted around Qi Yi's neck. The garment, a top meant for an infant, was only partially completed, resulting in a cylindrical shape. It fit a small child perfectly, but on Qi Yi, it merely served as a neck warmer. Qi Yi gazed at the mighty macaque with trepidation. If you truly find my ramblings irksome, please kindly expel me. For he genuinely feared that the mighty macaque might strangle him with this neck warmer. Chapter 11. The Peculiar Patient's Companion Beast. Awoo. The mighty macaque adjusted the neck warmer around Qi Yi while calling out. Dr. Shun had already retrieved a companion beast language translator to interpret the mighty macaque's utterances. I initially intended to knit a small garment, but it appears it will go unused. It won't be to his liking, so here, take it, though it's a tad small. It serves well as a neck warmer. The mighty macaque wore a sorrowful expression. Observing that the mighty macaque had begun to converse and could communicate, Dr. Shun quickly moved closer to it. How could he possibly dislike it? Your contractor will surely appreciate it, Dr. Shun said softly. The mighty macaque gazed at the neck warmer around Qi Yi's neck, sighed, and shook its head. It's not like that. Dr. Shin began to provide guidance to the mighty macaque. Meanwhile, Qi Yi continued to crouch there, serving as a model adorned with the neck warmer, wearing a smile. However, he couldn't help but reflect on the conversation between Dr. Shun and the mighty macaque, pondering how psychological issues truly exist everywhere. On Earth, humans experienced them, and now, both humans and companion beasts in this world did as well. He resolved to pay close attention to Xiao Wei's mental state in the future, ensuring proper training without fostering any aversion to it, and regularly engaging in deep conversations with Xiao Wei to promptly identify any issues. After an hour of Dr. Shin's counsel, the mighty macaque's condition finally improved, prompting Dr. Shun to decide to take it to meet its contractor. Qi Yi remained squatting in place. Damn, my legs have gone numb. After an hour of squatting, moving his lower body felt like an electric shock. Yet, despite the physical discomfort, Qi Yi felt elated, believing he had successfully passed Dr. Shin's assessment. Wonderful. I won't have to lead Xiao Wei into a life of catching mice anymore. Once Qi Yi regained some mobility, he slowly pushed himself up against the wall and made his way outside. Upon reaching the corridor, he encountered Dr. Shun head-on. Qi Yi, what happened to you? Dr. Shun inquired, observing Qi Yi's wall-supported progress. Nothing, just a bit of numbness in my legs. How come you're back so soon? Qi Yi asked, thinking Dr. Shun had taken the mighty macaque to its contractor and would need some time for further guidance. Dr. Shun waved his hand dismissively. I took the mighty macaque over and came right back. The rest is for them to discuss amongst themselves. How are you feeling now? Would you like to come to my office? Absolutely. Qi Yi responded, as the numbness in his legs was subsiding, and he followed Dr. Shun. In Dr. Shin's office, he remarked, Qi Yi, you were a tremendous help today with the treatment of the mighty macaque. Qi Yi smiled back, feeling that the discomfort in his legs was well worth it. Qi Yi, you have passed today's test and are eligible to work at the Companion Beast Psychological Counseling Center, Dr. Shin announced, uttering the words Qi Yi had eagerly anticipated. Thank you, Dr. Shun, Qi Yi replied sincerely. But I must inform you that since I also need to train with my companion beast, I may not be able to be at the counseling center every day. Qi Yi explained his situation, emphasizing that his reason for working at the counseling center was to better train Xiao Wei. Regardless, he couldn't neglect Xiao Wei's training, especially with competitions approaching in his senior year, where he would need to take Xiao Wei along for various contests. Well, we don't require a resident companion beast psychological assistant at the moment, as such cases are still relatively rare. We will contact you when the need arises, Dr. Shin replied. The Companion Beast Psychological Counseling Center does have several resident psychological assistants, but when these assistants encounter situations they cannot resolve, they must reach out to other psychological aides. After all, some individuals may simply be favored by certain species of companion beasts, necessitating a change for others. Qi nodded, appreciating this approach, as it allowed him to maintain his training without sacrificing his income. By the way, let's settle your salary this time. Psychological assistants are typically paid per session. Is that all right? Dr. Shin looked at Qi Yi. Absolutely. Qi Yi exclaimed, thrilled. He had initially thought securing this job was a significant achievement, but now there was a salary too. The payment amounted to 1,000 yuan, which would be transferred to him. Qi Yi gulped nervously. 1,000 yuan was a considerable sum. He and Xiao Wei would need to catch many mice to earn that. Being a psychological assistant was indeed lucrative. After leaving the psychological counseling center, Qi Yi summoned Xiao Wei from the beast-keeping space. Xiao Wei, we earned a lot of money today. Let's go feast. Eek. Xiao Wei clung to Qi Yi's shoulder, basking in the evening breeze ruffling its fur, its face radiating joy. Qi Yi resolved to treat Xiao Wei well. It was time to ensure Xiao Wei enjoyed more than just a diet of mice. With Qi Yi, it would indulge in delicious and extravagant meals. Once Qi Yi departed, Dr. Shin stretched, relieved that a long and exhausting day had finally come to an end. He retrieved his phone and opened a pin group chat that was bustling with activity. Today, I attended to a vibrant parrot that felt its feathers were inferior to those of another parrot. Out of frustration, it plucked all its feathers and later regretted it, plunging itself into a state of deep depression. Today, I attended to a juvenile rock gecko who faced its inaugural battle and, in the midst of the fray, lost its tail and frightened itself into unconsciousness, subsequently developing a case of battle anxiety. Everyone, stand aside. We received a pet today. Its contractor believes it has reached maturity and wishes to find it a companion, thus arranging a matchmaking event. However, the moth categorically refused, leading its contractor to bring it to us. Our thorough investigation revealed that this pet has an aversion to the opposite sex. The group chat is rife with complaints, and as soon as work hours conclude, it becomes a veritable explosion of messages. Dr. Shin remarked, "Indeed, the bustling city life is unparalleled. I find myself rather embarrassed to share the details of my consultations today. Enough of the mundane. Let us not discuss the ordinary here." The individual who posted this message quickly followed up with a melancholic smoking meme. Nevertheless, I encountered a rather exceptional psychological assistant today. A good psychological assistant? Young apprentice. Do elaborate. Chapter 12. Experiencing the elements of ice and snow in the refrigerator. Since obtaining the position of psychological consultant for pets, Qi Yi's quality of life has seen a marked improvement, and the training regimen for Xiao Wei has also undergone significant enhancement. Xiao Wei is now diligently training according to Qi Yi's meticulously crafted plan. Fundamental skills such as charge, claw strike, and bite have commenced systematic practice. The evasive maneuver, which Xiao Wei initially learned, has now reached an intermediate level. Proficiency in a skill is categorized into 3 tiers: basic, intermediate, and advanced. At present, Qi Yi finds no concern regarding Xiao Wei's basic skills. However, he must devise a strategy to develop Xiao Wei's racial abilities. Racial skills, as the name suggests, are unique to a specific species. Skills like charge and claw strike are rather commonplace, as most pet species can acquire them. The Arctic weasel possesses 2 unique racial skills, which may seem few, yet, within the realm of extraordinary beings, it is considered a substantial number. Many species lack even a single exclusive racial skill. Moreover, the Arctic weasel is merely in its initial form. Upon evolution, it will gradually acquire additional racial skills. The 2 racial skills of the Arctic weasel are Snow Cloak and Ice Shell. Snow Cloak allows the weasel to conjure snowflakes from concentrated ice and snow elements, causing any other pet struck by the falling snow to experience a decrease in speed. Ice Shell, on the other hand, enables the weasel to envelop itself in a protective icy shell, fortifying against attacks. Qi Yi believes that if Xiao Wei can master these 2 skills before her senior year of high school and engage in adequate practice, the likelihood of securing a commendable position in competitions will significantly increase. However, one caveat remains. While racial skills are indeed powerful, they also pose considerable challenges in learning, especially for a juvenile pet like Xiao Wei. With ample time before her senior year, both Qi Yi and Xiao Wei have the opportunity to learn at a measured pace. Yet, there exists another complication. In order for Xiao Wei to learn these 2 racial skills, she must be in a relatively cold environment, preferably one with ice and snow. As Qi Yi fanned himself while gazing out the window, the sweltering heat of late July made the prospect of cold and snow seem utterly impossible. However, he had heard of a place within the province of Fengtian that remains perpetually below freezing, boasting a lake that is eternally frozen. Unfortunately, Qi Yi has yet to reach his holiday, thus he cannot embark on a journey with Xiao Wei just yet. Perhaps during the summer vacation, they could explore this destination. For now, he observed Xiao Wei darting about, employing her evasive skills, and the old refrigerator in his home sparked an idea. "Xiao Wei, come here." Qi Yi beckoned with a benevolent smile. Xiao Wei tilted her head, sensing a hint of mischief in Qi Yi's demeanor. Noticing her reluctance to approach, Qi Yi reached out, gently grasping her waist and pulling her closer. "Xiao Wei, training can be arduous." With one hand holding her, he stroked her fur with the other. Squeak. She understood that training requires not only effort, but also the courage to experiment. Squeak. Xiao Wei seemed puzzled by Qi Yi's statement. "To elevate our combat prowess, we cannot limit ourselves to mere basic skills. We must also endeavor to learn more formidable racial skills." Qi Yi gazed earnestly at Xiao Wei. As she met his serious expression, her determination solidified. Squeak. "Understood. I will strive diligently." Qi Yi's previously furrowed brow relaxed, and he smiled brightly. "Excellent. As long as you are committed. It is truly wonderful to have a pet with such an ambitious spirit. Qi carried Xiao Wei to the front of the refrigerator, which had seen better days. Its once white surface had taken on a slight yellowish tint. He opened the upper compartment of the fridge and placed Xiao Wei on one of the shelves, leaving her looking bewildered. What was happening? Was Qi not supposed to help her learn racial skills? Why was she being placed in the refrigerator? You Arctic weasels need to experience the elements of ice and snow to learn your racial skills, but it's far too hot outside to feel those elements. Thus, I thought it prudent to place you in this cool environment and see if it helps. Qi had exhausted all other options. Had he possessed an air conditioner, he could have cooled the room for Xiao Wei, but alas, poverty reigns supreme. But fear not, I shall remain here to keep you company, and we shall both enjoy the refreshing breeze emanating from the refrigerator. Upon hearing Qi's rationale, Xiao Wei's mouth fell agape in astonishment. Her contractor was indeed a peculiar individual. Placing her in the refrigerator to experience the elements of ice and snow, were her mother to learn of this, she would undoubtedly commend Qi as a genius. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Growing increasingly excited, Xiao Wei even attempted to rise and argue with Qi, but the many shelves in the refrigerator compartment caused her to bump her head as she stood. Squeak. The collision left Xiao Wei cradling her head in both paws, appearing most pitiable. Qi, feeling embarrassed, extended a hand to gently rub her head. He felt somewhat awkward. How had he not thought to freeze some ice cubes for Xiao Wei to experience the elements of ice and snow? Surely, he was too eager for her to grow stronger. After retrieving Xiao Wei from the refrigerator, he filled several bowls with water and placed them in the freezer. Once the water had completely frozen, he took out a bowl and covered it with a towel, concerned that it might be too cold for Xiao Wei to bear. As Xiao Wei observed Qi's preparations, she promptly lay down on the ice topped with the towel. Oh, this was bliss. How delightful ice and snow were. So comfortable. Their very existence was a gift for the Arctic weasel. No arguments accepted. From the moment of her birth, the weather had been anything but cool, and as she matured, the heat had only intensified. Apart from air-conditioned rooms, Xiao Wei had never truly experienced cold. Moreover, her mother had been so worried about her being cold as a newborn that she had never allowed Xiao Wei to enjoy ice cubes, popsicles, or ice cream. There exists a chill, known as the kind that a mother perceives when she believes her child is cold. Qi gently stroked the exposed belly of Xiao Wei, who had turned over, and advised, do not merely indulge in the experience. You must truly immerse yourself in the essence of the ice and snow elements. Eek, came the languid reply from Xiao Wei, while Qi took out his phone to search for a suitable training location for Xiao Wei within the province. Chapter 13. One must not thoughtlessly consume another's familiar. The final examinations of the second semester of the second year of high school had concluded. Most students had just acquired their very first familiars and were in the process of nurturing their bonds with them. Meanwhile, Qi had already begun to venture away from home with his familiar for training. Lying on ice blocks at home provided only a minuscule exposure to the ice and snow elements. Therefore, in order not to hinder Xiao Wei's training progress, and after consulting with Xiao Wei's mother, Qi took Xiao Wei to a renowned training ground within the province, Qingmian Lake. Qingmian Lake is a place where temperatures remain perpetually below freezing, occasionally graced by delicate snowflakes. It is said that beneath the surface of Qingmian Lake lies a slumbering extraordinary being of the ice and snow element, whose immense power influences the surrounding environment. Except during winter, the lake attracts countless trainers and their familiars, eager to experience the ice and snow elements. The allure of Qingmian Lake lies not only in its frigid temperatures and perpetual ice, but also in the fact that entry is free. One merely needs to present identification. This makes it an ideal destination for impoverished trainers. The absence of a fee is reportedly the result of negotiations with the extraordinary being residing beneath Qingmian Lake. As China's national strength has grown, representatives were sent to negotiate with powerful extraordinary beings within the country. During the discussions with the being beneath Qingmian Lake, it is believed that an agreement was reached to open its territory for free training of other familiars. Dressed in a down jacket, with Xiao Wei perched on his shoulder, Qi presented his identification to the staff at the entrance before stepping inside. Initially, Qi felt quite warm standing at the entrance, but he soon noticed a marked drop in temperature as he ventured further in. He buried his hands deep within the pockets of his jacket, while Xiao Wei on his shoulder appeared increasingly joyful. Xiao Wei sensed that the latent power within her bloodline was on the verge of awakening. Before them lay the glistening, frozen surface of Qingmian Lake. The moment Xiao Wei caught sight of the lake, she leaped from Qi's shoulder and dashed onto the ice. Upon reaching the slick surface, she paused, gliding forward a few meters with the momentum. Her eyes sparkled with delight. Once she halted on the ice, Xiao Wei scampered a couple of steps on all fours, relishing the exhilarating sensation of gliding. She found immense joy in her frosty escapade. After several exhilarating slides, Xiao Wei collided with another familiar, a small white fox, on the ice. Both Xiao Wei and the startled fox tumbled onto the ground, gazing at each other before bursting into laughter. While Qi observed Xiao Wei's playful antics, he also took in the bustling surroundings. The expanse of Qingmian Lake was vast, populated with numerous familiars engaged in playful antics or training. The thickness and solidity of the ice reassured trainers, who had no fear of their familiars falling through. After Xiao Wei enjoyed her playtime, she returned to Qi's side. He retrieved a water cup from his backpack and poured a little water for her. As Xiao Wei sipped from the cup, she listened attentively to Qi. "Xiao Wei, it's time for us to commence our training," Qi said, patting her back. "Eek," Xiao Wei acknowledged, indicating her readiness to follow instructions. Even in such a refreshing environment, training felt like a delight. "Let us begin with a basic training exercise. I will throw a bite disc, and you will use your agility skill to rush towards it. Then retrieve it with your biting skill," Qi instructed. Some familiar skills yield greater efficacy when combined, and agility paired with biting is a classic combination. The bite disc serves as a specialized training tool for this purpose, resembling a frisbee, but made of a softer material that leaves a mark when bitten, which disappears once the familiar releases it. Qi had decided upon this method of skill training on the ice after consulting with Xiao Wei's mother, who had shared two approaches to experiencing the ice and snow elements. One could either quietly absorb the essence in an area rich with these elements or engage in training, which also promotes the absorption of ice and snow energies. Qi surmised that if he opted for the first method, Xiao Wei would soon fall asleep on the lake's surface. Thus, he resolved to proceed with the second approach. "Xiao Wei, prepare to run," Qi exclaimed as he tossed the bite disc. Xiao Wei fixed her gaze on the disc's trajectory and swiftly employed her agility skill. Upon catching up to the disc, she leaped from the ice using her hind legs and deftly seized the disc before landing and sprinting back towards Qi. Upon returning, Xiao Wei presented the disc back to Qi, eagerly awaiting him to throw it again. It was evident that she relished this training. Qi too found joy in the bite disc exercise, reminiscent of the frisbee games with dogs on Earth, a longing he had harbored in his previous life. Now, that desire was being fulfilled, albeit with a familiar ferret instead of a pet dog. As Qi momentarily lost focus while waiting for Xiao Wei to return with the bite disc, he suddenly realized that she had been gone for an unusually long time. His gaze darted to the direction where he had thrown the disc, only to find it lying on the ice. But where was Xiao Wei? Furrowing his brow, Qi scanned the surroundings and soon spotted Xiao Wei stealthily advancing towards an ice crystal mouse. Upon closer inspection, he noted that drool was already forming at the corners of her mouth. It was evident that the ice crystal mouse was someone else's familiar, but its trainer appeared to be absent, leaving the mouse to frolic alone on the ice. Understanding Xiao Wei's intentions, Qi quickly rushed over. Just as she crouched low, ready to pounce on the ice crystal mouse, he seized her by the waist and lifted her away. Filled with anger, Qi hurriedly made his way back to the shore, slipping twice on the ice in the process. Once he set Xiao Wei down, she looked up at him with a cautious expression, her eyes wide. "Eek, what's wrong?" Qi sighed as he gazed at her, and said, "Xiao Wei, I know how much you enjoy eating mice, but you absolutely must not consume another's familiar, understand? While it's permissible to catch wild mice, devouring another's familiar would lead to serious repercussions for both you and me. Such an act is unforgivable." "Eek," Xiao Wei nodded solemnly, acknowledging Qi's serious demeanor, promising she would refrain from eating mice that belong to others. "Once you grow stronger, I will take you outside to catch various kinds of mice to eat, all right?" Eek. Chapter 14. One must not count it as consumed until swallowed. After imparting the lesson to Xiao Wei about not eating others' familiars, Qi retrieved their lunch prepared for that afternoon. Qi's lunch consisted of a simple loaf of bread, while Xiao Wei indulged in a delicacy purchased from the pet food store nearby, a giant mouse jerky. After earning his first substantial income as a psychological assistant, Qi took Xiao Wei to the pet food shop to select her meal. Remembering that Xiao Wei had not enjoyed the chicken breast he had bought previously, he decided to let her choose her own food this time. Upon entering the store, Xiao Wei made a beeline for the meat and rodent section, ultimately selecting the giant mouse jerky from among several options. As Qi and Xiao Wei were enjoying their meal and taking a break, a young man approached Qi. Sensing a sudden obstruction before him, Qi looked up to see a boy standing in front of him. The boy exuded an air of affluence. From his attire to his demeanor, not the ostentatious kind of wealth, but rather a subtle richness that was nevertheless unmistakable. The boy crouched down and extended his hand towards Qi, introducing himself. "Hello, my name is Wang Xuanja." Qi swallowed the last morsel of his bread and reciprocated the gesture. "Hello. Your pet is a snowfield ferret. It looks splendid. Would you be interested in a pet battle?" Wang Xuanja inquired, casting a curious glance at Qi. "May I ask what your pet is?" Qi responded. Understanding the importance of gauging his opponent's strength, he pondered whether Wang Xuanzhe's pet was a fearsome creature even in its juvenile stage. If that were the case, it would be unwise to let Xiao Wei face a potentially overwhelming foe. However, if Wang Xuanzhe's pet was of similar capability to Xiao Wei, he was eager for a contest. My pet is an ice crystal mouse, Wang Xuanzhe replied with a smile, summoning the ice crystal mouse from his beast space into his palm. The ice crystal mouse was round and small, fitting comfortably in half of Wang Xuanzhe's hand. Upon hearing the name Ice Crystal Mouse, Qi blinked in surprise. Was it possible that this was the very mouse Xiao Wei had just wished to devour? As Wang Xuanzhe summoned the creature, Qi's suspicions were confirmed. This was indeed the mouse Xiao Wei had eyed earlier. A fleeting thought crossed Qi's mind. Could it be that Wang Xuanzhe had witnessed Xiao Wei's desire to eat the ice crystal mouse and had come seeking retribution? Yet, that seemed unlikely. The boy's expression suggested he was unaware of such intentions. He was merely interested in letting the ice crystal mouse spar with Xiao Wei. Qi then glanced at the ice crystal mouse, which was observing Xiao Wei with wide, curious eyes as she savored her meal. It appeared that the ice crystal mouse was oblivious to Xiao Wei's earlier appetite for it. Very well, I am Qi. Let us engage in a battle. Qi stated with a smile. He gently stroked Xiao Wei's neck, and after finishing the last piece of jerky, she raised her head and licked the crumbs from her lips. Hey, isn't that the little mouse I just wanted to eat? Xiao Wei thought, gazing intently at the ice crystal mouse, which sported icy blue fur and seemed adorned with glistening ice crystals. It was small and appeared utterly delectable. Noticing Xiao Wei's fixation on the ice crystal mouse, Qi tightened his grip on her neck. We are going to battle the ice crystal mouse, he informed her. Chirp chirp. Xiao Wei chirped in agreement, eager for the challenge. Shall we proceed to the lake for the battleground? Wang Xuanzhe proposed. Certainly, Qi replied. They both stood up and made their way towards the lake. As Qi rose, he swiftly lifted Xiao Wei. Remember, no matter what, you must not eat the ice crystal mouse. Qi reminded her once more. Xiao Wei tilted her head, affirming her self-control and her determination not to lose, as she believed it would be quite embarrassing to be bested by a mere mouse. Standing on the lake's surface, Xiao Wei faced the ice crystal mouse, while Qi and Wang Xuanzhe took their positions at the sidelines to direct the battle. Little Ice, utilize the dash skill and then follow up with a scratch. Wang Xuanzhe commanded. Qi quickly discerned that this ice crystal mouse had also mastered the dash skill to a competent degree, indicating it had been well trained. Xiao Wei, use slap. Qi promptly issued his command. As the ice crystal mouse dashed toward Xiao Wei, she raised her paw and struck it squarely. Given the diminutive size of the ice crystal mouse, the force of Xiao Wei's slap was precisely effective. The ice crystal mouse was momentarily disoriented, retreating a few steps to gain distance. Wang Xuanzhe frowned upon witnessing Xiao Wei employ the slap skill, surprised that she possessed such an ability. This skill was not commonly used in pet battles, being overshadowed by more effective techniques like dash. He had not anticipated that Qi would train his pet in this manner. Little Ice, activate ice crystal armor and then charge forward. Wang Xuanzhe continued to strategize. Qi raised an eyebrow. If memory served him correctly, the ice crystal armor was indeed a racial skill of the ice crystal mouse. He was impressed to see that this mouse had already comprehended its racial ability. Although its execution appeared somewhat unrefined, it was a significant achievement for the ice crystal mouse. One to be proud of. Looking at Wang Xuanzhe, Qi noted the evident pride on his face. It was no wonder he had the audacity to challenge Xiao Wei. Nevertheless, Qi was confident in his own tactics. Xiao Wei, execute reverse slap. Reverse slap? Wang Xuanzhe's brow furrowed at Qi's command. Xiao Wei adjusted her stance, pressing one paw against the ground to gather strength. As the ice crystal mouse charged, its belly positioned just above Xiao Wei's paw, she suddenly thrust her paw upward, flipping the ice crystal mouse over. Wang Xuanzhe's eyes widened in astonishment. Was this the reverse slap? Typically, a slap is delivered downward. A reverse slap must mean lifting upward instead. Due to Xiao Wei's precise adjustment of her paw's position and the force of her lift, the ice crystal mouse, which should have been flipped away, was instead propelled toward Xiao Wei. As the ice crystal mouse soared in her direction, Xiao Wei instinctively opened her mouth and caught it. Little Ice. Upon seeing the ice crystal mouse clutched in Xiao Wei's jaws, Wang Xuanzhe rushed towards her. Before Qi could intervene, Xiao Wei bit down on the ice crystal mouse a couple of times, but quickly spat it out, standing aside as she watched Wang Xuanzhe scoop up the ice crystal mouse to check on its condition. Xiao Wei smacked her lips, savoring the flavor she had just experienced. She hadn't truly eaten the other pet. Since she hadn't swallowed it, it didn't count as a meal. Chapter 15. Although it was delicious, she still spit it out. Watching Xiao Wei ultimately release the ice crystal mouse filled Qi with a sense of pride. It was evident that she could be trained well. After casting an appreciative glance at her, He approached Wang Xuanjia. How is the ice crystal mouse? Is it all right? Qi Yi inquired. Wang Xuanjia had already conducted a preliminary examination of the ice crystal mouse, confirming that aside from a minor fright, it was otherwise unharmed. It's fine, Wang Xuanjia replied. Though his expression was somewhat dark, Wang Xuanjia originally sought to engage in combat with Qi Yi for a particular reason. He believed that his ice crystal mouse had successfully mastered its racial skill, ice crystal armor, and would undoubtedly excel in battles against pet offspring. He intended to find a juvenile pet of comparable racial and strength levels to spar with. Upon encountering Qi Yi's snowy purple weasel, he deemed it an excellent practice opponent. The strength levels of pets are categorized as extraordinary, battle general, commander, monarch, overlord, totem, and mythical. The racial level of a pet refers to the highest strength level it can achieve. Under equal strength levels, a pet with a higher racial level possesses greater power. The classifications for racial levels bear the same nomenclature. The snowy purple weasel was not only well-trained, but also inherently advantageous against his ice crystal mouse. Should the ice crystal mouse triumph over the weasel, it would gain a significant boost in confidence for future battles. Alas, contrary to his expectations, the ice crystal mouse was defeated. Defeat was one thing, but the manner of its loss, falling to the weasel in merely 2 effortless moves, was disheartening. Ultimately, the ice crystal mouse found itself ensnared in the weasel's jaws, appearing as though it were on the verge of being devoured. This encounter did not bolster the ice crystal mouse's confidence. Rather, it dealt a heavy blow to its morale. We have gained much from today's battle. We shall take our leave for now and meet again if fate allows, Wang Xuanjia remarked with a somewhat strained smile. Very well. Let us hope for another opportunity to spar in the future, Qi Yi responded earnestly. Wang Xuanjia, with a twitch at the corner of his mouth, nodded and departed with his ice crystal mouse. Although Wang Xuanjia felt disheartened by his defeat at the hands of Qi Yi, he could not deny the tactical prowess exhibited by Qi Yi. The reverse strike maneuver was indeed an ingenious tactic. As he watched Wang Xuanjia's retreating figure, Qi Yi extended his arms towards Xiao Wei. Xiao Wei, come here. Eek. Xiao Wei joyfully leaped into Qi Yi's embrace. Splendid, splendid. You swiftly dispatched that ice crystal mouse and even refrained from consuming it, Qi Yi encouraged. Eek. Xiao Wei, nestled in Qi Yi's hold, felt a swell of pride, asserting that not swallowing its prey meant it had not truly eaten. However, it mused that the ice crystal mouse's exterior was quite delectable, the outer layer of ice crystal being crisp and refreshing. Xiao Wei savored the memory. In truth, Xiao Wei recognized that the crisp exterior belonged to the ice crystal armor. Ordinarily, the armor would be quite resilient, but as the ice crystal mouse had only recently learned the skill, it was still in a vulnerable state. Its proficiency in ice crystal armor had not yet even reached a basic level. Furthermore, after being caught in Xiao Wei's jaws, the ice crystal mouse's armor became even more fragile due to the shock, leading Xiao Wei to perceive its surface as crisp and cool. Such an impressive performance deserves a reward. Let us treat you to a piece of mouse jerky, Xiao Wei exclaimed, visibly elated. Feeling that its recent battle had been nothing short of perfect, having savored the crisp exterior and now receiving an additional treat. Once Xiao Wei finished the jerky, Qi Yi suggested. Xiao Wei, shall we attempt to condense the ice and snow elements? Eek. Xiao Wei agreed, albeit unsure of how to proceed. Simply calm your mind and attune yourself to the surrounding ice and snow elements. Then attempt to gather them, Qi Yi instructed. Xiao Wei nodded and, with wide eyes, began concentrating earnestly on gathering the ice and snow elements, its expression growing increasingly serious, even furrowing its brow. Observing Xiao Wei's escalating determination, Qi Yi could not help but interject. You may also try closing your eyes while condensing the ice and snow elements. Taking his advice, Xiao Wei shut its eyes. As Xiao Wei exerted itself further, both Qi Yi and Xiao Wei's expressions grew increasingly grave. Suddenly, Qi Yi narrowed his eyes. Xiao Wei was on the verge of a breakthrough. Wisps of white vapor began to rise from Xiao Wei's head. Is Xiao Wei conjuring cold air? Qi Yi exclaimed in delight, cautiously extending his hand to feel atop Xiao Wei's head. Ah, it's merely warmth, he sighed, realizing the heat was a result of Xiao Wei's intense effort. Let us pause for now. Upon reopening its eyes, Xiao Wei expressed regret. Eek. It felt disappointed for not having succeeded in condensing the ice and snow elements. It's all right. Condensing ice and snow elements is inherently challenging, and we are just beginning our studies, Qi Yi reassured. Eek. Yet, it lamented. The ice crystal mouse had managed to condense the elements. Xiao Wei's head drooped, appearing quite disheartened. That ice crystal mouse couldn't defeat you, either. Qi Yi replied with a chuckle. Xiao Wei lifted its gaze to Qi Yi, acknowledging the validity of his statement. Let us continue training, with effort. We will surely learn the racial skill more swiftly, Qi Yi encouraged. Eek. Thus, Qi Yi and Xiao Wei resumed their training. As night fell and darkness enveloped the surroundings, They concluded their day as practice. Xiao Wei, are you truly certain you wish to spend the night here alone, rather than returning with me? Qi Yi inquired earnestly. Eek, eek. Xiao Wei nodded resolutely. Sighing at Xiao Wei's determination, Qi Yi ultimately acquiesced to the decision for Xiao Wei to remain at Qingyan Lake. Xiao Wei expressed that it could absorb ice and snow elements while sleeping, a mutually beneficial arrangement. However, Qi Yi understood that Xiao Wei simply relished the coolness of the location, preferring to stay rather than venture into the heat outside. Nevertheless, Qi Yi had his reasons for allowing Xiao Wei to stay. The lake was frequented by many pets at night, providing a safe environment. As patrols were conducted in the vicinity, find a suitable spot for sleeping, and I shall remember it so that I can locate you tomorrow, Qi Yi instructed. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wei turned to find a spot at the water's edge. No, you mustn't stray too far from the shore. It's too cold, and you might fall ill. Although Xiao Wei thrived in cold conditions, its young age made it susceptible to the harshness of extreme cold. Disheartened that it could not roll on the ice, Xiao Wei quickly settled on a position closer to the shore. I'll come by to find you tomorrow. I'm off now, Qi Yi said reluctantly. Eek, eek. Xiao Wei cheerfully bid farewell to Qi Yi. Chapter 16, The Incisor Flying Squirrel. The following day, Qi Yi awoke early, purchasing several buns from a roadside vendor before heading toward Qingyan Lake. Upon arrival, he immediately spotted Xiao Wei, who remained in the designated sleeping spot from the previous day. A gentle smile graced Qi Yi's lips as he approached quietly. The lake was already bustling with various pets. Yet Xiao Wei remained undisturbed, sleeping soundly. Its tiny body was curled into a ball, with its tail tip resting against its nose, rising and falling gently with each breath. Qi Yi crouched before Xiao Wei, extending his finger to lightly stroke the tip of its ear. Xiao Wei's ears twitched, and the tail tip in front of its nose lightly tapped the ground, yet it did not awaken. Qi Yi reached out again, gently touching the other ear. Perhaps due to the increased strength of Qi Yi, Xiao Wei slowly opened her eyes. Upon seeing Qi Yi, she did not immediately rise, but instead stretched languidly on the ground before lying down and gazing at him. Jiwu. Xiao Wei greeted him cheerfully. Good morning. Qi Yi was utterly enchanted by Xiao Wei's adorable demeanor. His pet was truly delightful. Let's have some breakfast first. Qi Yi retrieved Xiao Wei's meal from his backpack. However, Xiao Wei suddenly adopted a serious demeanor, standing on all fours and regarding Qi Yi intently. Jiwu. Qi Yi, momentarily puzzled, then chuckled. You mentioned having new insights into the ice and snow elements last night. Xiao Wei nodded earnestly. What kind of insights did you have? Qi Yi inquired further. In truth, he found it hard to believe that Xiao Wei could gain any significant understanding overnight, especially since just yesterday afternoon, when Qi Yi had encouraged her to harness the ice and snow elements. She had only managed to conjure steam. What substantial revelation could she have had in a single night? Qi Yi was not in a hurry. He understood that grasping the power of elemental forces was no simple task. He planned to train Xiao Wei at the Qingyan Lake for a while, and once his funds were depleted, he would return home, earning more to come back later. Jiwu, Jiwu, Jiwu. Xiao Wei sensed Qi Yi's skepticism, but chose not to argue. Instead, she recounted her insights from the previous night. Qi Yi listened attentively, nodding as she spoke. You said you dreamt of falling snowflakes, and those that landed on you merged with your body. Xiao Wei affirmed with a serious nod. However, snowflakes melting upon contact with a warm body is quite ordinary. Qi Yi remarked with a smile. Xiao Wei frowned and shook her head. Jiwu, Jiwu. Ah, but for your kind, the Weasel clan. Snow does not melt upon contact with your fur. So the snow in your dream must have been extraordinary, correct? Jiwu. Xiao Wei confirmed. Shall we attempt to conjure the ice and snow elements once more? Qi Yi suggested. Xiao Wei closed her eyes, beginning to sense the surrounding ice and snow elements, exerting herself just as diligently as the day before. When Qi Yi saw a white vapor emanating from her head once again, he placed his hand above her head. To his astonishment, the vapor was not warm, it was cool. Could it be that Xiao Wei truly had an epiphany yesterday? Xiao Wei's body trembled more vigorously, and the white vapor increased in volume, gradually coalescing into a translucent ice shard the size of a corn kernel that fell to the ground. After producing the ice shard, Xiao Wei collapsed to the ground, tongue lolling out, appearing utterly exhausted. Qi Yi picked up the small ice shard, examining it closely before placing it on Xiao Wei's nose. She gazed intently at the tiny piece of ice, feeling its coolness against her nose, and smiled joyfully. Jiwu, Jiwu, Jiwu. Let's eat. You've worked hard for so long. Qi Yi said, presenting Xiao Wei's food. Having skipped breakfast and just exerted so much energy, Xiao Wei was ravenous. As she devoured her meal, she indicated her desire for a second helping. Qi Yi readily agreed. While Xiao Wei enjoyed her breakfast, Qi Yi sat nearby, waiting for her to finish while contemplating her training regimen for the day. Just as he was about to lose focus, a gentle, sweet voice drew his attention. You mentioned it snowed again at Qingyan Lake last night. Chi-E turned to find a girl with braided hair, her appearance as sweet as her voice. Conversing with her pet, a white-haired pig. Humph. The white pig nodded. It has snowed for several nights in a row, but why does it disappear come morning? The girl mused. The white pig blinked, suggesting that the snowfall was light, and by the time they arrived each morning, the creatures of Qingyan Lake had already played away the little snow that had fallen. Hearing the girl's words, Chi-E paused. Could it be that the snow Xiao Wei dreamt of was indeed real? But wait, if it had truly snowed, then the snow on Xiao Wei should not have melted. Xiao Wei, did you dream of snow, or did it really snow? Chi-E turned to her. Xiao Wei paused, looking up from her food in confusion. Zhiwu. While she was uncertain if it had snowed in reality, she was certain that it had snowed in her dream. Chi-E chuckled at her response, choosing not to ponder the matter further. Regardless of whether it had snowed or not, it was a positive sign that Xiao Wei could feel the ice and snow elements. After finishing her last bite of breakfast, Xiao Wei gently tapped Chi-E's arm with her paw, indicating she was ready to commence training for the day. All right, what do you wish to start with today? Chi-E asked, fully respecting Xiao Wei's preferences. The order of training was for her to decide, while the type of training was determined by him as her contract partner. Zhiwu. Of course, it's time for my favorite, the biting plate. Thus, Chi-E and Xiao Wei began their training for the day. Xiao Wei remained vibrant and energetic, and in anticipation of a midday snack, she even suggested they find a creature to battle. Chi-E considered his meager savings and, despite his current financial constraints, resolved that he would not let his pet suffer. Therefore, he gritted his teeth and consented to Xiao Wei's request for a battle meal, and she happily received her reward. That night, Xiao Wei once again slept by Qingyan Lake, where light snow began to fall once more. Chapter 17. The Beast Tamer Diplomat. The next day, Chi-E awoke with an unsettling feeling and quickly prepared, purchasing 2 buns before hurrying to Qingyan Lake. As he neared the lake, he sensed something was amiss. The area surrounding Qingyan Lake had been cordoned off by warning tape, and numerous people were gathered around. Without pausing to think, Chi-E rushed toward Qingyan Lake. A considerable number of people were present, many of whom had left their pets there the day before. Chi-E pushed his way to the front to get a clear view of the situation. The ice on Qingyan Lake had shattered completely, with numerous ice fragments floating atop the water, yet no sign of any creatures could be seen. Instead, a massive turtle floated on the surface. Its head and limbs were a typical yellow-green, while its shell was a striking blue. The blue turtle was intently focused on a human standing atop a giant eagle. The eagle had prominent feathers on its head that resembled horns from a distance. This was a horned-feathered eagle. Chi-E immediately recognized the type of eagle, knowing that the horned-feathered eagle typically belonged to the royal class. What is happening? Chi-E inquired of a nearby person. He could discern the standoff between the horned-feathered eagle and the blue giant turtle, but he lacked further information. The colossal blue tortoise, an extraordinary being that has presumably slumbered beneath the depths of Qingyan Lake, suddenly awakened last night and surfaced through the ice. The creatures and humans who had been resting upon the ice were nowhere to be found. The individual standing atop the Qiaoyu eagle was an official envoy, engaged in conversation with the blue tortoise. Chi-E recognized the voice as somewhat familiar and turned to discover it belonged to Wang Xuanja, the contract holder of the ice crystal mouse he had encountered in a battle with Xiao Wei just days prior. Wang Xuanja? Chi-E inquired. Wang Xuanja turned his head. Yes? Has your snow-covered purple marten also gone missing? Chi-E nodded, a wry smile gracing his lips. It seems your ice crystal mouse has vanished as well. The two exchanged glances, their expressions revealing their shared sense of helplessness. They had merely intended for their creatures to experience the essence of the snow and ice elements by leaving them here for a night. Yet now, they had inexplicably disappeared. Previously, many had placed their creatures here without incident, and even the residents of Qingyan Lake encouraged such practices. Yet, upon their arrival, their creatures had vanished. Although the contract holders were oblivious to the whereabouts of their companions, they could still sense a connection with them, indicating that the missing creatures were not in peril. Should anyone feel a severance in this bond, it would incite chaos among the onlookers. But didn't the officials once converse with the extraordinary beings of Qingyan Lake, securing their consent for creatures to train here? Why has it suddenly reneged upon waking? Chi-E pondered, a frown etched upon his brow. Wang Xuanja shook his head. What we heard regarding the agreement with the extraordinary being was never officially sanctioned. It was more akin to a rumor. However, the establishment of this training ground should imply its safety. Why would the blue tortoise act so upon awakening? Has it reversed its prior decision? What is the current situation? Chi-E inquired, gazing at the individual confronting the blue tortoise from the back of the Qiaoyu eagle. The figure appeared relatively young, perhaps around 30, draped in a black cloak with a high collar. The cloak fluttered in the breeze, suggesting it was not an ordinary garment. I do not know. I have just arrived. That person has been in conversation with the blue tortoise for some time now, but it is unclear whether he is attempting to pacify it or pursue some other objective. Just as Wang Xuanzhe finished speaking, the man in the black cloak addressed the blue tortoise. Esteemed elder of the armored ice tortoise, I am Shun Guangyao. Having just awakened from slumber, would you care for some sustenance? Shun Guangyao offered with a gentle smile directed at the armored ice tortoise. Upon hearing his words, the previously quiet crowd of onlookers began to murmur. It is Shun Guangyao. Wang Xuanzhe exclaimed, visibly excited. Shun Guangyao? He echoed. Shun Guangyao is a leading figure among the new generation of beast diplomats, having successfully negotiated with numerous aggressive extraordinary beings, resolving conflicts that could have otherwise led to battle through peaceful means. Beast diplomats? He had heard whispers of this. In an age dominated by extraordinary beings, while humanity has grown powerful through their contracted creatures, many formidable entities remain unwilling to coexist peacefully with humans and even exhibit aggressive tendencies. Although numerous attacks on human settlements can be resolved through confrontation, such methods are far from ideal, as they entail losses on the human side. Thus, achieving peaceful resolutions is paramount. Beast diplomats strive to mediate disputes through communication with various extraordinary beings, effectively averting unnecessary wars. Listening to Shun Guangyao, the armored ice tortoise slowly blinked its eyes, gradually extending its neck and raising its head. Observing the tortoise's response, Shun Guangyao believed it was receptive to his goodwill and promptly directed the Qiao Yu eagle forward a short distance towards the tortoise. Based on the data available regarding this armored ice tortoise, it harbored no malice towards humans and was relatively amicable. Provided it accepted their goodwill, negotiations would be feasible. Shun Guangyao thought to himself. With anticipation in his gaze, Shun Guangyao awaited the tortoise's next move. Suddenly, the two nostrils of the armored ice tortoise flared wide, releasing two powerful jets of air. The force was staggering, catching the Qiao Yu eagle off guard and causing it to sway midair, while simultaneously propelling Shun Guangyao off its back. The Qiao Yu eagle, realizing Shun Guangyao's descent, hastily swooped down to catch him before he hit the ground. Once re-established on the back of the Qiao Yu eagle, Shun Guangyao gritted his teeth. Were it not for the presence of so many people and creatures around the old tortoise, he would have certainly retaliated. However, he maintained a composed facade, continuing to smile. Esteemed elder of the armored ice tortoise, we can negotiate any needs you may have. The armored ice tortoise disregarded Shun Guangyao and began scanning the surrounding onlookers. Chapter 18. Attacking with a jet from the nostrils. Those who met the gaze of the armored ice tortoise felt a chill run down their spines, for its stare exuded an undeniable sense of oppression. Its upper eyelids were only partially raised, lending its gaze a fierce intensity. Shun Guangyao too was taken aback by the tortoise's glare. Should it choose to attack the surrounding crowd, the consequences could be dire, resulting in injuries or even fatalities. Normally, during negotiations with the armored ice tortoise, the surrounding area should be devoid of spectators, or at the very least, devoid of those unrelated to the discussions. Yet, the urgency of the situation had left no time to disperse the onlookers. Even Shun Guangyao had been hastily summoned from nearby to intervene. Furthermore, the majority of the spectators were contract holders of the missing creatures, and any instability in their emotions could create further complications. Though some onlookers began to retreat in response to the tortoise's menacing gaze, it was too late. The armored ice tortoise commenced its indiscriminate jet attacks towards the crowd. Shun Guangyao found himself at a loss for words regarding the tortoise's actions. Was this peculiar jetting technique a unique creation of the old tortoise? While the damage inflicted was minimal, the insult was profoundly impactful, as the armored ice tortoise knocked several individuals over with its jets. It prepared for another round of attacks when it suddenly halted. With a growl, it raised a claw, pointing towards a specific direction. Wang Xuanzhe held a language translator in his hand, an item many carried for communication. Having sensed something amiss earlier that morning, he retrieved the translator from his bag, eager to decipher the tortoise's words. The translator displayed the armored ice tortoise's message. Come here. Wang Xuanzhe's eyes widened as he glanced between the screen and the direction indicated by the tortoise's claw. Was it referring to him? Although the armored ice turtle's claws were quite large, they merely pointed in a general direction. Nevertheless, Wang Xuanzhe felt that the turtle was indeed beckoning him to approach. After all, everyone to his right had already been knocked down by the gusts emitted from the turtle's nostrils. Slightly bewildered, Wang Xuanzhe turned to glance at Shun Guangyao. Shun Guangyao was also observing Wang Xuanzhe, while he too was puzzled as to why the armored ice turtle wanted Wang Xuanzhe to advance. The current situation dictated that it was necessary for him to do so. However, with both himself and the beast tamers surrounding them, it was evident that Wang Xuanzhe would remain safe. Shun Guangyao nodded to Wang Xuanzhe, indicating that he should proceed. Feeling a bit weak in the knees, Wang Xuanzhe found the unknown strength and age of the armored ice turtle rather intimidating. Yet, for the sake of his ice crystal mouse, he resolved to step forward. With determination gleaming in his eyes, he took soft, hesitant steps. However, alas, before he could take more than 2 steps, a blast from the turtle's nostrils sent him tumbling back. Roar! Quickly retrieving the fallen translator device, Wang Xuanzhe exclaimed, "It wasn't me. It was that guy in the blue clothes." Lying on the ground, he felt an overwhelming urge to lie still and calm his nerves. That had terrified him. Why couldn't this massive turtle articulate its intentions clearly? Thankfully, it wasn't him. Chi-E, unaware of what the armored ice turtle had said, felt an ominous shift as he sensed the surrounding gazes turning towards him. Chi-E, it is calling you. Wang Zishuan scrambled to his feet and showed Chi-E the text on the translator. Chi-E pursed his lips, selected by the armored ice turtle. He too was feeling the pressure. Like Wang Xuanzhe, he glanced up at Shen Guangyao. Receiving a nod from Shen Guangyao, Chi-E inhaled deeply and walked towards the armored ice turtle. Shen Guangyao guided his horned feather eagle towards Chi-E, then dismounted and approached him. Patting Chi-E on the head from the side, he reassured, "Go on, the esteemed armored ice turtle will not harm you." Feeling a comforting presence in his ear, Chi-E relaxed slightly. In fact, Shen Guangyao had intended to provide Wang Zishuan with a similar headset when he approached the turtle, but regrettably, Wang Zishuan was knocked back too swiftly. Chi-E looked earnestly into Shen Guangyao's eyes and nodded before continuing towards the armored ice turtle. As Chi-E advanced, the headset Shen Guangyao had placed in his ear emitted a voice. "Once you approach, greet it and say, 'Greetings, esteemed armored ice turtle,' while walking." Chi-E recognized Shen Guangyao's voice emanating from the device. "Greetings, esteemed armored ice turtle," he respectfully proclaimed upon reaching the turtle. The armored ice turtle merely drooped its eyelids and roared, "I am hungry. Bring me food." Chi-E was momentarily taken aback. Did not Shen Guangyao just inquire if it wanted to eat? Why could it not simply communicate that instead of summoning him, causing unnecessary anxiety? "Please inform the esteemed armored ice turtle to wait. Food will be delivered shortly," came Shen Guangyao's voice again from the headset. Observing the interaction between Chi-E and the armored ice turtle, Shen Guangyao's lips curved into a smile as he began to comprehend the turtle's motives. In ancient times, powerful extraordinary beings often sought humans to serve them. In essence, they preferred having human attendants. These formidable beings considered humans weak but found their emotional intelligence relatively high among various species. As a result, they would often select a few pleasing human followers. Humans would address these powerful beings as "my lord." In the present day, only extraordinarily powerful beings that had lived long enough retained a fondness for such titles. For those strong, yet not particularly ancient, humans would respectfully refer to them as senior. Though the armored ice turtle may not possess the might of those ancient beings, its longevity granted it a fondness for ancient customs. It appeared that this venerable turtle had taken a liking to the young man, wishing to temporarily appoint him as a servant. The food prepared for the armored ice turtle had long been arranged, a colossal ice fish, rich in ice elemental essence, beloved by various ice-based extraordinary beings. Upon its arrival, the armored ice turtle began to indulge in its first meal since awakening. "May I inquire where the individuals and beasts that were on the surface of the lake last night have gone?" Chi-E cautiously asked, as this was his primary concern, as well as that of the onlookers. "Roar! They are at the bottom of the lake." Upon hearing the armored ice turtle's response, Chi-E blinked in surprise but felt no astonishment. The area surrounding the Qingmian Lake lacked any structures, with even vegetation being scarce. Thus, there was indeed no other place for so many beasts and humans aside from the lake's depths. From his connection with Xiao Wei in the beast space, Chi-E sensed that Xiao Wei was currently in no danger, so even if they were at the bottom of the lake, Xiao Wei was safe. "Esteemed armored ice turtle, might you allow the release of those individuals and beasts? They disturbed your rest and have committed a significant transgression. We beseech you to let us administer their punishment." Chi-E maintained a composed expression as he relayed the words from the headset. What era was this? How could such practices still exist? Chi-E felt exasperated. Shen Guangyao struggled to recall the lessons learned about conversing with ancient extraordinary beings, instructing Chi-E on what to say. Given Shen Guangyao's current capabilities, he was far from being able to engage in dialogue with ancient beings, lacking any experience in such communication. However, since the old turtle enjoyed the customs of ancient times, Shen Guangyao endeavored to recall his teacher's lessons and the content seen in books, attempting to say things that would please the old turtle, hoping it would release the captured individuals and beasts. The old turtle nodded. "Roar! There is no need for punishment. I recall that prior to my slumber, there was an agreement with your kind, permitting you to train here without disturbing my rest. The temporary placement of those beings at the lake's bottom was merely a precaution, as I needed to break the ice on the lake's surface upon awakening. Had I not temporarily housed them, they would have fallen into the lake, potentially resulting in casualties. Qi listened quietly, astonished that the previous rumors were indeed true. Meanwhile, Shen Guangyao, listening from the crowd, found himself at a loss for words. The situation was far from what the old turtle had described. Before its slumber, the agreement had not been made lightly. As the strength of their nation grew, they had negotiated with various extraordinary beings. Many uncooperative extraordinary beings had either suffered severe consequences or been dealt with outright. The old turtle had willingly conceded to the humans' formidable presence, allowing them and their beasts to train near Qingyan Lake. To deflect attention, it had entered a deep slumber, one that lasted until now. Yet, upon waking, it inexplicably took up the role of judge. The ancient tortoise raised its right paw and gently tapped the surface of the water, causing a colossal sphere, encased in a thin layer of ice, to rise to the surface. The tortoise then deftly maneuvered the sphere to the shore. Upon reaching the bank, the sphere shattered spontaneously, sending both people and their companion beasts tumbling onto the ground. Most of the creatures that had been trapped within the sphere emerged unscathed, as they were predominantly of the ice and snow breeds, thus quite resilient to the cold. Aside from a slight shock, they were otherwise unharmed. Conversely, the humans who had been confined within the sphere appeared pale and stiff, their faces frozen and lips ashen, indicating they would require some time to recuperate. Shen Guangyao surveyed the individuals and beasts that had just emerged from the sphere, and upon confirming their well-being, he exhaled in relief. His mission was now more than half accomplished. He gestured to those nearby who had rushed to provide assistance, instructing them to disperse the crowd of onlookers who had reunited with their companion beasts. The next step was to negotiate further with the venerable tortoise. It was perplexing how, despite their amiable conversation before sleep, a situation as chaotic as this had unfolded upon awakening. The majority of the spectators had gathered out of concern for their missing beasts, but as they found their companions, they gradually began to disperse. Xiaowei, having just emerged from the icy sphere, observed the departing creatures and began her search for her own contractor. Where was Qi? Suddenly, she turned around, guided by instinct, and indeed spotted Qi standing behind her, watching intently. Eep! Just as Xiaowei was about to call out to Qi, she caught sight of the large tortoise beside him, and her voice faltered. She had not forgotten the immense force that had drawn her in while she was deep in slumber the previous night. The power emanating from the tortoise was unmistakably similar. Qi blinked reassuringly, signaling her not to worry. Senior Armored Ice Tortoise, your quality of sleep seems to have been quite satisfactory, having slumbered for so many years. Shen Guangyao, once again aloft on the Qianyu eagle, approached the venerable tortoise. Although he understood that the Armored Ice Tortoise was well-versed in communicating with ancient extraordinary beings, he was reluctant to indulge it any further. The hostages and their beasts had been rescued. If the tortoise was amenable to dialogue, he would engage, but if not, he would assert his authority. With reinforcements now present, he felt no trepidation. The icy fish before the Armored Ice Tortoise had nearly been consumed, and it lazily lifted its eyelids, uttering a low growl. Not bad. The translated words reached Qi-E's ears through his earpiece. Although Qi was unaware of the current situation, he could sense a distinct shift in Shen Guangyao's demeanor, a newfound confidence that contrasted sharply with his earlier deference. Maintaining his diplomatic smile as a beast master, Shen Guangyao inquired, Senior Armored Ice Tortoise, do you have any requests at this moment? Roar. This fish is quite delectable. I would appreciate a few more. I am rather famished after waking up. Shen Guangyao gritted his teeth, realizing that his earlier statement had been intended as a prelude to accountability, a final courtesy before addressing grievances. He had not anticipated that the tortoise would actually make a request. Very well, please hold on. The food will be delivered shortly. As he spoke, he gestured behind him, signaling for 2 more fish to be brought forth. Once the fish arrived, he continued, Senior Armored Ice Tortoise, prior to your slumber, we had agreed that our people and beasts could train here. Why, upon awakening, did you confine the individuals and beasts from Qingyan Lake? His tone grew increasingly serious. Roar. Did I not state that upon my awakening, I would break the ice upon the lake's surface? If I did not temporarily house them, they would plunge into the lake, potentially resulting in casualties. Shen Guangyao scoffed, Senior Armored Ice Tortoise, you could have easily pushed them all to the shore. Even if you had encased them in ice spheres temporarily, they need not have remained submerged for such an extended period. Chapter 20, Stay with me for a while. Qi, observing the dialogue between Shen Guangyao and the Armored Ice Tortoise, immediately sensed the palpable tension in the air. Standing on a small patch of ice, he endeavored to diminish his presence. The ice beneath his feet had been crafted by the tortoise, using elemental snow and ice to create a small platform for him, subsequently maneuvering him closer to its side. After a moment of intense eye contact with Shen Guangyao, The armored ice tortoise gradually revealed a more human-like smile. Roar. Indeed. I did reach an agreement with you, but I had been asleep for so long that upon awakening, I momentarily forgot about it. Fortunately, no significant harm has occurred. Upon hearing the translated words in his earpiece, Chi-Yi was taken aback, sensing that the situation was not as straightforward as it appeared. Meanwhile, Shen Guangyao, upon hearing the tortoise's explanation, silently cursed it in his mind. How could it claim to have forgotten after such a long slumber? It was clearly aware of the human strengths it had wished to assess upon awakening. Had it sensed a decline in their abilities, it would undoubtedly have turned hostile, leaving the beasts and humans of Qingyan Lake in peril. The tortoise's current demeanor suggested it had sensed the strength of the reinforcements that had arrived, believing that humanity's prowess had not waned but rather improved. This old tortoise exhibited no trace of the ancient extraordinary being's might, yet its cunning and demeanor were comparable. Regardless, the tortoise's issue had been resolved, and fortunately, no casualties had ensued. It had provided a relatively reasonable explanation. While Shen Guangyao felt no fear of it, a peaceful resolution was preferable, and the tortoise seemed to value its own life, lacking any aggressive tendencies. Since this was a misunderstanding, it is best that we have cleared the air. Senior Armored Ice Tortoise, having just awakened, you likely desire a tranquil environment. We shall take our leave. You may remain at Qingyan Lake at your leisure. There is an individual not far from here. Should you require anything, you may speak with him. If his presence disturbs your rest, feel free to send him away. Other matters will be addressed by others in due course. We shall take our leave now. Senior Armored Ice Tortoise. Farewell. Shen Guangyao briefly outlined the arrangements before taking Chi-Yi's hand, intending to have him mount the Qiangyu Eagle for their departure. Chi-Yi, relieved to hear Shen Guangyao's words, sensed that the confrontation was finally coming to an end. He felt a surge of excitement as he prepared to step onto the back of the Qiangyu Eagle, which had initially appeared so impressive when it first emerged. Just as Chi-Yi was about to ascend the eagle's back, the armored ice tortoise spoke once more. Roar. You may depart, but leave this young one behind. I have been asleep for so long and am unaware of many current events. Let this child enlighten me. The smile that had adorned Chi-Yi's face suddenly froze. Why? Why did it have to be him? It was one thing to have been summoned by the tortoise initially, but why must he now be the one to remain? Shen Guangyao furrowed his brow, questioning whether the tortoise intended to keep him as a hostage. Yet, that did not seem plausible. If it sought a hostage, it could have retained several individuals. Holding just one would hardly suffice for its protection in a crisis. However, Shen Guangyao had heard from many seniors that many extraordinary creatures from ancient times often possessed peculiarities. Could it be that this old turtle is no exception? Yet, what could it possibly want from this person? After some contemplation, Shen Guangyao spoke. Senior, this individual is not one of my subordinates. His companion beast accidentally fell into your ice sphere while it was resting on Qingyan Lake last night, which is why he has come today. Therefore, we should respect his wishes. Shen Guangyao turned his gaze toward Chi-Yi. In truth, it was evident that the old turtle bore no hostile intent. If it were possible to acquiesce to a few simple requests from the turtle, it would be quite advantageous. However, it was clear that Chi-Yi did not wish to remain here. Chi-Yi looked at Shen Guangyao with an expression of urgency. At that moment, a woman's voice emanated from his earpiece. Regardless of whether you agree or not, we assure your safety. However, if you consent to the demands of the armored ice turtle, we promise to provide you with resources worth 100,000 or equivalent training materials, and we will extract you within 5 days. After a brief pause upon hearing the message, Chi-Yi replied, I am willing to stay and accompany Senior Armored Ice Turtle for a while. Both Shen Guangyao and the Armored Ice Turtle nodded, appearing quite satisfied with the arrangement. Finally, Shen Guangyao exchanged a few courteous words with the turtle before departing with the reinforcements who had rushed over. Before leaving, Shen Guangyao patted Chi-Yi's shoulder, signaling him to remain at ease. Shen Guangyao sensed that Chi-Yi's shoulder was somewhat tense, which was understandable given the pressure of facing such a formidable old turtle. Moreover, this young man was commendable for daring to push his limits in pursuit of resources. As Chi-Yi watched Shen Guangyao and the others leave the Qingyan Lake area, he felt a sense of bitterness. Although he found the conditions proposed by the voice in his earpiece tempting, he remained hesitant. Yet, just as he contemplated, an elderly voice echoed in his mind. Young man, stay here with me for a few days. I assure you I will let you go in a few days. Do not refuse. Chi-Yi was instantly covered in goosebumps. The voice in his mind was unmistakably that of the armored ice turtle. Moreover, it seemed that no one else around him had heard this voice, indicating that the turtle had employed some secret method. Despite Shen Guangyao maintaining the upper hand during the negotiations, the fact that he had not detected the turtle's peculiar ability suggested that the turtle possessed some means beyond ordinary comprehension. Chi-E was uncertain whether the turtle would resort to other methods to make his departure difficult if he chose to leave, prompting him to ultimately decide to stay. After Shen Guangyao and the others fully departed, the armored ice turtle continued to communicate telepathically with Chi-E. Young man, you may discard the device they provided you. You can now understand my words without it. Chi-E swallowed hard. It seemed the armored ice turtle, despite its long slumber, retained a fair amount of knowledge about human artifacts. He removed the earpiece that Shen Guangyao had given him and tossed it toward the shore. He understood that the turtle was quite astute. Chapter 21. Have those old fools perished? Senior armored ice turtle, Chi-E began, but was interrupted by the turtle. Address me as Lord. The voice of the armored ice turtle resounded in his mind. Yes, Lord Armored Ice Turtle, Chi-E obediently replied. Although Chi-E was unsure of the distinction between Lord and Senior, he habitually followed Shen Guangyao's lead. Yet, he sensed that the turtle seemed to relish this slight power dynamic. The armored ice turtle nodded gently, clearly pleased with Chi-Yi's demeanor. Seeing the turtle's satisfaction, Chi-E cautiously inquired, Lord Armored Ice Turtle, what is the reason for my being asked to stay? The turtle smiled faintly at Chi-E and replied, Did I not mention that I wished for you to stay to share tales of the outside world? Should I have any inquiries, you shall provide the answers. Chi-E pursed his lips, clearly skeptical of the turtle's rationale. If the armored ice turtle merely desired someone to recount the happenings of the outside world, it need not have chosen him specifically. It could have easily requested Shen Guangyao to find a suitable companion for it, and Shen Guangyao would likely have obliged, perhaps even finding someone more eloquent. While Chi-E silently critiqued the turtle's reasoning, the armored ice turtle observed him with increasing approval. Truly, times have changed, otherwise. Such an appealing attendant would surely be found among the great beast kings, rather than by its side. What is your name? The armored ice turtle inquired. My lord, I am Chi-E, he replied respectfully. The armored ice turtle was once again elated by Chi-Yi's address. Is that small black sphere your companion beast? The turtle asked, gesturing toward the little Wei, who was gazing longingly from across the Qingyan Lake. Indeed, as soon as Xiao Wei emerged from the sealed ice sphere created by the armored ice turtle, it could have been recalled to the beast space. However, Chi-E hesitated to do so, fearing that any sudden movements might displease the turtle, so he chose to keep Xiao Wei close for the time being. The little creature, curled up on the shore, did indeed resemble a small black sphere. Let it come closer. I wish to take a look, commanded the armored ice turtle. Although Chi-E was unsure of the turtle's intentions, he felt confident that it would not harm Xiao Wei. He summoned Xiao Wei back into the beast space and then released it into his embrace. Though Xiao Wei felt some trepidation toward the armored ice turtle, it steeled itself to meet the turtle's gaze. Ah, a snowfield purple ferret. Its fur possesses a splendid luster. You have raised it well, the armored ice turtle acknowledged. Chi-E nodded modestly, though internally he felt a swell of pride. Has this snowfield purple ferret begun to comprehend the ice and snow elements? The armored ice turtle continued. In its experience, the great beast kings were often quite attentive to their subordinates. Just yesterday, it had attempted to condense the ice and snow elements, successfully forming ice the size of a corn kernel, thanks to the influence of the ice and snow elements present in Qingyan Lake. Reflecting on this, Chi-E felt a sense of gratitude toward the armored ice turtle, had it not been for the rich ice and snow elements it had gathered. He could not have predicted when Xiao Wei would manage to crystallize ice. The armored ice turtle, having heard Chi-Yi's supplementary remark, deemed him to be quite perceptive. This young man was indeed sensible. How long have I been asleep? The armored ice turtle inquired as it glided toward the shore. The small patch of ice upon which Chi-E stood was manipulated by the turtle, drifting along with it. Upon hearing the turtle's question, Chi-E was momentarily taken aback. He genuinely did not know the answer, as he was unaware of the year the turtle had fallen asleep. This year is the year 2135 of the new calendar. Chi-E responded, opting for a different approach. However, after speaking, he felt uncertain whether the armored ice turtle utilized the new calendar for its reckoning, given that it was a system established by humans, which many extraordinary beings did not necessarily acknowledge. The new calendar commenced from the year when humanity claimed a territory uniquely theirs. Prior to the new calendar, humanity had lived under the dominion of extraordinary beings, without any land to call their own. Is it truly that time already? I have been in slumber for nearly 70 years, murmured the armored ice turtle. Chi-E, startled, exclaimed, 70 years? You slept for a whole 70 years? This old turtle has quite the longevity. What became of Wansi Chue? The armored ice turtle inquired once more. Chi-E, well informed, responded, I know of Wansi Chue. It was a notoriously malevolent botanical extraordinary being in the northern regions of Huagua, infamous for its numerous misdeeds. The nation had made several attempts to negotiate with it, but none ended peacefully. Ultimately, It met its demise at the hands of several beast tamers from Huagua. The armored ice turtle anticipated this answer, reflecting on how Wansi Chue, in its hubris as a newly risen overlord, had believed it could act with impunity. Unaware that the tides of time had shifted, before its slumber, it had heard whispers of Wansi Chue's reckless actions and the impending intervention from Huagua. Upon awakening, it found Wansi Chue had indeed perished. In which year did Wansi Chue meet its end? The armored ice turtle asked cheerfully. Chi-E, lacking that knowledge, humbly admitted. I do not know. Surely, you humans possess devices for such inquiries. Why not consult one? The armored ice turtle noted Chi-Yi's hesitation, fearing it might request his phone. Chi-E then retrieved his device to search. Wansi Chue died in 2068, he reported after his inquiry. It appears Wansi Chue perished shortly after you fell into slumber. Truly, as an extraordinary being, one should not be overly arrogant. Survival is the true path to greatness. Kindly read me the details from that source, requested the armored ice turtle. Wansi Chue, notorious for abducting individuals to siphon their life force and showing no remorse, was ultimately besieged in March 2068 by beast tamers Wang Galin, Shi Yinquan, and Zhao Bing. After hearing the fate of Wansi Chue, the armored ice turtle continued its inquiries. And what of the 3 blue-footed birds? Chi-E strained to recall. They too have perished. How did they meet their demise? Chi-E resumed his search on the phone. Within Chi-Yi's embrace, Xiao Wei felt as though she were attending a history lesson, absorbing the accounts of extraordinary beings and their fates. Chapter 22. The essence of elemental power. Shun Guangyao had returned to his temporary dwelling, where he initiated an online meeting. The avatar of another participant displayed the character Zhou. The mission to rescue the missing individuals and their pets had concluded without casualties. The low-tier overlord, the armored ice turtle, had been in slumber for an extended period, seeking to ascertain whether the strength of Huagua had waned during its dormancy. Ultimately, the armored ice turtle provided a reasonably satisfactory explanation for the events. However, it retained one individual. By the shores of Qingmian Lake, the armored ice turtle reclined, eyes narrowed in the sunlight, as it listened to Chi-E recount the fates of familiar names from before its slumber. The turtle felt a sense of satisfaction upon learning that most of these names had met unfortunate ends. Indeed, it seemed that drawing too much attention was ill-advised. Survival remained the paramount principle. The realization that former adversaries had perished during its slumber was a gratifying sentiment. Chi-E, having read extensively from Baidu Encyclopedia, felt his throat parched. He sensed that the armored ice turtle was experiencing a profound sense of change upon awakening, an experience that seemed to delight it. Noticing the turtle's lack of further inquiries about other extraordinary beings, Chi-E suddenly had an epiphany. He gently tapped Xiao Wei, signaling her to seize the moment and absorb the elemental essence of ice and snow. Unlike other locations, the elemental essence in Qingmian Lake was notably potent due to the presence of the armored ice turtle. With the turtle so near, there was no better time to absorb this element. After a lengthy discourse on history, Xiao Wei quickly comprehended Chi-Yi's intent and discreetly began to absorb the ice and snow essence. After basking in the sun a while longer, the armored ice turtle retrieved 2 ice fish that Shun Guangyao had previously sent using ice blocks. Rising, it prepared to indulge in a feast. Xiao Wei, who had been diligently concentrating on the elemental essence, was suddenly captivated by the scent of fish. What is that aroma? It smells exquisite. Although she found the small rodents delectable, the scent of these large fish was undeniably enticing. Yet, mindful of the formidable turtle, she refrained from making any sudden movements, fearing for her safety should she attempt to snatch a morsel. Although the armored ice turtle did not visibly turn towards Chi-E, it communicated telepathically. Have your snowfield Martin come and partake of the feast. Taken aback, Chi-E cradled Xiao Wei and approached. Thank you, Lord Armored Ice Turtle, he expressed gratefully. He then leaned down and conveyed to Xiao Wei, the armored ice turtle invites you to join. Xiao Wei gazed at the turtle in astonishment, realizing its benevolence. Chirp. She chirped, first expressing her gratitude before moving to the side of the ice fish. The armored ice turtle lifted a claw, slicing off a portion of fish meat for her. Xiao Wei began to eat, savoring the flavor that surpassed anything she had ever tasted since her birth. Her initial cautious nibbles transformed into hearty bites, and soon, she was completely immersed in the fish the armored ice turtle had provided. It must be noted that the portion was substantial, far exceeding her size. Chi-E observed her increasingly ravenous appetite, uncertain if he should intervene. The voice of the armored ice turtle echoed in Chi-Yi's mind once more, bringing him back to focus. During these days you have accompanied me. Allow your little pet to remain by your side to absorb the ice and snow essence as my token of gratitude. Thank you, Lord Armored Ice Turtle. Chi-E expressed sincerely. He felt the turtle must be aware of Xiao Wei's earlier discreet absorption of the ice essence. The fact that the armored ice turtle permitted her presence was a boon. Had it not, Chi-E would have been compelled to return her to the beast space, which would have been unfortunate. Now, Chi-E felt that although the armored ice turtle had kept him around for a few days, it showed no inclination to harm him and even granted Xiao Wei a measure of training privilege. Training beside the armored ice turtle for a few days was likely more beneficial than a month of training at Qingyan Lake. Lord Armored Ice Turtle, may I inquire if Qingyan Lake will be open to the public in the future? Chi-E asked. The armored ice turtle chuckled lightly. I have no objections to opening this place, but you may find it temporarily closed for a while. Chi-E nodded, understanding the implications. Given the magnitude of these events, it was only natural that people would harbor fear, and the authorities would likely seal the area for a time to observe the armored ice turtle. Then, Lord, will you fall into slumber again? Chi-E pressed on. The armored ice turtle regarded him for a moment, not for a while. At least not for as long as this last slumber. However, it is occasionally possible to indulge in a brief respite. Chi-E would not perceive the slumber of the armored ice turtle as akin to that of humans. Its repose might last for months on end. Nonetheless, I may venture elsewhere for a stroll and to visit my old friends. By the way, is it still possible to obtain a supernatural being pass in Huagua? Inquired the armored ice turtle. Chi-E nodded in affirmation. Yes, but the procedure may have changed somewhat. Huagua has always been quite amicable towards supernatural beings willing to coexist peacefully within its territory, as long as these formidable creatures refrain from causing trouble. All matters can be amicably resolved. Provided that a supernatural being possesses a pass issued by Huagua, they will be warmly welcomed at various checkpoints, and may even be offered transportation or logistical services. Now, I shall bask in the sun a while longer. You and your snowland ferret may entertain yourselves. After feasting on the icy fish, the armored ice turtle reclined once more by the shores of the azure slumber lake. Closing its eyes to savor the warmth of the sun, Chi-E brought the now round-bellied Xiao Wei to the side and whispered, let us attempt to condense the snow and ice elements. Xiao Wei closed her eyes and began to gather the elements. Although the process was still quite taxing for her, the ice block she conjured was noticeably larger than the last one. This time, the ice block had grown to the size of a longan. Chi-E and Xiao Wei exchanged silly grins as they beheld the manifestation. As long as one can sense the elemental force and bring it forth, the most formidable obstacle in mastering the clan's elemental skills has been surmounted. Chapter 23, Heart of Extreme Ice. 5 days later, Shun Guangyao arrived punctually at the azure slumber lake, accompanied by others, to retrieve Chi-E. During these 5 days, Chi-E's tasks had indeed aligned with what the armored ice turtle had previously mentioned. He merely recounted the developments that had transpired outside during its prolonged slumber. Not only was Chi-E permitted to depart without reservations at the appointed time, but he had also reaped numerous benefits during his stay with the armored ice turtle. During this period, Xiao Wei's diet had significantly improved. She consumed whatever the armored ice turtle feasted upon. Chi-E even sensed that Xiao Wei felt a tad heavier when he held her these past couple of days. Furthermore, Chi-E's own meals had undergone an extraordinary upgrade. Each of his meals was delivered in insulated containers by dedicated personnel, featuring a standard of 4 dishes and a soup. And once he finished, someone would return the container. Yet, the most significant gain from his time with the armored ice turtle was undoubtedly Xiao Wei's mastery of the snow and ice elements. Thanks to the armored ice turtle's permission for Xiao Wei to experience these elements in its presence, her grasp of them had qualitatively improved. Now, Xiao Wei could condense ice blocks the size of ping-pong balls, an impressive feat for a 3-month-old snowland ferret. Chi-E felt entirely confident that she would master the clan's skills before the commencement of her final year in high school. Roar. Little Shun, I have slumbered for so long. I wish to visit old friends. How does one obtain the supernatural being pass? The esteemed armored ice turtle, you need not worry. I shall have Zhou Na assist you in the process. Shun Guanyao replied with a professional smile, gesturing for a tall woman standing behind him to step forward and help the armored ice turtle secure its pass. The tall woman approached and initiated communication with the armored ice turtle. Shun Guanyao, still clad in his striking black cloak, waved to Chi-E, signaling him to accompany him as they departed. Chi-E turned to the armored ice turtle. Esteemed armored ice turtle, I must take my leave now. Farewell. Roar. The armored ice turtle lazily replied. Although Chi-E had been compelled to remain at the azure slumber lake, it could not be denied that he had indeed benefited greatly during his stay. Chi-E remained unaware of the armored ice turtle's reasons for wanting him to stay, yet he felt a deep gratitude towards it. He followed Shun Guanyao as they left. Shun Guanyao brought Chi-E to the residence where he was currently staying, accompanied by a young man who appeared to be around 25 or 26 years of age. Chi-E, could you share what the armored ice turtle had you do these past few days? Shun Guangyao inquired, gesturing for Qi-Yi to take a seat on the sofa. Over the past few days, the armored ice turtle merely asked me about events that transpired during its slumber, Qi-Yi answered candidly. Shun Guangyao nodded, confirming that this was consistent with what his informants at the Azure Slumber Lake had relayed to him. Did you notice anything peculiar or unusual in the armored ice turtle's behavior during these days? Shun Guangyao continued to question. Not at all. The armored ice turtle simply basked in the sun and had me recount various matters it wished to know. Moreover, it has been quite generous with me, allowing my pet to train beside it and experience the snow and ice elements. Upon hearing Qi-Yi's words, Shun Guangyao deduced that the old turtle indeed had a fondness for Qi-Yi's appearance. In the eyes of supernatural beings, humans generally appear quite similar. They distinguish individuals primarily by the unique aura that humans possess. This aura is collectively referred to by supernatural beings as the human visage. However, what do you mean by however? Shun Guangyao's tone softened. The armored ice turtle possesses a unique ability. It can directly transmit its thoughts to my mind, inaudible to others. Qi-Yi contemplated before responding. Although Qi-Yi felt that the armored ice turtle was quite amiable towards him, he believed it prudent to disclose this matter. Shun Guangyao furrowed his brow. This seems to be a skill known as mental transmission, possessed by many powerful ancient supernatural beings, though few still wield it today. I did not expect this armored ice turtle to have such a capability. Was your decision to stay influenced by what the armored ice turtle conveyed through this mental transmission? Shun Guangyao inquired, gazing intently at Qi-Yi. Qi-Yi nodded. The armored ice turtle used mental transmission to request my company for a few days. At the time, I believed it to be some nefarious technique and was concerned that declining would lead to retribution from the armored ice turtle, hence I chose to remain. Shun Guangyao felt a twinge of embarrassment, realizing that Qi-Yi's choice to stay was not motivated by the generous rewards they had promised, but rather out of fear. It seemed that future tasks would require more careful consideration. No wonder Qi-Yi's expression had been so peculiar at that time. Ahem, Qi-Yi, do you recall my promise to you that you would receive 100,000 yuan or equivalent resources for staying there? Shun Guangyao spoke with earnestness. Qi-Yi's spirits surged at once, and he nodded earnestly. He had been awaiting this very statement from Shun Guangyao. I recall that your pet is a snowland ferret. At this stage, the most crucial aspect for it is to comprehend the snow and ice elements. How does a heart of extreme ice as your reward sound? Shun Guangyao proposed. The heart of extreme ice? That is indeed a remarkable treasure. Qi-Yi exclaimed with excitement. The heart of extreme ice is a precious artifact born in the frigid realms, which enhances a supernatural being's comprehension of the snow and ice elements when ingested. If a pet's understanding of the elements improves, the speed at which it masters elemental skills will significantly accelerate. The heart of extreme ice can be considered a sort of elixir for many young ice and snow-type pets. Although its official price is 100,000, it is often in short supply. If Shun Guangyao is willing to offer this as his reward, then Qi-Yi has indeed struck a great bargain. If possible, I would be truly grateful, Qi-Yi sincerely expressed. In that case, please provide me with your home address, and I shall send the heart of extreme ice directly to you, Shun Guangyao replied. May I inquire if Qingmian Lake will be open to the public in the future? Qi-Yi asked. Shun Guangyao was taken aback by Qi-Yi's question but answered nonetheless. Qingmian Lake will not be opening anytime soon. Its future accessibility will depend on circumstances. Moreover, the armored ice tortoise is set to depart shortly, and once it leaves, the lake will lose its frigid charm, rendering its opening unnecessary. Qi nodded, recognizing that Shun Guangyao's remarks aligned closely with what the armored ice tortoise had previously stated. After leaving his contact information and address, Qi departed. Once Qi had left, a companion standing beside Shun Guangyao looked at him in confusion and said, Sir, why grant him the heart of extreme ice? Its actual value significantly exceeds the compensation we initially promised him. Shun Guangyao shifted from his upright posture, reclining fully on the sofa. This Qi possesses an intriguing quality. The old tortoise would not have retained him without reason. Besides, our budget this time is ample. We can afford this. Chapter 24, A New Endeavor. The following day, Qi and Xiao Wei returned home, and after enduring anxious days at Qingmian Lake, Qi genuinely felt that being at home was far more comforting. How safe it feels. Xiao Wei, though appreciative of being home, still missed the refreshing days spent beside the armored ice tortoise. Qi reclined in a rocking chair beneath a tree in the yard, with Xiao Wei nestled on his lap, and everything was serene. Knock, knock, knock. The door to the yard was rapped upon. Is anyone there? Package delivery. Coming. Qi called back, rising from the rocking chair with Xiao Wei in his arms. He headed to retrieve the package, knowing it was likely the heart of extreme ice sent by Shun Guangyao. Upon opening the door, he was greeted by a young delivery man clad in a courier uniform, accompanied by a swift bird, a standard for delivering valuable items. Good day. May I ask if you are Mr. Chi? Indeed, he replied. Please sign for your package. After receiving the parcel, Chi Yi and Xiao Wei eagerly gathered together, unable to contain their excitement to unbox it. Unpacking a package was an exhilarating experience, and unwrapping such a valuable item only doubled the joy. Upon opening the parcel, they found a layer of specially designed ice packs. Beneath them lay a smaller box. Chi Yi and Xiao Wei gazed intently at the small box before slowly opening it, revealing a deep blue shard of ice. Is this truly the legendary heart of extreme ice? Xiao Wei inquired earnestly. Chi Yi nodded. Xiao Wei, are you prepared to accept this precious heart of extreme ice? With resolute determination, Xiao Wei nodded affirmatively. Today, I shall entrust this heart of extreme ice to you. You must train diligently and not disappoint my expectations, Chi Yi said with a serious expression. Xiao Wei cautiously accepted the box containing the heart of extreme ice and then ingested it. Chi Yi observed intently as Xiao Wei underwent the transformation. After swallowing, Xiao Wei closed her eyes, eventually opening them again. She displayed neither the anticipated pain nor pleasure. What do you feel? Chi Yi inquired with concern. I sense a chill coursing through my veins, converging ultimately in my heart. Xiao Wei articulated her sensations. Chi Yi nodded. Then let us attempt to condense the ice and snow elements. Xiao Wei began to close her eyes, focusing on the ice and snow elements. Although there was no visible cold vapor emanating from her head this time, the speed at which she condensed the elements had notably increased. This time, she formed an ice sphere larger than a ping-pong ball, perfectly rounded, while it appeared only slightly larger than the one she had condensed at Qingmian Lake. Chi Yi was thoroughly pleased. After all, the cold climate at Qingmian Lake boasted denser ice and snow elements, whereas their home was still quite warm, representing a time when such elements were scarce. Therefore, creating such a sizable ice sphere demonstrated that Xiao Wei's mastery of the ice and snow elements had indeed progressed. Moreover, it was evident that Xiao Wei found the condensation of ice and snow elements less taxing and was achieving it more swiftly. As Chi Yi nodded in approval of Xiao Wei's advancements, she reciprocated with an approving nod toward her own round ice sphere. This ice sphere is indeed splendid. How remarkable it is. While admiring the ice sphere, a sudden spark of inspiration flickered in Xiao Wei's mind. She closed her eyes once more, as if sensing something anew. Chi Yi, noticing Xiao Wei's unusual state, felt puzzled about her intentions. Typically, after condensing the ice and snow elements once, Xiao Wei would not attempt again for a considerable time, even up to a day. After all, to gauge her maximum potential, she usually exerted herself to create the largest ice sphere, which was quite taxing. Nevertheless, Chi Yi chose to remain silent, patiently awaiting her next move. During this attempt to condense the ice and snow elements, Xiao Wei faced significantly more difficulty than previously, and it took her much longer to achieve her goal. Upon reopening her eyes, Chi Yi was astonished to see that Xiao Wei had managed to condense snow. Flurries descended around her, their coverage limited but sufficient to blanket her form. However, due to the sweltering heat, many of the snowflakes melted before they could land on her. Yet, witnessing the snowfall filled Xiao Wei with immense joy. Yip yip yip, she exclaimed, bouncing gleefully on the ground. Chi Yi, equally astounded by the snowflakes Xiao Wei had conjured, marveled at the remarkable efficacy of the heart of extreme ice, a feat only possible due to Xiao Wei's exceptional abilities. Together, they laughed like delighted fools. Xiao Wei, let us practice your racial skills, Chi Yi suggested after a playful interlude. Now that you have mastered the snowfall skill, let us learn the ice armor skill. In the arena, the paramount goal is not merely to win, but to avoid defeat. As long as they cannot overpower us, we shall not lose. Thus, defense is crucial. Chi Yi imparted his philosophy to Xiao Wei. She nodded, albeit somewhat bewildered. Xiao Wei, concentrate on condensing the ice and snow elements again, but this time, do not form the ice externally. Rather, attempt to encase yourself in it. We shall take our time, and there is no need to exhaust all your energy at once. Previously, Xiao Wei had always exerted maximum effort when condensing the ice spheres, but now, due to the need for multiple attempts, she could not afford to deplete her strength entirely. Xiao Wei began to gather the ice and snow elements around herself. The first attempt was not particularly successful, with most of the ice falling to the ground, leaving only a small patch on her back. Well, even this first attempt is commendable. Chi Yi encouraged her with his supportive approach. With Chi Yi's encouragement, Xiao Wei embarked on her second attempt. This time, she managed to cover herself with slightly more ice than before, but the exertion of condensing the ice and snow elements proved too taxing, and she collapsed onto the ground. Chi Yi sighed and offered her some water. Things are still quite challenging. Regarding the issue of pet training quickly depleting energy, there are indeed solutions available. For quite some time, various nutritional supplements have been developed to replenish energy. As long as the pet consumes these supplements during training fatigue, it will instantly revert to its lively self. Unfortunately, Chi-E is currently unable to afford such supplements. A single journey to the Qingmian Lake has drained all of Chi-Yi's savings. Ding ding ding. Chi-Yi's phone rang. Upon answering, he realized it was a call from Dr. Shun, the psychological consultant. The god of wealth has arrived. Hello, Dr. Shun. I have just returned from Qingmian Lake. Chapter 25, The Depressed Fat Dragon. Chi-E arrived at the pet's psychological counseling center and knocked on Dr. Shin's office door. After receiving Dr. Shin's call, he was informed to come by whenever possible, as there was a significant case. Hearing about the major case made Chi-Yi's eyes sparkle. After all, big cases mean quick money. Come in, came the voice from inside the office. Chi-E gently pushed the door open. Hello, Dr. Shun. Doctor. Shun looked up and waved Chi-E in eagerly. What seems to be the issue with this pet? Chi-E asked directly. Dr. Shin smiled and replied. The issue does not lie with us. Rather, my senior sister is facing a challenging situation. She has taken in a pet, a young one that has only recently formed a contract with a human. It is now experiencing severe psychological issues and requires an assistant that can resonate with it. Chi-E nodded, continuing to inquire, what is the specific situation of this pet? I'm unable to disclose that for now. Once we reach my senior sister's place, she will provide you with the details. However, I assure you, this is definitely a significant case. Dr. Shin assured him. As long as it's a major case, that's manageable. After all, trying poses no risk, Chi-E concluded, reflecting on his prior experiences as a psychological assistant. He believed that the role primarily involved providing emotional value to the pet, without the necessity of executing tangible tasks. All right, where's the pet that needs an assistant? I would like to give it a try, Chi-E declared resolutely. The pet is not in our city. It is in Xingyuan City, Dr. Shin informed him. Xingyuan? Chi-E was somewhat taken aback. Xingyuan City is the capital of their province and not too far away. However, he hadn't anticipated that the troubled pet would be located outside their city, as Xingyuan City's economy is considerably more developed. Since even the doctors in Xingyuan City are seeking external assistance, it is evident that the pet's issue is indeed quite intricate. Noticing Chi-Yi's moment of silence and fearing he might hesitate, Dr. Shin quickly added, Chi-Yi, if you can resolve this issue, there's a guaranteed payment of at least 100,000. Moreover, regardless of whether you succeed in assisting my senior sister, I will cover all travel and accommodation expenses. All right, it's a deal. Chi-Yi responded, moved by Dr. Shin's deep concern for his senior sister's work, even going so far as to invest his own funds. Upon hearing Chi-Yi's immediate agreement, Dr. Shin sighed in relief. He held great confidence in Chi-Yi. Previously, whenever he had sought Chi-Yi's assistance, he had never failed. Each time a pet encountered Chi-Yi, it would inevitably unlock the deepest recesses of its soul. Once that door was pried open, he could penetrate the pet's heart, gradually improving its mental state. When Dr. Shun saw his senior sister seeking help in their group chat, he felt a sense of schadenfreude, surprised that the demanding senior sister was experiencing a predicament. However, when he saw the conditions she offered, his interest was piqued. Ultimately, Dr. Shun invited Chi-Yi to see if he could assist his senior sister. Dr. Shun and Chi-Yi set off promptly, as he was genuinely concerned that the rewards might be claimed by other peers. Standing outside the pet psychological counseling center in Xingyuan City, Chi-Yi marveled at how much more luxurious it was compared to the one in his own city. Chi-Yi, quickly, let us go inside. Dr. Shun beckoned. It was evident that Dr. Shun was quite invested in helping his senior sister. Throughout their journey, Chi-Yi could sense Dr. Shun's urgency to resolve her troubles. After navigating the expansive counseling center, Dr. Shun finally located his senior sister's office. Senior sister, he exclaimed, knocking twice at the office door before hurriedly ushering Chi-Yi inside. My junior brother has arrived, greeted a woman dressed in a white coat, her expression rather stern. Noticing two senior brothers standing in the office, Dr. Shin felt a sense of foreboding. Dreadful. It appears everyone is vying for my senior sister's reward, he thought. Senior sister, has the issue with the pet been resolved? Dr. Shin inquired cautiously. His senior sister sighed. Not yet. The pet still exhibits a lethargic, world-weary demeanor. I have tried numerous psychological assistants, and although a few junior brothers brought their assistance, regrettably, none have been effective. Dr. Shin clenched his right fist, feeling a surge of excitement while striving to maintain a facade of concern. Senior sister, I have brought a psychological assistant. Let him give it a try. His senior sister glanced at Chi-Yi, who had followed Dr. Shun, and nodded. Dr. Shun, seeing her approval, quickly pushed Chi-Yi toward her. Senior sister, this is Chi-Yi. He has successfully resolved issues for me on multiple occasions. His senior sister nodded and addressed Chi-Yi. Let us go and give it a try. Chi-Yi was a bit taken aback. They were proceeding without a thorough introduction of the pet's situation. Previously, when assisting Dr. Shun, there had always been a brief overview. Noticing Chi-Yi's confusion, his senior sister explained, the pet in question is quite rare and its situation is unique. First, you will meet it and observe its reactions. If you can evoke its emotions, we can discuss the next steps. Seeing Dr. Shin nod in agreement, Chi-Yi followed his senior sister. She led him to the outside of a treatment room. This pet is quite rare. Do not be startled upon seeing it. Approach it cautiously and observe its reactions. She instructed. Chi-Yi nodded and entered the room. Inside, the pet was entirely golden, resembling a chubby serpent, with a head significantly larger than that of a snake. 2 small horns adorned its head, and it boasted 4 tiny claws on its body. This is the fat dragon, Chi-Yi realized upon seeing the pet. Understanding that his senior sister's words were not exaggerated. This creature was indeed exceedingly rare. Although its current form appeared quite endearing, its ultimate evolution was nothing short of majestic. The fat dragon evolves into the 5-clawed golden dragon, a pure dragon-type extraordinary being with a prestigious race classification of totem. However, in its current chubby form, it remained undeniably charming. Legend has it that the name Fat Dragon originated when people first encountered this creature long ago. Unaware of its ultimate evolution into the 5-clawed golden dragon, they merely thought it resembled a subdragon species, thus bestowing upon it a rather adorable and non-threatening name. To my surprise, today's counseling subject turned out to be the rotund dragon. However, one must ponder what could possibly lead such a remarkable species to experience psychological issues. Chapter 26. The Causes of Depression. Greetings. Chi-Yi smiled and greeted the rotund dragon. In truth, it was Chi-Yi's first encounter with such a rare and promising companion beast, and he was eager to observe the rotund dragon up close. Unfortunately, a pane of glass separated them, a privilege afforded to such esteemed creatures. The rotund dragon leaned against the wall, exuding an air of disillusionment, its eyes devoid of life. Chi-Yi could not fathom what could cause such a potentially magnificent beast to succumb to despair. Upon hearing Chi-Yi's voice, the rotund dragon lifted its eyelids slightly to glance at him, noticing his smile. Its tail, which lay despondently on the ground, flicked gently. Outside the hospital room, Dr. Shun and the senior sister peered through the window, their excitement piqued by the movement of the rotund dragon's tail. Dr. Shin pressed his hands against the window with greater fervor. Chi-Yi must succeed. The reward his senior sister promised was of great significance to him. Seeing the rotund dragon react brought joy to Chi-Yi, who continued, "You look incredibly impressive. Your strength must be formidable, right?" This phrase was something he had learned from Xiao Wei, who seemed to prefer being praised for her capabilities rather than her cuteness. Chi-Yi surmised that a creature of such a powerful lineage would likely appreciate being acknowledged for its prowess as well. The rotund dragon straightened its posture, and its tail wagged a couple more times. Just as Chi-Yi sought to delve deeper into conversation with the rotund dragon, the senior sister knocked on the door, signaling him to step outside. Chi-Yi waved goodbye to the rotund dragon. "We'll meet again soon." To his astonishment, the rotund dragon waved back at him. Watching him depart. "Excellent. It appears the rotund dragon has taken a liking to you," the senior sister remarked with a smile. Chi-Yi grinned, envisioning a fortune of 100,000 beckoning him, and he and Xiao Wei were about to embark on a life of affluence. "Chi-Yi, I am Lin Yulan. You may call me Dr. Lin. Let us first discuss the condition of the rotund dragon," Dr. Lin said warmly. Chi-Yi followed her back to her office. "Chi-Yi, assisting the rotund dragon in overcoming its psychological issues may require your presence here for an extended period. Would that be feasible?" Dr. Lin inquired. Chi-Yi blinked. He had no problem staying longer, but in his previous role as a psychological assistant, his involvement was brief, with Dr. Shun taking over shortly thereafter. Why was the duration necessary this time? Dr. Lin explained. The reason behind the rotund dragon's psychological dilemma is quite peculiar. It believes its contract partner is too unattractive, leading to its depression. Chi-Yi was taken aback. This rationale was indeed bizarre. An unattractive contract partner? Just how unattractive could they be? He was genuinely curious. Ahem. Chi-Yi, you must understand that the aesthetic standards of companion beasts differ from those of humans. They do not assess beauty based on human features, but rather on the unique aura exuded by individuals. Dr. Shin interjected, observing Chi-Yi's expression shift. Chi-Yi realized his oversight. Indeed, the perspectives of companion beasts and humans diverged. However, what could the contract partner of the rotund dragon possibly look like to elicit such disdain from its companion? The rotund dragon was a product of a top-tier nurturing facility, and its contract partner had acquired it while it was still an egg to deepen their bond. The contract was established the moment the rotund dragon hatched, and it was said that upon opening its eyes and seeing its partner for the first time, it cried out of shock at their appearance. Dr. Lin continued. Chi-Yi's eyes widened. This narrative seemed fantastical and exaggerated. Was the rotund dragon merely a superficial creature? He cautiously inquired. The rotund dragon belongs to an ancient lineage, positioned at the pinnacle of the evolutionary pyramid, and these extraordinary beings tend to be quite particular about aesthetics, especially concerning humans, Dr. Lin elucidated. Although this assertion seemed dubious, historical evidence supported it, and contemporary experiments had confirmed its validity. Chi-E nodded in acceptance of this explanation and the reasons behind the rotund dragon's melancholy. What would you require me to do? He asked. Ultimately, securing that 100,000 was paramount. Before your arrival, we had already devised a plan for the rotund dragon. You need only spend some time accompanying it initially. Later, you will be present when it meets its contract partner. Allowing the rotund dragon to come to terms with its partner, Dr. Lin explained. Spending time with the rotund dragon requires only a small daily commitment. You may pursue other endeavors during the remainder of your time. We will provide accommodation and prepay a portion of your salary. Dr. Lin had been quite distressed over the rotund dragon, but the generous compensation from its contract partner left her no choice but to persevere. Chi-Yi's presence had genuinely alleviated her worries. All right, should I begin accompanying the rotund dragon today or tomorrow? Chi-Yi inquired. If possible, today would be ideal, Dr. Lin replied with a smile. Shall I head in now? Absolutely. If you can bring your companion beast along, that would be splendid. Your companion is likely still in its juvenile phase, and young beasts often develop a fondness for one another, Dr. Lin suggested. Chi-Yi nodded. He believed it would be beneficial for Xiao Wei to interact with a creature of such formidable strength, so he summoned her from the beast-controlling space. Dr. Lin gazed in surprise at Xiao Wei and Chi-Yi's arms. She had expected Chi-Yi's companion to be more commonplace, but instead, it was quite distinctive. Chi-Yi explained the situation of the rotund dragon to Xiao Wei. She expressed sympathy for the rotund dragon's plight, as she too was somewhat superficial. She had initially chosen Chi-Yi under a momentary enchantment, but harbored no regrets about her decision. Xiao Wei could hardly fathom the life the rotund dragon must have endured after its contract was established. She imagined it akin to a serene slumber abruptly interrupted by a barrage of fiery projectiles raining down upon it. Shaking her head vigorously, she found such a notion too terrifying to contemplate. Moreover, the fact that the rotund dragon had lived this way since birth made it even more harrowing. We must help the rotund dragon emerge from this shadow, Xiao Wei declared. Indeed, let us strive together. Chi-Yi equipped both himself and Xiao Wei with language translators and re-entered the rotund dragon's room. Chapter 27. Life is challenging. The rotund dragon sighs. Hello, Weiweida. Chi-Yi greeted the rotund dragon upon entering its chamber. Weiweida was the name of the rotund dragon. Jiwu. Xiao Wei waved at the rotund dragon. The rotund dragon maintained its listless demeanor, leaning against the wall, but upon seeing Chi-Yi enter, it wagged its tail slightly as a form of greeting. Weiweida, my name is Chi-Yi, and this is my companion, Xiao Wei. Chi-Yi introduced as he approached. This time, the glass partition between him and the rotund dragon was absent, allowing for an intimate encounter with such a rare creature. Awu. The rotund dragon responded, gazing at Xiao Wei. The plump dragon's ability to speak spontaneously left both Chi-Yi and Xiao Wei utterly astonished. Xiao Wei, filled with surprise, blinked her eyes, unable to fathom that the dragon would even harbor envy towards her contract partner's appearance. Just moments ago, the plump dragon had expressed its admiration for the beauty of Xiao Wei's contract partner. Eek. Xiao Wei modestly remarked that Chi-Yi was merely decent-looking and not exceptionally outstanding. Yet, her words struck a chord with the plump dragon, resonating with its feelings of sadness. Wah 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 wah. The plump dragon cried as it lamented to Xiao Wei, bemoaning its unfortunate luck and its less-than-ideal contract partner. Unsure of how to respond, Xiao Wei could only listen in silence. Once the plump dragon's emotions settled somewhat, Chi-Yi chimed in, Weiweida, you must look on the bright side. Your contract partner possesses substantial financial resources, capable of providing you with the finest training regimens and developmental plans. Whatever you wish to eat, your partner can procure for you. Chi-Yi's words were not merely a casual attempt to console the plump dragon. He genuinely believed that financial strength was of paramount importance. Unlike Xiao Wei, who had to agree to a series of inequitable treaties to indulge in an additional mouse treat, at times. She was even compelled to fend for herself due to her family's financial constraints. Wah wah wah, the plump dragon mumbled dejectedly. But my worth is evident. Who could afford me if they were not wealthy? Chi-Yi paused, realizing the truth in the plump dragon's statement. Indeed, anyone capable of affording a plump dragon would not merely be an average millionaire, but must be an extraordinarily affluent magnate. Wah 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 wah. After venting about its contract partner, the plump dragon began to lament its lineage. It lamented that since birth, it had been separated from its mother, pondering that if its mother had been with it, its contract partner wouldn't have been so unattractive. The plump dragon spiraled into melancholy. Huh. How did you contract with your dashing partner? It inquired of Xiao Wei. Eek. We entered into a free contract. Xiao Wei responded, her tone tinged with pride. Wawa. The plump dragon sighed, feeling unfortunate. It was indeed a struggle to embody a dragon, only to face such adversities. Observing the plump dragon's growing negativity, Xiao Wei felt a surge of anxiety within her. Eek! Allow me to perform for you, she exclaimed, rising from her seat and gesturing with her front paws in the air. Eek, eek, eek. Snowflakes began to drift around Xiao Wei and the plump dragon. Eek! How do you like it? Quite delightful, isn't it? Xiao Wei eagerly asked the plump dragon, hoping to divert its attention with the snowflakes. Wah wah wah. These falling snowflakes remind me of my icy heart. The plump dragon gazed up at the ceiling. Xiao Wei and Qi Yi spent a little more time with the plump dragon before stepping outside. Qi Yi shook his head at Lin Yulan at the entrance, indicating that the communication had been somewhat lackluster. Lin Yulan smiled helplessly. She had been observing their interaction since Qi Yi entered, aware of the dynamics at play. However, she hadn't anticipated any significant progress from Qi Yi in such a short span. It's all right, as long as the plump dragon is willing to communicate with you. That's already a positive sign. She expressed her satisfaction with Qi Yi's progress. Let us conclude today's interaction with the plump dragon here. A portion of your remuneration will be credited to your account shortly. By the way, there is a pet training facility nearby that specializes in ice and snow. You might want to take your pet there for some training. Qi Yi was intrigued not only by the mention of the remuneration, but also by the ice and snow facility Lin Yulan referred to. He was aware that within Xinyuan City, there existed numerous pet training venues not available in their locality. Initially, he intended to explore these places with Xiao Wei when he had the time. However, the venue Lin Yulan mentioned seemed perfectly suited for Xiao Wei, prompting Qi Yi to decide to take her to the pet ice and snow facility right away. All right, thank you, Dr. Lin. We'll head to the ice and snow facility shortly. After Qi Yi departed, Lin Yulan walked into the adjacent room where the plump dragon was housed. In that room sat a boy of similar stature to Qi Yi, with rosy lips and white teeth, embodying the current trend of the adorable little milk dog aesthetic favored by girls. Dr. Lin, do you really think I'm unattractive? The boy asked languidly. Leaning against the sofa, his expression dull, Lin Yulan gazed at his face, one that she would unreservedly like on social media. Mr. Du, the aesthetic standards of extraordinary creatures differ vastly from those of humans, she endeavored to comfort him. But even my pet finds me ugly, the boy lamented, displaying a sense of disillusionment. Lin Yulan, witnessing the sorrow etched on his face, yearned to offer some words of solace. Yet she felt at a loss for how to proceed. She sensed that the boy was nearing a state of depression, yet regrettably, her expertise lay solely in treating the psychological issues of pets, not humans. Qi Yi, accompanied by Xiao Wei, followed the directions on his phone to arrive at the pet ice and snow facility Lin Yulan had mentioned. This venue was specifically designed for ice-type pets, and the official promotions claimed the presence of a rare ice artifact that significantly enhanced the concentration of ice elements in the area. Before the armored ice turtle had awakened, the reason so many flocked to the Azure Dream Lake was not only due to the free offerings, but also because a professional assessment revealed that the ice element concentration there was considerably higher than that of some artificial ice facilities. Many smaller artificial ice arenas, due to their limited space and thin ice, did not possess a dense concentration of elements. In contrast, the pet ice and snow facility Qi Yi visited today boasted an expansive area, thick ice layers, and the presence of an ice artifact to attract ice elements, resulting in a notably high concentration of ice elements. However, this facility had a glaring drawback. It was expensive. Training a pet here cost 100 yuan per hour. Qi Yi glanced at the time and noted it was still early, so he opted to pay for 3 hours in advance. Having just received his paycheck, he was determined to indulge himself. Chapter 28, Ice Cloud Leopard. Upon entering the pet ice and snow facility, both Qi Yi and Xiao Wei were taken aback by its vastness. It truly was enormous. Initially, from outside, it appeared somewhat average, but once inside, they were awestruck by its grandeur. The ice and snow arena was divided into various sections, featuring separate ice and snow areas, along with mixed zones that included different training equipment. Xiao Wei quickly surveyed the surroundings and dashed towards a mixed area of ice and snow, diving headfirst into the snow. Snow. It's been ages. Although Xiao Wei sometimes conjured a bit of snow for herself to play with, her limited strength meant she could only create a small amount, which quickly melted away in the heat outside. Qi Yi chuckled as he watched Xiao Wei sprawled in the snow, scooping up some snow from the ground and sprinkling it over her. After several attempts, Xiao Wei was completely buried beneath the snow. Eek, eek, eek. Xiao Wei rolled around, shaking off the snow that clung to her. Though most of the snow atop Xiao Wei had been shaken off, remnants of delicate snowflakes still clung to her ebony fur. It appeared that for her species, the snow truly refused to melt upon contact. After frolicking for a while with Xiao Wei, Qi Yi prepared to commence training. As usual, Xiao Wei practiced enveloping herself in the ice she had condensed. While accompanying Xiao Wei in her training, Qi pondered the training regimen for her ice armor skill. As a racial skill of the snow-dwelling Sable clan, mastering ice armor was far more intricate than merely forming a layer of ice upon oneself. It required Xiao Wei to condense a substantial amount of ice and snow elements to envelop her entire body, while also necessitating precise control over the distribution of these elements. The essence of ice armor lay in comprehensive protection, with critical areas such as the head and neck requiring heightened defense, demanding Xiao Wei's meticulous mastery over the ice and snow elements. Currently, her practice of merely forming a layer of ice on her body was but a rudimentary exercise in elemental control. Hello. May my ice cloud leopard engage in a battle with your snow-dwelling sable? A boy, of similar stature to Qi, approached with his ice cloud leopard. Qi pondered for a moment, finding the scenario somewhat familiar. It echoed the time when Wang Zishuan, with his crystal mouse, initiated a challenge. However, while Wang Zishuan's crystal mouse was diminutive in size compared to Xiao Wei, this ice cloud leopard was significantly larger, at least thrice her size. Nonetheless, the outcome of battles between companion beasts was never determined by mere size. Very well, shall we begin now? Qi inquired. The battles between companion beasts played a crucial role in their growth, regardless of how well their skills were honed. They ultimately needed to learn to apply them in real combat. All right, shall we engage in battle then? The boy asked. No problem. I am Wang Hedong, he introduced. Qi replied. Suddenly, Xiao Wei sensed the absence of Qi's watchful gaze upon her, and was about to indulge in some fishing and snow play when she realized Qi had arranged for her to engage in combat. Indeed, catching fish was not as easy as it seemed. Nevertheless, Xiao Wei strode confidently over, determined not to lose her momentum before the battle even commenced. Qi and Wang Hedong stepped back, allowing ample space for the two companion beasts to engage. Shall we commence? Begin. Wang Hedong commanded. Ice Cloud Leopard. Use charge to pin it down. Right from the outset, he ordered a powerful skill unique to large beasts. The charge skill relied on physical and strength advantages to directly subdue the opponent. Qi had refrained from having Xiao Wei practice this skill, as her size was not particularly imposing among companion beasts. Thus, even if learned, it would be challenging to employ effectively. Xiao Wei, dodge with flicker. In the face of such a powerful move, the best strategy, aside from brute force, was to evade, with flicker being the simplest method of escape. Xiao Wei had become quite adept at this skill, nearing mastery. Observing Xiao Wei's proficient use of flicker, Wang Hedong furrowed his brow, surprised by the snow-dwelling Sable's agility. Ice Cloud Leopard, use Earthquake. Wang Hedong continued issuing commands. The Ice Cloud Leopard crouched low on the icy surface, initiating minor tremors in a radius around it. Xiao Wei, unaccustomed to this new development, felt her body vibrate in sync with the ground. Qi frowned, astonished that this Ice Cloud Leopard had acquired such a skill. Clearly, he could not limit Xiao Wei's training to mere motion-based abilities and racial skills. Her skill development required broadening. Xiao Wei, continue using flicker to escape the tremor zone. Qi swiftly instructed. Xiao Wei endeavored to employ flicker, but the ground's vibrations hampered her performance, significantly reducing her speed. Ice Cloud Leopard, use frostbite and charge at her. Sensing Qi's companion was growing frantic, Wang Hedong aimed to capitalize on the momentum. Xiao Wei, activate ice armor. Now that Xiao Wei was at a disadvantage, Qi could only hope for the best. As the Ice Cloud Leopard lunged towards her, mouth agape, Xiao Wei froze in fear. Instinctively, she raised her front paws to shield her head. Upon hearing Qi's command, she concentrated on recalling her training and endeavored to activate ice armor. However, perhaps due to her anxiety about protecting her head, the ice she conjured enveloped her front paws instead. As the Ice Cloud Leopard lunged, its teeth collided with Xiao Wei's encased paws. The Ice Cloud Leopard had expected to easily bypass the small paws to seize the Sable's head. Yet, in the next moment, it was met with excruciating pain. The Ice Cloud Leopard tumbled to the ground. Xiao Wei, relieved that her imagined scenario of being ensnared by the giant maw had not come to pass, cautiously opened her eyes to find the Ice Cloud Leopard lying on the ground, cradling its mouth. She glanced at the ice encasing her paws and a wicked grin spread across her face. Huh, big cat, prepare to pay the price. This time, Xiao Wei charged forth, claws of ice brandished, launching a fierce assault on the Ice Cloud Leopard's face. Take that for scaring me earlier. Although the Ice Cloud Leopard had just hurt its teeth on Xiao Wei's icy claws, it now found itself on the receiving end of a painful strike. The battle between the two companion beasts quickly devolved into a childlike skirmish, prompting both Qi and Wang Hedong to intervene. Xiao Wei, stop. Ice Cloud Leopard, cease. Yet, the two beasts, clearly caught up in their excitement, continued their brawl, ignoring their master's commands. Reluctantly, Qi and Wang Hedong had to physically separate them. Eek, eek, eek. Xiao Wei's ire remained unabated. That big cat had dared to scare her, and worst of all, she had actually been frightened. Roar. The ice cloud leopard, equally indignant, protested that it had only been startled and had endured pain in the process. Qi and Wang Hedong began to soothe their respective companions. After a brief respite, when both beasts had calmed down, Wang Hedong turned to Qi and inquired, "Is that skill of your companion ice armor?" Uncertain, he noted that while Xiao Wei's move resembled ice armor, the coverage was far too limited, merely enveloping her two paws. Yes, it's a skill she has only recently learned and is not yet proficient in. That she managed to use it today was rather fortuitous. Qi replied with a smile, quite pleased with Xiao Wei's ability to demonstrate even this level of ice armor. This also marks a significant breakthrough for Xiao Wei in her journey of mastering the ice armor skill. Moreover, the ice cloud leopard's use of its racial skill, Frozen Fangs, is not particularly proficient. One might even say it is rather clumsy. Qi believes that this ice cloud leopard has only recently acquired the Frozen Fangs skill, as evidenced by the prolonged pain it experienced when colliding with Xiao Wei's ice claws. The ice cloud leopard's Frozen Fangs skill is still in its nascent stage, requiring further practice. Its fangs are currently quite fragile. As it was getting late, Wang Hedong suggested, "Why don't we head over to the nearby pet food store for a bite to eat with our companions?" He was quite intrigued by the prowess displayed by Qi's snowy purple ferret and wished to get to know him better. Sure, Qi readily agreed, eager to learn how Wang Hedong managed to teach an ice-type ice cloud leopard a ground-type skill. They arrived at a pet food store next door, a place dedicated to providing nourishment for pets, with food specially formulated to aid their growth. Qi and Wang Hedong sat down, ordered meals for their pets, and selected some food for themselves as well. The pet food store also offered human meals, albeit generally lacking in exceptional flavor. Wang Hedong, I attend Xinyuan First High School. Which high school do you go to? Shuanghui, Haishan, he inquired. Qi blinked. He had some recollection of Xinyuan First High School, known to be one of the most prestigious in the province. I'm not from Xinyuan. I've come here for a matter and decided to experience the pet ice and snow venue along the way. I attend Husher First High School, he replied. Wang Hedong nodded, surprised to learn that Qi was not from Shenyuan, but he recalled that Husher was not particularly renowned among the prefecture-level cities in the province. Yet he was impressed by the capabilities of its students. Qi, your pet seems to have a remarkable command of the ice element. Would you mind sharing some insights? Although Xiao Wei could currently only utilize ice armor on her two foreclaws, it was sufficient to demonstrate her mastery over the ice element. It's nothing much, really. She merely consumed an ice-type treasure, Qi explained. Ice-type treasure? Is it the heart of extreme ice? Wang Hedong pondered aloud. Qi smiled and nodded, not particularly surprised that Wang Hedong guessed correctly, as there are not many ice-type treasures suitable for young pets, and the heart of extreme ice is among the most common. Actually, my ice cloud leopard also consumed a piece of the heart of extreme ice, but the effects were not as pronounced, Qi remarked, before turning to ask, Wang Hedong, may I inquire how your pet learned the skill, ground vibration? This was the question he had been most eager to ask. It's quite simple, really. I gave my ice cloud leopard an earth attribute conversion pill, which allowed it to learn the skill during the conversion period, Wang Hedong replied with a slight smile. Qi was familiar with the elemental attribute conversion pill, a cutting-edge product in the pet industry. After consuming this pill, a pet can temporarily change its elemental type. For instance, Wang Hedong's ice cloud leopard, having consumed an earth attribute conversion pill, would briefly convert from ice type to ground type. This medicine was primarily invented to enable pets to learn skills from different elemental types. The most crucial aspect is that this pill is exorbitantly expensive and quite difficult to procure. Those who have used the attribute conversion pill reported that the duration of the elemental conversion is short, and the pet's acceptance of the new element is slow. Thus, for a pet to learn skills of a different element through the attribute conversion pill, it would need to consume multiple pills. It seems Wang Hedong must have invested a considerable sum to teach his ice cloud leopard the ground vibration skill. There are indeed many wealthy individuals in Xinyuan City, from those splurging on a hefty dragon to those pouring money into their pet's cross-element skill development. The two continued discussing their strategies for nurturing their respective pets. You wish to cultivate your pet in non-action skills, correct? Action skills are the fundamental abilities like biting, dodging, and striking, which are essential in battle. In contrast, non-action skills encompass those beyond physical actions, such as the ground vibration of the ice cloud leopard and the racial skills of Xiao Wei. So, have you decided what skill you want your pet to learn? Wang Hedong continued his inquiry. At present, I wish for her to learn the calm mind skill. Qi responded. Wang Hedong quickly grasped that Qi felt his snowy purple ferret had become flustered during battles due to the ground vibration skill. Hence his desire for a skill that would instill a sense of calm during combat. That is a good skill. However, I have yet to plan how to train for it. Chi-E replied with a wry smile. I know a bit about the calm mind skill. There are two effective methods to learn it. One is to observe others in distress and gradually find peace within oneself. The other is to place oneself under tremendous pressure until one learns to remain undisturbed and tranquil, Wang Hedong explained. Chi-E listened intently, lost in thought. After finishing their meal, Chi-E and Wang Hedong parted ways. Chi-E and Xiao Wei returned to the pet ice and snow venue. Xiao Wei, let us try out the ice armor we just learned, Chi-E suggested. Eager to explore together after Xiao Wei utilized the skill, he had been too curious about how an ice-type ice cloud leopard learned a ground-type skill to remain at the venue earlier. Xiao Wei nodded, recalling her battle with the ice cloud leopard, and a layer of ice formed over her forepaws. Eek! Xiao Wei stood on her hind legs and presented her ice-coated paws to Chi-E. He grasped one of her paws, feeling the coolness. The ice did not melt under his touch. Chi-E then tapped Xiao Wei's ice claw with his fingertip. Xiao Wei, use your ice claw to crack this. He retrieved a walnut from his backpack, one he had specifically purchased outside. Xiao Wei looked at the walnut Chi-E placed on the ground, then at her own claws. Eek! With ease, she shattered the walnut shell. Chi-E picked out the walnut meat from the broken shell. Not bad, he said, popping a small piece into his mouth. Xiao Wei raised an eyebrow, questioning, is this why you had me master the ice claw? Just as she was about to voice her complaint, Chi-E popped a piece of walnut meat into her mouth. Well, using the ice claw to crack walnuts seems acceptable. She mused, enjoying the taste of the walnut meat and narrowing her eyes in satisfaction. As Chi-E cleaned up the scattered shells, he encouraged, Xiao Wei, let us try covering your whole body with ice armor. Xiao Wei concentrated again. The ice on her forepaws shattered, and a thin layer of ice began to form across her body. Unfortunately, the ice soon broke apart. Chi-E gazed at the shattered ice fragments strewn across the ground, pondering that the current mastery of ice and snow elements by Xiao Wei was likely insufficient for her to conjure the frost armor. However, crafting a protective shell for a small portion of herself should pose no challenge. Xiao Wei, attempt to create a frost head. Chi-E commenced his endeavor. Xiao Wei began to gather the icy essence atop her head, but alas, she was unable to succeed. Try the frost ears, Chi-E urged. To his delight, Xiao Wei's attempt at the frost ears proved remarkably successful, requiring little effort on her part. She had fashioned a set of frost ears. Experimenting with her ears, Xiao Wei discovered that their agility had diminished compared to before. This was to be expected. The initial use of frost armor often resulted in restricted movement. But proficiency would come with time, Chi-E explained. Xiao Wei nodded, feeling that not only had her ears lost some flexibility, but her auditory perception had also dulled. Chi-E's voice now seemed muted. This frost ear receives a poor review. Xiao Wei, let us try the frost tail. Xiao Wei concentrated, and the tip of her tail formed a small ice ball. She flicked her tail, feeling as though she had acquired a meteor hammer tail. As Chi-E and Xiao Wei experimented with their newly learned skills, his phone rang. Hello, Dr. Lin. Chi-E, where are you right now? Could you come over? Lin Yulan inquired. I'm at the Pet Beast Ice Arena. What is the matter? There's an issue with the fat dragon. It has started crying for reasons unknown. Could you come to comfort it? Dr. Lin's tone was urgent. All right, I'll head over immediately. Chi-E hung up and turned to Xiao Wei. We need to return to the Pet Beast Psychological Consultation Center. Xiao Wei solemnly nodded in agreement. Zhiwu. They made their way back to the consultation center, where they found a crowd gathered outside the fat dragon's ward. After exchanging greetings with Lin Yulan, they entered. Wai Guida, what troubles you? Can you share with me? Chi-E approached the fat dragon with a warm smile, gently inquiring. Zhiwu? Xiao Wei, equally anxious, looked at the fat dragon, seeking to understand its plight. Wah. It's nothing, really. I just feel that no one understands me. I've never been empathized with. People say that everyone is inherently different. Perhaps pets are too. A solitary tear traced down the fat dragon's cheek. Xiao Wei, striving to offer comfort, reassured it that life was not as bleak as it seemed. However, Chi-E discerned the underlying issue. The fat dragon was experiencing a bout of late-night melancholy. Unlike the typical solitary individual brooding beneath the covers, the fat dragon was overwhelmed by the attention of many, initially unaware of why its tears stirred concern among onlookers. Xiao Wei, still naive to the concept of late-night melancholy, believed the fat dragon genuinely found life unworthy, fearing the situation had escalated severely. Chi-E and Xiao Wei spent time supporting the fat dragon, making earnest attempts to uplift its spirits. Ultimately, the fat dragon returned to the disillusioned demeanor Chi-E had previously encountered, yet at least it had ceased its tears. The fat dragon resumed its position leaning against the wall, its tail drooping. Chi-E and Xiao Wei exited the ward. It should be fine. The fat dragon was merely experiencing late-night melancholy, Chi-E explained to the gathered crowd outside the ward. The onlookers, Having overheard the exchange between Qi and the fat dragon, understood the situation. Since the fat dragon only communicated with Qi and not with anyone else, they were left unaware of the reason behind its tears. They were astonished to learn that even such a powerful creature could succumb to late-night melancholy. Cough. It's nothing to worry about now. Everyone can head home, Lin Yulan addressed the crowd. Gradually, the spectators dispersed, leaving only Qi, Lin Yulan, and a young man. Qi glanced at the young man, noting that he was rather handsome, perhaps only slightly less so than himself. Thank you, the young man spoke up. Unfamiliar with his identity, Qi deduced that the young man had lingered to express gratitude, likely due to his connection with the fat dragon. I'm Du Ziwei, the contract partner of Weigui Da, the young man introduced himself. Qi nodded, confirming his suspicion that this young man was indeed the fat dragon's contract partner. The name Du Ziwei suggested a fondness for the fat dragon. Hello, I'm Qi. Chapter 31, Dragon Might. Qi subtly assessed Du Ziwei, intrigued by the individual who could potentially induce such melancholy in the fat dragon. Was it a case of you win some, you lose some? In human eyes, Du Ziwei might be considered handsome, yet perhaps he was less appealing in the eyes of beasts. Qi discreetly glanced back at Xiao Wei, sensing that Du Ziwei might indeed lack charm in the realm of pets. Qi, our initial plan was for you to accompany the fat dragon alone first, then allow Du Ziwei to join in later. However, we would like to expedite this process and have Du Ziwei interact with the fat dragon sooner, Lin Yulan stated. Sure. I have no objections, Qi replied, feeling sympathy for Du Ziwei, who needed assistance just to connect with his own pet. Qi, thank you, Du Ziwei expressed. Observing the young man's weary countenance, Qi felt that not only was the fat dragon depressed, but Du Ziwei seemed to be nearing the brink of despair as well. Dr. Lin briefly discussed the fat dragon's situation with Qi and Du Ziwei before they parted ways. Xiao Wei, what do you think of Du Ziwei? Qi asked upon reaching their temporary lodging. Jiwu. Xiao Wei's expression was one of alarm, and she conveyed that she could now fully comprehend why the fat dragon had become what it was. The following day, Qi and Xiao Wei arrived at the Pet Beast Psychological Consultation Center. Today we will attempt to have Xiao Wei train alongside the fat dragon to observe the effects, Dr. Lin announced, holding a notebook. Qi and Du Ziwei approached the fat dragon's ward and entered. Weigui Da, greetings, Qi called out cheerfully. Upon seeing Qi and Xiao Wei enter, the fat dragon, eager to welcome them with a wag of its tail, suddenly noticed Du Ziwei following behind. Its tail drooped once more, along with its head, shoulders, and overall demeanor, exuding despondence. Qi, Du Ziwei, Weigui Da, shall we train together with Xiao Wei today? Qi asked the fat dragon. The fat dragon remained despondently still, unresponsive. Weigui Da, we must strive together to grow stronger, Qi encouraged, alongside Xiao Wei. Eventually, the fat dragon was coaxed from its near-permanent seat, pulled along by Qi and Xiao Wei. Xiao Wei, let us begin by practicing the frost armor skill. First, conjure frost claws, and then attempt to expand the range of the ice coverage. Qi instructed Xiao Wei. Jiwu. Xiao Wei commenced her training for the day. Qi cast a glance at Du Ziwei, who stood at a distance, hesitant to approach, and let out a sigh. Wei Da, might I witness your dragon might skill? Qi gently inquired of the plump dragon. Prior to entering, he had specifically consulted Du Ziwei regarding the particulars of the plump dragon. The dragon gazed at Qi's face and ultimately nodded in acquiescence. The plump dragon spread its hind legs apart, standing tall, its forelegs reaching towards the heavens, and then began to unleash a mighty dragon roar. Whoa! Qi was immediately enveloped by a palpable shift in the atmosphere, a weighty presence pressing down upon him. He felt a surge of anxiety, his composure gradually unraveling. Meanwhile, Xiao Wei, who was practicing the ice armor skill, became utterly agitated. Her once slender tail now appeared significantly thicker, the fur bristling with tension. Xiao Wei crouched on the ground, her eyes darting nervously around her surroundings. After maintaining the dragon might skill for a brief period, the plump dragon ceased its display, not only due to witnessing the turmoil affecting Qi and Xiao Wei, but also because its own stamina was insufficient to sustain the exertion. Wu? The plump dragon inquired with concern about the well-being of Qi and Xiao Wei. Qi approached Xiao Wei to assess her condition. Although Xiao Wei had been rather overwhelmed by the plump dragon's dragon might skill, she quickly regained her composure once the skill was withdrawn. We are all fine, Qi reassured the anxious plump dragon. The dragon exhaled in relief. Simultaneously, Du Ziwei, observing the plump dragon as well as the mutual concern between Qi and Xiao Wei, sighed heavily. Despite being affected by the dragon might skill himself, he felt a pang of isolation, wondering why no one seemed to worry for him. The impact of the dragon might was one thing, but why must he endure the additional emotional turmoil? Perhaps we should refrain from practicing this skill. It seems to create undue stress for those around you. Although the plump dragon's dragon might skill posed no lasting adverse effects, its activation did induce feelings of anxiety and oppression within a certain radius. No, we shall continue with this training. Chi-E quickly countered. The plump dragon looked on, perplexed. Xiaowei now seeks to learn the calm heart skill, which is particularly effective under pressure. You shall continue practicing the dragon might skill, while Xiaowei simultaneously experiences the pressure and hones her ice armor skill. This way, not only will Wei Wei to refine his dragon might skill, but Xiaowei will also enhance her ice armor skill, achieving 3 objectives in one endeavor. Is that truly possible? The plump dragon queried, astonished. How can it be so? Chi-E, satisfied with his arrangement, nodded approvingly and quietly stepped out as Xiaowei and the plump dragon commenced their training. The potency of the dragon might was indeed impressive. Chi-E felt quite uncomfortable under its influence in the room, prompting him to seek solace outside. Upon exiting, Du Ziwei followed suit, and the two settled together on a bench outside. It must be wonderful to be favored by a pet beast, Du Ziwei remarked enviously, gazing at Chi-E. Have you ever contemplated what you would do if the plump dragon refused to accept you? After a moment of silence, Chi-E posed the question. I suppose I would try again. If it still proves unfeasible, perhaps I would dissolve our bond once the plump dragon matures a bit more. Du Ziwei responded with a calm tone, as if this notion had long been contemplated. Chi-E nodded in agreement. If the plump dragon ultimately remained unresponsive to Du Ziwei, dissolving their contract might indeed be the most prudent course of action. Presently, Du Ziwei had just begun his journey as a trainer, and the plump dragon was still quite young. Terminating their bond now would surely be detrimental to both parties. Du Ziwei gazed placidly at the white wall ahead, gradually reconciling himself with the reality of being overlooked by extraordinary beings. In his childhood, his parents' pet beasts had shown little affection towards him. During his school years, when he longed to play with the well-mannered extraordinary creatures kept at school, those beings would often sidestep him in favor of other children. Perhaps the path of becoming a beast master was not meant for him? No, that cannot be true. Surely there are extraordinary beings willing to submit to him for the sake of his wealth and become his pets. He believed that a future beast master would certainly have his place. Chapter 32, The World's Mightiest Dragon. Xiaowei's training and the plump dragon's recovery were progressing steadily. Over the past few days, it had been a joint endeavor of training between Xiaowei and the plump dragon. The plump dragon's dragon might skill had significantly improved, and Xiaowei's training under the influence of the dragon might was proving highly effective. Chi-E observed with satisfaction as the impact of the dragon might on Xiaowei gradually diminished. He truly was a prodigy under his guidance. Not only had the plump dragon made strides, but Xiaowei had also shown commendable progress in learning the calm heart skill. He had ingeniously arranged for a dragon to create a bespoke training environment for Xiaowei. He was indeed impressive. Chi-E reveled in his self-congratulation for a moment. Ding! Ding ding! The alarm clock Chi-E had set chimed. Upon hearing the sound, the plump dragon ceased its display of dragon might and settled onto a nearby chair. Meanwhile, Xiaowei, who had been practicing both the ice armor skill and the calm heart skill, collapsed onto the ground. Today, as training had finally come to an end, the exertion had been taxing, and training under the pressure of dragon might felt like an added burden. Chi-E switched off the alarm. He had agreed with Xiaowei and the plump dragon to cease training at 8 o'clock in the evening. The remaining time was to be dedicated to leisure. This decision was made considering the plump dragon's current condition, which was not suited for high-intensity training. Additionally, Xiaowei had already endured considerable strain under the dragon might, and Chi-E felt reluctant to press her further. However, after 8 o'clock, the two beasts would not be able to engage in play immediately. A discussion segment was still necessary before the day's conclusion. Chi-E lifted Xiaowei from the ground and placed her onto the chair beside the plump dragon. Sitting opposite them, let us converse about our dreams. I shall share mine first. My aspiration is to become a revered beast master. And once I establish a stable income or sufficient savings, I shall indulge in idleness. Chi-E's face radiated with hope. Achieving financial freedom and then relaxing was his lifelong dream. He was determined to strive towards that goal. Xiaowei, now it is your turn to share your dream. Chi-E encouraged her. Zhuwu. Xiaowei tilted her head in contemplation before responding. Zhuwu, Zhuwu. My dream is to evolve into the auspicious purple marten form, acquiring fortune-related skills and maximizing my fortune value, thus living a blissful marten life. As she spoke of her dream, Xiaowei's eyes squinted with delight, as if she could already envision the happiness that awaited her as an auspicious purple marten. In truth, this dream was not solely hers. It was also her mother's aspiration. According to her mother, the dream of their marten clan was to evolve into auspicious purple martens and fully realize their fortune potential. Chi-E nodded, finding the dream commendable. Yet he recognized the challenges it entailed. Transitioning from the snowfield marten to the ice plains marten form was relatively straightforward, requiring only diligent accumulation. However, to evolve from the ice plains marten to the auspicious purple marten would depend on whether Xiao Wei could amass sufficient fortune before her transformation. In comparison to Xiao Wei's aspirations, Qi Yi felt that his own dreams were somewhat more attainable. After all, Guo Jingquan became a beast master simply by possessing an Arctic purple minx. Although it is evident that Guo's rise to becoming a beast master was not solely reliant on that singular creature. However, if one day Xiao Wei were to truly evolve into a fortuitous purple minx, then he would transcend the status of merely being a financially liberated beast master. Wiwi, what about you? Qi Yi inquired, casting a glance at the rotund dragon. Roar, roar, roar. The rotund dragon appeared to have anticipated this question, launching into an enthusiastic monologue. I aspire to evolve into a 5-clawed golden dragon, sprout wings, and soar across the globe to redistribute wealth, defend the weak, and earn the admiration of countless individuals and extraordinary beings. Subsequently, I shall absorb the power of faith to grow stronger and become the mightiest dragon in the world. As the rotund dragon articulated its dream, its spirits visibly soared. The concept of faith, which the rotund dragon mentioned, is intrinsically linked to a skill known as faith accumulation. This skill allows one to grow stronger by gathering the emotions of admiration and reverence from other beings. Notably, faith accumulation is not exclusive to the 5-clawed golden dragon. Numerous formidable extraordinary species can acquire this skill upon reaching a certain evolutionary threshold. There is also potential for Xiao Wei to learn this skill upon evolving into a fortuitous purple minx. Qi Yi and Xiao Wei listened in awe to the rotund dragon's ambitions, feeling rather small in comparison. The rotund dragon's aspirations seemed far grander. Roar? What do you both think? The rotund dragon gazed expectantly at Qi Yi and Xiao Wei. To be honest, this was the first time in days that Qi Yi had witnessed such vitality emanating from the rotund dragon. Quite impressive. Once you become the mightiest dragon, will you take us on a journey around the world? Traveling the globe with the world's #1 dragon would undoubtedly be magnificent, Qi Yi asked earnestly. Jiwu Jiwu, please be sure to take us along. Xiao Wei echoed with equal seriousness. Roar. The rotund dragon, slightly bashful at their earnestness, had initially only indulged in fanciful thoughts. Yet Qi Yi and Xiao Wei's sincerity caught it off guard. Nevertheless, having spoken its aspirations aloud, it felt compelled to strive towards them. Roar. Once I become the mightiest dragon, I promise to take you both on a grand tour of the world. The rotund dragon made its vow. Qi Yi and Xiao Wei nodded in delight. Who wouldn't he want a friend who was the mightiest dragon in the world? However, if you do become the mightiest dragon, taking us on a global tour may present some challenges, Qi Yi sighed. Roar? Why so? The rotund dragon's eyes widened. Once I am the mightiest dragon, surely taking someone for a trip would not be an issue. You must be aware that the Beast Alliance currently enforces strict regulations, preventing extraordinary beings from roaming freely. Such extensive travel would likely not be sanctioned. Qi Yi's tone turned somber. Roar? What then? The rotund dragon queried anxiously. Unless the extraordinary being has a contractor willing to pay a substantial deposit to the Beast Alliance, it would be quite difficult, Qi Yi suggested after a moment of contemplation. In truth, the situation was slightly more nuanced than what Qi Yi articulated. However, he devised this strategy in hopes of persuading the rotund dragon to accept Du Ziwei. Curious to see if this would alter the rotund dragon's perception of him. A contractor? A large sum of money? The rotund dragon immediately thought of its contractor, who stood hesitantly at the door. Instinctively, it glanced over. The moment its eyes met Du Ziwei's, the rotund dragon averted its gaze, appearing startled. How terrifying! The future mightiest dragon was frightened. Chapter 33, Verification of Strength. Wiwi, we must take our leave. Qi Yi bade farewell to the rotund dragon at the entrance of the Beast Psychological Counseling Center. After several days of attentive companionship from Qi Yi and Xiao Wei, the rotund dragon's emotional state had significantly improved. Now, the rotund dragon was no longer as despondent. It was prepared to strive towards becoming the mightiest dragon. Although the rotund dragon had not fully embraced Du Ziwei, it had reached a point where it could coexist peacefully with Du, provided it didn't have to see him. Whenever they were together, it sufficed for Du to stand behind the rotund dragon, thus avoiding direct sight of him. The reason Qi Yi was eager to return was that the National High School Beast Combat Tournament was about to commence, and he needed to return to Hu City to compete. Given the national scale of the tournament, numerous participants would be involved, necessitating a rigorous selection process to identify the most capable candidates. Qi Yi was set to participate in the internal selection competition at Hu City #1 High School. Had it not been for the urgency of this competition, Qi would have preferred to linger longer with the rotund dragon. After all, not only could he benefit from the training resources provided by the rotund dragon, but Xiao Wei could also enjoy a life of luxury alongside it. The bond between the rotund dragon and Xiao Wei had grown quite profound. Regardless of what the rotund dragon consumed, it would always think of Xiao Wei. Though the rotund dragon still had a journey ahead to achieve complete recovery, its current condition had improved remarkably since Qi Yi's arrival. Consequently, Du Ziwei transferred the remaining payment for Qi Yi's assistance in the rotund dragon's treatment. Qi Yi, we shall meet again at the provincial round of the Beast Tournament. Du Ziwei waved goodbye with a smile. Indeed, Qi Yi and Xiao Wei embarked on their journey home. As he reflected on Xiao Wei's training progress over the past days, Qi Yi noted that Xiao Wei's ice armor now covered 80% of her body. With continued consistent training, she would soon achieve a standard level of proficiency in the skill. Furthermore, Xiao Wei's calm heart skill had also been cultivated. Having reached an ordinary level of mastery, aided by the rotund dragon's imposing presence, Qi Yi marveled at the effectiveness of the pressure exerted by the dragon. He had previously researched relevant materials, which indicated that, aside from a few species with exceptional talent for the calm heart skill, most beings required a 3-month cycle to master it. Yet, Xiao Wei had accomplished this in just 3 weeks. A testament to the advantages of training under the rotund dragon's influence. As Qi Yi affectionately stroked Xiao Wei, he remarked, "Zhiwu." Xiao Wei, feeling indignant, retorted that while he had enjoyed the luxury of relaxation during the rotund dragon's display of might, she had been left to endure the rigors of training alone. Qi Yi intensified his affectionate gestures, attempting to quell Xiao Wei's dissatisfaction. Despite the commendable progress in the ice armor and calm heart skills, the snow cover skill had seen little advancement. Xiao Wei had only managed to conjure a few snowflakes in the air, falling short of freezing opponents or impeding their speed. Nonetheless, since she had already been diligently training the ice armor and calm heart skills, Qi Yi had not pressed too hard on the snow cover skill. Moreover, he planned to consult Xiao Wei's mother for training methods regarding the snow cover skill upon their return, while also showcasing his training results to Uncle Guozhenkuan. Qi Yi and Xiao Wei returned to their doorstep, where Qi Yi retrieved the key to the front gate from his pocket. After unlocking the door, both he and Xiao Wei stepped into their small courtyard. An overwhelming sense of relaxation washed over him. Although Qi Yi, as a traveler, had not spent much time in this modest abode, and often resided elsewhere, it was undeniable that each return brought with it the comforting sensation of home. Once inside the courtyard, Xiao Wei leapt from Qi Yi's side, yearning to reunite with the beloved gray mice of their home. While in Xingyuan City, Xiao Wei had managed to catch some gray mice for herself, yet she felt that the ones outside could not compare to those at home in terms of taste. Don't wander too far, let's rest today, and tomorrow we shall visit Uncle Guozhenkuan, Qi Yi advised as usual. Squeak. Qi Yi entered the house, turned on the fan, and lay down to sleep. The following day, Qi Yi and Xiao Wei arrived at Guozhenkuan's residence, brimming with energy. Uncle Guo, Weavy arrived. Squeak squeak. They knocked on the door. Coming. A voice called from within, and Guozhenkuan opened the door. Accompanying him was Xiao Wei's mother, the ice weasel known as Bingyuan Jidiao. Squeak. Squeak. The mother and daughter exchanged greetings, after which Xiao Wei nestled against Bingyuan Jidiao, recounting her recent adventures. Hello, Uncle Guo, Qi Yi greeted with a smile. Come in and take a seat, Guozhenkuan invited, leading Qi Yi to the sofa. The experiences you shared with me on your phone over the past few days were quite remarkable, Guozhenkuan remarked. Upon learning that Xiao Wei had voluntarily formed a pact with Qi Yi and that Qi Yi was rather impoverished, Guozhenkuan had already contemplated providing Xiao Wei with some training resources. Yet, he was pleasantly surprised to discover that Qi Yi not only had aspirations, but also possessed considerable talent. From initially taking Xiao Wei to catch field mice for profit to serving as a psychological assistant, and eventually becoming one who took on significant contracts, Qi Yi's journey unfolded in ways Guozhenkuan had not anticipated. Even though Qi Yi was still not particularly affluent and could not afford to feed Xiao Wei specialized pet food at every meal, he had nurtured her remarkably well, even exceeding expectations. It is indeed extraordinary, but without these experiences, Xiao Wei's current strength might not have developed as robustly. Qi Yi remarked with a smile as he looked at Xiao Wei. You're about to participate in competitions. Are you confident? Guozhenkuan teased. Absolutely, Qi Yi replied. What level of strength does Xiao Wei currently possess? Have you had her tested? Guozhenkuan inquired. I haven't tested her yet, but I'm confident she can easily demonstrate her high-level extraordinary strength, Qi Yi responded. Based on past years, this level of strength would easily secure the top position in school. However, I recommend that you first have Xiao Wei assessed at the nearby Beast Master Association for her high-level extraordinary strength, so she can directly enter the finals of the school competition. Otherwise, progressing through round after round could be quite time-consuming, Guojunkoan advised. Chi-yi smiled. All right. I will take Xiao Wei for the assessment tomorrow, Uncle Gua. I also wish to consult you about the skill snow cover. Chapter 34. The principle of the snow cover skill. Ah, snow cover. Guojunkoan chuckled upon hearing Chi-yi mention the skill. This skill fundamentally tests the imagination of the pet beast. Imagination? What do you mean? Chi-yi inquired. Snow cover is essentially the pet beast condensing snow elements to create a light snowfall. Any creature touched by the falling snow will experience a slowdown in their movements. Guojunkoan explained. Indeed. However, relying solely on conventional learning would be insufficient. At this juncture, the pet beast must envision that the snow possesses unique capabilities, whereby anyone it falls upon would have their speed diminished. Guojunkoan took a sip from his cup and continued leisurely. Chi-yi blinked in surprise. Is it really that simple? This seems rather unscientific. Guojunkoan, satisfied with Chi-yi's astonished expression, recalled his own surprise upon first learning this. The ice weasel possesses 2 racial skills. While ice armor is also a racial skill, many ice-type extraordinary beings possess similar protective skills. However, snow cover stands unique among ice-type extraordinary creatures, with no comparable skill existing. Chi-yi reflected on this, noting that there were indeed several racial skills akin to ice armor, such as Wang Xuanzhi's pet, the ice crystal mouse, which had the racial skill ice crystal armor. These skills likely shared different core techniques among various races, yet produced similar effects. Yet, snow cover remained unrivaled in its uniqueness. Thus, it epitomized the distinctive traits of the Weasel lineage. Legend has it that the skill snow cover was discovered by the ancestors of the Weasel clan when they were pursued by enemies into a scorching region. Just as they were about to faint, they suddenly comprehended this skill, causing their pursuers to slow down, allowing for a successful escape. Chi-yi nodded thoughtfully. This legend, despite its absurdity, contained a hint of plausibility. So this skill relies on Xiao Wei's imaginative thinking to learn? Chi-yi asked. It is not mere fanciful thinking. Rather, it is grounded in reasonable imagination. As long as Xiao Wei believes that the snowflakes she conjures can slow others down, it will suffice, Guojunkoan clarified. But how can I convince Xiao Wei that the snow she creates is special? Chi-yi continued. That is a challenge for you to resolve. Each contractor of the snow weasel has their own method, Guojunkoan replied. Chi-yi fell into contemplation. After discussing some training plans for Xiao Wei with Guojunkoan, Chi-yi departed with her. Before leaving, Xiao Wei indulged in a can of delicious food prepared by Bingyuan Jidiao, and took home another can for the following day. Upon returning home, Chi-yi turned to Xiao Wei. Xiao Wei, let us commence our training for snow cover. Squeak. Having relished a delectable can, Xiao Wei was delighted, especially knowing that another treat awaited her tomorrow, which only heightened her joy. The can brought Xiao Wei happiness, inspiring her to channel this joy into her training. I have understood the essence of learning snow cover. You must imagine that the snowflakes you conjure can slow down others, Chi-yi explained to Xiao Wei. Squeak. Xiao Wei nodded, seemingly grasping the concept. Just think, in the coldest weather, would you not become frozen? Chi-yi began to guide Xiao Wei's thoughts. Squeak. Xiao Wei shook her head, earnestly asserting that in the cold, she only felt happier, as the Weasel clan inherently adored ice and snow. Oh well, many other creatures would indeed freeze in cold weather. For instance, if I were in a very cold place, would I not freeze? Chi-yi continued to guide Xiao Wei. Xiao Wei pondered, recalling how Chi-yi had bundled himself in layers at Qingyan Lake, even producing a runny nose, and nodded in agreement. Is snow not a cold substance? Chi-yi probed. Xiao Wei nodded. When other creatures encounter snow, do they not become frozen? Chi-yi asked. Xiao Wei continued to nod. If they freeze, does that not mean their movements slow down? The snow you conjure upon other creatures will indeed render them frozen and slow their movements, correct? Upon hearing Chi-yi's ultimate conclusion, Xiao Wei pondered briefly before nodding in agreement. Chi-yi's assertion seemed to hold merit. Thus, it follows that the snow you manifest, upon landing on other beings, will diminish their speed. Chi-yi was convinced that his reasoning was sound, and Xiao Wei had likely gained a preliminary comprehension of the skill of snow coverage. Xiao Wei, please catch a gray mouse. We shall use it for our experiment. Given that Xiao Wei often captured the gray mice from the yard for consumption, their numbers had dwindled, necessitating some time for her to catch one. Make sure you catch a live one. Chi-yi cautioned, worried that Xiao Wei might inadvertently kill the mouse. Eek. Xiao Wei replied affirmatively. After 5 minutes, a lively gray mouse was presented before Chi-yi. He procured a length of rope, securing one end to the mouse and the other to a tree. Thanks to his contract with Xiao Wei, he no longer feared rodents. He had even reached the point of daring to catch them himself, a significant improvement for Chi-yi. The restrained gray mouse appeared frantic, darting about in a panic. However, due to the constraints of the rope, it could only struggle in vain. Xiao Wei, practice your snow coverage skill on this gray mouse, Chi-yi instructed. Xiao Wei began her practice, and soon, Snowflakes began to form atop the mouse's head. Feeling the snow accumulating, the mouse became even more agitated, exerting itself to escape. In a sudden surge of strength, the gray mouse managed to break free from the rope. Engrossed in her training, Xiaowei had no choice but to chase after the fleeing mouse. Eek! She chastised Qi-Yi for not securing the mouse properly. This time, make sure it's tied well. Qi-Yi silently tightened the rope around the mouse. All right, let us continue our training. Xiaowei commenced a new round of practice. After a prolonged session, she noticed the mouse's struggles were waning. Eek! Is my skill starting to take effect? Xiaowei inquired eagerly. Qi-Yi hesitated momentarily before replying. No? It's simply that the gray mouse has grown weary from its efforts. Chapter 35. A duel with a fire-type beast the following day. Qi-Yi took Xiaowei to the Beast Tamer Association in the city to assess the strength of her beast. This association serves as a certification venue for beast tamers, but it also evaluates the prowess of the beasts themselves. Qi-Yi received his identification number and sat outside the examination room to await his turn. Many others were present for testing that day, and Qi-Yi observed that most of those queuing ahead were of a similar age to him. They were likely there to assess their beasts in preparation for the upcoming school competition. A variety of creatures, including swift cats, mighty monkeys, and clumsy dogs, could be seen. Qi-Yi, a voice called from behind him. Qi-Yi turned to find Yang Chuan, his high school classmate and former desk mate. Upon his sudden arrival in this world, it was Yang Chuan's paper that he had borrowed in a moment of urgency. You're here to test your beast's strength too? You haven't mentioned anything in the class group. I didn't even know what your beast was, Yang Chuan remarked as he sat behind Qi, glancing at the creature cradled in his arms. Qi-Yi smiled. He had only recently arrived, and the school had gone on break, so he hadn't interacted much with his classmates. Furthermore, the original persona was never particularly sociable, leading him to remain somewhat of a background figure in the class and group chats. In contrast, Yang Chuan was always a prominent presence, and Qi-Yi often saw him discussing his own beasts whenever he checked the group chat. Your beast is a snowy weasel? Yang Chuan exclaimed in disbelief. No way. I distinctly remember that your family situation was not as favorable as mine. Where did you acquire such a rare beast? Moreover, Qi-Yi's beast must surely be a formidable presence within their class. Qi-Yi, you have contracted a snowy weasel. This beast looks impressive. And the principal of our school has a weasel as well, Yang Chuan said, leaning closer to observe Xiaowei. Qi-Yi chuckled softly, replying, indeed. Not only did they share the same species, but they also had a familial connection. As Yang Chuan stared wide-eyed at Xiaowei, she inched away from him, seeking distance. Qi-Yi, what is the current strength of your snowy weasel? My blazing hound has reached a moderate extraordinary level, Yang Chuan said with a hint of pride. While his blazing hound might not match the quality of Qi-Yi's snowy weasel, it was still a commendable breed, and he had nurtured it well. Yang Chuan believed Qi-Yi's acquisition of a snowy weasel was due to some fortuitous encounter, yet he felt that regarding strength, his own blazing hound would surely surpass it. We are here to assess for the high extraordinary rank, Qi-Yi replied. There was nothing to conceal regarding Xiaowei's strength, especially with the school competition approaching. If he wished to advance directly to the finals, the roster would be publicly displayed. High extraordinary? Is it really that impressive? Yang Chuan expressed surprise. Just as he was about to inquire further, the examiner called Qi-Yi's number. Qi lifted Xiaowei, saying, Yang Chuan, I'll go in first. Oh, all right. Yang Chuan accompanied Qi-Yi to the entrance of the examination room, where the evaluation for high extraordinary beasts had relatively relaxed requirements. However, as the evaluation level increased, the standards for the examination environment became more stringent. Thus, Yang Chuan's presence as an observer would not be permitted later on. Qi-Yi, your beast is a snowy weasel? The examiner expressed mild surprise upon seeing the species listed on the evaluation form. In their realm, most students' beasts were of more common breeds, making the snowy weasel a rare sight. Please have your beast demonstrate 2 skills of intermediate proficiency or higher. If the skills are particularly challenging, the proficiency level may be adjusted accordingly. The examiner stated the requirements. Certainly, examiner. May I demonstrate the skills of flash and grasp simultaneously using a biting plate? Qi-Yi requested. In the evaluations for extraordinary beasts, some skill proficiencies required auxiliary items for demonstration. Otherwise, it would be challenging to gauge the skill level based solely on the beast's movements. Approved. The examiner produced a disposable biting plate and handed it to Qi-Yi. Taking the plate, Qi-Yi turned to Xiaowei, saying, Xiaowei, it's time. With that, Qi-Yi hurled the biting plate into the air, using considerable force due to the ample space within the examination room. After the disc was propelled a considerable distance, Xiaowei fixed her gaze on it and swiftly launched an attack. In a fleeting moment, she leapt and seized the disc with her jaws. Upon landing, she utilized her blink skill to return in front of the examiner, subsequently dropping the disc onto the ground. The disc bore deep teeth marks where Xiao Wei had bitten into it, and when she gently touched it with her paw, it cracked at the point of her bite. The examiner squinted, having easily discerned that the snowy weasel's blink skill had reached a high level of proficiency. Moreover, judging by the fracture on the disc, it seemed that her bite skill was also at a remarkable level. Typically, a disc can be shattered by a pet's advanced bite skill, and this examination-specific disc was no exception. Now, if Xiao Wei wished to continue playing with Qi, they could only utilize specially made, resilient discs. Both the blink and bite skills had attained mastery. The examiner's expression was one of astonishment. After all, if a pet possessed two skills at such a high level of proficiency, it was reasonable to assume that its other skills were not merely at an ordinary level. Pets are generally encouraged to develop a balanced skill set, and one seldom focuses solely on one or two skills. Yang Chuan, peering through the door, widened his eyes in disbelief at Xiao Wei's performance. Wow, Qi's claims were not mere boasting. He had indeed trained his pet to a higher extraordinary level. This was not the Qi he remembered. Let us proceed to the next assessment. This time, your pet will battle against the fire frog. The examiner contemplated and assigned Xiao Wei a combat opponent. In such extraordinary level assessments, examiners typically select a pet of the same attribute or one that the candidate's pet has an advantage over. During this level of evaluation, examiners do not intentionally create difficulties and may even provide some leniency. However, sensing Xiao Wei's formidable strength, the examiner decided to increase the challenge by choosing a fire-type pet, which counters Xiao Wei's ice-type, for the duel. Chapter 36, Fire Frog. Once the examiner confirmed the choice of Fire Frog to face Xiao Wei, a staff member brought the creature from another room. The fire frog was roughly the size of a soccer ball, its body adorned with vibrant red skin accentuated by deeper crimson stripes. Guga. Upon entering, the fire frog immediately locked its gaze on Xiao Wei and greeted her amicably. This particular pet was specifically bred for strength assessments. Jiwu. Xiao Wei responded in kind. All right, fire frog, your opponent is this snowy weasel, the examiner reminded. The fire frog nodded in acknowledgement. Now, prepare for the match to commence. The examiner rose from his seat and positioned himself beside Xiao Wei and the fire frog, acting as both referee and commander for the fire frog. Fire frog, use tongue lick, the examiner commanded. The fire frog extended its tongue toward Xiao Wei in an offensive strike. Xiao Wei deftly dodged and circled behind to execute a slap. With her blink skill mastered, she easily evaded Fire Frog's attack and maneuvered to its rear. Due to her remarkable speed, the Fire Frog could scarcely react before Xiao Wei's slap connected. Guga. The Fire Frog cried out in pain from the impact. Fire Frog, unleash flamethrower on the snowy weasel. The examiner frowned and ordered the Fire Frog to employ its signature move. Flamethrower, a fire-type skill, inflicts damage upon foes with a torrent of flames. Guga. The Fire Frog leapt and turned, directing its flamethrower toward Xiao Wei. Qi chuckled. Xiao Wei, evade the Fire Frog's attack and continue using slap. Although the Fire Frog possessed decent attack power, its lack of agility was glaringly apparent. Thus, it could only chase Xiao Wei but failed to land a hit. The situation devolved into the Fire Frog spinning in circles, spewing flames in an attempt to harm Xiao Wei. However, its fiery breath merely singed the air behind Xiao Wei's tail, failing to singe even the tip of it. Meanwhile, Xiao Wei's slap skill struck true with every blow. In agony from the continuous hits, the Fire Frog cried out, Guga, Guga, Guga. Upon hearing the changing tone of the Fire Frog's cries, the examiner halted the match. Stop. We concede, he declared. Initially, the examiner believed Qi would win without issue, but he did not anticipate such ease in victory. Xiao Wei, the snowy weasel, clearly had not exerted her full strength. Observing the match from outside, Yang Chuan was utterly dumbfounded. It appeared as though Qi's snowy weasel was toying with the fire frog during its final slap. Furthermore, his flamehound also possessed the flamethrower skill. Yet the proficiency of its flames paled in comparison to those of the fire frog. The flames emitted by the fire frog could inflict burns, whereas the flames from his flamehound could merely provide warmth, barely igniting paper. If his flamehound were to face Qi's snowy weasel, Yang Chuan shook his head, deciding against contemplating the magnitude of his impending defeat. Qi's pet was extraordinary. He intended to share this revelation in a few class groups. Astonished that the ordinarily unassuming Qi had transformed into a formidable figure. Your pet has successfully passed the high extraordinary strength assessment. This certificate will be mailed to the address you provided in a couple of days. The examiner stated after conducting a brief inspection of the fire frog and finding no significant issues. Thank you, examiner, Qi replied. Your pet's strength should now exceed the extraordinary level, possibly reaching the low-tier commander rank. Why not directly attempt the commander assessment? The examiner believed that after battling the fire frog, Qi's pet had not truly showcased its capabilities. Although he could not accurately gauge the precise strength of Chi-Yi's pet, he felt confident that it could handle the commander assessment without difficulty. However, my pet is not yet 6 months old, and its species does not belong to the specific ones eligible for the commander assessment, so it cannot participate at this time. Chi-Yi explained with a smile. The examiner then recalled that there were indeed age restrictions for the commander assessments. Previously, there had been no age limits. But a certain youth had caused an uproar by administering performance-enhancing substances to his pet to hasten its growth and attain a higher strength level. As this boy's notoriety grew, the scandal of his unethical practices eventually surfaced, leading to significant public outcry. Consequently, the Beastmaster Association of Huagua instituted regulations prohibiting pets under a certain age from undergoing commander strength assessments. Only a select few species that possess innate commander-level strength are permitted to attempt the assessment. While the Weasel species is commendable, it has yet to reach that level. Thus, Xiaowei currently does not meet the age criteria to undertake the low-tier commander strength assessment. Surely you aspire to participate in the National High School Pet Competition, don't you? Train diligently and strive to bring glory to our city, the examiner encouraged. The examiner felt a sense of joy at the prospect of nurturing a talent from their city. Yes, I will give it my all, Chi-Yi replied with a smile, before pushing the door open and stepping out of the examination room. Yang Chuan. I've finished my exam, so I'm leaving now, Chi-Yi said to Yang Chuan, who was standing at the door. Oh, okay, Yang Chuan responded. His gaze filled with admiration for the esteemed Chi-Yi. As Yang Chuan watched Chi-Yi depart, he suddenly heard the examiner call his name. Next candidate, Yang Chuan. Hastily, Yang Chuan entered the examination room. Yang Chuan, with the fire hound, the examiner stated, proceeding to verify the information before allowing Yang Chuan's fire hound to showcase its skills. The fire hound effortlessly passed the skill assessment. You are from whose city number 1 high school, just like the previous candidate, correct? The examiner inquired. Glancing at Yang Chuan's profile. Yes, Yang Chuan affirmed. The examiner nodded in satisfaction. The students from whose city number 1 are quite impressive. We will arrange for you to battle a rock-type extraordinary creature shortly. But rock types have an advantage over fire types. Yang Chuan thought to himself. While whose city no? 1 high school certainly had exceptional talents like Chi-Yi. Not everyone could be a prodigy. Chapter 37. The Listless Xiaowei. 2 days later, the internal selection competition at whose city number 1 high school commenced. Although Chi-Yi was already guaranteed a spot in the finals, he still decided to take Xiaowei to observe the preliminary rounds. Chi-Yi believed that even though he did not need to participate in the preliminaries, it was essential to learn from others' performances. As the saying goes, know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated. However, the real reason Chi-Yi brought Xiaowei to watch the matches was that Xiaowei had been struggling to make progress with her ice and snow covering skill over the past few days. So he wanted to take her out to lift her spirits. Having visited the Pet Psychological Counseling Center numerous times, Chi-Yi was acutely aware of how terrifying it could be when a pet experienced psychological issues. Therefore, while training Xiaowei was important, her mental state was paramount. Xiaowei, today we will observe how others perform in battles and the capabilities of their pets, Chi-Yi said to the little creature in his arms. Squeak. Xiaowei responded listlessly. Her lack of energy stemmed from her recent frustrations with the ice and snow covering skill. It seemed as if the entire ferret had lost its spirit. Chi-Yi mentioned that mastering ice and snow covering required imagination, and since she had yet to succeed, did that imply she was an unimaginative ferret? Xiaowei. Chi-Yi gazed at Xiaowei, who was drooping in his embrace, and suddenly recalled the lethargic puff dragon. A shiver ran down his spine. No, his Xiaowei could not end up like that. Chi-Yi pinched Xiaowei's little head gently between his fingers and looked into her eyes. As a successful ferret, life cannot be solely about training. Do not be overly anxious. Today we will see how others engage in battles. Your current abilities are already impressive. As Xiaowei gazed at Chi-Yi's face, she found his words resonated with her. A successful ferret should not only excel in training, but also have a commendable contractor to be truly perfect. Xiaowei. Chi-Yi and Xiaowei entered the school, where many students had already gathered. Although the school was bustling with activity, the overall strength of the competitors left much to be desired. Yet, the spirit of competition was palpable, with nearly all the students from their cohort signing up to give it a try. Even if they did not achieve a ranking, participation was what mattered most. 3 arenas had been set up in the school's playground, and the first round of battles had already commenced. Chi-Yi and Xiaowei approached the nearest arena to watch. On the stage, a big-eyed bunny was engaged in combat with a beautiful cat. The big-eyed bunny hopped over to the beautiful cat and playfully nudged it with its little legs. The delicate, beautiful cat was momentarily startled but quickly regained its composure, extending its already trimmed, non-threatening claws to swipe at the big-eyed bunny. The two pets exchanged playful blows, creating a lively atmosphere. Judging by the pace of the match, It seemed they would continue battling for some time. Squeak. This is the battle you dragged me out of bed to see. Xiao Wei's small face wore an expression of confusion. Originally, Qi intended to give Xiao Wei a day off, as she had been feeling a bit restless lately. Xiao Wei had even planned to start her day with a leisurely lie-in. However, since today marked the first day of the competition at Hu City No. 1 High School, Qi had awakened her early to watch the matches. Xiao Wei felt that her morning grumpiness stemmed not only from her training frustrations, but also from Qi not allowing her to wake up naturally. Yet, she woke up so early just to see this? The creatures on stage were not even truly battling. They seemed to be playing. Ahem, these two are not combat-type pets. They are here to enjoy the atmosphere of the competition, Qi explained. He had not anticipated that the school's matches would allow such a lack of restrictions, permitting even big-eyed bunnies and beautiful cats, typically considered companion pets, to compete. Let us check out the match next door, Qi suggested. Noticing a big-handed monkey and a long whip grass entering the arena, sensing that the nearby competition might hold more excitement, Xiao Wei glanced at Qi before turning her attention to the other match. The evolved form of the big-handed monkey was the mighty horse monkey, and its considerable strength made it a favorite among novice trainers. Long whipgrass, a grass-type extraordinary creature with multiple evolutionary forms, also boasted formidable combat capabilities. The mighty horse monkey launched the first attack, aiming for the lower part of the long whipgrass's stem. However, the upper portion of the long whipgrass whipped like a vine, striking the big-handed monkey's arm. Despite the pain, the big-handed monkey pressed forward, closing in on the long whipgrass's stem. The battle between the long whipgrass and the big-handed monkey was relatively thrilling, culminating in the big-handed monkey grasping the long whipgrass by its leafy tendril and securing the stem with its other hand, ultimately achieving victory. What did you think of that match? Qi inquired. Squeak squeak. Xiao Wei expressed her approval of the battle. Although the big-handed monkey and long whipgrass may not have been the most impressive contestants, Xiao Wei had little prior exposure to grass-type pets. Witnessing their skills and combat style firsthand was quite beneficial for her. Let us stay here and watch the next match, Qi suggested, glancing at the arena where the big-eyed bunny and beautiful cat were still engaged in their spirited contest. It appeared they had entered a more heated phase, and it wouldn't be long before that match concluded. A few middle-aged spectators occupied the main viewing stand. Old Gua, I heard the student who contracted your ice-field purple ferret cub is competing as well, remarked a man with a receding hairline next to Gua Zhenkuan. Gua Zhenkuan shot him a sidelong glance. Is that even a question? How many of the prospective seniors do you think will miss out on this competition? Although Gua Zhenkuan felt somewhat embarrassed at the time of the contract between Xiao Wei and Qi, he kept it to himself. However, since Qi began to earn training resources for Xiao Wei through his own efforts and cultivated her exceptionally well, the circle of people surrounding Gua Zhenkuan became aware that Xiao Wei had formed a contract with a soon-to-be senior high school student. Old Zhang, that student doesn't need to participate in today's competition. He has already elevated his pet's strength to the high extraordinary level, thereby qualifying directly for the school finals, remarked a slender man on the other side of Gua Zhenkuan. The man known as Old Zhang responded with a non-committal He thought, if that student had indeed trained his pet to such a level, how could Gua Zhenkuan refrain from flaunting it? Gua Zhenkuan took a sip of tea from his thermos. It's best to save the display for a grand occasion. I'll wait for Qi to achieve results before showing off, he mused, concealing a heart that relished in boasting beneath his honest demeanor. Chapter 38, Capturing the Gray Mouse for Extra Rations. 2 days later, Qi returned to school with Xiao Wei, this time not merely to watch, but to compete. As the school competition approached, there were still 16 participants remaining, 3 of whom, like Qi, had their pets reach the high extraordinary level. It was quite an achievement for 4 students from the first high school of Hu City to have cultivated their pets to such a level, based on past experiences. Typically, only 2 students would attain this degree of excellence. Being among the first to compete today, Qi arrived early. Although many qualified participants had gathered, a significant number of spectators also filled the school grounds, eager to witness the competition and enjoy the festivities. In the first match on the first arena, the competitors were Qi and Zhaobo. Zhaobo is the class monitor of Class 4. Where is this Qi from? Murmured voices floated from the audience. Qi is from our class. Didn't you see the list of those exempt from the preliminary rounds shared in the class group? His pet has already reached the high extraordinary level, came the response, laden with awe. Is he really that formidable? As Qi ascended the stage with Xiao Wei, Zhaobo approached with his pet, a dust bird, a dual-element creature of wind and earth. All right, let the match begin. The referee declared once both sides were prepared. Dustbird, unleash a storm, Zhaobo commanded, initiating the battle with his pet's ultimate move. Aware of Xiao Wei's high extraordinary prowess, he decided to go all out from the start. Having heard rumors of a connection between the snowy purple weasel and the principal, caw-caw, The dust bird flapped its wings, summoning a miniature sandstorm from the ground. Xiao Wei, close your eyes and dash through that whirlwind using your flash skill, then leap up to bring that bird down with your bite skill. Qi ordered. Chirp. With her eyes shut, Xiao Wei, empowered by the speed from her flash skill, was minimally affected by the dust bird's storm. As she effortlessly maneuvered through the tempest, Xiao Bo's panic was palpable. Dust bird, continue to use the storm skill. Xiao Bo frantically commanded. Just as the dust bird was gathering its storm, Xiao Wei had already charged beneath it, leaping up to seize the dust bird mid-attack. Dust bird. With that, the match concluded, and Qi emerged victorious. The dust bird's trainer had acted too hastily. Had he allowed the dust bird to utilize its flying escape skill after the snowy purple weasel breached its first storm, the outcome might have been different, though ultimately, the result would remain unchanged. Yet, prolonging the match even slightly would have been a commendable feat, the referee mused silently. As the referee announced the match's outcome, Xiao Wei released the dust bird from her jaws. What about the dust bird? Xiao Bo rushed over to inspect his pet's condition. Caw-caw, the dust bird responded, signaling to Xiao Bo that it was unharmed. Though the snowy purple weasel had taken it down swiftly, the force was not overly severe. Qi recognized that Xiao Wei had clearly held back during that final bite skill, so after a brief farewell to the referee and Xiao Bo, he led Xiao Wei off the stage. Chirp. This competition was rather simple. Xiao Wei mused. Qi. We were fortunate to encounter an opponent whose strength wasn't too formidable, so we must remain vigilant, Qi instructed her, as was his habit. Yawning, Xiao Wei leaped into Qi's embrace, languidly nestling in. Qi informed her that there was another match in the afternoon, but it was up to her. She wanted to take a nap first. In the afternoon, Qi's opponent was an adorably cute girl accompanied by an equally charming pet, a long-toothed mouse. Qi frowned at the sight of this opponent. Although Xiao Wei's adversary did not possess high extraordinary strength, it was still a mouse. Worried, he glanced at Xiao Wei. Xiao Wei looked at him disdainfully. Chirp. Did he think she would be so desperate as to chase after a mere mouse? Was she merely a weasel that would bite at the sight of one? She expressed her contempt for his assumption. The match commenced, and the cute girl quickly commanded her long-toothed mouse to attack. Long-toothed mouse, dash forward using flash, then bite. This was a strategy Qi himself favored. Yet it was employed first by his opponent. Xiao Wei likewise used flash to charge forward, then use slap. Qi directed. The weasel and the mouse rushed towards each other. Just as the long-toothed mouse opened its mouth to reveal its sharp teeth, Xiao Wei's paw came crashing down. Chirp. The long-toothed mouse squeaked twice before collapsing onto the ground. Xiao Wei approached and sniffed the mouse curiously. After the referee observed the long-toothed mouse for a moment and deemed it incapable of retaliating, he declared, Qi wins. As the mouse's owner came to retrieve her pet, Xiao Wei trotted back to Qi, tail wagging, feeling quite proud. She hadn't consumed anything. In fact, she hadn't even opened her mouth. Qi chuckled softly, leading Xiao Wei off the stage. Xiao Wei had truly made remarkable progress. Once she had aspired to devour the opponent's pet mouse, then she merely wished to taste it, and now she was satisfied with just a sniff. Xiao Wei had indeed matured. Following the prancing Xiao Wei, Qi silently marveled at her growth. Once home, they began their evening training. Despite participating in 2 matches today, Xiao Wei was hardly fatigued. Her energy expenditure was even less than during a typical morning training session. Tomorrow marked the semifinals, where only 4 competitors remained, all of whom had achieved the high extraordinary level with their pets. During the breaks between matches, Qi observed the other 3 contestants' performances. Although their strengths varied, he felt confident that he could handle the challenges ahead. Although those 3 individuals might still possess some strength for today's match, Little Wei remains equally formidable. In fact, there are numerous techniques she has yet to unveil. Little Wei, once training concludes, treat yourself to a gray mouse as a reward. Qi languidly remarked while reclining on a rocking chair in the courtyard, observing Little Wei's training. After orchestrating 2 battles for her today, he felt utterly exhausted. Chirp. A sound of discontent emanated from Little Wei as she trained. Chapter 39. The increasing resemblance between beasts and their trainers. The following day, Qi escorted Little Wei to the venue for the semifinals of the school tournament. Although 5 spots were allocated to the first high school of the city, the institution opted to continue the competition rather than concluding it with a selection. They claimed to be in search of a team captain. Though Qi was uncertain of the purpose behind this appointment, nonetheless, he was quite pleased with the reward for securing first place in the school competition, a monetary prize of 10,000 yuan. Such a sum is quite substantial for a high school contest. Qi had already envisioned celebrating with Little Wei at the finest pet food establishment in the city following their triumph. There, the contractors of the beasts could dine freely. Without expenditure, the thought alone was delightful. In the first battle, Qi faced Zhou Youguang. The school had retained only a single arena before the main stand, with all others dismantled. Upon ascending the platform, Qi regarded his opponent, Zhou Youguang, along with his pet. In the realm of beast mastery, there exists a notion that the longer a person contracts with their beast, the more they begin to resemble one another, not only in character but also in appearance. Zhou Youguang and his beast shared a striking similarity in their formidable physiques. Zhou Youguang's pet was a stout pig, its flesh jiggling as it walked, and although still young, its future size was already apparent. Zhou Youguang himself appeared robust and solid. The competition was about to commence. Little Wei, employ your agility skill, then seize it. Qi commanded. Little Wei dashed forth with remarkable swiftness, clamping down on the stout pig with fluid precision. However, the outcome was far from satisfactory. Due to the pig's thick hide, Little Wei's grip failed to inflict significant damage. The stout pig merely emitted a couple of grunts in response to her assault. Qi raised an eyebrow. Little Wei's grip skill had reached a level of consummate proficiency, yet it seemed ineffective against this stout pig. He had heard tales of the pig's formidable defenses, but this was rather excessive. Stout pig, mountain press. Zhou Youguang taunted, smirking at Little Wei's lack of impact. What of your strength and attack? It cannot breach my defenses. Defense reigns supreme. Dodge, Little Wei. Qi instructed. The stout pig's mountain press relied on its massive size and weight to topple opponents, delivering a crushing blow. However, due to its youth, the stout pig had yet to reach its full potential, and its attack radius was limited. Moreover, Little Wei's agility allowed her to evade with ease. Get up and use mountain press again, Zhou Youguang ordered as the stout pig struggled to rise, casting its gaze toward Little Wei. Little Wei, take advantage of the pig's moment of vulnerability and rush in with your grip skill. The stout pig possessed two notable attributes: formidable defense, which required no specialized training to maintain, and ample stamina. Although it appeared laborious and wheezy while moving, the stout pig could sustain its exertion for an extended duration. Many of its opponents did not succumb to its strength, but rather to the exhaustion of their own energy. Little Wei swiftly charged in once more, applying her grip skill again. After a bite, she quickly retreated from the stout pig. While her bite did not incapacitate the stout pig, it certainly caused discomfort. The stout pig glared at Little Wei with a fierce expression and lumbered toward her, feeling pain it had never experienced from previous adversaries. This grievance shall not go unavenged. Little Wei, dart behind the stout pig and continue biting. She swiftly changed direction and charged at the stout pig once more. In the stands, a jovial Mediterranean man remarked, Qi is indeed cunning. He recognizes the stout pig's lack of speed and exploits this weakness to mount an attack. Guo Jingquan leisurely sipped his tea, responding, this is hardly cunning, it is merely strategy. Moreover, Qi employs this tactic because his pet's agility skill has reached an advanced level, otherwise, it would have been swiftly crushed by the stout pig's mountain press. The Mediterranean man glanced at Guo Jingquan, realizing the connection between Qi and him. Old Guo, you once referred to Little Wei as baby. Now you scarcely mentioned that snow-white weasel named Little Wei, instead opting for Qi. It seemed he held a favorable view of Qi. The battle on the platform drew near its conclusion. Though the stout pig boasted impressive defenses and stamina, it was ultimately overwhelmed by Little Wei's persistent bites. Following Qi's commands, she executed the grip skill multiple times, cleverly targeting a single area to amplify the pig's suffering. After the stout pig attempted the mountain press once more, it collapsed onto the platform, failing to rise again. The pain from its injuries was unbearable. Zhou Youguang desperately called out to his stout pig, but it remained down. Qi is victorious, the referee declared. After acknowledging the referee and Zhou Youguang, Qi descended from the platform. Upon exiting, Little Wei leaped onto Qi, exhausted from the match. If she had a step counter, today would surely be her most active day in recent times. The duration of this battle was indeed lengthy. Had Qi allowed her to utilize other skills, perhaps the resolution would have come more swiftly. Qi had opted to reserve some trump cards, intending to surprise his opponent. After stepping down, he did not depart, but remained to observe the next match. In this subsequent contest, a girl's pet captured Qi's attention. Pollen butterfly? The pollen butterfly evolves from the green cocoon, which in turn evolves from the green caterpillar. Typically, novice trainers contract a basic, unevolved beast. Hence, this girl must have nurtured her green caterpillar into a green cocoon, and subsequently into a pollen butterfly, within merely 2 months. While the pollen butterfly is merely a common branch of the green cocoon evolution, the speed of this cultivation is astonishing. Chapter 40. The school's first place achieved with ease. In the finals of the school competition, the contenders are Qi and Mai Jingyu. As they take the stage, the class leader is cheered on with fervent encouragement. Go, class leader. Victory is assured. The audience is abuzz, predominantly rallying for Mai Jingyu. Meanwhile, Qi stands resolutely on the arena. intently listening for any shouts of support directed his way. Though faint, they exist. This final match boasts the highest viewership, as the clash between the grade's beautiful academic prodigy and the rising dark horse has captivated everyone's attention. The competition commences. Pollen Butterfly, deploy the pollen spray skill. Mai Jingyu initiates her assault first. The white pollen butterfly flutters gracefully above the arena, dispersing pale yellow particles in its wake. The pollen spray skill has the power to induce illusions in extraordinary creatures, thereby diminishing their combat effectiveness. Xiao Wei, utilize the Calm Mind skill. At this command from Qi Yi, the audience erupts in astonishment. Calm Mind. Is it possible for such a small creature to master that skill? The data suggests it typically requires at least 3 months of training. Did they start practicing at the moment they formed a contract? Such rapid progress seems implausible. The dark horse and his creature are indeed formidable. In the stands, a Mediterranean man squints in disbelief. Calm Mind? That's a bit exaggerated. I assent it? Guo Zhenkuan chuckles to himself. Qi Yi is truly making a name for himself, and Guo Zhenkuan feels a sense of satisfaction seeing the shocked expressions around him. Just wait until you discover what else is in store. You'll be even more astonished. Qi Yi remains unfazed by the cheers from the crowd, calmly observing the battle between Xiao Wei and the pollen butterfly. While the pollen butterfly's pollen spray skill aims to create illusions, Xiao Wei, having employed the Calm Mind skill, stands immune to such trivial deceptions. Upon witnessing Xiao Wei's immunity, Mai Jingyu's initial composure begins to crumble. The Snow White Marten can use Calm Mind. This revelation disrupts all of Mai Jingyu's prior strategies for the battle. Pollen butterfly, use the wing beat skill. The pollen butterfly flaps its wings vigorously, scattering the pollen it had just released. Although the wing beat skill has reached a level of moderate proficiency, the pollen butterfly's wings lack the strength of avian creatures, rendering the gust it produces insufficient to harm Xiao Wei. A subtle smile spreads across Qi Yi's face. Xiao Wei, employ dash and bite. Xiao Wei swiftly executes its 2 most frequently used moves. Despite facing the wind, it dashes with remarkable speed. Pollen butterfly, evade quickly. Mai Jingyu exclaims in a panic. Yet, Xiao Wei has already leaped beneath the pollen butterfly, ready to strike. As Mai Jingyu's words fade, Xiao Wei has caught the pollen butterfly and landed on the ground. The audience gasps in astonishment. With the pollen butterfly clutched in its jaws, Xiao Wei tilts its head triumphantly. Ah, foolish humans, you doubted me earlier, now you cheer for me. Maintaining its pose, Xiao Wei gazes at the referee, urging them to announce the outcome. Qi Yi is victorious. Upon hearing the verdict, Xiao Wei releases the pollen butterfly. Thrilled by the audience's accolades, it feels joyful, though the taste of the pollen butterfly leaves much to be desired. Had it not been for the need to uphold its image, Xiao Wei would have expelled it much sooner. With elegant strides, Xiao Wei approaches Qi Yi, maintaining a poised gait while squinting playfully. The school competition concludes splendidly. Qi Yi affectionately ruffles Xiao Wei's fur. After receiving congratulatory remarks from classmates, he intends to treat Xiao Wei to a grand feast, only to notice Mai Jingyu standing nearby. Lost in sorrow, with her head bowed, her short hair obscuring half her face, she appears quite despondent. Qi Yi scratches his head, contemplating whether to dine at the finest pet food establishment in the city or indulge in dumplings. Regardless of the main course, dessert must consist of a small cake. I must have a strawberry-flavored cake, he muses. If that is unavailable, blueberry will suffice, as long as it's a cream cake. Qi Yi and Xiao Wei arrive at the Xingxin Lu pet food store. They order an abundance of food, most of which is for Qi Yi. As human meals incur no expense here, this cannot be wasted. Leftover human food incurs a cost. Xiao Wei remarks with concern as it eyes Qi Yi's order. Its own food can be packed away, but Qi Yi's leftovers would require payment for takeout. I will not waste food, Qi Yi asserts earnestly, expressing mild dissatisfaction at Xiao Wei's concern over his appetite. Had the dessert not been served after the meal, his order would have been even larger. As Qi Yi and Xiao Wei enjoy their meal, a boy stands opposite Qi Yi. You are Qi Yi, aren't you? Qi Yi looks up from his food. The boy is dressed in high-end attire adorned with prestigious logos, exuding affluence. I am Qi Yi, he replies. I am Cheng Tailai from Baixing High School. I am aware that you triumphed over Mai Jingyu in this competition. However, do not grow complacent. In the city-level competition, I shall defeat you. With that, Cheng Tailai glares at Qi Yi before departing. Qi Yi and Xiao Wei exchange bewildered glances. Do you know him? Have you seen him before our contract? Qi Yi inquires of Xiao Wei. Xiao Wei shakes its head. I do not know him either. Where did he come from? Though Qi Yi does not recognize Cheng Tailai, he is familiar with Baixing High School, a prestigious private institution in the city, considered one of the best alongside Hu City #1 high school. Could it be that Cheng Tailai perceives him as a rival for the top position in Hu City? Qi Yi finds the unexpected declaration of war perplexing. Yet Cheng Tailai's dramatic entrance leaves a lasting impression. Defeat me in the city-level competition? We shall see who prevails. Chi-Yi declares as he continues to eat. I must eat an extra couple of cream cakes. Chapter 41. The Bouncing Bunny with Dark Circles. In a luxurious neighborhood of Xingyuan City, Shun Guangyao reclines on the sofa, nonchalantly watching videos on hoof trimming when his phone suddenly rings. Frowning, he glances at the caller ID and abruptly sits up straight. Mr. Zhou. Shun Guangyao's expression turns grave, starkly contrasting with his earlier distraction. The individuals dispatched to investigate near Confusion Island reported no trace of the Nightmare Soul. Further exploration confirmed that the Nightmare Soul has indeed awakened and departed the island. It is now presumed to have reached the coastal areas of Fengtian Province. You should head there immediately. After the conclusion of the school competition at Husher No. 1 Middle School, the rewards were gradually distributed. In addition to monetary prizes, the top 5 students were granted the privilege of receiving personal guidance from the Beastmaster Principal. Upon receiving his reward of 10,000 yuan for securing first place, Chi-Yi scoffed at the notion of the principal's guidance. This reward holds no value for him. What relationship does he have with his uncle Gua that he would need such an incentive for mentorship? Whenever he wishes, he can simply visit. And even Xiao Wei could sneak a couple of cans from there. Consequently, Chi-Yi chose not to join the 2nd to 5th place winners in seeking the principal's counsel after the competition concluded. With only a week remaining until the city-level competition, Chi-Yi planned to take Xiao Wei to a modest hill known as Latation, located on the outskirts of the city. Latation is home to various wild, extraordinary creatures. However, their strength is rather mediocre, predominantly consisting of common species such as beedrills, field mice, and bouncing rabbits. The absence of formidable extraordinary beings in Latation is attributed not only to its proximity to the city, where powerful beings could endanger the citizens, but also because such beings typically disdain such a humble slope. Chi-Yi's intention in bringing Xiao Wei to Latation was to expose her to the wilderness, hoping it might ignite her imagination and inspire her to master the skill of ice and snow covering. Xiao Wei had been diligently practicing this skill in recent days, and Chi-Yi believed her understanding of it had reached a commendable level, with only a catalyst needed for her to fully acquire it. Rather than allowing Xiao Wei to toil at home with the dull gray mice, he deemed it far more beneficial to seek inspiration outdoors. As he observed the verdant foliage and the squirrels darting among the branches of Latation, Chi-Yi felt a wave of contentment wash over him. Xiao Wei, what do you think of this place? He inquired. Watching a plump squirrel frolicking in the trees, Xiao Wei was eager to chase it around the trunk. Squeak! With a cheerful call to Chi-Yi, she scampered up the tree in pursuit of the squirrel. Chi-Yi made no attempt to restrain her. He merely chuckled at the sight of Xiao Wei and the squirrel engaging in a playful game of chase. Xiao Wei still possessed a delightful sense of childlike wonder. The pursued squirrel, however, was utterly distraught, having ventured out merely to forage for food, only to be chased by a shadowy figure. It no longer wished to circle the trunk. The situation was too terrifying. Eventually, Xiao Wei caught up to the squirrel, sniffed it curiously, and upon finding it less pleasant than the gray mice, decided against taking a bite. She returned to Chi-Yi's side, and together they departed. Once Chi-Yi and Xiao Wei had left, the squirrel let out a sigh of relief, but just as it did, a shadow loomed before it. The squirrel was unable to discern the silhouette, as the oppressive aura emanating from it compelled it to lower its head. The shadow drew closer, a chilling voice emerging from it. The squirrel trembled beneath the shadow's presence. Meanwhile, Chi-Yi and Xiao Wei continued to wander around Latation. Look at that bouncing rabbit. Chi-Yi whispered, pointing at one. Bouncing rabbits are quite sensitive creatures. Loud noises can easily put them on high alert. Although Chi-Yi and Xiao Wei spotted several bouncing rabbits on Latation, this particular one caught Chi-Yi's attention due to its distinctive appearance. While most bouncing rabbits possess solid-colored fur, this one was white with black fur surrounding its eyes, giving it the appearance of having 2 large black eye circles. Xiao Wei, you mustn't stay up late, or you might end up like that. Squeak! Xiao Wei protested, asserting that her fur was already black, and staying up late wouldn't deepen the color around her eyes. Well, that may be true, but do remember to be cautious once you evolve into an ice-field ferret, Chi-Yi advised. Xiao Wei nodded. Although she found his logic somewhat flawed, she decided to overlook it in light of his kindness in taking her out today. As they strolled further, the bouncing rabbit with the black eye circles turned its head to watch them leave, its eyes shifting from red to black. After some time, Chi-Yi and Xiao Wei felt that the extraordinary creatures were dwindling in number. Initially, upon ascending the mountain, they had encountered a plethora of beings, even a steel pig that Xiao Wei had chased away. Yet, as they ventured higher, extraordinary creatures seemed increasingly scarce. Chi-Yi recalled that textbooks often state that the strongest extraordinary beings prefer to occupy the mountain's peak, which made this situation perplexing. After a while, feeling that there was little of interest remaining above, Chi-Yi and Xiao Wei began their descent. However, Despite walking for quite some time, they still had not encountered any extraordinary creatures. Chi-E, hands on his hips, remarked, "This lotation may not be high, but the path is quite winding." Squeak. Xiao Wei agreed, feeling that they had lost their way on the mountain. "Hey Xiao Wei, do you see that? Is that a bouncing rabbit?" Chi-E exclaimed with delight. Squeak. Xiao Wei echoed his excitement as they both dashed toward the rabbit. Although bouncing rabbits are inherently wary, this one remained still, showing no signs of fleeing. Even as Chi-E and Xiao Wei approached it. "Isn't this the same bouncing rabbit we encountered on our way up?" Chi-E asserted, feeling confident, as it was indeed his first encounter with a rabbit of such unique appearance. Xiao Wei also recalled the rabbit vividly, noting that after they had spotted it, they had not seen any other extraordinary creatures while ascending. Just as Xiao Wei was pondering this, the motionless bouncing rabbit suddenly turned its head toward Chi-E. Its black eye circles began to sink inward, transforming the former eye sockets into two dark voids. Chapter 42, Nightmare Soul. Witnessing the rabbit's transformation, Chi-E and Xiao Wei instinctively took a step back. How terrifying it was that a perfectly normal rabbit now bore two gaping holes. "Do you find me ugly as well?" the bouncing rabbit inquired, its empty black sockets fixating on Chi-E and Xiao Wei. Both of them widened their eyes in disbelief. This rabbit could speak? What manner of creature is this? Chi-E exchanged a glance with Xiao Wei, and they promptly turned to flee. Though the exact nature of the rabbit was unclear, it was evident that the further they distanced themselves, the better. The rabbit emitted a derisive chuckle, its mouth slightly ajar. In a flash, it leaped forward, positioning itself directly in front of Chi-E and Xiao Wei, blocking their escape route. "Do you think I am ugly?" the bouncing rabbit continued to question. Chi-E swallowed hard, feeling that this bizarre rabbit posed a significant threat. Confronting it head-on surely would yield no favorable outcome for either him or Xiao Wei. Thus, Chi-E felt it prudent to appease the rabbit. "No, you are not ugly." "What nonsense. They all say I am ugly. My fellow rabbits and the other extraordinary beings on this mountain have all called me ugly. How could I possibly not be?" The voice of the bouncing rabbit rose sharply, laced with a chilling tone. Chi-E perceived that the rabbit, which seemed to be two black holes for eyes, emitted an eerie, dark glow. "Ugly?" Chi-E ventured cautiously. This was the first time he encountered such a bizarre situation, even during his time at the Qingyan Lake. He had merely found things somewhat troublesome, devoid of this uncanny sensation. Little Wei, on the other hand, had been entirely unaware of such frightening phenomena existing in the world since birth. She had previously thought that only Chi-E's absurd videos contained such eerie occurrences. Although frightened by the rabbit now, Little Wei still positioned one of her front paws defensively in front of Chi-E. "You mock me. You dare to mock my ugliness." The bouncing rabbit suddenly became frenzied. Chi-E inwardly cursed this insufferable rabbit. He had never encountered such a difficult creature to placate. "You are not ugly. You are quite beautiful." In an effort to stabilize the bouncing rabbit's emotions, Chi-E could only muster the courage to continue speaking. "You deceive me. How dare you deceive me?" The bouncing rabbit grew even more unhinged. "Little Wei, run." Chi-E, concerned that if they did not flee now, they might not escape at all, recognized the bouncing rabbit's increasingly unstable demeanor. Yet, the deranged rabbit lunged forward again, blocking Chi-E and Little Wei's path. Chi-E silently scolded. "Little Wei, use ice armor to protect yourself." With a whoosh, a transparent layer of ice enveloped Little Wei. Utilize the impact skill. After employing the ice armor skill, her exterior became hardened, allowing her to strike the enemy directly with her body, thus delivering a solid impact. Chi-E refrained from instructing Little Wei to use the bite skill. Firstly, because the damage from her direct impact post-ice armor would surpass that of the bite skill. And secondly, he was wary of the bizarre composition of the ugly rabbit. He did not wish for Little Wei to ingest anything strange. However, when Little Wei collided with the bouncing rabbit using the impact skill, the rabbit's body momentarily transformed into a shadowy apparition. Little Wei passed through the bouncing rabbit's form and fell to the ground. The rabbit emitted a chilling laugh as it advanced towards Chi-E. With a cry, Little Wei, deeply concerned for Chi-E, struggled to rise. Yet, the extensive use of ice armor had drained her energy, preventing her from catching up. Little Wei watched helplessly as the bouncing rabbit drew ever closer to Chi-E. With a whimper, tears glimmered in her eyes as she summoned her last reserves of strength, causing a light snowfall to descend around them. Not far from Chi-E, a rotund black shadow observed Little Wei and Chi-E with a sinister chuckle. Strangely, Chi-E seemed oblivious to this shadow's presence. Beside the shadow stood a similarly plump squirrel, watching the plight of Chi-E and Little Wei with a sense of inexplicable comfort. This squirrel was the same one that had been chased around the tree by Little Wei. After being pursued by the snow-mantled Weasel, it had encountered this shadow and was seized, subsequently brought to witness the agonizing struggles of the human and the snow-mantled Weasel. Although the squirrel realized it could not contend with the shadow, it found solace in sharing in the suffering of the human. Just as the shadow reveled in its amusement, a sudden gust of wind swept by. The shadow turned to see a cloaked figure soaring towards it, perched upon the back of an eagle. Greetings, elder nightmare spirit. I have heard you have awakened from your slumber and have come out for a stroll. Mr. Zhou specifically requested that I accompany you around Huagua. Shun Guangyao dismounted from the Qiao Yu eagle with a smile, addressing the nightmare spirit. The nightmare spirit, entirely cloaked in darkness, bore 3 even darker circular forms upon its body, resembling eyes and a mouth. Elder nightmare, may I inquire if the individual trapped in your nightmare has committed any transgressions? Should there be any offense towards you, I shall ensure he is duly punished, Shun Guangyao stated earnestly. I merely found him quite appealing and wished to tease him. The mouth of the nightmare spirit stretched into a grin. Internally, Shun Guangyao scoffed. He would never believe such a claim if uttered by any other extraordinary being. Who would scare someone merely for amusement? If the individual within had a slightly weaker constitution, he could very well be rendered utterly bewildered by such an encounter. Yet, the nightmare spirit was indeed capable of such antics, especially the one residing on the enigmatic island. It seems the elder nightmare truly favors him. But should we not release him first? It appears that he is nearing his limits. The nightmare spirit turned its gaze back toward Qi, who lay sprawled on the ground, while the grotesque rabbit it had conjured loomed over him, looking down from its elevated position. Meanwhile, Qi's companion had also collapsed nearby. The nightmare spirit conjured a black hand to scratch its head. Have humans become so fragile? I merely sought to playfully tease him. And he has already reached this state. Humans of yore were not so easily rattled. They could withstand a bit of jest. Chapter 43. It is him. The nightmare spirit waved its hand, dispelling the nightmare that had ensnared Su Cheng. Qi, gasping for air, suddenly found the rabbit, which had been malevolently grinning at him, had vanished. Little Wei. Upon witnessing the rabbit's abrupt disappearance, Qi made a concerted effort to rise and locate Little Wei. How are you? Approaching her, he examined her condition and, relieved to find she had merely collapsed from exhaustion, he breathed a sigh of relief. Qi carefully lifted Little Wei, turning to survey their surroundings. The once ominous atmosphere had dissipated. Although the area lacked the ordinary extraordinary beings typically found in the wilderness, Qi spotted a familiar figure. Shen Guangyao? His voice wavered with uncertainty. Though Qi struggled with facial recognition, the black cloak and Xiao Yu eagle unmistakably indicated that this was indeed Shen Guangyao. Shen Guangyao, equally astonished, responded, Qi. Having been preoccupied with conversing with the nightmare spirit, he had not discerned who the person ensnared in the nightmare was. Initially assuming it was merely an unfortunate passerby, unaware it was someone he recognized, Qi's misfortune was evident. He had attracted the attention of both the armored ice turtle and now the nightmare spirit. Elder Nightmare, now that you have emerged from the enigmatic island, shall I accompany you on a tour of Huagua and take you to a suitable place to rest? Shen Guangyao did not engage Qi in further conversation. Instead, resuming his dialogue with the nightmare spirit, Shen Guangyao dared not relax in the presence of the formidable being. After all, when he faced the armored ice turtle, his attitude had shifted significantly the moment he rescued the hostages and their companions, harboring a desire to settle the score with the turtle. However, when confronted with the nightmarish soul, Shen Guangyao adopted a notably humble demeanor. Even after successfully rescuing Qi, he remained cautious and refrained from any reckless actions. The nightmarish soul is an exceptional sovereign, perilously close to the totemic realm. Most importantly, the methods employed by the nightmarish soul are notoriously elusive. Should it harbor any displeasure and seek retribution, it would be exceedingly difficult to thwart its intentions. Shen Guangyao had long heard that although the nightmarish soul's name and tactics exude malevolence, its character retains a hint of innocence. The nightmarish soul did not seize the opportunity to impose unreasonable demands, nor did it display any inclination to trouble Shen Guangyao. Instead, it simply and directly expressed its view that Shen Guangyao was pleasing to the eye and preferred his company. Shen Guangyao managed a stiff smile. As a beast taming diplomat, being told he was unattractive by an extraordinary being was indeed a significant blow. Who could understand such a plight? Senior nightmarish soul, may I first escort you to a suitable resting place, and then find others to serve as your guides? Qi, cradling Xiao Wei, quietly observed the exchange between Shen Guangyao and the shadowy figure, sensing that the situation was far from ordinary, lacking a translator for extraordinary beings. Qi was oblivious to the shadow's words. Yet, he understood that Shen Guangyao, a promising young beast-taming diplomat, would not have ventured to this modest hill without cause. Although Qi was unaware of the shadow's true nature, he could surmise that the rabbit he and Xiao Wei encountered was likely conjured by this very being. The nightmarish soul pondered. Heh, I am not inclined to venture out just yet. This little hillside suits me perfectly. I shall remain here. No need to summon others. This individual will suffice. The nightmarish soul pointed at Chi-E with a conjured finger. Suddenly singled out, Chi-E widened his eyes. What was happening? As Chi-E was lost in thought, Shen Guangyao turned his gaze toward him, his expression stiff. Chi-E tightened his embrace around Xiao Wei, overtaken by fear. He truly regretted coming here. Senior nightmarish soul, perhaps I should find more individuals for you to peruse? This person has yet to undergo professional training, and I worry he may inadvertently offend you. Shen Guangyao spoke gently to the nightmarish soul. The nightmarish soul swayed its entire form. Heh, no, I want him. It appears the rumors are true. This nightmarish soul, residing on Bewilderment Island, possesses a certain childlike disposition. This childishness manifests in a penchant for mischief and stubbornness. Shen Guangyao once again cast his gaze upon Qi. It is best to soothe such an extraordinary being through peaceful means. To provoke the nightmarish soul's ire would be an unwise endeavor, as the potential damage from its retaliation would far outweigh any gain. Typically, those chosen to accompany extraordinary beings like the nightmarish soul have undergone rigorous training. After all, if this individual were to utter an unwise word or enact an inappropriate deed, it could lead to significant loss. Senior nightmarish soul, this person has been quite overwhelmed by your nightmarish dilemma skill. Allow me to escort him away for a moment to recover, and then we can continue our discussion, shall we? Shen Guangyao suggested. The nightmarish soul blinked its eyes, resembling small black holes. Heh, we shall procure the dark flame for you shortly, and you must be hungry after just awakening. Would you like some sustenance to replenish your strength? Shen Guangyao interjected before the nightmarish soul could finish. Initially inclined to refuse, the nightmarish soul nodded. Heh, you may go. Just don't forget to bring him back to me afterward. Shen Guangyao smiled. Senior nightmarish soul, we shall reconvene shortly. He beckoned Qi to ascend the horned feather eagle. This time, Qi was finally to mount the magnificent creature he deemed impressive, yet he felt no joy. Although he could not comprehend the nightmarish soul's utterances, he understood that Shen Guangyao intended to return him. What was happening? Had he consented to being returned? Nevertheless, Qi suppressed his questions, stepping onto the horned feather eagle, intending to depart with Shen Guangyao before seeking further clarification. Shen Guangyao led Qi away on the horned feather eagle, which did not soar far from the hillside but instead landed in a clearing. In this open space, numerous individuals wielded professional instruments, accompanied by various extraordinary beasts. It appeared these people and their creatures were in league with Shen Guangyao, who was directly communicating with the nightmarish soul while they provided support from the rear. Is there a beast doctor present? Please assist me in examining my creature. Qi inquired upon disembarking. Two individuals clad in white coats approached from the crowd, taking Xiao Wei from Qi's arms. What is going on today? Qi asked, relieved to see Xiao Wei receiving professional care. Chapter 44, Money Makes Everything Possible. Qi realized that the rabbit he had encountered must have been conjured by the shadowy figure, and he felt entitled to learn more about its origins. After all, it was likely he would be sent back. Today's extraordinary being is the nightmarish soul. Perhaps you have heard of its name. Qi recalled having seen the nightmarish soul mentioned in a popular science book. The nightmarish soul belongs to the ghostly category of extraordinary beings, feeding on the fearful emotions of living creatures. Were he and Xiao Wei inadvertently creating terror for it to consume? However, this terror is not solely dependent on the degree of fright, but also on the strength of the frightened creature, given their own limited capabilities. Even if they were utterly terrified, it would hardly generate significant fear for the nightmarish soul to feast upon, would it? Was the nightmarish soul merely seeking a light appetizer from them before descending the mountain for a grand banquet? Originally, the nightmarish soul resided on a small island off the coast of Fengtian province, a species known for their love of slumber, typically remaining in a state of deep sleep. However, the nightmarish soul had awakened yesterday, particularly spirited, stepping off its island, traversing into Fengtian province, and encountering you wandering on that mountain. Qi lamented. It is all my fault. I should not have ventured out, should not have wandered to that mountain. The terrifying scenes you encountered prior to seeing me were conjured by the nightmarish soul's nightmarish dilemma skill, Shen Guangyao explained. So, the nightmarish soul used such a high-level skill on two weaklings like us to absorb our fear? Qi inquired. No. The nightmarish soul told me it used the nightmare skill on you merely because it found you appealing and wished to tease you, Shen Guangyao clarified. Although this sounded rather undignified and did not seem like the behavior of a formidable extraordinary being, it was evident that even powerful entities could engage in childish antics. You wish to tease me? By scaring me half to death? Qi found Shen Guangyao's explanation hard to accept. If it had played with me a little longer, I might have simply vanished. Cough. In truth, The nightmare predicament you just encountered is rather mild when measured against the methods employed by the nightmare soul. Had it truly harbored any malicious intent towards you, you would not be standing here now, Shen Guangyao elucidated. While this technique was terrifying for Qi, it was considered one of the gentler means for the nightmare soul. Qi pressed his lips together. Should he express gratitude that the nightmare soul merely toyed with him and refrained from launching an attack? It was utterly absurd. Jiwu, a frail voice emerged. After being administered a bit of restorative nourishment by 2 medical personnel, Xiao Wei awakened, though she remained quite weak. Qi approached her and knelt down, saying, Xiao Wei, you should enter the Beast Master space to rest. Xiao Wei extended a paw to press against Qi, chirping softly. If the nightmare soul was indeed attracted by your appearance, that could be somewhat understandable. Qi interjected, have you truly begun to empathize with that nightmare soul? Were it not for its presence, would you be lying here so feeble? Did I just hear you say you plan to send me back? Qi asked stiffly. He regretted not having purchased a translator for extraordinary beings to carry with him. After receiving the payment for his role as a psychological consultant for the plump dragon, he had intended to buy such a device, but hesitated upon seeing the exorbitant prices. Even the cheapest translator required a 5-digit sum. Given another chance, he would undoubtedly procure one. The strength of the nightmare soul is formidable, approaching the status of a totemic extraordinary being. Should it find itself in a densely populated area, any ill intentions it might harbor could pose a significant threat, Shen Guangyao stated with a grave expression. Qi stared intently at Shen Guangyao. So, because it's powerful, you intend to send me to it? Cough. We have already dispatched trained individuals to initiate contact with the nightmare soul in hopes of altering its disposition, Shen Guangyao replied. Despite his thick skin, he too felt that sending a mere morsel back to the fierce beast was rather cruel. So, what are the prospects of changing the nightmare soul's mindset? Qi inquired. Not yet, but if it proves impossible, I will remain by your side. And we will ensure the nightmare soul does not linger here for long. We will find a way to escort it away, Shen Guangyao hastened to reassure him. Qi pursed his lips. Very well then. Shen Guangyao's eyes brightened. You truly are commendable, having previously accompanied the armored ice turtle. Your enlightenment is admirable. The current situation was distinct from that of the armored ice turtle. The one from Qingmian Lake was particularly life-preserving, even if Qi had outright rejected it. It would likely only express its anger in a fit of pique without any inclination towards vengeance. However, the fact that the nightmare soul found Qi appealing enough to frighten him half to death left one to wonder what it might do if displeased. However, should you insist on sending me to the nightmare soul, you must remain by my side without a moment's departure. Additionally, I require compensation. I cannot risk everything without reward. Qi asserted. He sensed that it was highly probable he would have to remain, so he might as well articulate his demands. Agreed. What compensation do you seek? Shen Guangyao's eyes gleamed. As long as Qi was willing to stay, he was amenable to any request. Having served as a Beast Master diplomat for an extended period and amassed a wealth of knowledge regarding powerful extraordinary beings, Shen Guangyao surmised that the nightmare soul indeed harbored no ill will towards Qi and had initially only wished to amuse him. In truth, Shen Guangyao felt a twinge of envy towards Qi, who was deemed attractive in the eyes of extraordinary beings. If he too were perceived as such, his work would become significantly more manageable. I haven't yet decided on my compensation. Although Qi had not fully contemplated what he desired, he was resolute that he would not take this risk without due reward. All right. Moreover, in 4 days, the National High School Pet Battle competition in the city is set to commence, and I must return to participate. This competition was of paramount importance to Qi, not only due to the substantial prize money, but also because of its implications for his future university prospects. The National High School Pet Battle competition? Shen Guangyao raised an eyebrow. Although he had not heard of it in quite some time, he was still familiar with it, having made quite a name for himself during his own participation years ago. Rest assured, I shall resolve this issue for you, Shen Guangyao promised after a moment's contemplation. I am to compete, so please do not jeopardize my participation. Qi urged anxiously. Shen Guangyao's expression darkened. That will not happen. You will be allowed to compete. So fret not. What will I need to do if I find myself near the nightmare soul? Qi inquired. That depends on the nightmare soul's intentions, but rest assured, you will not be placed in any peril, Shen Guangyao reassured him. A member of Shen Guangyao's team approached him, whispering a few words. I sent a few individuals to attempt communication with the nightmare soul, but it showed no interest in them, Shen Guangyao lamented. However, he had anticipated this outcome. Beings of such extraordinary nature were not easily pleased. Yet, you seem to have a remarkable affinity with these powerful extraordinary beings, Shen Guangyao remarked. Qi sighed softly. This peculiar trait of being favored by extraordinary beings was both a blessing and a curse. while it had afforded him the position of psychological consultant for pets, enhancing his financial situation, it had also repeatedly placed him in perilous situations. By the way, you must be considering a major related to pets when you enter university, right? What field do you wish to pursue? Shun Guangyao queried. The nightmare soul was still happily feasting, so there was no need for Qi to hurry over just yet. I wish to major in pet battle, he declared. Qi had steadfastly aimed to choose this popular field. Shun Guangyao nodded. Have you considered the Beast Master Diplomacy program? You seem quite suited for it, especially since you have already participated in 2 diplomatic events involving pets. Who knows, by the time you graduate, you might possess 4 years of university and 5 years of internship experience, which could allow you to thrive in this field based on your looks alone. Shun Guangyao chuckled. Qi pondered. If he eventually chose the Beast Master Diplomacy program, he would be face-to-face with those formidable, extraordinary beings daily. Although many seemed to appreciate his appearance now, what if a particularly powerful being found him displeasing? That thought sent a shiver down his spine. I still prefer the pet battle major, he concluded. After all, for someone who aimed to earn a substantial income while avoiding excessive effort, safety took precedence. The Beast Master Diplomacy program is indeed highly desirable. If you ultimately decide to pursue it, I can provide you with some recommendation letters, Shun Guangyao encouraged. Most fields related to extraordinary beings were accessible to those who achieved sufficient scores in the entrance examination, but certain specialized areas required interviews in addition to scores. However, securing recommendation letters could significantly enhance one's standing in interviews. Certainly, this rigorously selective program often fails to fill its quota each year, prompting the department head to poach a few individuals from other disciplines to supplement their ranks. It was in such a manner that Shun Guangyao found himself recruited. He often mused that had he not been spirited away to the Beast Diplomacy program, he might well have blossomed into a celebrated Beast Master by now. Yet, as fate would have it, he has emerged as a renowned Beast Diplomat, which is not too far removed from his initial aspirations. Commander, the Nightmare Spirit has completed its feeding and is inquiring about why Qi has not yet returned, reported one of the attendants. It seems rather fond of you. Let us depart. With a sigh, Shun Guangyao adjusted his black cloak and mounted the horned feather eagle. Qi, having returned little way to the beast space, joined him on the eagle's back for their journey home. Senior Nightmare, we have returned, Shun Guangyao greeted as he dismounted and acknowledged the horned feather eagle. Oh, the Nightmare Spirit responded succinctly. Shun Guangyao observed a rather rotund claw squirrel beside the Nightmare Spirit. He sensed that this creature was rather ordinary, indistinguishable from the multitude of mundane claw squirrels, save for its plumpness. He pondered what had compelled the Nightmare Spirit to keep such an unremarkable creature close. Perhaps it had taken a liking to it? He made a mental note of the claw squirrel. Ah, the Nightmare Spirit waved at Qi with deliberate intent. Greetings, Senior Nightmare. Qi reciprocated the salutation. Having donned the translation earphones provided by Shun Guangyao prior to their return, he could now comprehend the Nightmare Spirit's words. My pet. It was merely a bit fatigued, so I returned it to the beast space for rest. Might I inquire, Senior Nightmare, if there is something you wish to discuss? Qi asked cautiously. The more Shun Guangyao listened to the Nightmare Spirit, the more his brows furrowed. What? That plump squirrel is actually a gift from the Nightmare Spirit, chosen specifically for Qi, as it holds a fondness for him? He had only heard of humans offering tributes to powerful extraordinary beings for safety. Yet here was an extraordinary being preparing a gift for a mere human? This was unprecedented. Claw squirrel, so I am merely a gift, am I? Qi, equally astonished, nonetheless released little way from the beast space, feeling it would be remiss to spurn the goodwill of such a powerful being. Upon being freed, Little Wei appeared bewildered, wondering why it had been summoned when it was instructed to rest. Little Wei, this is a gift prepared for you by Senior Nightmare. Qi pointed to the trembling claw squirrel on the ground. Little Wei regarded the claw squirrel and thought, oh, this little creature looks quite familiar. After receiving the gift, as a polite ferret, it stood upright to express its gratitude towards the Nightmare Spirit. Chirp. Little Wei bowed deeply. The Nightmare Spirit nodded in acknowledgement before turning its gaze back to Shun Guangyao. Why do you linger here? Shun Guanyao's lips twitched. Was he being dismissed? Senior Nightmare, as you explore, Qi and I will accompany you, he replied gently. Shun Guanyao's presence alongside Qi was not solely for the latter's safety. He was also concerned that should any issues arise with the Nightmare Spirit, Qi would find it challenging to handle alone. Although records indicated that the Nightmare Spirit still possessed a somewhat innocent character, it was also known for its unpredictable temperament. Rumor had it that during one of its visits to the Enigma Island, it became displeased and conjured an immense nightmare scenario. This nightmare plunged the surrounding marine life into a state of fury, leading many sea creatures to leap onto the shores of Huagua. Much to the delight of the local fishermen who enjoyed an unexpected bounty, Chapter 46. Energy Crystals. The nightmare spirit appeared dissatisfied with Shun Guanyao's response. Clearly, it did not wish for him to remain in its vicinity. Yet, Shun Guanyao felt a sense of helplessness. He too desired to leave, but could not abandon Qi alone. Ultimately, the nightmare spirit refrained from voicing any objections, tacitly allowing Shun Guanyao to stay. At that moment, Qi, who had been quietly minimizing his presence, suddenly heard the voice of the nightmare spirit echoing in his mind. Qi, shortly, I shall take you on a treasure hunt. Qi jolted in surprise. Was this the ability of telepathy? The nightmare spirit had employed telepathy with him? He turned to look at the nightmare spirit, which was grinning at him, while Shun Guanyao remained oblivious, maintaining his neutral expression. Even if they were to embark on a treasure hunt, Shun Guanyao would undoubtedly follow them, which caused Qi a tinge of concern. He did not fully understand the nightmare spirit and worried that should it become displeased, it might easily crush him in little way. Thus, Shun Guanyao's presence offered him a degree of solace. However, Qi decided to remain silent for the moment, choosing instead to observe, and he nodded at the nightmare spirit. Shun Guanyao, watching the exchange between Qi and the nightmare spirit, felt perplexed, sensing they were conspiring behind his back, yet lacking any evidence to support his suspicions. Let us depart at once. The nightmare spirit once again used telepathy to relay to Qi. Qi nodded once more, casting a glance at Shun Guanyao that implored him to follow closely. Then, holding Little Wei, who in turn clutched the claw squirrel, they set off together with the nightmare spirit. Shun Guanyao furrowed his brow, suspecting that the nightmare spirit had indeed communicated with Qi via telepathy. Although he was unaware of the content of their conversation, he sensed it must be benign, for Qi's expression was notably tranquil. He lagged a few paces behind, following Qi and the nightmare spirit as they ascended the path toward the summit of Latation. The environment on this ascent bore a striking resemblance to the one he had encountered within the nightmare scenario, and Qi was uncertain if that path had been a mere illusion conjured by the nightmare spirit or if the nightmare had directly enveloped the mountaintop. We have arrived, the nightmare spirit announced through telepathy to Qi. Qi surveyed the surroundings. Everything appeared quite ordinary, and he could discern no apparent differences. The nightmare spirit floated to a barren patch of ground, devoid of vegetation, not even a blade of grass. This is the spot, it proclaimed. With a flourish, the nightmare spirit conjured a hand and began to probe the earth, ultimately piercing through to create a substantial hole. Qi watched in astonishment. Could this be the manifestation of power approaching the totemic? The nightmare spirit continued to delve deeper into the hole, extracting an object roughly the length of Little Wei, albeit considerably thicker. It casually tossed the item aside, where it struck against a rock. Qi squinted, recognizing the object. Was that a field mouse beast? Yet it seemed excessively large. The field mouse beast was an evolved form of the field mouse, reputedly even less palatable than its predecessor. Experts suggested that the evolution of the field mouse merely made it harder to consume, thereby increasing its chances of survival in the wild. The field mouse is approximately the same size as a common rat, allowing Xiao Wei to easily grasp it in her mouth. Logically, one would think that the field mouse beast would merely be a larger version of a rat. However, this particular field mouse beast is even larger than Xiao Wei. If she attempted to pick up this field mouse beast, she would find it utterly impossible. Rather than fleeing, the discarded field mouse beast merely trembles in place. And Qi surmises that the oppressive aura of the nightmare soul is too formidable, rendering the creature immobile. The nightmare soul, meanwhile, has unearthed several more field mouse beasts from a nearby burrow, all of which are tossed aside. At this juncture, Qi realizes that the hole in the ground was likely not created by the nightmare soul, but was originally present, merely concealed by the field mouse beasts. Standing nearby, Shun Guanyao squints, reasoning that the extraordinary creatures at the summit should be the most powerful beings on this mountain. Although Latation is relatively low in elevation, it should not be merely occupied by a handful of field mouse beasts. Yet, the sizes of these creatures are clearly abnormal, suggesting that something extraordinary within their burrow has contributed to their unusual growth. The burrow has been thoroughly scavenged by the nightmare soul, which, after rummaging once more, produces a black crystal the size of a glass bead for Qi to behold. Treasure found, the nightmare soul exclaims with palpable pride. Qi blinks in surprise. Is this an energy crystal? Energy crystals are extraordinary treasures that enhance the abilities of powerful beings. They are both rare and highly valuable. Furthermore, energy crystals possess elemental attributes, and the black crystal in the nightmare soul's grasp is likely a ghost-type energy crystal, which is relatively scarce. Shun Guanyao is equally astonished. For energy crystals typically coalesce only in areas rich in specific elements or following significant events. It is surprising that Latation would harbor such a crystal. Perhaps the ghost-type energy crystal is simply too small, and no one would expect Latation to produce energy crystals, which may explain why it has remained undiscovered until now. Creatures of the Nightmare Soul's caliber do indeed have an affinity for energy crystals, yet they generally disregard small fragments. However, this one, being an unexpected find accompanied by a pleasing companion, brings it joy. It becomes evident that the Nightmare Soul's presence on Latation is not without purpose. Shun Guangyao glances at the enormous field mouse beasts cast aside by the Nightmare Soul, recognizing that their size likely results from absorbing energy from the energy crystals. Given time, if this brood of field mouse beasts were to absorb even more energy, they might very well establish dominion over this small mountain. Alas, the first generation of field mouse beasts capable of claiming territory has met an untimely end. With a playful tone, the Nightmare Soul floats over and presents the energy crystal to Chi-Yi. Chi-Yi is taken aback. He thought he was merely accompanying the search for treasure, not that he would receive a share. Chapter 47. The Easily Satisfied Nightmare Soul. Gazing at the energy crystal extended by the Nightmare Soul, Chi-Yi contemplates its worth. Although Xiao Wei is not of the ghost type, selling this energy crystal could yield a substantial sum. The fact that the Nightmare Soul would bestow such a precious gift upon him leaves Chi-Yi feeling somewhat bewildered. He fears that accepting the energy crystal might invite demands from the Nightmare Soul. However, a being of such stature is unlikely to impose requests upon a mere human of his limited capabilities. Chi-Yi looks to Shun Guangyao for reassurance. Shun Guangyao remarks, "How outrageous. Has Chi-Yi truly become so esteemed in the eyes of the Nightmare Soul? It seems not only does it tease him, but it also seeks to offer him gifts. In ancient times, someone of Chi-Yi's caliber would have likely held a position of considerable authority." Shun Guangyao nods at Chi-Yi, signaling that he should accept the offering, affirming that the Nightmare Soul's intentions are genuinely benevolent. "Thank you, esteemed Nightmare," Chi-Yi replies respectfully, cautiously accepting the glass-like energy crystal. Xiao Wei, nestled in Chi-Yi's embrace, stirs with curiosity at the intriguing black gem. Chi-Yi presents the energy crystal before her. Captivated by its beauty, Xiao Wei's grip on Chi-Yi loosens as she takes the crystal from his hand, just as she is about to drop it. Chi-Yi swiftly catches her. Though the energy crystal is a precious gift from the Nightmare Soul, Xiao Wei herself is also a gift, and it cannot be allowed to fall. Enchanted by the transparent black gem, Xiao Wei gazes in awe. The Nightmare Soul, seeing her delight, reclaims the energy crystal. Unhappy about having the lovely stone taken from her, Xiao Wei's irritation dissipates upon noticing the Nightmare Soul. The Nightmare Soul extends another hand, deftly twisting two fingers to form a black thread, which it weaves through the energy crystal before tying it into a simple necklace. The completed necklace is then placed around Xiao Wei's neck. "Whoa, this is stunning," Xiao Wei exclaims. "The esteemed Nightmare is truly wonderful." With a chuckle, the Nightmare Soul, having bestowed the energy crystal, turns its attention to the trembling gray mouse beasts on the ground. "From now on, I shall be the ruler of this mountain. You shall all heed my commands. Whatever I say, you shall do, understand?" The gray mouse beasts nod in compliance, shivering in fear. They feel today marks the most unfortunate day for their family, having been uprooted from their burrow and sacrificed in the process. Shun Guangyao observes the Nightmare Soul, now approaching a totemic level, issuing commands to the gray mouse beasts, which have only just reached the warrior level, and he finds the scene surreal. The Nightmare Soul shows no signs of devaluation, bullying the weak despite its power. "Gather all the extraordinary beings on this mountain. I wish to convene a meeting." The gray mouse beasts scatter in haste. While Chi-Yi finds the Nightmare Soul's behavior somewhat peculiar, he remains silent, merely observing. Lost in thought, Chi-Yi suddenly catches Shun Guangyao's subtle signal, and after a moment's hesitation, he inquires, "Esteemed Nightmare, what do you seek from the extraordinary beings on this mountain?" "Hee. Now that I have become the Mountain King, I intend to benefit the creatures here." The Nightmare Soul typically manifests as a large black orb, revealing its hands only when necessary. Presently, it has transformed its hands into a more humanoid form, exuding an air of profundity. "And how do you plan to benefit them?" Chi-Yi continues to ask. "Hee. They are far too weak. I shall assist them in strengthening their abilities. I will allow them to enter my nightmarish realm to enhance their power." Shun Guangyao furrowed his brow. The Nightmare Spirit's dreamscape was a formidable challenge indeed. If it were to exert its full strength, the influence of this nightmare realm would extend far beyond Mount Litai. Was the Nightmare Spirit preparing to instigate chaos? With a hand discreetly pressed against a device tucked in his pocket, Shin signaled to his team members below to brace themselves, as they would soon be measuring the extent of the Nightmare's coverage. Before long, the gray rat beast, following the command of the Nightmare Spirit, led a contingent of notable extraordinary beings from Mount Litai. Most of these beings possessed moderate to high levels of prowess, including various species such as the springing rabbit, the iron-skinned pig, and the spiked bee. Approximately 100 extraordinary creatures were gathered by the gray rat beast. Hee. The nightmare spirit began to address these extraordinary beings, implying that it sought to enhance their powers. The assembled creatures had sensed the presence of the nightmare spirit upon its arrival at Mount Litai, and now they dared not resist. After delivering its speech, the nightmare spirit cast a dreamscape that ensnared all the summoned extraordinary creatures. A yellow-bodied spiked bee adorned with several black stripes confronted a fabricated counterpart, a black-bodied spiked bee with yellow stripes. The two bees commenced their battle. The long-legged springing rabbit encountered a short-legged, muscular version of its kind. The shorter rabbit possessed remarkable leg strength, delivering powerful kicks. Observing the extraordinary beings within the nightmare realm engaging in combat, the nightmare spirit nodded in satisfaction. From the areas enveloped by the nightmare, tendrils of darkness emerged, drifting into the nightmare spirit's form. Shun Guangyao anxiously focused on the nightmare spirit as a voice crackled through his earpiece. Captain, we have observed that the region surrounding Mount Litai remains unaffected by the nightmare realm. Everything appears normal. Shin pressed a few buttons on the device in his pocket, indicating to his team that he understood. Everything surrounding Mount Litai is normal? Could it be that the nightmare spirit had no intention of causing havoc, merely wishing to amuse itself atop Mount Litai? This seemed illogical, as one would expect a being of its nature to harbor destructive inclinations. Watching the nightmare spirit absorb the fear emanating from the summoned extraordinary creatures, it appeared to be rather easily satisfied. Unlike the nefarious beings described in books that would routinely commandeer entire cities to harvest terror. Chapter 48, The Nightmare Realm. Hee. The nightmare spirit gazed upon the small rabbits, pigs, and chicks within the dreamscape with evident delight. Chi-E, observing the extraordinary beings in the nightmare realm, recalled the helplessness he and Xiao Wei had felt when trapped within it. He felt that their predicament had been even more dire. Yet, it seemed that Xiao Wei had ultimately gained something from her experience in the nightmare realm. She had apparently mastered the skill of frost cover. Chi-E remembered that. In the end, Xiao Wei had utilized the frost cover skill to prevent that hideous rabbit from approaching him. Although the skill had indeed slowed the rabbit's movements, it was of little consequence, as it was still beyond their ability to contend with. Ultimately, he had been left thoroughly frightened by the grotesque rabbit. In contemplation, Chi-E noticed that Xiao Wei appeared to take pleasure in watching the extraordinary beings struggle within the nightmare realm. Despite his own exhaustion, witnessing others in their desperate fights was rather amusing. Ever since the nightmare spirit had gifted Xiao Wei a squirrel and a necklace, she had come to comprehend that the nightmare spirit's use of the dreamscape was merely a playful endeavor. The nightmare spirit, possessing a childlike innocence, was fundamentally benevolent. Observing the battles within the nightmare realm, it turned to Chi-E. Hee. Would you like to join in and give it a try? The nightmare spirit's tone was devoid of jest, genuinely inquiring if Chi-E wished to enter. Chi-E blinked, pondering whether to proceed. Despite the torment he had endured in the nightmare realm, he could not deny that both he and Xiao Wei had gained valuable insights there. Moreover, they had come to understand the mechanics of the nightmare realm, leading him to believe he would not perceive it as an otherworldly event. Lowering his gaze to Xiao Wei, he found her engrossed in the battles of the rabbits and pigs, only to suddenly notice the scrutiny from above. Xiao Wei looked up to see both Chi-E and the nightmare spirit observing her. Do you want to join the fight? Chi-E inquired of Xiao Wei. Xiao Wei's ears twitched. She was not particularly keen on the idea, still reeling from her encounter with the black-eyed rabbit. Her neck, once extended with curiosity, drooped in resignation. I'm so tired. Seeing Xiao Wei still capable of playful antics, Chi-E felt a surge of interest in the nightmare realm. It must be said, the nightmare realm did indeed serve as an excellent training ground for practical skills. Then let us train within it. Though the nightmare spirit was immensely powerful, Chi-E sensed a gentler disposition akin to that of the armored ice turtle. He even believed that had he genuinely harmed himself instead of accompanying the nightmare spirit, the nightmare spirit would not have resorted to any extreme measures. It was, in essence, quite accommodating. Shen Guangyao observed how, merely 2 hours after being fearful of the nightmare spirit, Chi-E now wished to lead his creature into the nightmare realm, unable to suppress a twitch of his lips. Did trust between humans and extraordinary beings hinge solely upon a squirrel and a crystal necklace as gifts? As he pondered this, Shin noticed Chi-E signaling him with a glance before stepping into the nightmare realm with his reluctant companion. If I enter, remember to keep me safe. Chi-E communicated silently. Shin rolled his eyes and shook his head, urging Chi-E to proceed. If he attempted to dissuade Chi-E from entering the nightmare realm, the nightmare spirit would likely interpret it as a scheme to incite discord, resulting in a hellish version of the nightmare realm. Chi-E, alongside a hesitant Xiao Wei, stepped into the realm of nightmares. Xiao Wei, The Nightmare Elder wishes for us to enter so we can hone our skills. We must not squander the Nightmare Elder's goodwill after receiving its squirrel and necklace, Chi-Yi explained. Chirp, Xiao Wei responded lethargically, resigning herself as she leapt from Chi-Yi's grasp to the ground. Well, now that we're here, what else can we do? Let us fight. As she beheld a white-furred marten materializing before her, Xiao Wei adjusted her stance, preparing for battle. The black and white martens crouched low, ready to spring. Xiao Wei, use ice armor and dash forward to collide with it. Chi-Yi commanded. Xiao Wei gathered the surrounding ice and snow elements, encasing herself in a thin layer of ice. Simultaneously, the white marten was similarly shrouded in a thin layer of ice, and both martens charged toward one another. After Chi-Yi entered the nightmare realm, Shen Guangyao had kept a vigilant eye on him. Noticing that Chi-Yi's snow-purple marten was capable of employing ice armor, Shen raised an eyebrow. Ice armor? This little snow-purple marten has already mastered its racial skill at such a young age. Although many well-trained pets can indeed utilize their racial skills at a relatively young age, their proficiency often leaves much to be desired. Many merely mimic the actions without true mastery. However, Xiao Wei, with her frost armor racial skill, astonishingly enveloped herself entirely in ice, exhibiting a commendable level of defense. Upon colliding with the white-furred weasel, both Xiao Wei and the weasel staggered back a few paces. Clearly, the two weasels were evenly matched in strength. Chi-Yi furrowed his brow as he observed the white-furred weasel. From witnessing the battle of the extraordinary beings within the nightmare abyss, Chi-Yi discerned that the adversaries conjured by this realm matched their own capabilities. This meant that the techniques Xiao Wei possessed were also within the weasel's repertoire. Consequently, defeating this white-furred weasel would prove to be a formidable challenge. Thus, Chi-Yi decided to seize this opportunity to hone Xiao Wei's skills. Xiao Wei, use snow cover. This skill, snow cover, had only been employed by Xiao Wei once in the previous nightmare abyss, and Chi-Yi was uncertain of the extent of her current mastery. Upon receiving Chi-Yi's command, Xiao Wei began to gather the surrounding ice and snow elements, while the white-furred weasel mirrored her actions, preparing to unleash the same skill. Simultaneously, both weasels conjured a gentle snowfall upon one another. Xiao Wei, employ the blink skill. Chi-Yi instructed Xiao Wei to use this skill, not for an offensive maneuver against the white-furred weasel, but rather to assess the effectiveness of her snow cover. After observing the speed of both Xiao Wei and the weasel during their blinks, Chi-Yi concluded that Xiao Wei's snow cover could reduce the speed of an equally matched extraordinary being by 10%. Chi-Yi was quite pleased with this outcome. Although a 10% reduction may appear modest, it could be pivotal in a competitive scenario. Moreover, the prospect that Xiao Wei could already diminish the speed of an opponent of equal strength bodes well for her future. Chapter 49. This is quite splendid. When the Nightmare Soul sensed that the extraordinary beings had sufficiently trained within the Nightmare Abyss, it lifted the constraints and released the likes of the bouncing rabbit and the bee drill. The freed extraordinary beings were utterly exhausted and yearned to cheer upon their release. They had merely existed atop a small hill, harboring no grand aspirations. Their desire to strengthen themselves stemmed solely from a wish to gain preferential mating rights. Yet today, they had directly encountered hellish training. This was truly beyond their capacity to endure. Nevertheless, none of these gathered extraordinary beings dared to voice their complaints. After all, the Mountain King was still present. If the Mountain King were to become displeased and impose additional training upon them, their lives would be at stake. That will suffice for today. You must practice diligently upon your return, and none of you are permitted to leave this mountain. The Nightmare Soul seemed aware of the extraordinary being's potential desire to flee, issuing a stern warning. The extraordinary beings, receiving this admonition, were taken aback. How did this formidable entity know of their intentions to escape? They had just concocted a plan to stealthily relocate to another mountain once this ordeal concluded. The Nightmare Soul uttered a few more words before allowing these small extraordinary beings to depart. In stark contrast to the fearful extraordinary beings, Xiao Wei, who had already received 2 gifts from the Nightmare Soul, collapsed onto the ground as the Nightmare Abyss was dissolved. Squeak. This day had proven to be exceptionally exhausting. Not only had she battled the ugly rabbit in the morning, but also faced a white-furred weasel in the afternoon. A truly fatiguing day. Chi-Yi picked up the utterly exhausted Xiao Wei and utilized his exclusive Chi family massage technique to alleviate her fatigue. The Nightmare Soul appeared pleased. Perhaps due to the extraordinary beings under its guidance becoming stronger, or perhaps it thrived on the fear it instilled in them. Hee. Today was quite amusing. While massaging Xiao Wei, Chi-Yi suddenly heard a female voice emanating from the extraordinary being translation device. Chi-Yi, you can now try engaging the Nightmare Soul in casual conversation, inquiring about how long it intends to remain here and whether it plans to return to the Enchantment Island. Chi-Yi gently patted Xiao Wei's back and leisurely inquired, Esteemed Nightmare, How long do you intend to stay here? Hee, this place is quite pleasant. The extraordinary beings here seem rather intelligent. I will linger here for a few more days. The nightmare soul expressed satisfaction with the little hillside. The extraordinary beings here were astute, understanding that their entry into the nightmare training was ultimately for their own benefit. They had given their all during the training. Unlike the extraordinary beings on its enchantment island, who would always hesitate and display reluctance whenever invited into the nightmare abyss for training, even attempting to resist the nightmare soul despite having grown stronger from the experience. Such behavior was unacceptable. Not only was it unambitious, but it also challenged its authority as the island master. Consequently, it had expanded the boundaries of the nightmare abyss to the maximum, leaving the extraordinary beings on Enchantment Island too intimidated to question its position. Moreover, this mountain not only housed these seemingly intelligent extraordinary beings, but also a most delightful human. Although the nightmare soul had encountered beautiful beings before, none had possessed the strength to remain when it desired. When it eventually tired of ruling this mountain and returned to Enchantment Island, it would attempt to secretly bring Chi-E along. Once it became the island master, Chi-E could serve as its chief steward. In this way, Chi-E would hold a unique status, transcending all creatures, which would not be a slight against it. The nightmare soul nodded in satisfaction. Observing the pensive demeanor of the nightmare soul, Chi-E continued softly, "Esteemed nightmare, do you wish to explore more of Huagua or head directly back to your enchantment island?" Hehe, I have yet to decide. But I recall that Huagua previously mentioned that if I wished to visit, I could come anytime. I should be able to explore a few more places without issue. The nightmare soul reminisced about a previous visit to Huagua, where it had encountered a striking individual who had expressed a desire to visit its domain. The nightmare soul had brought that individual back to Enchantment Island for a tour. Later, the individual had mentioned that they could return to Huagua again, but warned that due to the presence of many fragile humans and extraordinary beings, caution was advised during their visit. The striking beauty had left a lasting impression on the nightmare soul, and it had not forgotten those words. During this visit to Huagua, the nightmare soul was particularly restrained. It had not previously ruled over such a modest hill. Chi-E was unaware of how the Huagua Beast Tamer's diplomat had communicated with the nightmare soul. But judging by Shun Guangyao's expression, it seemed credible, and the offer appeared to still stand. Once the female voice in Chi-Yi's ear confirmed that the nightmare soul's claims were valid, he nodded in acknowledgement. Shun Guangyao quietly listened to the words of the nightmare soul. The nightmarish soul spoke the truth at the time of that conversation. The might of Hua country was not yet formidable enough to engage directly with many powerful transcendent beings. The beast tamer diplomat who communicated with the nightmarish soul anticipated that a direct confrontation would result in significant losses. Although the nightmarish soul caused considerable distress, it did not lead to any fatalities among humans or transcendent entities. At that time, the nightmarish soul merely siphoned an abundance of fear from both humans and transcendent beings. Thus, the diplomat chose a conciliatory approach, successfully persuading the nightmarish soul to retreat to its enigmatic isle without a single soldier being dispatched. In order to better placate the nightmarish soul, he felt compelled to acquiesce to its request to visit Hua country. However, the diplomat also gently admonished the nightmarish soul to exercise restraint during its visit. Just as Shun Guangyao was reminiscing, a voice emanated from his earpiece. His expression remained unchanged as he absorbed the words. Upon hearing the information relayed through the earpiece, Shun Guangyao could hardly contain his delight. The situation on Mr. Shin's end had been resolved ahead of schedule, prompting the decision to visit the nightmarish soul and perhaps resolve matters there as well. Did this mean that his mission would conclude earlier than anticipated? Chapter 50, The Screaming M-Bean. Predecessor Nightmare, do you still remember me? Just as Chi-E was engaging the nightmarish soul in casual conversation, a distant voice echoed toward them. Chi-E turned in the direction of the sound, discovering a man riding upon a majestic eagle soaring toward them. The distance obscured the man's features, yet Chi-E could unmistakably identify the extraordinary being beneath him, the golden-hued Golden Peng. The Golden Peng is indeed a totemic race. Who could possibly be riding upon it? Meanwhile, upon hearing the voice, Shun Guangyao appeared quite elated. He straightened his posture, gazing toward the approaching Golden Peng in anticipation of its descent. That voice seems familiar, thought the nightmarish soul. As the Golden Peng gradually landed, a refined gentleman dismounted gracefully. Predecessor Nightmare, it has been quite some time. Do you still remember me? The gentleman smiled at the nightmarish soul. The nightmarish soul's small black eyes widened in astonishment. It suddenly recalled that this was the very person who had escorted it back during its previous visit to Hua country. Time had passed, and surprisingly, the gentleman seemed even more handsome than before. Haha, exclaimed the nightmarish soul, beaming at the elegant man. Predecessor Nightmare, you should have informed us of your visit to Hua country in advance. so we could have arranged for someone to greet you. We were utterly unprepared for your arrival. It is indeed quite rude, the gentleman expressed, appearing quite remorseful. Haha, it is not your fault. I decided to come on a whim, the nightmarish soul retorted quickly. It was clear that it had forgotten the gentleman's prior assurance to inform it of any visitations. After exchanging a few pleasantries, the gentleman turned his gaze toward Qi and Shen Guangyao. Mr. Zhou, Shen Guangyao exclaimed, suppressing his excitement. The individual before them was none other than Zhou Qinliang, the most esteemed beast tamer diplomat of Hua country. Zhou Qinliang was the pioneer behind the establishment of the Beast Tamer Diplomacy Department in Hua country. During a time when the nation was not as powerful, he managed numerous diplomatic incidents involving beasts, averting countless unnecessary wars. Nowadays, the number of beast diplomacy matters requiring Zhou Qinliang's personal attention has significantly diminished, yet he continues to command the entire department. Zhou Qinliang gave a slight nod to Shen Guangyao before shifting his focus to Qi Yi. Although Zhou Qinliang's acknowledgement was brief, Shen Guangyao was elated. Hee, my idol smiled at me. Before Zhou Qinliang could speak further to Qi Yi, a sharp, explosive sound suddenly emanated from him. Qi Yi was startled by the noise and, upon closer inspection, noticed a small creature perched upon Zhou Qinliang's shoulder. This peculiar being resembled a yellow M-bean, complete with limbs, eyes, and a mouth. After emitting its shrill sound, the M-bean leaped from Zhou Qinliang's shoulder onto Qi Yi, continuing its cacophony. Enough with the noise. Zhou Qinliang admonished sternly. The M-bean, upon receiving its reprimand, ceased its clamorous sounds and clung to Qi Yi's face, gripping it with its tiny hands. Meanwhile, the ground-dwelling Xiao Wei, witnessing the M-bean's proximity to Qi Yi, grew quite displeased. It leapt upwards, using its claws to grasp Qi Yi's clothing in an attempt to dislodge the M-bean from his face. While Xiao Wei could empathize with other transcendent beings coveting Qi Yi's beauty, it would not permit such close contact with anyone else. Only it was allowed to be so close to Qi Yi. Although Qi Yi was somewhat displeased with the M-bean's antics, he restrained Xiao Wei, preventing any aggressive actions. After all, this M-bean had fallen from the shoulder of an esteemed individual riding a golden pong, and it was best to avoid offending it. Zhou Qinliang reached out to gently remove the M-bean from Qi Yi's face, apologizing, "My apologies. This little fellow tends to get overly excited and has caused you some amusement." Qi Yi smiled and shook his head. "It's quite all right." Although Qi Yi was yet unaware of Zhou Qinliang's illustrious background, he recalled Shen Guangyao mentioning a solution for the nightmarish soul, assuring that he would not have to remain in its company indefinitely. Qi Yi speculated that the person before him might be the very solution he sought. Despite the nightmarish soul treating him kindly, he felt a sense of apprehension about being constantly in its presence, so an early departure was most welcome. Naturally, he greeted the individual who could facilitate his exit with a warm demeanor. "You must be Qi Yi," Zhou Qinliang inquired gently. Qi Yi nodded, "Indeed." Zhou Qinliang observed Qi Yi, then glanced at the M-bean eager to snuggle against Qi Yi's face, and nodded in satisfaction. This little M-bean was not Zhou Qinliang's pet. He carried it with him to observe whether any humans bore an appearance worthy of the transcendent being's standards. After all, the M-bean's unique characteristic is that the more attractive it finds someone, the louder it cries out. Today, upon seeing Qi Yi, the M-bean's exuberance confirmed that Qi Yi was indeed exceptional in the eyes of transcendent beings. Remarkable indeed. This young man has already participated in 2 practical diplomatic missions before even attending university. He seems quite fated for a career in beast diplomacy, Zhou Qinliang mused. Predecessor nightmare. Have you enjoyed your time with Qi Yi? Zhou Qinliang inquired with a smile. The nightmarish soul regarded Zhou Qinliang, then cast a glance at Qi Yi, nodding with a smile. It was indeed delighted. Merely gazing at Qi Yi brought it joy, and now that Zhou Qinliang was present, its happiness multiplied. "Then let Qi Yi accompany you well over these next few days at Lingtai Mountain," Zhou Qinliang declared. Qi Yi was puzzled, wondering why someone of Zhou Qinliang's stature would not simply send the nightmarish soul back to its enigmatic isle, but instead allowed it to continue spending time with him. This seemed to render the visit somewhat pointless. Qi Yi silently critiqued in his mind. However, Nightmare Senior, Qi Yi has an important competition in 2 days. Could you allow him to leave for the competition? Zhou Qinliang inquired of the Nightmare Soul. The Nightmare Soul readily agreed. Thank you, Nightmare Senior. Although Zhou Liangqin's strength has now reached impressive heights, even surpassing that of the Nightmare Soul, he refrained from using forceful means to expel the Nightmare Soul from Huagua. Resorting to violence to drive the Nightmare Soul away would only breed resentment, potentially leading to future mischief against Huagua. Given the current disposition of the Nightmare Soul, it seemed unnecessary to eradicate it completely. After all, such an endeavor would require substantial resources. Through Zhou Qinliang's observations, It became evident that this nightmare soul exhibited a relatively benign nature, devoid of any harmful intentions, thus allowing Zhou Chunliang to feel at ease with its continued presence in Huagua. As for having Qi accompany it, that was merely Zhou Chunliang's personal desire. Chapter 51. Suitable for becoming ambitious youths. Qi's presence not only stabilized the emotions of the nightmare soul, but also incurred minimal costs, a twofold benefit. Moreover, Zhou Liangshan sensed Qi's considerable talent in beast diplomacy, contemplating the possibility of drawing him into that field in the future. The realm of beast diplomacy demands not only hard work, but also a significant degree of innate talent. Those deemed undesirable by the beasts would find it impossible to thrive in this domain, whereas Qi, who appeared quite appealing to the creatures, was exceedingly well suited for it. Zhou Liangshan's gaze toward Qi grew increasingly approving. This child is truly remarkable. He is destined to excel in the department of beast diplomacy, not merely as a laborer, but as an ambitious youth. Nightmare Senior, let Qi accompany you. We shall take our leave, Zhou Liangshan said gently to the nightmare soul. Huh. The nightmare soul waved goodbye to Zhou Liangshan. Zhou Liangshan departed with the not-so-favored Shen Guangyao. Qi stood momentarily, watching Zhou Liangshan and the others leave, feeling an inexplicable sense of melancholy. Was he the sole bearer of sorrow in this world? On the way back, Zhou Liangshan addressed Shen Guangyao. Guangyao, once we return, please inform the department to issue Qi a certificate for his participation in the diplomatic resolution involving the nightmare soul. Also, I recall that Qi was involved in the incident with the armored ice turtle. Ensure he receives credit for that as well. Understood, Shen Guangyao replied. The certificate Zhou Liangshan mentioned may hold little value for the average person, but it bears significant weight in the realm of beast diplomacy. Not to mention, possessing such a prestigious internship or work experience would be invaluable. Shen Guangyao sensed that Zhou Liangshan held high hopes for Qi, wishing for him to pursue a career in beast diplomacy. However, Qi currently seemed disinterested in this niche profession. Shen Guangyao mused silently. Although Qi was reluctant to be alone with the nightmare soul, he had to admit that the past 2 days spent together had been quite enjoyable. Throughout this time, Xiao Wei had trained in the nightmare's domain, making notable progress in strength. Under the guidance of the nightmare soul, Qi experienced the thrill of being a subordinate to the mountain's ruler, leading the relatively weak claw squirrels and bouncing rabbits to train in the nightmare domain each day. Their fearful yet compliant demeanor brought Qi immense satisfaction. Nightmare Senior, I must return for my competition. Please wait for me here for 2 days. I shall return swiftly, Qi said. Although the nightmare soul agreed, it appeared somewhat discontent. It felt a sense of joy in Qi's company, and his departure would diminish that joy by at least half. How about we go together? The nightmare soul suddenly proposed, envisioning a shared descent to return together, thus avoiding separation. That won't do. Nightmare Senior, with your strength, you shouldn't reveal yourself easily, and I will return promptly after the competition, Qi earnestly assured. Qi recognized the gravity of the situation. He could hear the chaos among the team, assisting his communication with the nightmare soul upon hearing its desire to descend the mountain together. Ultimately, the nightmare soul allowed Qi to return alone for the competition. Farewell, Nightmare Senior, Qi bowed, with Xiao Wei, adorned with an energy crystal necklace, also bowing in respect. Together, they descended the mountain. At the base, Shen Guangyao and the team awaited Qi and Xiao Wei with a prepared vehicle. You've worked hard, Shen Guangyao said to Qi. Qi waved his hand, acknowledging that while the task bore some psychological pressure, it remained relatively light. How is my competition? It starts tomorrow. Is everything proceeding smoothly? Qi inquired. Yes, very smoothly. The opening ceremony has concluded, and the preliminary matches, in which you are not participating, have also ended. Rest well tonight, and tomorrow you can directly participate in the competition. While you were away, we informed the organizers of the situation, so there will be no impact, Shen Guangyao assured. Qi nodded. He indeed needed a good rest. Xiao Wei, fortunately, could rest in his beast space, but he had been camping in the tents provided by Shen Guangyao and the others for several days, which was far from comfortable. How much longer do I need to accompany the nightmare soul? Qi asked. That depends on when the nightmare soul no longer desires your company or wishes to leave, Shen Guangyao replied, his tone revealing a hint of unease. He understood the safety concerns of being with such a powerful entity. However, at present, having Qi accompany the nightmare soul was indeed the most effective choice for stabilizing its emotions with minimal expenditure. We recognize your contributions. I won't indulge in empty words. If you need anything, do not hesitate to ask, and we will do our utmost to accommodate your requests, Shen Guangyao stated earnestly. He knew that platitudes held little weight for a high school student lacking wealth or influence, so it was better to offer Qi something tangible. I haven't thought it through yet. I'll let you know once I do. Qi replied while petting Xiao Wei. The simplest approach would be to request money. But Qi understood that some things were difficult to obtain even with wealth. Thus, he intended to seek out some rare resources for Xiao Wei. After a brief silence in the vehicle, Qi asked, "What brought the Nightmare Soul to Huagua?" "Simply a desire to come. The Nightmare Soul's permanent abode, known as Bewilderment Island, is quite close to Huagua. It awakened one day yearning for a change of scenery, and so it ventured to Huagua." Shen Guangyao found this rather absurd. A being of such immense power arrived in another's territory for such a humble reason, utterly divorced from the motives of those seeking to plunder resources for cultivation. But wouldn't such a formidable being be stopped by border security upon entering our country? Qi, having reluctantly accepted the previous answer, continued his inquiries. Generally, extraordinary beings are certainly intercepted. Some attempting to force their way across the border are repelled, while others are dissuaded. However, due to its unique attributes and abilities, the Nightmare Soul was not detected by the border inspection, as explained by Shen Guangyao. Qi nodded thoughtfully, inquiring if there were many extraordinary beings entering the country yearly for such peculiar reasons as the Nightmare Soul. Indeed, quite a few. Not only are there some extraordinary beings entering our nation for strange reasons, but there are also many powerful extraordinary beings within our borders that remain restless, frequently causing inexplicable troubles due to their odd behaviors, Shen Guangyao replied. This statement not only addressed Qi's question, but also revealed the hardships he faced in the field of beast diplomacy. That sounds quite challenging, Qi remarked, observing the pained expression on Shen Guangyao's face. But don't you think this job is rather prestigious? You are dealing with powerful and elite extraordinary beings. Shen Guangyao felt compelled to prevent the newcomers in the beast diplomacy industry from developing any misconceptions. Thus he chose to mitigate the situation. Prestigious, yet perilous, Qi added. Engaging with formidable extraordinary beings certainly has its high-end allure, yet it equally harbors significant dangers. A single misstep could cost one their life. Actually, it's not overly concerning. Frontline diplomats like us are always protected by professionals, and the casualty rate is not excessively high. Not excessively high, but certainly not low either, Qi mused silently. Professionals? Are they formidable beast tamers? Will we have strong beast tamers protecting us this time? Although Qi internally critiqued the situation, he quickly grasped the crux of the matter. Absolutely. Each frontline beast diplomat is a product of rigorous training and is extremely valuable. Every mission is safeguarded by specialized personnel, Shen Guangyao affirmed confidently. Are these protectors capable of contending with extraordinary beings like the Nightmare Soul? Qi asked eagerly. Shen Guangyao rubbed his nose. Not exactly. There are very few beast tamers who can match the Nightmare Soul. Should it go on a rampage, the Guardian stationed here will suppress it. However, if it comes to that, the personnel dispatched will ensure your safe evacuation. Qi sighed softly, knowing it wouldn't be that simple. However, rest assured, the Nightmare Soul is not inherently aggressive, nor does it harbor any destructive intentions, so safety remains assured, Shen Guangyao consoled. After escorting Qi home, Shen Guangyao returned, as he could not be away for long due to his responsibilities concerning the Nightmare Soul incident. Qi stretched languidly upon entering his small courtyard, while Xiao Wei hopped down to forage for gray mice in a corner of the yard. After a brief phone call with Principal Guozhenkuan to understand the current situation, Qi lay down on his bed. He had already reviewed his competition and felt utterly confident, believing it would be a walk in the park. The most pressing concern now was to rest well before facing the first round of the National High School Pet Beast competition in Hushi. The following day, Qi, well rested and accompanied by Xiao Wei perched on his shoulder, set off to the competition, held at Baixing Middle School. This event was evidently of greater significance than the previous internal competitions. In the audience, not only students were present, but also a considerable number of enthusiasts drawn by curiosity. Upon arriving at the venue, Qi first sought out the representatives from Hushi No. 1 High School. Uncle Guo chirp. Qi and Xiao Wei greeted Guozhenkuan, who had come to watch the event. You're back. I was beginning to think you might forfeit the competition, Guozhenkuan said with a smile, having been unable to contact Qi for several days. If not for Shen Guangyao's call, he might have believed Qi was missing. Of course, forfeiting is out of the question, just encountered a minor issue, Qi replied with a grin. Guozhenkuan could only shake his head, lamenting how Qi seemed to stumble into the most bizarre situations, making his life colorful over the past 6 months. Have you reviewed the information I sent regarding your opponent for this competition? Guozhenkuan shifted the conversation to serious matters. I have. The details weren't very extensive, only indicating the type of their pet beast without specifying its strength. Nevertheless, knowing the type of beast is quite sufficient, as it reveals a wealth of information. Qi responded. The opponent's beast is a cute ghost, a ghost-type creature, and its abilities extend beyond mere physical attacks, Guozhenkuan stated gravely. The cute ghost, as its name implies, is indeed adorable, but as it evolves, its appearance gradually becomes less charming and far more terrifying, resembling an actual specter. Do not worry, Uncle Gua. I have thoroughly researched its abilities and devised countermeasures, Qi assured, thumping his chest confidently. Xiao Wei also joined in, promising Gua Zhenkuan that they would secure victory in this match. Although the cute ghost possessed non-physical attacks, Xiao Wei had her own means of countering them. Moreover, Qi felt that the cute ghost facing him might not have mastered its special abilities. Uncle Gua, he called my number. I must head to the arena. Hearing the announcement, Qi bid farewell to Gua Zhenkuan and proceeded toward his designated platform. As he walked toward the stage, Qi spotted a familiar figure. Chirp. Isn't that the individual who declared war on us the other day? Clearly, Xiao Wei recognized him too. The person battling on the adjacent platform was Chung Tai Lai, the wealthy competitor who had vowed to defeat them in the city competition after they secured first place in the internal match at Hoosier No. 1 High School. Today, Chung Tai Lai's clothing bore an unmistakable logo, a testament to his affluence. His pet beast, a coin snake, had a flat, round head and a brownish hue, resembling a coin. While the coin snake was not known for its toxicity, its strength was indeed formidable. Suddenly, the coin snake lunged, sinking its fangs into the neck of its opponent's pet beast. Hiss! Qi and Xiao Wei exclaimed simultaneously at the sight. That looked painful. Qi thought that had the bitten beast not been robust, the coin snake's bite could have been fatal. The referee declared Chung Tai Lai the victor. He glanced down at Qi from the platform with a hint of disdain before turning away and descending the stage with his beast. Xiao Wei, when battling that snake, ensure it doesn't bite you. If we engage it, we must take it down swiftly, Qi advised. Chirp, chirp. Xiao Wei agreed. As Qi approached his competition platform, he caught sight of his upcoming opponent. Chapter 53, The Cute Ghost. Qi's opponent was a young boy, whose demeanor seemed to mirror the charm of his pet beast, the cute ghost. The match on the arena has concluded, and the referee beckons the two competitors for the next bout to ascend the stage. Qi from Hoosier No. 1 Middle School faces off against Zheng Ran from Baixing Middle School. After exchanging respectful gestures, the referee announces the commencement of the contest. In the stands, Gua Zhenkuan engages in conversation with a rather slender teacher. Teacher Zhang, who do you think will win this match for Qi? Gua Zhenkuan inquires. Teacher Zhang, his gaze fixed on the arena, responds, I believe Qi should emerge victorious, although it may prove somewhat challenging. Despite recognizing Qi's formidable prowess, Teacher Zhang is acutely aware that his opponent wields a ghost-type pet, whose abilities are rather unique and potentially troublesome. Gua Zhenkuan nods in agreement. I concur with your first assertion, but I find your latter statement somewhat inaccurate. Teacher Zhang casts a sidelong glance at Gua Zhenkuan, interpreting his words to mean that Qi would swiftly overcome his rival. Teacher Zhang silently thinks that Gua Zhenkuan is perhaps overly confident in Qi's capabilities, yet refrains from voicing this sentiment. Just as Teacher Zhang reaches for his thermos to take a sip of water, the referee for Qi's match blows the whistle. What is happening? Has the contest concluded? Teacher Zhang exclaims, his eyes widening. Indeed, the bout has ended, and the outcome aligns with his prediction. But the speed of it is astonishing. Gua Zhenkuan glances smugly at Teacher Zhang. See, I told you your latter statement was incorrect. On the arena, as the referee declares the match underway, Qi and Zheng Ran simultaneously issue commands to their respective pets. Cute Ghost, unleash a fierce lunge. Qi commands. Xiao Wei, dash forward and execute a bite. Zheng Ran, upon hearing Qi's directive, feels a twinge of disdain. What does he think his ghost-type pet is capable of? The elusive nature of ghost-type creatures has long posed a challenge for many beast tamers. How could a diminutive snowy purple weasel possibly secure a grip on his pet? Could it truly manage to bite? To his astonishment, Zheng Ran watches as the cute ghost is caught in Xiao Wei's jaws. Xiao Wei, proudly holding the cute ghost aloft, appears quite triumphant. What was once a fluffy white cloth now resembles a crumpled rag in Xiao Wei's grasp. Qi nods in satisfaction at Xiao Wei's performance. Ghost-type extraordinary beings are notoriously difficult to capture, as many dissipate upon contact, reconstituting themselves nearby. This ability to control the disbandment and coagulation of their own bodies is innate to ghost-type creatures. However, this process requires time. And due to Xiao Wei's rapid execution of the dash skill, the cute ghost had no opportunity to disband and evade the bite. Consequently, the cute ghost succumbed to a dual psychological and physical blow, fainting before it could react. Thus, Xiao Wei successfully captured a ghost-type extraordinary being. The cute ghost has lost the ability to resist. Qi claims victory. The referee proclaims. Xiao Wei drops the cute ghost to the ground and proudly hops onto Qi's shoulder. Initially, Qi contemplated offering a gesture of respect to Zheng Ran and expressing his gratitude for the match. but seeing Zheng Ran rush over to check on the cute ghost, he deduced that the latter would likely not be interested in any such pleasantries. Thus, Qi merely performed a brief bow before exiting the arena. The spectators from Husher No. 1 Middle School rejoiced at Qi's victory, while the crowd from Baixing Middle School bore a more somber demeanor. Principal, observing Qi's prowess. It is evident he swiftly defeated Zheng Ran's ghost-type pet, remarked a round-faced man to the gentleman seated prominently in the center of Baixing's section. The crux of the matter lies not in Qi's speed, but rather in Xiao Wei's dash skill, which has nearly reached the pinnacle of proficiency. Remarkably, he employed only 2 of the most basic techniques during this bout, responded the principal of Baixing. Yet, to hone a skill to such an extent in such a brief time frame is no small feat typically. It would be quite challenging for a juvenile snowy purple weasel to even marginally master the dash skill. I suspect he may not possess any other particularly remarkable attributes. He continued, shaking his head. However, it is rumored that his snowy purple weasel is the offspring of Guojinkuan's pet, suggesting that Guojinkuan must have provided Qi with some exceptional resources or guidance. We must advise Tailai not to underestimate him. Upon returning to the stands of Husher No. 1 Middle School, Qi was met with effusive praise from Guojinkuan, who declared that Qi had indeed brought honor to their school. However, his classmates, also present to compete, cast rather peculiar glances at him. How had Qi seemingly grown stronger in merely a few days? Among them, Mai Jingyu exhibited the most pronounced shift in demeanor. She had previously believed that without Qi, she could lead Husher No. 1 Middle School to claim its rightful accolades. Yet, it now appeared that such aspirations would be unattainable. After participating in the afternoon matches, Qi returned home, where the subsequent competition posed little challenge, with his participation lasting less than a minute. The scheduling for this municipal tournament was rather tight, but it was rumored that the provincial competitions would allow for a more relaxed timetable. Upon arriving home, Qi instructed Xiao Wei to catch a gray mouse, wishing to test her capabilities. "Xiao Wei, have you caught it yet?" he queried, reclining languidly in a deck chair beneath a tree. Qi recalled that Xiao Wei had previously caught a gray mouse in mere minutes, so he was puzzled as to why it was taking so long this time. Squeak, squeak. Xiao Wei implored him not to rush her. She was indeed making every effort, but the number of gray mice in the house had dwindled. Qi considered this, recalling that prior to forming a bond with Xiao Wei, gray mice had been rampant in his home, as he lacked the means to purchase extermination supplies. Yet, since Xiao Wei's arrival, their presence had significantly diminished. He wondered whether the remaining gray mice were simply hiding in fear of Xiao Wei or if they had all been consumed by her. Nevertheless, through Xiao Wei's relentless efforts, she eventually succeeded in capturing a gray mouse. Qi, as before, secured the mouse and instructed Xiao Wei, "Now, use your snow cover skill." Chapter 54. Acceptance of the gray mouse, but not entirely. Xiao Wei nodded, standing on her hind legs and gesturing with her front paws as if summoning snowflakes around the gray mouse. Squeak, squeak, squeak. As Xiao Wei completed her incantation, snowflakes began to fall around the gray mouse. The creature, which had been struggling, immediately ceased its resistance, becoming immobilized. Qi tested the firmness of the gray mouse's fur, discovering that he could only manage to budge it with all his strength. "Quite resilient," Qi remarked. Xiao Wei nodded in satisfaction. "See? My skill is impressive, isn't it?" Qi mused that spending time with a pet inevitably imbues one with some of its traits. Once terrified of mice, he now found himself surprisingly unafraid after spending time with Xiao Wei. "Xiao Wei, how long can your snow-covered skill freeze this gray mouse?" Qi inquired. "Jiwu." Xiao Wei responded, indicating that freezing it for approximately 5 minutes would pose no problem. Qi nodded. If Xiao Wei could freeze a creature of this caliber for 5 minutes, then it was reasonable to surmise that her ice-covered skill could immobilize similarly ranked extraordinary beings for at least half a minute, even against more formidable extraordinary creatures. It could provide at least a brief delay in their actions. "Very well, then continue practicing your snow-covered skill on this gray mouse today, 5 times, and afterward, you may consume it," Qi said, having first praised Xiao Wei. Due to the considerable physical exertion required for practicing the ice-covered skill, he decided to limit her to 5 sessions today. Xiao Wei was delighted by Qi's encouragement and cheerfully agreed to begin her practice. Qi then returned indoors. Glancing at the time, he realized that the day's competitions had concluded some time ago, and Guojinkuan would likely be free. So he decided to give him a call. Qi wished to inquire if there were any training resources suitable for Xiao Wei. Although Shen Guangyao had promised Qi certain resources, he had returned from his research without a clear understanding of what would be most beneficial. The reason was simple. There were simply too many resources available. As he reviewed the descriptions of these resources, Qi felt that each one was excellent, and he wished he could provide Xiao Wei with them all. However, selecting the single best option proved challenging. "Uncle Gua, are you busy right now?" He asked once the call connected. Not busy at all. What's on your mind? Guo Zhengquan's tone revealed a cheerful mood, as the performance of Who City No. One high school had been quite commendable that day, bringing him genuine joy. Uncle Guo, I would like to ask for your assistance in identifying resources that could help enhance Xiao Wei's abilities. After a moment of contemplation, Guo Zhengquan suggested. You could purchase some suitable canned food or marten strips for her, but ensure they have labels indicating they enhance strength. Generic brands won't suffice. Yi chuckled upon hearing this, well aware that while these cans and marten strips might provide a minuscule benefit to Xiao Wei's development, he was already cognizant of that. Moreover, he could simply procure some cans and marten strips from Shen Guangyao, ideally choosing the more valuable ones. Perhaps you might consider the elemental enhancement pills. They are quite beneficial for Xiao Wei's further comprehension of the ice and snow elements, Guo Zhengquan recommended. Yi was familiar with these elemental enhancement pills, which were developed to aid creatures in better grasping and experiencing elemental forces. However, priced at 20,000 yuan each, he felt that a mere 5 would be insufficient. He remembered accompanying the armored ice turtle when Shen Guangyao had given him the heart of extreme ice, and now, accompanying the nightmarish soul required far more substantial resources. Uncle Guo, let us aim for something even pricier. We aren't afraid to spend, Yi asserted, displaying a certain bravado, knowing well that the funds were not his own. Even more expensive? Guo Zhengquan's tone carried a hint of concern. He believed that the 20,000 yuan per pill was already considerable, not just for Yi, but for himself as well. Uncle Guo, this isn't coming out of my pocket. I've been engaged in some important matters these past few days, which should yield some compensation, Yi explained. Amused, Guo Zhengquan replied. Had you mentioned that earlier, I would have suggested the more expensive options right away. Guo Zhengquan was aware that Yi had been occupied with significant tasks, although he was not privy to the details. I recommend you consider the Jade Ice Essence. It has an exceptionally high concentration of ice and snow elements. Although it can't be consumed, Xiao Wei can absorb its elements while resting nearby. Guo Zhengquan proposed after some thought. Yi nodded, having also encountered mentions of this resource in his research, deeming it quite suitable for Xiao Wei. Let us go with that, Yi decided. But the Jade Ice Essence is a rare grade resource. Do you think they would readily agree to provide it? Guo Zhengquan asked with some trepidation. While the most ordinary resources were unclassified, those that were graded were certainly not commonplace. Each was both costly and scarce. Resources could be categorized into 5 tiers: rare, collectible, epic, legendary, and divine. Rest assured, Uncle Guo, there won't be any issues, Yi assured confidently. After exchanging a few more words with Guo Zhengquan, Yi ended the call and began calling for his pet. Xiao Wei, he shouted from his bed, stretching his neck. A dark blur rushed in. Jiwu? Xiao Wei queried, wondering why Yi had summoned her with such urgency. Xiao Wei, have you completed your training? Yi asked. Xiao Wei nodded. Then let us skip the training for today. Come in and rest. Given the substantial training she had already undergone alongside the nightmarish soul, and the fact that she had back-to-back competitions recently, albeit simple ones, Yi felt it prudent to allow her some time to recuperate. After all, a balance between work and rest is essential for both physical and mental health. Moreover, Yi wished to indulge in the simple pleasure of spending time with Xiao Wei. Jiwu, but I haven't finished my supper. Xiao Wei protested. Yi waved his hand dismissively, then bring it in and eat. Shortly thereafter, Xiao Wei entered, carrying a gray mouse that had been gnawed down to half its original size. Thanks to Xiao Wei's use of her ice-covered skill, the mouse appeared less gruesome despite its state. Just as Xiao Wei was about to leap onto Yi's bed, he halted her. Xiao Wei, finish eating before you come up, he said, turning his gaze away from the half-eaten mouse, realizing that his tolerance for such sights still required improvement. Jiwu. Xiao Wei shot him a disdainful look before departing. Chapter 55, Jade Ice Essence. The next day, Yi took Xiao Wei to participate in another competition. This time, her opponent was a gagging chicken. As the name suggests, this creature employed noise to disrupt its foes and inflict damage. However, even upon hearing the gagging chicken's shrill attacks in the arena, Xiao Wei remained unaffected, charging forward and employing her biting skill to swiftly conclude the battle. Following Yi's victory, applause erupted from the audience. While he basked in the acclaim, discussions began among the spectators from Baixing Middle School. Taixing, what are your thoughts on this match? The principal of Baixing Middle School inquired, seated at the center. I believe it was primarily due to Yi's snow-covered marten's remarkable speed that the match ended so swiftly, Cheng Tailai analyzed. However, the principal of Baixing Middle School shook his head. No, if that were the case. The snow-covered marten would have been affected by the gagging chicken's noise attack right at the beginning, and its speed would have certainly diminished. Why is that? Cheng Tailai furrowed his brow, seeking clarification. I surmise that Yi's snow-covered marten has mastered the calm heart skill, which enables it to remain unaffected by the gagging chicken. The principal of Baixing Middle School maintained a demeanor of unwavering calmness. Calm mind. Chung Tai-Lai widened his eyes in disbelief. Could such a skill truly be mastered by a pet beast merely half a year old? While it would undoubtedly be challenging for Chi-Yi and that ferret. Chi-Yi's snow-white ferret was, after all, the offspring of Guozhenkuan's pet, suggesting that Guozhenkuan may have assisted them in acquiring this ability, the principal surmised. Even if Chi-Yi's pet had indeed mastered this skill, it would bear little consequence against my copper snake. Ultimately, victory would assuredly belong to me. Chung Tai-Lai dismissed the significance of a mere calm mind skill, albeit he recognized its limited effect against the physically dominant copper snake. Yet, the principal shook his head. Chi-Yi has merely showcased these skills. He undoubtedly possesses other tactics unknown to us. I must caution you to exercise caution when facing him. Rest assured, uncle, I shall be vigilant, Chung Tai-Lai replied, though his expression remained unabashedly haughty. The principal gently shook his head. Having been a close friend of Chung Tai-Lai's father and having watched him grow up, his nephew had many admirable qualities, yet he had never faced substantial setbacks in life, rendering him rather arrogant. Perhaps a defeat this time could foster his growth. After Chi-Yi stepped off the stage, intending to seek out Guozhenkuan, his phone rang. Noticing the caller ID read Shen Guangyao, Chi-Yi frowned, but answered the call nonetheless. Chi-Yi, are you currently at Baixing Middle School for the competition? Shen Guangyao's voice was tinged with urgency. Yes, I just finished my match, Chi-Yi replied. That's splendid. Please head to the school gate. I will send someone to pick you up. There's a situation that requires immediate attention. What is it? My match isn't over yet. Why the rush? Chi-Yi inquired, while Xiaowei, standing nearby, leaned in to eavesdrop. The nightmare spirit suddenly wishes to return to its enchantment island and wants to see you one last time before it departs. Shen Guangyao explained. It wants to leave? I'm a bit surprised. It seemed content here. Why the sudden urgency to go? Chi-Yi's lips curled into a wry smile. Yes. There has been some trouble on Enchantment Island, prompting its return. Will it take long? I have another competition tomorrow. Chi-Yi continued to probe. No, I don't believe so. The nightmare spirit seems quite anxious, came Shen Guangyao's reassuring response. All right, I'll wait for it, Chi-Yi said, sauntering leisurely toward the school gate with Xiaowei in tow. On the stands, Guozhenkuan observed Chi-Yi's change of direction, scratching his head. He had expected Chi-Yi to seek him out, only to discover otherwise. On the mountain, the nightmare spirit sighed. I didn't expect to leave so soon. I was hoping to enjoy more time together. Its mood was somewhat despondent. Fear not, Senior Nightmare. Whenever you wish to return, you are always welcome. I will await your return, Chi-Yi comforted, though he secretly preferred the nightmare spirit not to return too soon, as it represented an uncertain element. However, he spoke those words under the influence of the voice in his earpiece, which urged him to provide solace to the nightmare spirit during its final moments before departure. You are right. I will indeed return swiftly. I must resolve the issues plaguing Enchantment Island. Those intruders think they can seize my territory in my absence? How naive. Though currently away from Enchantment Island, the nightmare spirit had left behind a protective barrier and sensed it being violently breached. Intruders, superior beings, were attempting to invade its domain. Chi-Yi could distinctly feel the fury emanating from the nightmare spirit, a palpable pressure weighing upon him. It became evident that the might of such extraordinary beings could evoke a sense of oppression through their emotional fluctuations. Chi-Yi understood the reason for the nightmare spirit's urgency to return. Superior beings had invaded its homeland. The nightmare spirit's excursion into another's territory had now resulted in a counter-invasion of its own. Chi-Yi mused that this was simply poetic justice. After spending some more time together, the nightmare spirit departed with the aid of professionals. Chi-Yi waved goodbye to it, while holding Xiaowei close. And once its figure vanished from sight, he exhaled a sigh of relief. Xiaowei, however, appeared somewhat reluctant to part ways. What's the matter? Are you going to miss it? Chi-Yi teased. Squeak. But we were quite happy while it was here, Xiaowei replied, reaching to fondle the energy crystal necklace around her neck, which she cherished dearly. Chi-Yi acknowledged Xiaowei's sentiment. Indeed, their time together had been joyful. Yet he couldn't shake the lingering sense of subtle oppression that accompanied the nightmare spirit, perhaps an inherent trait of ghost-type extraordinary beings. As Chi-Yi and Xiaowei conversed, Shen Guangyao approached. The mission has concluded successfully, he stated, his expression considerably more relaxed. So, about the remuneration for this task. Chi-Yi hinted subtly. Of course. What do you require? Shen Guangyao inquired. I would like some ice jadeite, Chi-Yi stated directly. Shen Guangyao pondered for a moment before continuing. I believe we have some of that around here. I can have it arranged for you within the next couple of days. So soon? Chi-Yi was taken aback. Ice jadeite was a rare resource, and he had anticipated a lengthy negotiation before achieving any agreement. Yet, to his surprise, Shen Guangyao acquiesced without hesitation and promised a swift delivery. Naturally, my position as a Beastmaster diplomat affords me considerable authority. Procuring a piece of ice jadeite is quite manageable, Shun Guangyao responded nonchalantly. Thank you. Then, Qi smiled. Ice jadeite would indeed be excellent for your pet. Await my updates, Shun Guangyao concluded before leading his team down the mountain. Qi felt as though he might be left behind, prompting him to hasten his descent. The urban pet beast competition was nearing its conclusion. Qi successfully advanced to the finals after one round of competition and another round of buys. As expected, his opponent in the final match was Cheng Tai-Lai of Baixing Middle School. The night before the finals, Guo Zhenkuan and Qi discussed Cheng Tai-Lai. Cheng Tai-Lai is formidable. Like you, he is yet to reveal any of his ultimate moves during the competition, relying solely on basic techniques to vanquish his foes. Exercise caution, Guo Zhenkuan advised. Do not worry, Uncle Guo. I have researched the racial skills of the copper snake. Even if Cheng Tai-Lai has mastered them, I am prepared, Qi assured. The following day, the stands at the competition venue were filled to capacity, attracting numerous journalists. This event had become a significant news story for the city. Prior to the match, both Qi and Cheng Tai-Lai underwent interviews as per the protocol. Mr. Qi, may I ask for your thoughts on this match? Do you believe you will emerge victorious? A reporter inquired. I perceive this match as an excellent opportunity for personal growth, and my rival, Cheng Tai-Lai, is indeed a commendable opponent. I shall treasure the invaluable experiences this battle will bestow upon me. However, I firmly believe that the one who will ultimately claim the title of champion in the Hu City High School Beast Battle will undoubtedly be me. Not only do I possess such confidence, but my beast also shares this conviction. Xiao Wei rose from the sofa, her gaze resolute. The reporters were quite satisfied with this interview. Although the responses were somewhat formulaic, the overall execution was commendable. Conversely, the interview with Cheng Tai-Lai felt somewhat rigid. The reporter posed the same questions to Cheng Tai-Lai. Good day, Mr. Cheng. What are your thoughts on this match? Do you believe you will emerge victorious? I will win, Cheng Tai-Lai asserted confidently. After exchanging a brief glance, the reporter continued with a few more questions, to which Cheng Tai-Lai replied with succinctness and assurance. Once the interviews were concluded, the competition commenced. As the referee announced the start of the match, Cheng Tai-Lai swiftly issued his command. Copperplate Snake. Charge forth and use Tail Wrap. Tail Wrap is a skill possessed by exceptional serpentine creatures, yet it is not one that every serpent can wield. To utilize this skill, the snake must possess sufficient length and girth to exert the required force. Xiao Wei, employ ice armor, then strike. Qi believed that instructing Xiao Wei to use the bite skill against the copperplate snake might not inflict significant damage. Thus, he deemed it prudent to have Xiao Wei utilize ice armor, rendering the copperplate snake's tail wrap ineffective against her. Instead, Xiao Wei, ensnared, could retaliate against the copperplate snake. As anticipated by Cheng Tai-Lai, the copperplate snake effortlessly ensnared Xiao Wei. However, what took Cheng Tai-Lai by surprise was that the snow-white marten displayed no signs of discomfort whatsoever. Even more astonishingly, the marten seemed invigorated, delivering a sharp slap to the copperplate snake. The force of that slap caused the copperplate snake's head to tilt askew, diminishing the grip of tail wrap on Xiao Wei. Xiao Wei continued to strike. Although Xiao Wei sensed a reduction in her constraints, she remained steadfast in her position, persistently striking the copperplate snake. The rationale was simple. This location was optimal for her to exert force. Xiao Wei's attacks were swift, fierce, and precise. In mere moments, the copperplate snake succumbed to her onslaught. Just as Xiao Wei prepared to deliver another blow, Cheng Tai-Lai conceded, "Stop, I surrender." The difficulty with which he uttered these words suggested it might be his first experience of defeat. Ultimately, he had no choice. While the copperplate snake appeared not yet incapacitated, victory was no longer within reach. If Xiao Wei continued her assault, Cheng Tai-Lai might very well find himself taking the copperplate snake for dental work. Upon hearing Cheng Tai-Lai's concession, Xiao Wei halted her intended follow-up. The referee announced Qi Yi's victory, and applause erupted from the audience. Reflecting on Cheng Tai-Lai's earlier expression of indignation, Qi Yi felt compelled to adhere to the decorum of the arena. He solemnly clasped his fists before Cheng Tai-Lai, uttering, "I concede." Having performed this ritual of respect, Qi Yi was struck by a profound sense of relief upon observing Cheng Tai-Lai's frustrated yet restrained demeanor. "Xiao Wei, let us depart." Xiao Wei leaped into Qi Yi's arms, nearly causing him to drop her. "Xiao Wei, release ice armor. It's too cold," Qi Yi remarked. "Jiwu," Xiao Wei chirped in agreement before dispelling ice armor, transforming back into her soft, warm self. Qi Yi wrapped her around his neck, intending to celebrate with Guo Zhenkuan. The Xiao Wei fur scarf was indeed cozy. As Qi Yi made his way towards the stands, his phone rang. He glanced at it and saw it was Shun Guangyao once more. However, this time, Qi Yi felt a surge of joy upon recognizing Shun Guangyao's call, knowing he was delivering the Yubing Sui. "Qi Yi, are you at Baixing Middle School? Just finishing your match? Shun Guangyao inquired. Indeed, how did you know? Qi was impressed by Shun Guangyao's attention to detail. I just watched your match live. Of course I know. Qi chuckled softly, recalling he had forgotten about the live broadcast. I'm currently outside Baixing Middle School. Please come over, Shun Guangyao instructed. After ending the call, Qi made his way to the school's entrance. Guo Jinkuan, who was ready to celebrate with Qi, fell into silence once more as he observed Qi's departing figure. Chapter 57. This pie is both large and round. Upon exiting the school gate, Qi spotted Shun Guangyao standing beside a vehicle, waving at him. Shall we dine together to celebrate your victory? Shun Guangyao proposed. Certainly, Qi readily accepted. Having no reason to refuse a complimentary meal, Shun Guangyao led Qi to a nearby popular restaurant and into a private room. While waiting for their dishes, Shun Guangyao produced a box and presented it to Qi. Yubing Sui. Qi accepted the box and carefully opened it. Xiao Wei, intrigued, leaned closer, sensing an alluring aura emanating from within. The moment Qi opened the box, a refreshing chill enveloped him. Xiao Wei cautiously extracted the Yubing Sui with her paw and rubbed her face against it. This feels utterly delightful. The piece of Yubing Sui was smaller than Qi had imagined. He had expected it to be the size of an egg, yet it was merely the size of a pigeon's egg. However, judging by Xiao Wei's reaction, the ice jade was indeed remarkable. What do you think? Quite nice. Isn't it? Shun Guangyao inquired with a smile. Very good, thank you, Qi replied. This Yubing Sui is perfect for your beast to cuddle while sleeping at night. Not only will it better harness the energy of the Yubing Sui, but your beast will also find it incredibly comfortable, Shun Guangyao suggested. Qi nodded, sensing that Xiao Wei appeared eager not just to cuddle with it at night, but perhaps even during the day. Little one, do you like this Yubing Sui? Shun Guangyao asked, grinning at Xiao Wei. Jiwu, Xiao Wei nodded enthusiastically, expressing her adoration for the Yubing Sui. Now, you have but one piece. You can only snuggle with it at night. If you had many pieces, you could use them as a bed to sleep on, Shun Guangyao continued, his tone subtly coaxing. Xiao Wei nodded vigorously, her imagination running wild at the thought of using the Yubing Sui as a bed, envisioning herself as an exuberant little marten. Observing Xiao Wei's enthusiastic reaction, Shun Guangyao pressed on. As long as your contract partner works hard enough, you could sleep on a bed of Yubing Sui every day. Qi began to sense something amiss, yet he could not help but glance at Xiao Wei's eager expression, subtly turning his head to avoid meeting her gaze. Xiao Wei. Qi looked at Shun Guangyao, puzzled by the intentions behind his words. As long as one works diligently, rewards will inevitably follow. Regardless of where you go, there is work to be done. Would you consider joining me? I assure you that the remuneration here is the most generous. Moreover, whether you seek icy chalcedony or any other resources, I can procure them for you, Shun Guangyao enticed. Qi was certainly aware of the generous offers from Shun Guangyao, yet he also recognized that the tasks on that side were fraught with peril. However, their previous collaborations had merely been serendipitous encounters. Now, it seemed that Shun Guangyao's tone suggested an intention for him to remain there for an extended period, interfacing with those formidable, extraordinary beings. Absolutely not. It was far too dangerous. Even with a generous compensation, it was unacceptable. Just as Qi was about to decline, Shun Guangyao continued, do not worry, if you agree. I guarantee that you will not be assigned to encounter extraordinary beings like the Nightmare Soul. You will only deal with creatures like the armored ice tortoise, which do not dare to cause trouble. Moreover, our diplomatic interactions with extraordinary beings are not always fraught with difficulty. There are many instances of amiable and relaxed exchanges. Most importantly, you need not fret about your safety. I will ensure your protection. Even if you have tasks, you will not be on the front lines as you were before. There will be someone to guide you. You will simply serve as a decorative figure. Shun Guangyao painted an enticing picture for Qi. However, your Beast Diplomacy Bureau is a significant department, is it not? Shouldn't those participating in tasks have undergone professional training? Why would you need a novice like me, devoid of any specialized knowledge? Qi inquired. Oh, the accomplishments from your previous 2 experiences are unparalleled by many in the industry. Furthermore, your role will not be pivotal. You will merely serve as a source of enjoyment for those extraordinary beings, Shun Guangyao replied. In truth, the genuine reason Shun Guangyao sought out Qi today was due to the conclusion of all tasks related to the Nightmare Soul incident. When he reported his work to Zhou Yangchun, Zhou had specifically mentioned Qi, advising Shun Guangyao to pay close attention to him and nurture him if possible. Shun Guangyao, obedient to his idol's words, eagerly sought out Qi the following day. Qi's expression appeared conflicted. Rest assured, your safety will undoubtedly be secured. Consider the rewards. And then think of your pet beast, Shun Guangyao urged. At the mention of pet beasts, Qi glanced at Xiao Wei, who was employing its endearing skills to charm him. Very well, Qi Yi finally conceded after a prolonged contemplation. However, you must inform me of the tasks. I reserve the right to decline. Additionally, compensation must be negotiated in advance. After careful consideration, Qi Yi realized that there was indeed no faster way to earn money than this. Furthermore, since he began utilizing certain resources to enhance Xiao Wei's abilities, he had grown increasingly aware of the importance of resources. Without sufficient resources, even with their hard work and Xiao Wei's exceptional talent, they would ultimately be overshadowed. Yet the most crucial factor was Shen Guangyao's assurance regarding his safety. Based on his understanding of Shen Guangyao, he believed that Shen would not deceive him. No problem. No problem, Shen Guangyao readily agreed. After reaching a consensus, the two enjoyed a pleasant meal together. Following the meal, Shen Guangyao departed promptly. He was quite busy. Having satisfied his appetite, Qi Yi leisurely strolled down the street with Xiao Wei. Suddenly, his phone rang. Upon seeing the caller ID, he realized it was Dr. Shen. Hello. Qi Yi, what are you up to now? If you have nothing on, come by the Psychological Counseling Center. Dr. Shen's voice came through. Is this another big case like the Fat Dragon? Qi Yi inquired. Of course not. Such large cases are exceedingly rare, Dr. Shen chuckled. Oh, then I want to be going. I'll only be available for significant cases in the future. Huh, what? Qi Yi felt it was no longer prudent to accept those smaller cases. If he was to earn, it should be substantial. His companion, Xiao Wei, seemed to concur, expressing a desire for ample funds to procure an icy chalcedony bed. Thus, they would strive for the icy chalcedony bed. Chapter 58. A gentle smile is better than a blow. After concluding the City competition, Qi Yi embarked on a period of blissful leisure. Presently, the high school students were engaged in classes, learning various fundamentals about cultivating pet beasts, alongside combat training for them. Yet, Qi Yi found none of these classes particularly engaging. The reason was simple. The content being taught was far too elementary for him. Consequently, he opted to forego attending classes altogether. While it is generally frowned upon for students to skip classes, Qi Yi's absence was sanctioned as he aimed to utilize his time more effectively to enhance his capabilities. Although he neglected the ordinary classes, there was one course from which he could not escape. Following his victory in the City High School Pet Beast Combat Competition, he was not merely done. He was selected to continue training as part of the chosen members. The top 5 competitors from the tournament were selected, 2 from City No. 1 High School, 2 from Baixing Middle School, and 1 from a smaller high school. As the champion, Qi Yi was appointed the captain of the City team. The training organized by City was more rigorous, offering a wealth of genuine knowledge. However, Qi Yi's primary motivation for attending was the unwavering command from Guo Zhenkuan, who insisted he must participate. Guo emphasized that many leaders were keenly interested in this training, urging him to study diligently. The training focused not only on theoretical knowledge but also on practical combat, specifically not between pet beasts but against uncontracted extraordinary beings. The instructor explained, in arena battles, the pressure faced by pet beasts and their contractors is insufficient, as they perceive the life-threatening risks as minimal. However, when battling extraordinary beings in the wild, the pet beasts often experience a significant enhancement in their abilities. Thus, the members of the City team were to be taken into the wilderness to confront these extraordinary creatures. Nevertheless, the instructors assured them of their safety, promising that every team member would be accompanied by dedicated protectors. Should any situation arise, the protectors would swiftly rescue the team members. As Qi Yi and his companions boarded the bus to their destination, the spacious seating allowed for a scattered arrangement, with everyone conserving their energy for the impending practical training. After a while, feeling somewhat bored, Qi Yi moved to sit beside Cheng Tai Lai, who had initially been resting his eyes. Upon sensing someone nearby, he cracked open one eye, and upon recognizing Qi Yi, promptly closed it again. Cheng Tai Lai, you're not asleep, are you? I have a question for you, Qi Yi inquired, observing Cheng Tai Lai. Since Cheng Tai Lai was reluctant to engage in conversation, he remained still. Cheng Tai Lai, Qi Yi persisted softly. Qi Yi was well aware that Cheng Tai Lai was not truly asleep. After all, how could anyone maintain such an upright posture without leaning back against the seat if they were asleep? Thus, he continued to call out to him. Qi Yi genuinely had a question he wished to pose, one that had arisen while he was reviewing their battle after competing against Cheng Tai Lai. Cheng Tai Lai commanded the copperplate serpent to employ its tail wrap skill at the onset of battle. If he had instead utilized the creature's innate racial skill, would Xiao Wei have triumphed as effortlessly? Qi Yi pondered for an extended period, finally concluding that Cheng Tai Lai's decision to forego the racial skill at the outset was either a manifestation of overconfidence or an indication that the copperplate serpent was incapable of using it. This dilemma plagued Qi Yi for quite some time. What is it? Cheng Tai Lai, noticing Qi Yi's reluctance to depart, repeatedly called out to him. Realizing he could no longer feign slumber, Qi Yi spoke up. May I inquire, during our battle, Was your choice to have the copperplate serpent utilize its tail wrap skill instead of its racial skill a result of underestimating the situation? Or was it simply that the copperplate serpent lacks the ability to use its racial skill? In truth, had Chi not anticipated meeting Chung Tai again after their battle, he would not have bothered to ask. However, the serendipity of the moment prompted him to seek clarification. Chung Tai's eyes, which had just opened, threatened to close once more. He found Chi rather bothersome. Chi disembarked from the bus alone, as their group had opted for separate actions, leaving each individual in distinct locations. He proceeded up the mountain with Xiaowei. This time, their destination was a mountain significantly larger than the one where Chi had previously encountered the nightmarish soul. As they ascended, they encountered no formidable extraordinary creatures, only the likes of timid bouncing rabbits and claw squirrels, whose attacks posed little threat. While Chi admired the surrounding scenery, Xiaowei suddenly exclaimed, "Eek!" Instantly, Chi became alert, recognizing that Xiaowei had spotted a more aggressive extraordinary creature. Cautiously, he continued upward, only to discover a small stone monster. This creature, a stone-type extraordinary being, was characterized by its formidable defense and hard body. Initially lying dormant, it began to levitate as it sensed an intrusion into its territory. Surrounded by floating debris resembling small stones. "Xiaowei, prepare for battle," Chi instructed. Xiaowei hopped down from Chi shoulder, readying herself for combat. However, the small stone monster did not initiate an attack. Instead, it tilted its body, causing the floating debris to form an arrow pointing towards a nearby rock. It appeared unperturbed by the intrusion. Nevertheless, Chi remained vigilant, suspecting this might be a tactic to lower his guard. He marveled at the combat skills exhibited by these wild, extraordinary creatures, noting their capability to deceive opponents into complacency. Yet, Xiaowei, in a state of readiness, suddenly relaxed. Standing on her hind legs and shaking her head, Chi disapproved of her nonchalant attitude towards the impending confrontation, reprimanding her sharply. Xiaowei continued to shake her head, signaling Chi to cease his concerns, asserting that a fight was unlikely. Chi was perplexed. "Eek, just look at its demeanor. You can tell it's not going to attack," Xiaowei explained. Towards me, Chi glanced at the small stone monster, indeed observing no signs of anger. "What is going on?" he inquired. Eek, can't you see? The small stone monster likes you. It's inviting you to play. Don't humans have a saying about not striking those who greet you with a smile? Are you really going to fight a smiling creature? Chi was even more confused. Chapter 59. Are you playing now? Eek. This small stone monster's fondness for you is akin to the nightmarish soul's affection. It seems to want you to join in its play, Xiaowei elucidated. You mentioned wanting to purchase a translator for extraordinary creature languages, but you never did. If you had, you might at least understand its intentions. Chi scratched his head, recalling his previous discussion about acquiring a translation device, yet he had been preoccupied with other matters. He resolved to peruse options for a translator on his phone upon returning home and to make a purchase. Am I truly this popular? Chi mused aloud. Xiaowei nodded in agreement, adding that Chi possessed an extraordinary allure to those creatures not bound by contracts. Contracted pets, due to their unique bond with their owners, tended to exhibit less intense reactions towards other appealing humans. Thus, they would not respond with extreme measures upon encountering Chi. They would merely regard him with mild favor. However, exceptions, like the plump dragon, existed. Unbound extraordinary beings, on the other hand, evaluated all humans with impartiality, initially assessing their looks. What should we do now? Chi inquired of Xiaowei. Eek, shall we go play with the small stone monster? Xiaowei suggested. But we traveled all this way to engage in battle. Are we not going to fight? Chi replied. Xiaowei shook her head, indicating that even if they encountered other extraordinary creatures, their responses would likely mirror this one. Is it really appropriate to strike a creature that is this friendly? Shall we then play with the small stone monster? Chi asked tentatively. Xiaowei nodded vigorously in agreement. But what if the small stone monster is merely feigning friendliness, waiting for us to approach before ensnaring us? Chi expressed his lingering concerns. Eek, let us go. Even if the small stone monster were to turn hostile, I would protect you. There's no need to worry. Wild extraordinary creatures are generally quite innocent, unlike city dwellers. With that, Xiaowei trotted ahead toward the small stone monster. Chi hesitated for a moment before following suit. Meanwhile, the guardians stationed nearby, tasked with protecting Chi, heightened their vigilance. After such a prolonged period of indecision, were they finally about to engage in combat? The guardians discerned that the small stone monster appeared to possess the strength of a low-level battle general. Given their knowledge of Chi-Yi's pet's capabilities, they believed it could triumph over the small stone monster. However, they were concerned that Chi-Yi and his pet lacked experience in combat against wild extraordinary beings, which might lead to minor setbacks in this encounter. Excellent. Chi-Yi's snowy purple minx surged forward towards the small stone monster. Although its speed was not particularly impressive, the Guardians understood this was merely part of Chi-Yi's strategy, designed to mislead the small stone monster into underestimating him. The impending battle was upon them. The snowy purple minx lunged at the small stone monster, and to everyone's astonishment, both began to emit sounds of cheerful laughter. Wait, what? Why are the snowy purple minx and the small stone monster playing together? The Guardian leaned forward, squinting in disbelief at the unfolding scene. Shouldn't they be fighting? As the Guardian pondered this, he observed Chi-Yi making a move. Indeed, Chi-Yi had recognized the unusual situation and was preparing to rectify it. The Guardian watched in disbelief as Chi-Yi joined in the frolic with the small stone monster and the snowy purple minx. The small stone monster, upon seeing Chi-Yi approach, radiated joy, directing the floating debris to form an arrow pointing towards a large stone on the ground, inviting Chi-Yi to take notice. Chi-Yi believed that the little stone monster wished to showcase this particular stone to him. The stone's surface was remarkably lustrous and smoothly rounded, devoid of any sharp edges. What a truly polished stone it was. Chi-Yi praised as he caressed the stone. The little stone monster, noticing Chi-Yi's admiration, was encircled by a flurry of tiny stones that danced around it, exuding an aura of sheer delight. Although Chi-Yi and the little stone monster could not communicate verbally, they could glean each other's sentiments through their gestures and expressions. Thus, Chi-Yi, Xiaowei, and the little stone monster engaged in joyous play. However, the Guardian, unable to stand idly by, approached with the intention of inquiring about the situation. After all, they were supposed to be training, not frolicking. While Chi-Yi basked in a scene of happiness, the little stone monster immediately assumed a defensive stance upon the Guardian's entrance into its territory. Emitting a series of warning sounds, Chi-Yi, the Guardian, called out to him. Given that the little stone monster posed no genuine threat, the Guardian chose to disregard it. Upon hearing someone call his name, Chi-Yi turned to see a completely unfamiliar face and soon realized that this individual must have been assigned to protect him. He gestured to calm the little stone monster before asking the Guardian, "May I inquire who you are? I have come to protect you. Please come with me. I wish to discuss something," replied the Guardian, displaying his credentials. After confirming the Guardian's identity, Chi-Yi approached him. "You have come to engage in combat, is that correct? Are you preparing for a fight?" the Guardian inquired. "But, as you can see, there is no conflict arising here," Chi-Yi replied with a hint of resignation. It was not that he sought to shirk his responsibilities. Rather, how could one possibly engage in battle when the little stone monster displayed such camaraderie? The Guardian, recalling the little stone monster's notoriously irritable and combative nature, was perplexed by its amicable demeanor towards Chi-Yi. Surely, there must be some underlying issue with this little creature. You might consider seeking out other little stone monsters for a confrontation, or perhaps engage with other types of extraordinary beings, the Guardian suggested, adamant that Chi-Yi should not continue playing with this particular little stone monster. However, Xiaowei speculated that even if they ventured elsewhere, Chi-Yi would likely continue to play. Yet, Chi-Yi refrained from voicing this thought, finding it somewhat absurd, even to himself. Thus, he resolved to seek out other extraordinary beings to test Xiaowei's hypothesis, while simultaneously indulging his curiosity. As Chi-Yi and Xiaowei ascended the mountain, the Guardian remained concealed. Along the path, Chi-Yi encountered a spiky pig, a hard-shelled beetle, and a shimmering powder butterfly, all of whom engaged in amiable interaction with him. Even the monkey at the mountain's summit welcomed Chi-Yi's presence, promising to fetch peaches for him during the summer. The Guardian fell into deep contemplation, pondering the unusual circumstances at hand. Chapter 60. A task with an extremely high safety factor. I have heard that you possess a remarkable affinity with extraordinary beings, which has hindered your outdoor training. Guo Jinquan inquired from his seat in the principal's office, facing Chi-Yi, who sat upon the opposite sofa. When Chi-Yi's Guardian first proposed this explanation, he too was taken aback, yet could find no better rationale for Chi-Yi's predicament. Consequently, the Guardian relayed his observations and deductions to the supervisor of Chi-Yi's team, who subsequently approached Guo Jinquan to gather further insights. Chi-Yi nodded, affirming. Xiaowei mentioned it was indeed the case. Guo Jinquan pondered for a moment. While it is not uncommon for certain individuals to be favored by extraordinary beings, you are the first to be so distinctly exceptional. Nonetheless, he regarded this as a positive development. Being favored by extraordinary beings could provide a level of protection from unwarranted attacks in the wild. He had previously heard of individuals who were perceived as attractive by extraordinary beings, thus seldom experiencing aggression from them. Initially, he dismissed such claims as fanciful. After all, the diversity among extraordinary beings and their myriad preferences seemed endless. Yet, he found himself confronted with a living example of such a phenomenon. Reflecting on his earlier encounters with the tough-shelled ice turtle and the nightmare spirit, Qi recognized that being favored was not entirely devoid of peril. However, the benefits he had reaped from those interactions made him feel that this situation was indeed advantageous. Yet, I feel I have not been so favored before. Something seems amiss recently, Qi mused aloud. Not favored. I seem to recall you being quite popular, Guozhengquan replied, glancing at Xiao Wei. He remembered that Xiao Wei had formed a pact with Qi precisely because she found him appealing. Xiao Wei scrutinized Qi closely and remarked, I sense that Qi appears even more attractive than when we first formed our bond. Guozhengquan, whose companion was an ice-field marten and who could understand their language, observed Qi closely, finding no significant change. It appears that human and extraordinary being aesthetics differ greatly, he mused. However, I don't believe all extraordinary beings find me appealing. Some, like the gray mice and clawed squirrels, seem indifferent to me, Qi commented. His statement held merit, as he had indeed felt the affection from the little stone monster, the chubby dragon, and even the nightmare spirit, while the gray mice had shown no particular interest. Qi could not recall any gray mouse ever approaching him. Guozhengquan contemplated. There is a theory suggesting that the higher the innate talents and abilities of an extraordinary being, the more refined their capacity for expression and their sensitivity to human beauty. Xiao Wei nodded in agreement with Guozhengquan's explanation, realizing that it was not Qi's lack of beauty, but rather the gray mice's inability to appreciate it. So, what should we do now? Qi inquired. Given your exceptional rapport with extraordinary beings, it seems you will be unable to participate in outdoor combat training, Guozhengquan concluded. Therefore, forego the outdoor training. After all, you are unlikely to face attacks in the wild, and engaging in battles with extraordinary beings might not hold much significance now. Qi pondered Guozhengquan's words, acknowledging their validity. However, the image of Cheng Tai, exhausted and disheveled from outdoor training, filled him with a sense of guilt. Although Qi could potentially arrange for a duel with the extraordinary beings in the wild, they would likely agree. Yet, due to their inexplicable affinity towards him, they would not treat him as a true adversary. Thus, the sense of threat was always diminished in his encounters with these extraordinary beings. What should I train for then? Qi asked. Guozhengquan waved his hand dismissively. Train as you wish. If you truly find yourself at a loss, I can arrange for my ice-field marten to spar with you. My marten will not hold back. Qi chuckled awkwardly. No need for that. I think I shall take my leave for now. With that, Qi exited the principal's office, accompanied by Xiao Wei on his way back. At present, Xiao Wei has reached a minor impasse in her abilities. To transcend this limitation, she requires either extensive combat experience or a greater abundance of training resources. It is essential to procure suitable training partners for her. Should the focus be on acquiring resources, they must be of exceptional quality. Mediocrity would adversely affect Xiao Wei's future progression. Just as Qi was contemplating these matters, his phone vibrated with an incoming call from Shen Guangyao. Qi recognized that he might soon have access to the much-needed training resources. Hey Qi, you must be quite free after the competition. Come over here and tackle some tasks to earn a little money. Shen Guangyao's voice resonated through the line. Meet me at the restaurant we visited last time. I'll be waiting for you, he added. Upon arrival at the restaurant with Xiao Wei, she expressed a desire to savor a dish of grilled squid, which she had greatly missed since their last visit. Following the server's guidance, they were ushered into a private room. Qi, it's been a while. Shen Guangyao greeted him warmly. He handed the menu to Qi, who ordered the grilled squid that Xiao Wei adored, and soon the conversation shifted to business. What task do we have this time? Qi inquired. You're going to love this one. It's exceptionally safe. A senior practitioner in Jing City, who has been in seclusion for quite some time, is about to emerge, and we need to welcome him and accompany him for a few days, Shen Guangyao explained. Without needing to ask, Qi understood that this elder was likely not human, but an extraordinary being, otherwise Shen Guangyao would not have sought him out. What is this elder's strength? Qi queried. His power is not particularly high. He is merely at the primary overlord level. However, his background is quite impressive. Shen Guangyao teased, building suspense. Qi sensed the significance of this extraordinary being. Otherwise, Shen Guangyao would not be so reverent in his reference to him. Though this elder is only a primary overlord, he has connections with numerous totem-level extraordinary beings. Should he speak, many totem-level beings would heed his words, Shen Guangyao elaborated, leaving Qi astonished. The gap between overlords and totems is vast, and as one progresses, the difficulty of advancement only increases, marking them as two distinct tiers. This elder is quite advanced in age and has previously aided many formidable extraordinary beings, resulting in an extensive network of relationships, Shen Guangyao continued animatedly. And what is the true form of this elder? Qi asked. Chapter 61, The Longevity Monkey. It is the longevity monkey, Shen Guangyao replied. Qi nodded. Aside from its notable longevity, the longevity monkey did not possess particularly remarkable attributes. The elder's achievement of reaching the overlord level was already commendable. So, what exactly are we supposed to do? Who else will be joining me to welcome this elder? Chi pressed on. You need not worry about the details. There are 3 of us on the front line for this event. You, me, and a student who is interning here. I will lead, and you simply need to follow me and smile, Shen Guangyao assured. Moreover, this elder is very amiable, treating both humans and extraordinary beings with kindness. So there is no cause for concern. I could manage this task alone. I invited you and the intern because the elder appreciates beauty. And I wanted you both to serve as a pleasant facade, he added confidently. Chi harbored no extravagant expectations. He merely hoped that Shen Guangyao would indeed take the lead this time and not leave him to charge ahead alone. On the day the longevity monkey was set to emerge, Chi and his companions arrived early in Jing City to prepare. Shen Guangyao donned formal attire, including a black cloak. Chi's outfit was similar, and he was also provided with a cloak. However, he immediately sensed that his cloak lacked the quality of Shen Guangyao's. Nevertheless, he recognized that Shen Guangyao's cloak was likely no ordinary garment. As Chi admired Shen Guangyao's cloak, a voice snapped him back to reality. Hello, Teacher Chi. Turning to see a youthful-looking boy, Chi waved dismissively. No need to call me teacher, just call me Chi. Shen Guangyao had mentioned to the boy that Chi had already achieved 2 remarkable diplomatic successes, and the boy expressed eagerness to learn from him. Chi glanced at Shen Guangyao, silently questioning the situation. Among the team for this task, he knew he was the youngest. The next youngest was already in university, while he was still in high school, which made him feel out of place being addressed as teacher. Chi, let me introduce you. This is our intern, Chen Ming. Shen Guangyao said. Chen Ming politely nodded at Chi. I look forward to your guidance, Teacher Chi. Chi couldn't help but feel that Chen Ming's politeness bordered on excessive. After exchanging pleasantries, Chen Ming returned to his preparations. Leaning closer to Shen Guangyao, Chi asked, why does he call me teacher? Simply because you have more experience than he does. In our field, it's about skill rather than age. Those with greater abilities are held in higher regard, Shen Guangyao replied. Our field? Chi thought, feeling a disconnect, as he was merely there to earn some money. Has Chen Ming not participated in any tasks before? Chi inquired. No, he is just a third-year intern starting to engage with core business after previously handling minor tasks. Shen Guangyao clarified. Chi nodded, understanding that Chen Ming was a student from the prestigious Magic City University, majoring in beast diplomacy, and had been assigned to this location due to his excellent academic performance. Shen Guangyao felt Chi was underestimating Chen Ming's credentials, as such an experience was indeed impressive. At your stage, how do you compare to Chen Ming? Chi asked curiously. Cough, cough. I suppose he can be considered my junior. As we are from the same university and major, so it's all relative, Shen Guangyao dismissed. All right, we are nearly ready. Let us set off, he concluded, steering the conversation in a new direction. The trio exited the temporary base constructed for the purpose of welcoming the longevity monkey. Shen Guangyao released his winged horned eagle from his beast space, and Chen Ming did the same. Chi exchanged a glance with Xiao Wei perched on his shoulder before deciding to ride on Shen Guangyao's winged horned eagle for a while. Is it standard in your industry to equip a winged horned eagle? Chi inquired. It isn't mandatory, but we often need to communicate with powerful, extraordinary beings. If negotiations fail, having a fast, flying companion can be crucial for a hasty retreat, Shen Guangyao explained. Chi realized the practicality of this reasoning. But didn't you mention before that those on the front lines dealing with extraordinary beings are also provided with protectors in critical moments? Is a winged horned eagle necessary for that as well? Chi pressed further. Shen Guangyao turned to him, exclaiming, silly boy. One must take their own fate into their hands. If you can escape on your own, do so. Only when you cannot should you rely on others. All right, we're about to take off, he added. 3 individuals accompanied by 2 eagles advanced towards the secluded retreat of the longevity monkey. Upon arriving at their destination, they were guided by Shen Guangyao to the entrance of a cave. The surroundings were tranquil, with only the trio and a few diminutive extraordinary creatures for company. This is the place. We shall await the senior's emergence, Shen Guangyao proclaimed. The 3 of them formed a triangular formation, with Shen Guangyao positioned at the forefront, while Chi and Chen Ming stood slightly behind him. When will the senior emerge? Chi inquired. He was aware that the longevity monkey was scheduled to come out today, but was uncertain about the exact timing. I do not know, however. The esteemed elder is expected to emerge today. We shall simply wait, Shen Guangyao replied, his professional smile directed towards the cave entrance. How do we know the elder will emerge today? Chi pressed. The elder has been in seclusion for 10 years, and prior to entering, he informed Mr. Zhou that he would be in retreat for a full decade, Shen Guangyao elucidated. Did Mr. Zhou not mention that someone should come to greet him after 10 years? No. Our intention to welcome the elder is merely to strengthen our relationship with him. It is entirely spontaneous on our part, Shen Guangyao reflected. It was essential to cultivate ties with such a broadly connected extraordinary being as the longevity monkey, fostering relations as deeply as possible. What if the elder wishes to extend his seclusion by a few more days, or even years? He expressed his concern. 10 years might seem considerable for a human. Yet for the longevity monkey, it was hardly significant. That will not happen. Whatever the elder decides is absolute. Rest assured, he will undoubtedly emerge today, Shen Guangyao assured. And once more, silence enveloped the trio as they awaited patiently. Chapter 62. The empty nest old monkey sounds emanated from the cave, prompting Shen Guangyao and his companions to perk up in anticipation. After a brief interval, a somewhat stooped figure, leaning on a cane and garbed in simple cloth, leisurely emerged from the cave. Although the longevity monkey's appearance unmistakably identified him as a monkey, from a distance, he bore a striking resemblance to a little old man. Esteemed elder, your seclusion must have been arduous. Congratulations on your emergence. Mr. Zhou has informed us of your return and sent us to greet you. Shen Guangyao approached the longevity monkey, who was now stepping out. The elder's long eyebrows drooped down to his shoulders. Upon hearing his name called, he slowly lifted his head. His gaze first fell upon Shen Guangyao, then shifted to Chun Ming at his side, finally resting on Qi Yi. After a moment's pause, the longevity monkey nodded in acknowledgement of Qi Yi's presence. Shen Guangyao felt a surge of joy upon witnessing the elder's welcoming demeanor and quickened his pace. Esteemed elder, we have prepared some ice cloud peaches and wood frost peaches for you. Would you care to partake? Shen Guangyao eagerly offered. The longevity monkey raised a trembling hand towards the trio, prompting Shen Guangyao to step forward. Just as he was about to speak, the elder abruptly swatted him away. Shen Guangyao winced at the sudden pain in his shoulder. This seemingly frail elder possessed surprising strength. The longevity monkey then raised his hand, gesturing towards Qi Yi. After exchanging a glance with Shen Guangyao, Qi Yi stepped forward and softly addressed, esteemed elder. The longevity monkey gently patted Qi Yi's head, uttering a soft woo-woo. Simultaneously, the translation echoed in the earpieces, good child, take me with you. So, I am not a good child then, Shen Guangyao remarked, recalling his confident assertion before departure that Qi Yi needed only to follow him and play the role of a decorative figure, leaving Qi Yi somewhat ignorant of the proceedings. As Qi Yi and Shen Guangyao exchanged glances, Shen Guangyao winked at Qi Yi, signaling him to escort the longevity monkey to enjoy the peaches. Thus, Qi Yi aided the elder as they made their way towards the designated spot for the peaches, with Shen Guangyao and Chun Ming trailing behind. The location of the peaches was not far, and they reached it in just a few steps. Once seated, Qi Yi presented the elder with the peach placed atop the pile. The longevity monkey took the peach and took a bite. Woo-woo. That child Zhou has a good heart. Even after all these years of seclusion, he still remembers me, the elder mused while savoring the fruit. Qi Yi's eyelids twitched at the thought of the prominent Zhou Liangchun being referred to as little Zhou and child. Yet, perhaps in the eyes of the venerable longevity monkey, everyone was but a child. As Qi Yi pondered this, the elder pressed a peach into his hand, saying, child, you should eat as well. Touched, Qi Yi bit into the peach and was immediately struck by its exquisite flavor. The peaches offered to the longevity monkey were no ordinary fruits. They were not only delicious but also imbued with various powers. After taking a bite, Qi Yi felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. Esteemed elder, Qi Yi's strength is still insufficient. Consuming this peach may overwhelm his body, Shen Guangyao interjected softly. The longevity monkey regarded the peach, then Qi Yi, signaling his understanding. Woo-woo. Child, do you possess a pet? Bring it forth. I would like to see it, the elder gently inquired. Qi Yi shook his head, shaking off the dizzying sensation, and summoned Xiao Wei from the beast space. Xiao Wei, a pet that loathed remaining in the beast space, was typically allowed to roam freely due to its small size. However, given the peculiar circumstances of the gathering, Qi Yi had opted to confine Xiao Wei within the beast space for a while. Upon being summoned, Xiao Wei appeared somewhat dazed, recalling that Qi Yi had mentioned needing to stay in the beast space for a period. Yet, upon recognizing the significant figure before him, Xiao Wei quickly composed itself, standing politely and bowing to the longevity monkey. The elder scrutinized Xiao Wei attentively before affectionately patting its head, saying, woo-woo. You are also a good child. Eat. With that, the longevity monkey offered Xiao Wei a peach as well. After receiving the large peach, which was nearly wider than its own body, Xiao Wei looked to Qi Yi for approval, and once given, embraced the fruit and began to devour it. Seeing Xiao Wei enjoy the peach heartily, the longevity monkey nodded in satisfaction. Sensing the elder's good mood, Shen Guangyao approached. Esteemed elder, Mr. Zhou also asked me to inquire about a matter. After taking another bite of the peach, the longevity monkey replied, "Woo woo. I still remember what little Zhou said before my seclusion. I will attend to it in due course." In addition to his longevity and extensive network, the longevity monkey possessed a remarkable ability. He could discern which offspring among a group of similarly aged younglings held the greatest potential. In simpler terms, he could perceive the latent capabilities of extraordinary beings, a feat that many scientific methods currently cannot achieve. When Zhou Liangchen first learned of this capability, he harbored skepticism, as it seemed far-fetched. However, the longevity monkey soon identified one or two of the most promising younglings from among several litters of identical extraordinary creatures, urging Zhou Liangchen to raise them together to see if the elder's selections proved to be the strongest in the end. Zhou Liangchen truly acted upon his intentions, ultimately nurturing the mightiest creature, akin to what the eternal monkey had described. In that moment, Zhou Liangchen released a sigh of relief, grateful that he had refrained from engaging in a debate with the eternal monkey regarding this matter, and instead pondered that if the eternal monkey indeed possessed such capabilities, he ought to seize the opportunity presented to him. Thus, Zhou Liangchen and the eternal monkey agreed that after its seclusion, it would assist him once more in making selections. He listened quietly from the sidelines. Previously, Shen Guangyao had not disclosed what further instructions Mr. Zhou had imparted, yet he sensed that this matter was of considerable significance. Alas, it seems that humans possess a deeper understanding of how to care for their elders. My other offspring scarcely visit me upon my return from seclusion. The eternal monkey lamented, sighing as though it were a lonely elder bemoaning the absence of its children. Just as Shen Guangyao prepared to speak, a rustling sound emanated from the nearby thicket. "Who goes there?" Shen Guangyao suddenly became vigilant. However, the eternal monkey waved a hand, signaling him to remain calm. A small monkey cautiously emerged from the underbrush. He squinted, recognizing this little monkey as the one he had encountered during his previous outdoor training atop the mountain. At that time, this monkey had greeted him warmly, inviting him to return in summer and promising to offer him peaches. Yet, how had this monkey arrived here? Though Hu City and Jing City were not too distant, they were certainly not close either. The small monkey appeared somewhat timid. The eternal monkey beckoned it over. After examining the little creature for a moment, it exclaimed, "Oh dear, you must be my grandchild, but how many generations removed are you?" Qi Yi's eyes widened in astonishment. Was there indeed a familial connection between these two monkeys? It seemed rather absurd. He discreetly observed Shen Guangyao and Chun Ming beside him, noting their equally shocked expressions, further solidifying his belief that this was indeed quite extraordinary and not merely a reflection of his own lack of experience. I cannot say for certain, but I felt an inexplicable force compelling me to approach. The small monkey gazed at the eternal monkey, sensing both familiarity and authority emanating from it. "Oh, what a delightful child you are. Even though you exhibit some ancestral traits, they are nearly imperceptible, yet you still ventured here. Henceforth, you shall accompany me, your ancestor." The eternal monkey affectionately patted the little monkey's head. Upon concluding its words, it handed the small monkey a peach. Qi mused that the eternal monkey's way of expressing affection likely involved bestowing food. The little monkey accepted the peach but did not consume it immediately. Instead, it surveyed its surroundings before fixing its gaze upon Qi. "Chirp." The small monkey greeted Qi. Shen Guangyao glanced between the small monkey and Qi, surprised to discover a connection between the eternal monkey and the little monkey, as well as a bond between the little monkey and Qi. How wonderfully peculiar. "Long time no see." Qi returned the greeting. "Oh, you two know each other?" "Chirp, chirp, chirp." The small monkey recounted its acquaintance with Qi, declaring him its best human friend. Qi speculated that the little monkey's claims stemmed from its limited exposure to humans during its time on the mountain, where he had been the only one to interact with it for a while. In contrast, Shen Guangyao seemed to believe Qi's affections were indiscriminately bestowed upon every extraordinary being he encountered. Meanwhile, Chun Ming regarded Qi with increased admiration, recognizing the weight of his reputation. Not only had he successfully managed intricate encounters with extraordinary beings, but he also had a vast network, with even a mere monkey recognizing him as a friend, which was truly impressive. Listening to the small monkey's words, Qi offered an embarrassed smile towards the eternal monkey, who, upon hearing of their friendship, felt increasingly satisfied with Qi. This young man not only appeared promising, but also shared such a remarkable bond with it. Quite commendable indeed. "Since you share this connection with my grandchild, you may call me Grandfather Monkey from now on," the eternal monkey declared. Although it could sense that the small monkey was indeed its descendant, it could not ascertain the exact generational linkage. Thus, for simplicity and intimacy, it opted for Qi to refer to it as Grandfather Monkey. Qi readily accepted this new familial title, recognizing that having an additional grandfather could only bring benefits, not drawbacks. He bowed respectfully, addressing it as Grandfather Monkey. Shen Guangyao was taken aback by this unexpected familial revelation. What began as a mere coincidence had ultimately resulted in Qi Yi reaping the rewards, were it not for his professional composure urging him to maintain decorum in the workplace. He would have been tempted to grasp Qi Yi by the shoulders and shake him vigorously, demanding to know how this had transpired. With the arrival of the small monkey, the eternal monkey's previous melancholic demeanor had dissipated, replaced by a more cheerful disposition as it continued to savor the peach. Just as Shen Guangyao invited the eternal monkey to the prepared resting place, a sudden gust of wind swept through. This wind was so fierce that it nearly knocked Shen Guangyao off his feet. He recognized that something was amiss. As he prepared to issue a command over his earpiece and assume a defensive posture, he heard the eternal monkey speak. Should you come, do so properly, otherwise, do not come at all. The eternal monkey admonished the direction from which the wind blew. Remarkably, upon its words, the wind seemed to diminish. A colossal tiger, standing upright on its hind legs, approached. Unlike other tigers, this one appeared not furry, but rather as though clad in a suit of orange and black armor. The clear emblem of a king upon its head elicited an immediate sense of awe. Qi Yi recognized this tiger at once. This was the thunderclap tiger, a veritable totem-level extraordinary being. He frequently encountered its likeness in the news. However, the thunderclap tiger did not make headlines for malevolent deeds. Rather, it often assisted beastmasters in fending off animal tides and had aided in the subjugation of various nefarious extraordinary beings. When Qi Yi previously read about the thunderclap tiger, he perceived it as reminiscent of ancient heroes, upholding justice and righteousness. Yet, the present thunderclap tiger bore none of that gallant demeanor and instead approached with a decidedly cheeky countenance. Uncle Monkey. The thunderclap tiger called out as it neared the eternal monkey, adopting a rather cheeky demeanor. The fact that the thunderclap tiger could articulate human speech astonished Qi Yi. He had never encountered any mention of this in the news. However, the eternal monkey clearly did not regard the thunderclap tiger with any warmth. Oh, you knew to come now. You should have waited until I was done with my seclusion to arrive. Yet, the thunderclap tiger displayed no signs of displeasure. Recent events have been overwhelming, but I rushed over as soon as I wrapped things up. Qi Yi surmised that the thunderclap tiger was indeed part of the eternal monkey's network, and a robust one at that. However, Shen Guangyao exhibited no surprise. He had long been aware of the eternal monkey's connections with various totems. I have admonished you countless times to exercise a modicum of restraint. You arrive in such a state, and yet you stir up the winds and cause a ruckus. Although the eternal monkey's words may still resemble a reprimand directed at the thunder tiger, it is evident that the initial fury has dissipated. Allow me to surprise you. The thunder tiger chuckled foolishly. Once he had placated the eternal monkey, he turned his attention to Shen Guangyao and his companions. You may depart. I shall take good care of my uncle monkey. The eternal monkey shot a glare at the thunder tiger. Depart? This little monkey is my newly recognized grandchild. It arrived well before you. And this one is my recently acknowledged human grandson. Chapter 64. The Portly Cat and the Small Mischievous Bird. The thunder tiger casually greeted the little monkey. Though the little monkey felt a tinge of fear, it understood that the thunder tiger bore no malice. Rather, the tiger's overwhelming strength instilled a sense of pressure. After exchanging pleasantries with the little monkey, the thunder tiger turned to Qi Yi. Quite impressive. A striking young man indeed. However, while my uncle monkey previously delighted in acknowledging various nephews and grandchildren, those were all extraordinary beings. Is he now content to take on the role of elder to humans as well? Nevertheless, the thunder tiger nodded in acknowledgement to Qi Yi. Uncle Tiger? Qi Yi hesitated, uncertain if it was appropriate to address him thus. The little monkey had just called the thunder tiger Uncle Tiger, so Qi Yi followed suit. The thunder tiger said nothing, tacitly accepting the title. It was no longer just Shen Guangyao feeling sentimentally reflective. Even Xiao Wei was struck by the moment. Xiao Wei thought Qi Yi was truly remarkable for so swiftly recognizing a totem-level extraordinary being as an elder. It was a testament to Xiao Wei's keen perception in choosing Qi Yi as a contractor. The eternal monkey found joy in witnessing the affection among the younger generation. Nodding approvingly, the thunder tiger quickly uttered a few flattering remarks, finally managing to bring a smile to the eternal monkey's face. Uncle Monkey, will you accompany me back? Stay with me for a couple of days? The thunder tiger inquired, a hint of flattery in his tone. Before the eternal monkey could respond, a series of shrill cries echoed from the sky. You oversized feline. How dare you plot against me? I shall not let you escape. The extraordinary being in the sky spoke with human words, much like the thunder tiger. As it descended closer to the ground, Shen Guangyao recognized its appearance and felt reassured. This entity was renowned within the province, a counterpart to the thunder tiger, one safeguarding the skies, the other the earth, both having made significant contributions to the province. You audacious fat cat. You sent your subordinates to deliver specially concocted laxative UU fruits to me. I shall not rest until I hold you accountable. The feathered lawn bird swooped down, intent on pecking the thunder tiger. Chi-Yi recognized the feathered lawn bird from news reports, and sensing the impending clash, he hurriedly moved closer to Shun Guangyao, concerned that the celestial being's skirmish might inadvertently harm him. I merely intended to tease you. I never imagined you would actually consume it. The thunder tiger defended himself, dodging the approaching bird. The feathered lawn bird was incensed, believing that the thunder tiger had offered her favorite UU fruits out of camaraderie, only to discover the subterfuge. Had it not been for the laxative-laced UU fruit, she would have already whisked away Uncle Monkey. Enough, little bird. You should have realized the fruit was tampered with. The thunder tiger retorted while maintaining his defenses. He understood that today marked Uncle Monkey's emergence from seclusion, yet he was aware he could not hasten his arrival, fearing the feathered lawn bird might seize Uncle Monkey first. Thus, he had instructed his subordinates to deliver the tainted UU fruits. He had not anticipated that the feathered lawn bird would genuinely consume them. After all, she was adept at detecting any foul play in her food. Yet, how could she fly so swiftly after consuming the UU fruit? Neither the thunder tiger nor the feathered lawn bird employed their skills. They resorted to a childish brawl. After observing for a while, the eternal monkey interjected, "Enough. Cease this nonsense. You are both far too mature for such antics." Upon hearing the eternal monkey's admonishment, the feathered lawn bird and the thunder tiger finally halted. "Uncle Monkey, that fat cat has truly gone too far." The feathered lawn bird complained to the eternal monkey. "I was merely attempting to amuse her," the thunder tiger weakly defended. The eternal monkey shot a disapproving look at the thunder tiger, who immediately fell silent. "Uncle Monkey, congratulations on your emergence. Will you accompany me? I have prepared everything, including several varieties of peaches," the feathered lawn bird eagerly suggested. "Uncle Monkey, I too have everything ready, and I assure you, it is far superior to what the little mischief maker has prepared," the thunder tiger quickly chimed in. Exchanging glances, the feathered lawn bird and the thunder tiger appeared poised to argue once more, prompting the eternal monkey to intercede. "You both should return. I just remembered that Xiao Zhou requested my assistance with certain matters after my emergence. I shall seek him out now." Chi-Yi sensed that the eternal monkey was simply weary of their bickering, hence fabricating such an excuse. Although Shun Guangyao had previously mentioned Zhou Yanchen, the eternal monkey had only now agreed to assist, and claimed he would go immediately. The thunder tiger and the feathered lawn bird clearly felt some discontent, wishing to negotiate further. "Uncle, I shall accompany you," the thunder tiger exclaimed cheerfully. "Uncle Monkey, I too will accompany you," the feathered lawn bird quickly added. Chi-Yi had previously thought the eternal monkey resembled a lonely old primate, but it was now apparent that he was surrounded by a loving family, all eager to take him in for his twilight years. "You need not accompany me. Remain where you are. Should any matters arise, I may yet require your assistance." The eternal monkey firmly declined without hesitation. "But the journey is lengthy. Surely someone must accompany you?" the thunder tiger inquired. "My little grandson will accompany me," the eternal monkey declared, leaning on his cane while affectionately stroking the little monkey's head. The little monkey, taken aback by the sudden responsibility, wondered if such a significant duty had indeed fallen upon its shoulders. The thunder tiger and the feathered lawn bird exchanged glances at the little monkey. Though reluctant, they acquiesced. Ultimately, they decided that the thunder tiger and the feathered lawn bird would remain with the eternal monkey for a few days, after which the eternal monkey would set off to find Zhou Yanshun, while the thunder tiger and the feathered lawn bird would return the way they came. "You two are truly wonderful. On the day of my emergence, you both thought to come and see me," the eternal monkey remarked in a tone reminiscent of a lonely elder. The thunder tiger and the feathered lawn bird dared not meet his gaze. The eternal monkey's seclusion had been somewhat spontaneous. He had not informed many individuals or extraordinary beings of his retreat. Before entering seclusion, he had told the thunder tiger and the feathered lawn bird to inform others that he would be meditating for a decade. However, the two had only partially relayed the message, telling other extraordinary beings that Uncle Monkey was in seclusion, but leaving the timing of his emergence ambiguous. As Shun Guangyao bid farewell to the eternal monkey and departed, he observed the harmonious scene between the eternal monkey and the thunder tiger. "Have we completed our mission ahead of schedule?" Chi-Yi inquired. "Indeed," Shun Guangyao replied with ease. Chi-Yi exhaled in relief. They had finally concluded their undertaking. "I have a question," Chi-Yi remarked as the trio walked and conversed. "What is it?" Shun Guangyao asked casually. "Why do the thunder tiger and the feathered lawn bird speak human language?" Chi-Yi queried in confusion. "Extraordinary beings of totem level can all articulate human speech. But why have they never spoken in the news?" Chapter 65. Interns earning meager salaries, they simply do not wish to speak. What other reason could there be? They likely find conversing in human language tedious, especially with incessant inquiries. if they were to communicate in their own tongue. The interviewers would only need to ask a couple of questions before concluding. However, engaging in human dialogue opens the floodgates for unending questions, as Shun Guangyao articulated. Previously, I had not heard the nightmare spirit utter a word in human language. Why does it refrain from doing so? Qi Yi inquired further. It may simply be a matter of personal preference. After all, most extraordinary beings favor their native tongues. Human language, to them, is akin to a foreign tongue. Even if they were to learn it, they would not hold it in high regard, Shun Guangyao elucidated. Xiao Ming performed admirably this time, without any notable mishaps. I shall duly commend you in your overall evaluation of this internship, Shun Guangyao praised Chen Ming. Qi Yi harbored some skepticism regarding Shun Guangyao's commendation of Chen Ming, feeling that Chen Ming had not contributed significantly during this assignment. Teacher, I was far too anxious during this task and accomplished little, Chen Ming admitted, his cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Shun Guangyao waved his hand dismissively. No need to fret. Your composure was commendable. Many individuals, upon their first engagement in such tasks, become so anxious that their limbs falter, some even tremble uncontrollably. Moreover, your role here was primarily as a decorative presence, and you fulfilled the expectations of that role admirably. Qi Yi perceived Shun Guangyao's comments as a veiled critique, insinuating that he had not remained quietly ornamental. Nevertheless, Qi Yi paid it little heed, instead offering the peach, bitten by the long-lived monkey, to Xiao Wei. Qi Yi recognized the peach as a rare treasure, hence he had hesitated to discard it, intending for Xiao Wei to enjoy it. Xiao Wei, undeterred by its origin, devoured it heartily. The group returned to their temporary base. Observing the familiar surroundings from which they had departed not long ago, Qi Yi felt a wave of nostalgia. The preparations for the long-lived monkey assignment spanned nearly 10 days, yet the task was concluded in less than a day. Qi Yi strolled around the base and discovered Chen Ming bent over something. Chen Ming, what are you doing? Qi Yi inquired. Upon turning to see Qi Yi, Chen Ming flashed a bright smile, showcasing his small white teeth. Teacher Qi Yi, I am drafting the task report. Is this a personal summary? Qi Yi asked. In a sense, yes, but it is a mandatory requirement for those who undertook the task, Chen Ming clarified. Qi Yi nodded, unfamiliar with this necessity. In the previous two incidents, he had been unwittingly drawn in, so there had been no expectation for him to compose a report. However, this time he had willingly participated. Yet Shun Guangyao had not instructed him to prepare anything. Nevertheless, he thought it best to avoid writing if possible, as fewer obligations are always preferable. Chen Ming, may I take a look at your task report? Qi Yi expressed curiosity regarding the document, unsure if it was permissible to view it. Of course, but mine is merely an outline. I have yet to fill in the specific details, Chen Ming replied, handing the report to Qi Yi. Does a task report require so much writing? Qi Yi exclaimed in astonishment. Although Chen Ming claimed it was merely an outline, it spanned 3 large sheets of A4 paper. Qi Yi was perplexed, considering that Chen Ming had seemingly done little during the task, yet managed to produce such a lengthy document. Indeed, whether in academic settings or practical experiences, teachers have consistently emphasized the importance of task reports, urging us to write them thoroughly. I habitually draft an outline by hand first. When it comes time to write the specifics, typing on the computer is much quicker, Chen Ming explained, displaying no hint of dissatisfaction, rather appearing to relish the task. Qi Yi returned the 3 A4 sheets to Chen Ming, deciding it was best to let him handle it, as long as he did not neglect the writing. Chen Ming, may I ask you something? Qi Yi had not approached Chen Ming merely out of curiosity. He sought to inquire about something confidential. Speak, Shen Laosher, Chen Ming replied earnestly. After completing this task, do you receive any bonuses? Qi Yi questioned, rubbing his thumb and forefinger together. He was eager to discern the disparity in benefits between Chen Ming, an internal member, and his own position as a temporary worker. As an intern, I receive a fixed salary of 3,500 per month during my tenure. There are no bonuses upon completion of the task, but Chen Ming's voice was suddenly drowned out by Shun Guangyao's call. Qi Yi, what brings you here? I was just looking for you, Shun Guangyao remarked, pulling Qi Yi away. Seeing Qi Yi being whisked away, Chen Ming could only mentally fill in the gaps of the conversation. Although interns earn a fixed salary, the successful completion of tasks is noted in their overall evaluations. Performing well could lead to a permanent position, which comes with significantly enhanced benefits. Benefits that are unexpectedly generous. What on earth? Qi Yi was somewhat displeased to be interrupted, as he had been gathering intelligence, only to be so abruptly taken away. You need to draft the task report. You were a crucial participant in this assignment, so you must write it thoroughly, Shun Guangyao insisted, guiding Qi Yi to the computer desk. I have to write too? Qi Yi questioned in disbelief. Absolutely. Writing task reports is a fundamental skill for every beast diplomacy officer, Shun Guangyao replied earnestly. How do I write it? Qi Yi stammered, uncertain. I have placed the format, templates, and key requirements for the task report on this computer. Simply follow the guidelines, Shun Guanyao instructed. Qi gazed at the myriad of files related to the task report on the computer, feeling overwhelmed. Is it possible to avoid writing it? After all, I am merely a temporary worker. Qi attempted to negotiate. That is out of the question. Shun Guanyao firmly rejected the notion. Your idea is fundamentally flawed. This report must be authored by you alone. If you allow someone else to write it for you this time, will you continue to rely on others in the future? You will write here, and I will be in the adjacent room. If you encounter any issues, seek my assistance. This must be done thoroughly, and I will review it. Chapter 66. A reunion with the chubby dragon. After 3 arduous days of labor, Qi finally produced a task report that Shun Guanyao deemed acceptable, and he received his remuneration for the assignment. The payment for this task remained a piece of jade ice marrow, yet it was notably larger than the previous one. Shun Guanyao informed Qi that this jade ice marrow could not only aid in enhancing one's strength when embraced during slumber, but could also be offered to pets for them to attempt to refine it. However, this method would result in the loss of some of the ice and snow power contained within the marrow, thus shortening its usability. Nonetheless, Shun Guanyao believed that as long as Qi worked diligently and earnestly, he would be able to afford such consumption for Xiao Wei. Qi listened, his expression darkening. Yet he pondered seriously over the cultivation methods proposed by Shun Guanyao. Ultimately, Qi resolved to have Xiao Wei refine the newly acquired jade ice marrow. He did not believe he could perpetually earn enough to provide Xiao Wei with an endless supply of jade ice marrow. Rather, he hoped that this piece would enable Xiao Wei to break through its current limitations. Presently, Xiao Wei's strength was at the primary ward general level, and refining even a small portion of the jade ice marrow could elevate it to the intermediate ward general level. Upon returning home, Qi instructed Xiao Wei to commence the refining process, though Xiao Wei still wished to hoard the jade ice marrow. Dreaming of crafting a jade ice marrow bed in the future, it ultimately acquiesced to Qi's request and began the refinement. Jiwu, I will refine the jade ice marrow, and you can earn money later to buy me more, okay? Xiao Wei proposed to Qi, with a hint of helplessness. Qi replied, go ahead and refine it. I will buy you more once I have the funds. 2 days later, Xiao Wei officially reached the intermediate ward general level. This jade ice marrow truly is effective, Qi mused while stroking his weasel. Xiao Wei's fur had distinctly brightened. Let us strive together. Once you attain the intermediate commander level, you can evolve, Qi encouraged. Enveloped in the comfort of Qi's gentle strokes, Xiao Wei perked up at the mention of evolution. It yearned for this transformation, yet its aspirations extended beyond merely evolving into an ice-field purple weasel. It aspired to become an auspicious purple weasel. Nevertheless, it recognized that it remained far from achieving that goal. Once again, Xiao Wei succumbed to the bliss of Qi's petting, contentedly closing its eyes. All right, let us refine a bit more jade ice marrow. Tomorrow we shall compete in the provincial capital, and we should strive to secure first place. Qi exclaimed, pausing his stroking to lift Xiao Wei. Jiwu. Upon arriving in the provincial capital with the team, Qi promptly escorted Xiao Wei to an opulent pet restaurant. His intent was not to indulge Xiao Wei, but rather to partake in a meal hosted by someone else. Upon learning of Qi's participation in the competition, Du Ziwei immediately expressed his desire to dine with him, offering to treat. After Du Ziwei disclosed the restaurant's location, Qi noted the elevated prices, only to be informed that the establishment belonged to Du Ziwei's family. I must ensure to feast well at his expense, Qi thought. Seeing Qi, the plump dragon excitedly rushed over and clung to his leg. Wei Wei, it has been so long. Qi greeted joyously. After a considerable time apart, the plump dragon had undergone a significant transformation. Previously, it barely reached Qi's knee, but now it was nearing his thigh. Qi reflected on the remarkable growth among extraordinary beings. The plump dragon had grown rapidly, while Xiao Wei remained a slender little creature. Joyfully, Xiao Wei called out to the plump dragon, Jiwu. Long time no see. The plump dragon responded, Owo. It has indeed been a while. I have missed your contract partner terribly. Xiao Wei retorted, I consider you a friend, yet you long for my contract partner? Meanwhile, Du Ziwei greeted Qi from behind, and the two settled into their seats. Qi and Du Ziwei occupied one side, while the plump dragon and Xiao Wei squeezed together opposite them. Du Ziwei had come to accept the fact that he was not favored by his pet, hence he no longer minded the plump dragon's indifference. It seems your relationship with Wei Wei has improved significantly, Qi remarked, genuinely pleased by the reconciliation between the plump dragon and Du Ziwei. Considering their previous mental states were quite troubled, the plump dragon had been diagnosed with depression, while Du Ziwei, though not officially diagnosed, shared similar struggles. Now, they could at least enjoy a meal together. Indeed, it truly is a challenge, Du Ziwei sighed. After a while of dining, he inquired, By the way, Chi-E, what major do you aspire to pursue in the future? The pet battle major, Chi-E replied, still holding on to his initial ambition. What about you? The pet battle major might be a bit challenging for me. I should pursue another pet-related field, perhaps pet research, Du Ziwei responded. Chi-E understood Du Ziwei's decision, considering that venturing outdoors could expose him to potential attacks from pets, and there were some irreconcilable factors with his own pet. My family has many members engaged in pet research, so I can at least choose a path that minimizes interactions with living extraordinary beings, Du Ziwei sighed. While the pet battle major is indeed popular, there are reasons for its prevalence. However, one could also opt for less mainstream pet-related fields, as they may not be inferior. Du Ziwei suggested. Du Ziwei genuinely appreciated Chi-Yi's assistance in alleviating the rift between him and his pet, which prompted him to bring up the topic of majors. I am aware of some lesser-known fields, but they seem rather perilous, Chi-Yi mused, recalling the numerous endorsements he had received for the Beast Diplomacy major. Yet, the dangers associated with the pet battle major were not negligible either. If one excluded those who did not pursue relevant careers, the casualty rate was not significantly lower compared to other fields, Du Ziwei noted. Chi-Yi nodded, acknowledging the validity of that statement. However, based on his current experiences, he felt relatively secure whether he chose the pet battle major or the beast diplomacy major. Reflecting on it now, pursuing beast diplomacy, provided safety were ensured, would indeed be an excellent choice. He had amassed considerable resources recently, yet the issue with Chunming's fixed salary had instilled a new concern regarding the industry. However, I suspect you ultimately plan to gain admission through the high school pet combat competition, Chi-Yi stated, affirming his own intentions. Achieving a good ranking in this competition not only awarded generous prizes and resources, but also secured spots for direct admission. Although the rewards for municipal and lower-level competitions were minimal, those at the provincial level were significantly more substantial. After the provincial competition, participants with commendable rankings would have the opportunity to visit various prestigious universities, complete with specialized briefings. Once there, you can thoroughly explore the various majors at your leisure. Du Ziwei added. Chapter 67. Contract partners should be like pets. 2 days later, the high school pet combat competition in Feng Province commenced. Chi-Yi sat in the stands, occasionally glancing at the opening ceremony below, but primarily engrossed in the pamphlet in his hand. Who authored this? They truly lacked discernment to not recognize me as a seed contender, Chi-Yi remarked, shaking his head. Xiao Wei craned its neck to peer at the proceedings. This pamphlet contained relevant details about the competition, including predictions of the top 10 seed contenders. Although only the names of the seed contenders appeared, their pets' photographs were printed alongside. Xiao Wei felt dissatisfied upon noticing its absence from the list. Whoever wrote this truly lacks vision for omitting me. Seated next to Chi-Yi, Cheng Tai smirked disdainfully at his words. Becoming a seed contender is no simple feat, only rare pets with exceptional potential qualify. And the minimum displayed strength is the peak of the primary war general level. Jiwu. Xiao Wei discovered a familiar figure in the brochure and pointed at it with her paw. It was Du Ziwei and his chubby dragon. Chi-Yi also spotted the photograph of the chubby dragon. Among the seed competitors and their respective beasts, in terms of breed and potential, Du Ziwei's chubby dragon ranked neither first nor second. However, they found themselves at the bottom of the seed competitors. Chi-Yi believed this was not due to the other competitors being overly strong, but rather that Du Ziwei and chubby dragon had unresolved issues in their pairing and training. The opening ceremony soon concluded, followed by the drawing of lots to match each contestant with their opponent. Xiao Wei, our first match is in the afternoon, Chi-Yi exclaimed, his gaze fixed on the screen as the numbers rolled by, quickly spotting his own number appear. Jiwu, their supervising teacher, upon noticing Chi-Yi's matchup, immediately began to gather information on his opponent for the afternoon. Chi-Yi, unfazed, took out his phone to message Guo. Uncle Guo, I have a match this afternoon. I know, I'm watching the live stream. Make sure to perform excellently and bring us good fortune. Guo replied. All right. Your opponent this afternoon is Xie Ziying, a student from Xinyuan No. 1 Middle School, and her pet beast is a striped snake. The supervising teacher informed Chi-Yi with impressive efficiency. Chi-Yi nodded. Thank you. Teacher, I understand. In the afternoon, Chi-Yi arrived at the venue with Xiao Wei. The moment they laid eyes on his opponent, both Chi-Yi and Xiao Wei were momentarily taken aback. Xie Ziying and her pet bore an uncanny resemblance. The striped snake, as its name suggests, was adorned in a vibrant array of colors, and Xie Ziying's attire was no less flamboyant. Even her hair was a kaleidoscope of hues. Chi-Yi strongly suspected that her outfit was custom-made, for how else could it match the snake's colors so impeccably? Jiwu, look at her, and then look at you. She and her pet look alike. Why can't you take a page from her book? Xiao Wei expressed her dissatisfaction towards Chi-Yi. What should I do then? We're all black, or don a mink coat? Chi-Yi inquired earnestly. Jiwu. You could wear a coat made of synthetic fur in similar colors. Upon hearing this, Qi resolved to give Xiao Wei's suggestion serious consideration. Xie Zing, observing Qi whispering to his pet, assumed they were strategizing for the battle ahead. Thus, she reiterated her instructions to her striped snake. Once the match begins, use all your strength to bite that mink and inject your venom. Hiss. The striped snake's tone was laden with concern. It genuinely feared that such a small creature could be fatally harmed. And the fact that Xie Zing instructed it to inject all its venom was quite alarming. Although the arena would not hold them accountable for any fatalities of pet beasts, the striped snake felt that if the mink were to perish, its beautiful trainer would surely be saddened. Don't worry, just do as I say. We will be fighting up there, and below are doctors and healing beasts ready to assist immediately in case of any emergencies. Besides, your opponent has made it this far. They must possess some skill. Just go for it. Xie Zing encouraged. While the striped snake was known for its venom, a significant portion of them lacked the ruthless temperament to match their toxicity. Xie Zing often felt a twinge of guilt regarding her striped snake's nature during battles. She sighed, convinced that her striped snake was a kind-hearted creature, but she would strive to correct this minor flaw. The striped snake sighed inwardly as well, considering its trainer to be a cruel woman for wanting it to attack such an attractive creature. Nevertheless, having already formed a contract with her, it resolved to follow her directives in battle. Hopefully, the beautiful human on the opposing side would not be too heartbroken. As the match commenced, Qi and Xie Zing took to the stage simultaneously. With the referee declaring the start of the match, both competitors issued their commands. The striped snake surged forward, executing a biting maneuver. Xiao Wei, deploy ice armor and evade. Qi directed, opting not to utilize the tactics he had previously employed against Cheng Tai's copper coin snake, primarily because he was uncertain whether the striped snake's bite force could penetrate the ice armor. More importantly, he feared that if the striped snake managed to puncture any part of Xiao Wei's ice armor, it would make contact with her and inject her with venom, a risk he was unwilling to take. Xiao Wei, circle around to the back of the striped snake and strike its tail with ice claw. Qi commanded. The striped snake's strength lay in its venom, yet its defensive capabilities were rather mediocre, so Qi intended to exploit this weakness. Striped snake, use iron tail to strike back, then turn to bite it. Xie Zing hastily issued her commands. However, the hardness of the striped snake's tail paled in comparison to Xiao Wei's ice claw. Upon collision, the striped snake's tail was instantly sent flying by Xiao Wei's strike. The immense pain incapacitated the striped snake, preventing it from executing Xie Zing's order to bite Xiao Wei. Qi shook his head, realizing that the striped snake had a low pain tolerance. He had previously heard of some beasts that could still deliver a fatal blow to their opponents even when experiencing excruciating pain. Clearly, this striped snake was not among them. It needed more training. Xiao Wei, charge forward and strike the striped snake in the face. Qi instructed, knowing that after taking a hit, the striped snake's biting power would be considerably diminished, alleviating his concerns about it shattering Xiao Wei's ice armor. Now is the time to unleash an all-out assault and conclude the battle. Chapter 68. Could he be a genius? Stop. We concede. Xie Zing exclaimed as she saw the striped snake becoming disoriented from Xiao Wei's 2 punches. Xiao Wei halted her assault upon hearing the referee's whistle. The icy shell surrounding her melted away, revealing her fluffy fur underneath. Qi wins. With the referee's announcement, applause erupted from the audience. Xiao Wei stood up, bowing gracefully to the spectators. Jiwu. Meanwhile, the striped snake was still dazed, and the medical staff, who had been on standby, rushed in to assess its condition. Xie Zing anxiously watched the striped snake, lamenting that their original plan had been for the opposing snow-white mink to fall, yet it was her own that had succumbed. As Qi descended from the stage with Xiao Wei, he inquired, Xiao Wei, shall we return to the hotel for some rest? Jiwu, aren't we going to watch here? Let us head back and catch the live stream. We can watch whoever we want later, Qi suggested. Jiwu. Xiao Wei readily agreed. Upon returning to the hotel, Qi and Xiao Wei embarked on their blissful lives. Xiao Wei held her jade ice essence while happily nibbling and refining it. Qi reclined on his bed, comfortably watching the streamed matches on the screen. He focused on the competition of a seed contestant, notably the one ranked highest, named Yin Yu, who, like Xie Zing, was a student from Xingyuan No. 1 Middle School, with a pet beast known as a sharp-toothed mouse. Once the competition commenced, Qi called Xiao Wei to join him in watching the match, as it could potentially be their most formidable opponent. Xiao Wei, hold off on your training and come watch the battle, Qi urged. Before he could finish his sentence, the referee blew the whistle once again. The match had concluded. The beast battling the saber-toothed rat lay on the arena floor with a significant gash on its neck. Medical personnel rushed onto the stage to assess the situation. Qi blinked in surprise. Was the match over already? He had thought that his own battle with Xiao Wei had concluded swiftly, but this was even faster. Wow, what a colossal rat! Xiao Wei exclaimed. Qi nodded in agreement, remarking on its impressive size. He surmised that if he stood beside the saber-toothed rat, it would reach his waist. Not only was the saber-toothed rat tall, but it was also muscular, exuding an aura that suggested it could effortlessly send Xiao Wei flying with a single punch. The juxtaposition of Xiao Wei standing next to the saber-toothed rat transformed the narrative. It was no longer Xiao Wei devouring the rat, but rather the rat preparing to consume Xiao Wei. However, this was not the time to ponder physical dimensions. Qi browsed through the saber-toothed rat's data and discovered it to be an Earth-type extraordinary creature, typically attacking with its enormous and sharp teeth. Yet, as he examined the data of the saber-toothed rat, which appeared clear-eyed, and contrasted it with the live broadcast showcasing a bloodthirsty, drooling creature, he couldn't shake the feeling that they belonged to entirely different species. These days, Qi found himself relatively unoccupied, not only because his battles were scheduled for the first day, but also due to a fortunate draw that allowed him to bypass the second round entirely. Thus, he advanced directly to the quarterfinals. This time, his opponent was a square-faced boy whose pet was a water-type blue crab general. The blue crab general's pincers clicked ominously, exuding an air of confidence and authority. As the battle commenced, the square-faced boy commanded, "Blue crab general, unleash your water blade attack." The blue crab general, while snapping its pincers, expelled a series of water blades aimed at Xiao Wei. Xiao Wei, utilize ice armor, then hurl the ice shards from your right claw at it. Qi instructed. This technique was a recent discovery for him. During one of Xiao Wei's moments of idleness, he had been caught playing with the ice chunks from his ice armor by Qi. Upon realizing Qi stood behind him, Xiao Wei's fur bristled in surprise. Yet, instead of reprimanding Xiao Wei for slacking off, Qi inquired whether he could swiftly detach the ice from his claws while using ice armor. After a brief attempt, Xiao Wei confirmed he could do so effortlessly. Encouraged, Qi urged him to practice detaching the ice and forcefully tossing it. Xiao Wei found it easy and powerful, leading to the creation of a new technique. Qi named this newfound skill Ice Meteor Claw. In the end, Qi sternly admonished Xiao Wei for his earlier laxity and imposed a daily training regimen for the Ice Meteor Claw as a consequence. After several days of rigorous practice, Xiao Wei had mastered the technique, which not only displayed considerable power, but was particularly suited for long-range attacks. In his first battle utilizing this skill, Xiao Wei's Ice Meteor Claw struck the blue crab general with remarkable effect, leaving it slightly dazed. However, the blue crab general did not succumb immediately. Its pincers continued to clack, albeit quieter. It still had the will to fight. Soon after, a second Ice Meteor Claw struck the blue crab general. And despite its handler's loud commands to evade, the creature, perhaps still dazed from the first blow, failed to dodge and fell. Qi emerged victorious. Xiao Wei maintained his ice armor, albeit with 2 fewer ice claws, parading around the arena with pride, ensuring the spectators took notice before descending from the stage alongside Qi. Such a show-off, Qi chuckled, scolding playfully. This is a skill I've trained for so long. Of course, I want them to see it, Xiao Wei declared, tilting his head with an air of entitlement. But why was that blue crab general making such a racket with its pincers? Was it trying to distract us? Xiao Wei pondered, somewhat perplexed. Although the noise had been bothersome, it hadn't significantly impacted either him or Qi. That's because the blue crab general is naturally timid and relies on the noise from its pincers to bolster its courage, Qi elucidated. Xiao Wei nodded in understanding. I told you to read more. You should know this. Qi gently tapped Xiao Wei's head. But you only glanced at the blue crab general's data before the match. So you're not much better. Xiao Wei protested, feeling somewhat indignant. Although the battle between Qi and Xiao Wei had concluded, the discussion amongst the audience continued unabated. What was that move just now? Someone inquired. I don't know. I checked the data, and it seems like it might be a self-created skill. Could he be a genius? In Chapter 69, Fluffy Hairpin, Du Ziwei asked Qi, so, is that how you discovered the Ice Meteor Claw technique? After Qi's match against the Blue Crab General, he received a call from Du Ziwei expressing a desire to discuss the skill. The following day, Qi found himself seated in a restaurant at Du Ziwei's invitation. Yes. The process of discovering this skill was rather intriguing, Qi replied with a shrug. Why do you ask? Are you starting to delve into the field of beast research and seeking my insights? Qi understood that beast research was a vast discipline with numerous branches, one of which included the study of beast skills. It's not me. It's my great-uncle who has been investigating how to develop new beast skills. I heard about your invention and he asked me to inquire about it. I'm genuinely astonished. Not only do you possess traits that make you popular with beasts, but you've also fortuitously created a new skill, Du Ziwei remarked. I don't think it's much of an invention. It's merely an enhancement of an existing skill, Qi said. scratching his head, feeling a bit bashful under Du Ziwei's praise. No, it's quite impressive. Many totem-level beast contractors have never invented a skill. My great-uncle once mentioned that every beast has the potential to learn an infinite number of skills, yet currently, there are still too few skills available, with many yet to be discovered. If beasts could master a sufficient variety of skills, their strength would advance significantly. Realizing he had digressed, Du Ziwei redirected the conversation. Regardless of whether it's coincidence or not, your ability to create a skill is commendable. Soon, there will be numerous bloggers online analyzing your technique. I'm going to be famous, Xiao Wei exclaimed. After Qi had comforted the ever-ambitious Xiao Wei, who aspired to become a great star, he turned to Du Ziwei to inquire about Yin Yu and his saber-toothed rat. Qi felt a peculiar unease about the drooling saber-toothed rat. Ziwei, what is the story behind Yin Yu and his saber-toothed rat at your school? I watched his previous competition videos and noticed he always defeats his opponents with a single move, Qi asked, furrowing his brow. In truth, the saber-toothed rat's victories were not merely a result of single strikes. The footage failed to reveal how it overcame its adversaries. One could only observe the rat charging at the onset of the match, followed by a sudden gash appearing on the opponent, who then collapsed into a pool of blood. Slowing the video down, Qi discerned that the saber-toothed rat had inflicted the injury with its teeth. Yin Yu is rather enigmatic. I've heard from classmates that he prefers solitude and seldom engages with others. Since he forged a contract with his beast, his temperament has shifted. Previously, he would at least converse. Now, he hardly speaks unless it's during a competition, Du Ziwei recalled, continuing, in fact. The chubby dragon has faced off against Yin Yu's saber-toothed rat as well. The rat employed the same strategy, charging in to attack with its teeth. Fortunately, the chubby dragon managed to evade it. However, I noticed the chubby dragon wasn't in the best shape, so I called off the match. Later, when I asked the chubby dragon for its impressions, it said it felt a bit dizzy. The chubby dragon paused from stuffing its face with food, raised its head, and exclaimed, "Oh whoa, I felt dizzy," both during the match with the saber-toothed rat and afterward. Seeing the chubby dragon's eagerness to engage with Qi, Du Ziwei silently sighed. The chubby dragon usually exhibited a particularly aloof demeanor, fitting the general perception of dragons, yet it appeared quite different when interacting with Qi. Yin Yu's saber-toothed rat must be no ordinary creature, Qi inquired. There is no solid evidence to prove that Yin Yu's saber-toothed rat is special, yet it is undoubtedly unusual, Du Ziwei affirmed. Qi nodded. The drooling saber-toothed rat was certainly not comparable to an ordinary one, possessing some extraordinary quality. He harbored speculations in his mind, resolved that if he were to face Yin Yu, he would not allow himself to be defeated so easily. A day later, the quarterfinals of the provincial high school student beast combat competition commenced. Qi's reputation began to solidify. Now, he could even spot a small section of the audience holding signs in his support, although upon closer inspection, he realized it was led by the coach of their city, accompanied by other team members. Nevertheless, Qi was elated. Having someone hold a sign for him was already a great joy. What more could he desire? In the audience, Cheng Tailai, who stood in the center of Qi's cheering squad, felt somewhat disgruntled. Why must I hold the sign? Cheng Tailai expressed his mild resentment. Well, how about you shout encouragement for Qi instead? The coach offered him a second option. Cheng Tailai turned away, deciding that since Qi was indeed bringing glory to their city, he might as well expend a bit of energy. Xiao Wei, look quickly, Qi exclaimed, pointing out their opponents in the competition to Xiao Wei. However, his excitement stemmed not merely from recognizing the competitors, but from noticing the peculiar pairing of their opponents and their beasts. Jiwu, a beauty and the beast combination? Xiao Wei tilted her head, puzzled. The beauty was indeed striking, yet the beast was not a traditional beast, but rather a colossal rock monster. Nevertheless, from a physical standpoint, it could be considered a beauty and the beast pairing, with the beauty being slender and the rock monster being massive. Xiao Wei, see, not all beasts resemble their contractors. Qi said earnestly. Ever since Xiao Wei had seen the combination of Xiaxing and the patterned snake, she had been clamoring for Qi to don a faux fur coat in a matching color scheme. Qi had worn one before, but found it rather peculiar. Thus, after some bargaining between Qi and Xiao Wei, she agreed to let him pin a matching fur brooch to his chest. Jiwu, don't learn from the bad examples, Xiao Wei rebuked. Although she relented, she still hoped Qi would wear a coat in a complementary color to hers. If Qi donned such attire and ventured out with her, other beasts would surely envy her. Chapter 70. A favor from the chubby dragon. As the match began, the rock monster unleashed its skill, falling rocks. A massive stone crashed down where Xiao Wei had just been standing. However, with a swift flicker, Xiao Wei evaded the attack, leaving behind a large boulder and a crater. Xiao Wei, use your flicker skill and charge at the rock monster, Qi commanded. The rock monster was not a solid mass, but rather a conglomeration of stones, leaving many gaps between them. Xiao Wei, agile and nimble, quickly scaled the rock monster's back. Find the gaps between the stones and strike there, Qi Yi urged. The rock monster boasted high defenses due to its stone exterior. Yet there were areas where its defenses were less formidable, namely, the gaps where the stones were joined. Rock monster, shake your body and throw that ferret off. Its contractor shouted urgently. The rock monster's greatest advantage lay in its size. Even a single blow could crush an opponent. However, its bulk also rendered it awkward and unyielding. As the rock monster shook its body, it used its massive hands to search for Xiao Wei, attempting to dislodge her. Yet, Xiao Wei spiraled upward, eluding its grasp effortlessly. In reality, as Xiao Wei ascended, she passed several gaps in the rock monster's stone structure, but chose not to attack those spots. Xiao Wei believed that if she was to strike, it should be done decisively, dodging the rock monster's attempts to catch her. She reached its neck and began to assault the junction where its neck met its head with her icy claws. However, Xiao Wei was clever. She understood the rock monster's desire to crush her, so she would attack a couple of times before shifting to a different location. Fragments of stone continuously fell from the rock monster's neck, yet it was unable to capture Xiao Wei, as more debris tumbled from the rock monster's neck. Its contractor finally conceded defeat. Although the contractor was reluctant to surrender, she stomped her foot in frustration, believing that had the ferret not been so small, the outcome would have surely favored her. Xiao Wei joyfully leaped into Qi Yi's arms. Being small has its advantages, Qi Yi said with a grin. He had always thought that while Xiao Wei outshone other beasts in cuteness, she lacked a certain fierceness. However, today, the benefits of her petite stature had become apparent. Jiwu, I'm agile. Xiao Wei protested indignantly. Are you denying that you're small? Small is undeniably cute. Qi Yi continued his playful banter. Just as Xiao Wei was about to retort, Qi Yi interjected. Being small makes you a perfect scarf. How wonderful. With that, he draped Xiao Wei around his neck once more. Jiwu. Xiao Wei chose not to counter Qi Yi's words any further. If she was to be a scarf, then so be it. Sometimes, being a scarf for a Martin could indeed bring happiness. After the conclusion of the competition, neither Qi Yi nor Xiao Wei hurried back to rest. Instead, they continued to observe the matches. They first watched the battle between Du Ziwei and the Portly Dragon. Unfortunately, Du Ziwei and the Portly Dragon did not emerge victorious, halting their journey at the quarterfinals. Despite the setback, Du Ziwei bore no sadness, by his own admission. He felt content merely to have reached the top 10 and to have secured the opportunity to participate in higher-level competitions. Next, they moved on to watch Yin Yu's match. Although Yin Yu's match had yet to commence, both competitors were already preparing in the waiting area. Eep, that saber-toothed rat looks rather sinister, Xiao Wei exclaimed, feeling an uncomfortable sensation wash over her as she exchanged a glance with the saber-toothed rat. Qi Yi scrutinized the creature. Finding it no different from what he had seen in videos, it was drooling incessantly. However, he sensed that this saber-toothed rat was distinctly different from ordinary ones. Its fur was a dark yellow, while that of typical saber-toothed rats was a more earth-toned hue. Suddenly, a chill crept over Qi Yi as he turned to find Yin Yu watching him. It seemed that not only did the saber-toothed rat exude an eerie aura, but so did its contractor. Soon, Yin Yu's match began, pitting the saber-toothed rat against a brawn bull. The moment the referee's whistle blew, the saber-toothed rat launched its attack, and the brawn bull collapsed before it even had a chance to move. Medical personnel rushed onto the scene to tend to the fallen creature. This was the first time Xiao Wei had witnessed such a gruesome scene live, and she squinted, unable to bear the sight. That saber-toothed rat is a bit too ferocious. Did it consume some performance-enhancing substances before the match? Du Ziwei mused aloud. The saber-toothed rat did indeed appear as if it had taken some sort of stimulant. However, Du Ziwei quickly dismissed his own speculation, recalling that officials had previously expressed suspicions and conducted examinations on the saber-toothed rat without finding anything amiss. I have my own theories about this saber-toothed rat. I shall confirm them when I face it in battle, Qi Yi remarked. Be cautious. The creatures that have battled the saber-toothed rat have sustained serious injuries. Du Ziwei expressed his concern for Xiao Wei. Fear not. Once the competition commences, I shall ensure Xiao Wei is protected with ice armor, which should mitigate the saber-toothed rat's potential harm. Qi Yi reassured her, gently patting Xiao Wei. Xiao Wei raised her head defiantly. Eep, I'm not that fragile. Du Ziwei, observing the duo, felt a tinge of worry. After all, many resilient creatures had succumbed to the saber-toothed rat's single bite. By the way, may I borrow your portly dragon before I face Yin Yu? Qi Yi inquired. Oh woo. Before Du Ziwei could respond, the portly dragon happily agreed. All right, then I entrust the care of the portly dragon to you for the next few days. The portly dragon and Xiao Wei began to amicably discuss their plans for the upcoming days. Watching them dreamily contemplate their time together, Qi Yi refrained from interrupting. It was evident that his intent in borrowing the portly dragon was not merely for leisure. It would undoubtedly be a strenuous undertaking. Thus began Qi Yi's grueling pre-match training regimen. Xiao Wei collapsed onto the ground, lamenting Qi Yi's lack of compassion. Not only did he deny her the chance to relax before the competition, but he also increased the intensity of her training. Training under the pressure of the portly dragon's aura was particularly taxing for a Martin. Even the portly dragon felt a pang of sympathy for Xiao Wei, contemplating a way to ease her burden. Qi Yi, while generally considerate, could occasionally be a tad too stern. Portly dragon, you must not relent. Unleash the full force of your dragon's might. Xiao Wei, rise and continue your training. Qi Yi commanded. Recognizing the shared glance between Xiao Wei and the portly dragon and understanding their intentions, he would not allow any cunning tricks to undermine his authority. Seated at the entrance, Qi Yi diligently supervised the training of the portly dragon and Xiao Wei. Despite her complaints, Xiao Wei stood up and persevered under the dragon's aura. Xiao Wei, this is all for your own good. Qi Yi sighed. Xiao Wei ignored him, clearly disinterested in his words. As you sit idly, you cannot comprehend my struggles. You've witnessed the aftermath of battles against the saber-toothed rat. Each creature bore a gruesome wound upon their necks. Qi Yi gestured dramatically, illustrating the horror of the saber-toothed rat's attacks. Xiao Wei's ears perked up. She felt a twinge of fear at the thought. Although she had never suffered serious injuries, she understood that such wounds must be excruciating. Thus, to avoid injury in our upcoming battle against the saber-toothed rat, we must train diligently. As for why we must train under the portly dragon's aura, I have already explained that to you, correct? Qi Yi continued, keeping a watchful eye on her training. Xiao Wei contemplated Qi Yi's earlier explanation regarding training under the dragon's aura and nodded in agreement. Xiao Wei, train hard. And on the day of our match against the saber-toothed rat, I shall wear a fur coat of the same color as you. Qi Yi unveiled his secret weapon. Xiao Wei, who had been listless, immediately perked up at his promise, training with renewed vigor. Before Qi Yi faced Yan Yu, he had another match to contend with. This time, Xiao Wei's opponent was a flying-type creature known as the Gale Sparrow. Standing in the arena, Xiao Wei felt a wave of fatigue wash over her, the result of her exhaustive training over the past few days. As the match commenced, the Gale Sparrow initiated its windstorm attack, conjuring a small tornado aimed directly at Xiao Wei. Xiao Wei, maintain control. Do not let yourself be lifted off the ground. Qi Yi instructed. Xiao Wei clung tightly to the ground, but the Gale Sparrow was already upon her. Following Qi Yi's command, she activated her ice armor while simultaneously launching the Ice Meteor Claw at the Gale Sparrow in an attempt to counterattack. The good news was that her Ice Meteor Claw struck true. The bad news was that the Gale Sparrow retaliated against Xiao Wei. Seizing the moment while Xiao Wei was still forming her ice armor, the Gale Sparrow pecked at her paw. Eep! Xiao Wei yelped. Though the injury was minor, it succeeded in plucking a tuft of her fur. Eep eep! That audacious bird shall not go unpunished. In a leap of defiance, Xiao Wei lunged at the airborne Gale Sparrow, bringing it crashing down to the ground. She pinned the sparrow beneath her, biting at the feathers adorning its body. Qi Yi had not anticipated Xiao Wei's unilateral action this time, yet the outcome of this audacious act was surprisingly favorable. The whirlwind sparrow found its wings pinned to the ground by Xiao Wei's claws, retaliating with wind blades generated from its beak. However, the offensive power of the whirlwind sparrow's wind blades proved to be rather feeble. Initially, Xiao Wei evaded a couple of attacks, but soon realized that the wind blades could not shatter her icy armor. Consequently, she brazenly allowed the whirlwind sparrow to assault her. No longer dodging. Chirp chirp. Squeak squeak squeak. The whirlwind sparrow emitted a piteous cry as its feathers were violently plucked away, while Xiao Wei, with a patch of her claw now bare, let out an indignant squawk. Stop, stop, we concede, the whirlwind sparrow's trainer exclaimed, witnessing the helplessness of his Pokemon beneath Xiao Wei's weight. Upon hearing the concession from the whirlwind sparrow's side, the referee blew the whistle to halt the match. Qi Yi, concerned that Xiao Wei might continue to torment the whirlwind sparrow, hurriedly called out, Xiao Wei, stop. Only upon hearing Qi Yi's voice did Xiao Wei cease her plucking, casting a fierce glare at the whirlwind sparrow before departing. The semi-final match for Qi Yi concluded somewhat comically. Many spectators had anticipated a thrilling battle between Pokemon, but instead, they were treated to a skirmish reminiscent of juvenile antics. Squeak. Xiao Wei pitifully raised her claw, now lacking feathers, seeking solace from Qi Yi. Xiao Wei. Qi Yi initially intended to scold Xiao Wei regarding her reckless behavior, acknowledging that despite her victory, such a lack of strategy was perilous. Yet, upon seeing her woeful expression, his heart softened. Qi Yi. First, he comforted Xiao Wei, then retrieved an item from his pocket. Look, what is this? Xiao Wei blinked, realizing it was the tuft of fur she had lost. How had it ended up with Qi Yi? Noticing the patch of fur missing from Xiao Wei's claw, Qi Yi had surmised that she would be upset. Xiao Wei cherished her fur immensely. Even losing a few strands during bath time would sadden her. Thus, when a tiny tuft floated his way, Qi had promptly captured it and stowed it in his pocket. Xiao Wei gingerly accepted the tuft, pressing it against her claw with a sigh. Squeak, squeak. I'll gift you this tuft. You can fashion it into a fur brooch. And carry a true sable fur brooch with you. In the stands, a withered old man turned to his companion. Yanyu, what do you think of this match? If Qi were present, he would sense that this desiccated elder exuded a somewhat eerie aura, akin to Yanyu. This match lacks structure and strategy, Yanyu remarked. He is to be my opponent in the next match. Are you confident? The withered elder inquired. Yanyu nodded. My saber-toothed mouse should be able to dispatch it swiftly upon entering the arena. The elder, however, shook his head. While you possess your trump card, this lad undoubtedly has his own hidden prowess yet to be unveiled. Exercise caution. Chapter 72. Born with an additional attribute. 2 days later, the finals of the Feng Province High School Student Pokemon Combat Tournament commenced. The audience was packed to capacity, with many spectators left standing in the back, straining to catch a glimpse. Fortunately, a designated area was reserved for their group. Otherwise, they would have truly been without seats. Guozhenkuan, along with other members from the Hu City team and their supervising teacher, jostled their way to their designated spots. This time, Hu City was not to be underestimated, as they had a participant making it to the finals. Although the others from Hu City faced elimination, as in previous years, having one contestant reach the finals was a remarkable achievement worthy of celebration. Guozhenkuan had even made a special trip from Hu City to witness Qi-Yi's match. Initially, he thought it was already commendable for Qi-Yi to secure a spot in the top 10. He never expected him to forge his way further. Guozhenkuan marveled, realizing he had entrusted Xiao Wei to the right person. In stark contrast to Guozhenkuan's beaming expression, Cheng Tailai remained expressionless as he retrieved a large sign bearing Qi-Yi's name from his bag. Cheng Tailai had anticipated that he would raise the sign only once or twice before Qi-Yi's elimination. Little did he know, Qi-Yi continued to advance, and thus, he persistently held up the sign. In the waiting area, Qi-Yi reviewed their tactics with Xiao Wei once more. Squeak, squeak. Rest assured, I won't forget. Xiao Wei stood tall, thumping her chest in assurance. All right, let us give it our all. The reward for first place in this match is a rare grade resource, and we'll seize it together. Qi-Yi donned his fur coat, and, alongside Xiao Wei, made their way to the arena. On the other hand, Yanyu's demeanor was devoid of the warmth seen in Qi-Yi's corner. He merely glanced at his saber-toothed mouse, which nodded in acknowledgement, and they too proceeded toward the arena. Discussions among the audience regarding the impending match between Qi-Yi and Yanyu proliferated. Who do you think will win this time? A girl asked the boy beside her. I think it will be Yanyu. The boy replied without hesitation. However, based on past matches, it indeed seemed that Yanyu had a greater chance of victory. The girl nodded in agreement, but still hoped that Qi-Yi would not be defeated immediately by Yanyu. The match commenced. As the battle began, Yanyu's saber-toothed mouse charged forward, aiming for a swift conclusion. The audience's breaths hitched, wondering if the outcome would mirror previous results. Although the saber-toothed mouse's speed remained as blistering as ever, once it halted, it failed to strike Xiao Wei. Xiao Wei had already maneuvered to the side of the saber-toothed mouse, her entire body cloaked in icy armor, unleashing a frost meteor claw skill that successfully struck the saber-toothed mouse. During this round of confrontation, neither trainer uttered a word, evidently having communicated effectively with their Pokemon beforehand. Observing this scene, Qi-Yi smirked, realizing his predictions about the saber-toothed mouse had not been in vain. As this unexpected turn of events unfolded, gasps of astonishment arose from the audience. Many had speculated that Qi-Yi's snowy purple minx would be felled by a single blow from the saber-toothed mouse at the match's onset. Yet now, the snowy purple minx not only remained standing, but had also landed a hit on the saber-toothed mouse. Du Ziwei and his rotund companion, Fatty Dragon, who had come to witness Qi-Yi's battle, also expressed their surprise. However, the amiable elder beside Du Ziwei chuckled. Grandpa Air, have you discerned something? The kind elder was none other than Du Ziwei's esteemed grandfather in the realm of Pokemon research. Recently returned home, he had heard of Qi-Yi's recent invention of a Pokemon skill and requested Du Ziwei to bring him along to observe the match. Grandpa Air smiled. This lad has likely already identified the peculiarities of the saber-toothed mouse. What distinguishes Yanyu's saber-toothed mouse? Du Ziwei inquired with curiosity. Not only was Du Ziwei intrigued, but Fatty Dragon shared his eagerness as they both turned their attention to Grandpa Air. The typical saber-toothed mouse is a terrestrial extraordinary creature. Yet this one evidently possesses more than just earth attributes. It harbors dark attributes as well. Grandpa Air elucidated. Dark attributes? How did Yanyu manage that? Did he feed his saber-toothed mouse some kind of potion to enhance its attributes? Du Ziwei inquired, perplexed. His second grandfather shook his head, As of now, there is no potion that can augment a pet's attributes without side effects. In fact, such potions are exceedingly rare. This saber-toothed mouse must be a mutation, born with the dark attribute. Du Ziwei recalled reading about such creatures in a book. Indeed, many extraordinary beings born with an additional attribute compared to their kin tend to possess greater potential and ultimate strength. From what you previously described about the saber-toothed mouse's combat style, I surmise it must have employed a dark skill the moment the match commenced, placing its opponent's pet in a state of mental stasis before swiftly launching its attack, thus easily dispatching the adversary. Moreover, given the rapidity of the saber-toothed mouse's assault, the opposing pet had little time to realize it was under the influence of the dark skill. His second grandfather analyzed with a chuckle. Du Ziwei suddenly understood. So that Qi borrowed the fat dragon from me the other day. He intended to use the dragon's imposing presence to train Xiao Wei's calmness skill, ensuring she remains unaffected by dark skills. His second grandfather cast a sidelong glance at Du Ziwei. You've read quite a bit, yet you fail to apply it to reality? Unbeknownst to them, Qi was unaware of their conversation. His assumption that the saber-toothed mouse had a dark attribute stemmed not from extensive reading, but rather from a superficial understanding that extraordinary beings of the same species often share similar attributes. Xiao Wei continued to use the frosty meteor claw skill to attack, then leap onto the saber-toothed mouse's back and bite it. Qi commanded. Xiao Wei struck the saber-toothed mouse with the frosty meteor claw once more, then, following Qi's directive, leaped onto its back and began to bite. The saber-toothed mouse let out a pained howl. Previously, it was the saber-toothed mouse that made other pets bleed. Today marked the first time it itself bled. After Xiao Wei bit into the saber-toothed mouse's back, she was thrown off. Although the wound she inflicted was minor and insufficient to fell the saber-toothed mouse, it was enough for the creature to experience the sting of pain. After tossing Xiao Wei aside, the saber-toothed mouse immediately assumed an aggressive stance, facing her in combat. I didn't expect your pet to evade the saber-toothed mouse's initial lethal strike, but don't celebrate too soon, Yin rasped. Chapter 73, Seizing the First Place. Saber-toothed mouse. Shadow clone. Yin commanded. From beneath the saber-toothed mouse's shadow emerged a black entity, identical in size to the original. The audience erupted into a chorus of murmurs upon witnessing the second saber-toothed mouse's appearance. The shadow clone skill was typically reserved for commander-level pets. This saber-toothed mouse was evidently not a commander, yet it possessed such a skill. Nevertheless, shouldn't they be pondering why a ground-type pet could wield a dark skill? Du Ziwei and the fat dragon grew tense upon seeing the saber-toothed mouse employ this technique. Meanwhile, his second grandfather observed leisurely, eager to see what Qi's countermeasure would be. As both the saber-toothed mouse and its shadow clone advanced to attack Xiao Wei, Qi smiled. Did they truly think he was unprepared? Xiao Wei utilized the snow coverage skill. A flurry of delicate snowflakes began to swirl above the saber-toothed mouse and its shadow clone, causing their speed to diminish significantly. Yin Yu's eyes widened in disbelief. How could this happen? The shadow clone skill was originally devised for a higher tier competition, and now, forced to utilize it prematurely by Qi, it was inexplicably countered. Based on Yin Yu's assessment of Xiao Wei's strength, he believed she was roughly on par with the saber-toothed mouse. Yet, after employing the shadow clone skill, the saber-toothed mouse's combat effectiveness had effectively doubled in a short span. Yin Yu had anticipated an effortless victory, yet complications arose. Once Xiao Wei activated the snow coverage skill, both saber-toothed mice found their movement slowed. Qi felt a surge of pride. Everyone has their trump card, after all. Encased in a frosty armor, Xiao Wei charged towards the saber-toothed mouse's corporeal form. In an instant, she shot forward like a firecracker. All the arduous training under the fat dragon's imposing presence lingered in her memory, and she had been eagerly awaiting the day to unleash her pent-up fury upon the saber-toothed mouse. Xiao Wei leaped onto the saber-toothed mouse's back and commenced a relentless assault. Despite her diminutive size, her punches were solid, inflicting considerable pain on the saber-toothed mouse. The saber-toothed mouse attempted to dislodge Xiao Wei, but its sluggish movements rendered it incapable of reaching her. The shadow clone attempted to assist the original, but alas, its speed was equally compromised, despite the two converging. They could not grasp Xiao Wei. Xiao Wei even managed to strike both the original and the clone simultaneously. Observing the spectacle of a ferret battling a mouse, Qi sensed that the effect of Xiao Wei's snow coverage skill was nearing its end, prompting him to urge, Xiao Wei, swiftly conclude the battle. Squeak. Xiao Wei acknowledged, then darted to the saber-toothed mouse's rear, delivering a powerful blow to its nape, causing it to tumble down. The shadow clone dissolved back into the original. After the referee declared Qi the victor, Xiao Wei pranced excitedly on his shoulders. She had triumphed. She knew her struggles had not been in vain. She would indeed defeat that drooling, oversized rodent. The audience erupted in cheers. In truth, most were rooting for Qi, not only because he was an unexpected underdog, but also due to Yin Yu's unappealing demeanor. However, one individual appeared less than pleased, his countenance dark and brooding. Du Ziwei's second grandfather noticed a figure in the opposite stands that seemed out of place. This person exuded an aura of gloom, their attire distinctly different. Clad in a large black cloak, those surrounding the cloaked elder seemed to share a similar sentiment, creating a small space around him amidst the crowded stands. I believe I now understand why Yin Yu possesses such an extraordinary saber-toothed mouse, his second grandfather remarked, narrowing his eyes at the cloaked figure. Why? Du Ziwei inquired hastily. If I'm not mistaken, Yin Yu has likely joined the Dark Alliance. The Dark Alliance? Du Ziwei appeared somewhat informed about this clandestine organization. The Dark Alliance is a small faction, their pets uniformly dark type, comprising a select few elite members. Rumors suggest they have been conducting brutal and prohibited experiments in secrecy. Yet due to the lack of concrete evidence, the Dark Alliance persists. Indeed, that cloaked figure across the way is likely Yin Yu's leader, his second grandfather noted. It is a tradition of the Dark Alliance to don black cloaks regardless of the weather. And based on the attire of the individual across and the peculiarities of Yin Yu's pet, his second grandfather deduced that Yin Yu had either joined or was on the verge of joining the Dark Alliance. However, let us not harbor excessive animosity towards the Dark Alliance. Their behavior and character may be peculiar, but they are not inherently malevolent, his second grandfather added with a smile. Great-granduncle, I previously heard rumors that the Dark Alliance conducts some illicit experiments, and they are quite ruthless, aren't they? Du Ziwei scratched his head, pondering whether this was considered trivial. It's merely that some individuals find the conduct of the Dark Alliance rather peculiar, leading to a flurry of speculation. However, their modus operandi indeed appears quite strange. Ziwei, could you inquire when Qi is available? I would like to share a meal with him, great-granduncle suggested. I will call him now, Du Ziwei replied, pulling out his phone. No need to rush, let's wait until evening. Today, Qi and his pet must wish to celebrate. Great-granduncle countered. Qi strode down from the arena with confidence. Grr, you might have forgotten the promise you made to me, Xiaowei reminded him. In order to motivate Xiaowei to train diligently under the dragon's might, Qi had previously agreed to several conditions, which Xiaowei was now eager to see fulfilled. The conditions included granting Xiaowei a 3-day holiday, during which he must heed Xiaowei's every command without complaint. Of course, Xiaowei, feel free to ask for anything. Qi readily assented. Grr, you must cook for me when you return, Xiaowei demanded. Huh, can't we just eat at a restaurant? Qi queried. Qi was only capable of preparing rudimentary human meals, which were rather unpalatable. Most of the time, he would order takeout, while feeding Xiaowei a diet of ferret food and canned ferret meals. Of course, Xiaowei would occasionally scavenge for a few mice in the corner for a little extra treat. Grr, absolutely not. I've seen countless bloggers online preparing meals for their pets. I want the same. Fine, but if it turns out to be inedible, you mustn't waste it. Grr, I assure you, I am not one to waste food. Chapter 74. Welcome to the Pet Beast Research Program. Grr, Xiaowei spat out the food he had just tasted. It had been ages since he had encountered such a dreadful dish. Is it really that bad? Qi wondered aloud, since Xiaowei had requested to taste his cooking. Qi had promptly purchased ingredients and prepared a meal that he believed adhered to the guidelines set forth by online pet food bloggers. Yet, despite following the recipe to the letter, the result was utterly unpalatable. Grr, you should try it yourself, Xiaowei protested. Qi glanced at the visually unappealing dish he had created and shook his head. Perhaps not. This meal is specifically designed for pets, and humans should refrain from consuming it. Grr, grr, grr. Xiaowei continued to lament the trauma inflicted by that recent mouthful. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Qi remarked, I have heard that some universities offer courses on how to prepare food for pets. I should enroll and learn properly. Upon hearing this, Xiaowei's anger subsided slightly. Xiaowei, let us discuss the rewards for this upcoming competition. Qi quickly redirected the conversation. Grr, Xiaowei's interest in the rewards was evident, and he decided to set aside the matter of Qi's culinary failures for the moment. What resources should we aim for in this competition? The first prize for this contest would include a rare-grade resource, though participants had the liberty to choose according to their needs. Grr, Xiaowei immediately suggested jade ice marrow, citing the sheer comfort of being able to gnaw on it at leisure. Qi could vividly envision Xiaowei savoring the jade ice marrow as if it were a bone. Shaking his head, he replied, no. We can select any rare-grade resource for this competition. We should opt for something more valuable and practical. What do you think about invigorating tea leaves as our reward? Qi inquired. While the name invigorating tea leaves might sound unremarkable, their effects were quite significant. By holding the tea leaves in one's mouth, the user could enhance their ability to comprehend skills for a certain duration. In simpler terms, Using invigorating tea leaves would expedite skill acquisition. Throughout recent competitions, Qi had noticed that Xiao Wei's repertoire of skills was somewhat limited. A broader skill set would undoubtedly ease their battles. Xiao Wei tilted his head in contemplation before agreeing with Qi's proposal. Very well, I shall defer to your judgment. After finalizing this decision, Qi's phone suddenly rang. Upon completing the call, he informed Xiao Wei, we have another invitation for dinner. Is it still the wealthy Du Ziwei? Xiao Wei inquired, referring to Du Ziwei, along with his great-granduncle. The following day, Qi and Xiao Wei attended the gathering. After Du Ziwei made the introduction, Qi greeted Du Ziwei's great-granduncle, Du Xinhui. Good day, great-granduncle, Qi said politely. I have often heard Ziwei speak of you. You possess remarkable talent not only in befriending pets, but also in nurturing them. The ongoing tension between Du Ziwei and his pet had long been a source of distress for their family. Yet it was surprising that a high school student managed to alleviate this issue, something many members of the Du family had not anticipated. As a result, Qi's name became well known among them. Your snowfield purple ferret is truly impressive. Its fur boasts an exceptional sheen, and its appearance is notably striking even among its kind. Du Xinhui, an expert in pet research, easily discerned the quality of a pet's disposition. Xiao Wei sat proudly upon a pet-specific chair, tilting his head so that, at eye level, one could see only his chin rather than his face. Qi felt a tinge of embarrassment from the praise, gently stroking Xiao Wei's slender tail. Xiao Wei had been exceptionally well cared for, his fur gleaming even in the sunlight. However, Qi was uncertain about the standards of beauty among the purple ferret clan. While he could easily distinguish between attractive and unattractive humans, he believed that besides Xiao Wei, all other snowfield purple ferrets appeared relatively similar, with Xiao Wei being the most handsome. Qi had initially assumed this was merely a result of his bias as Xiao Wei's contract holder, but it turned out that Xiao Wei was indeed quite good-looking. Your pet's appearance and abilities are commendable, while your nurturing efforts have contributed significantly. It is also undoubtedly linked to its genetics. Its parents must be quite remarkable, correct? Du Xinhui inquired. Xiao Wei's mother was a glacial purple ferret, but Qi was less informed about its father. He gently stroked Xiao Wei's back as he replied, I have asked Guozhengkuan about Xiao Wei's father, but he too is unaware of the identity of Xiao Wei's sire. One day, he noticed something was amiss with Xiao Wei's mother, and upon inspection, discovered she was pregnant. However, Xiao Wei's mother seemed indifferent to her mate, and even Xiao Wei did not concern himself with his father, so Guozhengkuan did not pursue the matter further. Du Xinhui nodded. It appears that its father must be extraordinary. Could Xiao Wei's father be a celestial purple ferret? Qi mused inwardly. Qi, may I ask how you discovered that the saber-toothed rat possesses dark attributes? Du Xinhui shifted the topic. Actually, I merely observed that Yin Yu's saber-toothed rat appeared distinct from ordinary saber-toothed rats, and it consistently utilized swift attacks to overpower its opponents. I felt that those battling Yin Yu should be aware and communicate with their pets beforehand to ensure they evade such strikes. However, every beast battling the saber-toothed mouse merely stood there in a daze, leading me to suspect that the saber-toothed mouse had employed some special ability. During the match, I instructed Xiao Wei to utilize the Calm Heart skill right from the start, and indeed, she was unaffected, successfully evading the saber-toothed mouse's attack, Qi remarked. Du Xinhui nodded in satisfaction after hearing this. Your analysis is truly commendable, and your thought process is remarkably clear. I believe you would excel in research. Would you consider enrolling in the Beast Research Program at Capital University? I would be honored to be your mentor. Du Xinhui extended an invitation. What? Two of the three individuals present responded with surprise. Qi was taken aback by the suddenness of Du Xinhui's invitation, while Du Ziwei was merely astonished. Each year, only a select few students are chosen by the second grandfather, and many aspiring students struggle to even get noticed. Why would he proactively invite Qi today? I recall Ziwei mentioning that you possess a natural affinity for extraordinary creatures, which would greatly benefit our research. Qi remembered Shun Guangyao stating that he looked quite appealing in the eyes of beasts, which was advantageous for being a beast diplomat. Now it seems this trait is equally beneficial for beast research. Chapter 75. The Significance of Affinity with Extraordinary Creatures. Du Xinhui informed Qi that while the Beast Research Program includes a small portion of experiments and branches that do not require interaction with living extraordinary creatures, most of the time, communication with these beings is essential. In such instances, the affinity with extraordinary creatures becomes paramount. Qi felt enlightened and assured Du Xinhui that he would carefully contemplate his choice of major. At present, he remained somewhat perplexed regarding his specialization. He was no longer eager to decisively select the beast combat major, as he sensed that other fields might also be quite lucrative. Nevertheless, Chi-E soon found himself presented with a more profound opportunity to explore the various disciplines related to beasts. As the champion of the provincial high school beast competition, he was granted the chance to visit the university. This visit, however, was not merely a casual tour. It would also include the experience of unique training facilities and a deeper understanding of various majors. Moda University was the first institution on Chi-Yi's list, as it was the earliest to open its doors. Thus, he and Xiao Wei embarked on their journey to Modu. Approximately 20 individuals were visiting Moda University, and the university had arranged for a dedicated host to greet them. Upon entering, Chi-E and Xiao Wei were struck by the sheer size of the campus. Chi-E mused that attending early classes here without a bicycle would likely lead to tardiness. However, he observed not only students on bicycles, but also a considerable number riding their beasts. He felt a pang of envy towards those mounted on horses, cattle, sheep, and pigs, thinking how convenient and economical it would be to attend classes on a beast. Unconsciously, he glanced at Xiao Wei, who shot him a glare as if to say, "What are you thinking? You want to ride me?" Chi-E temporarily shelved his thoughts of attending classes on a beast, but was soon struck by another query. Do the students at Moda University never take winter break? How could the campus be so populated during the holiday? The notion that university life was easy was evidently a myth. Their guide, a charming girl with a fair complexion, addressed the group. We will first board a bus to tour the campus, followed by a period of free exploration. If you wish to experience the unique training facilities, you may do so during your free time. The group boarded the sightseeing bus. Their initial stop was the Department of Beast Medicine, where the students primarily specialized in healing beasts. Even if a student's first beast was not a healing type, it was acceptable to acquire a second healing beast upon entering the university. However, those pursuing a degree in beast healing should possess a certain affinity with extraordinary creatures, which would facilitate cooperation during medical treatment and enhance the recovery of these beings, the guide explained. Chi-E recalled having heard about the affinity with extraordinary creatures. Du Xinhui had mentioned its importance for the beast research program, but he was surprised to learn it was also relevant for the medical field. Senior, what exactly is this affinity with extraordinary creatures? Someone inquired from the back of the group. Affinity with extraordinary creatures refers to your rapport with them. Do they like you or feel threatened by you? Many factors influence this affinity, with the most significant being how a person is perceived by these creatures in terms of attractiveness, the guide elucidated. If someone lacks sufficient affinity, can they still apply for medical-related majors? A boy timidly asked from the back. Xiao Wei turned to glance at him, noticing that he indeed lacked the so-called affinity, which explained his question. She shook her head. Not necessarily, but the beast medical-related majors can be divided into two categories, treating humans and treating extraordinary creatures. Modu's medical department primarily focuses on the latter, so having a higher affinity is advantageous, the guide replied thoughtfully. After a brief tour of the medical department, the guide led the group to explore Modu, introducing them to various major categories, which deepened Chi-Yi's understanding of many disciplines, including both the beast combat and beast research majors. After their bus tour around the campus, they returned to their starting point. That concludes our group tour. Now you may begin your free exploration. If you happen to get lost on campus, don't panic. Simply open the map app on your phone. Every building is clearly marked. The guide instructed before preparing to depart. Chi-E hurried over to her, asking, Senior, are there other majors offered at the university that we haven't covered? He was particularly eager to learn about the Beast Diplomacy program, especially since both Shun Guangyao and Chun Ming were students in that field. There are indeed some majors we haven't introduced, and certain specialized programs are discussed within broader categories. Additionally, a few more niche majors haven't been mentioned, the guide explained. Is the Beast Diplomacy program considered a niche major? Chi-E inquired. Certainly, and it has its own unique requirements. Merely meeting the score criteria is insufficient. There are additional conditions, the guide noted, somewhat surprised by Chi-Yi's interest in that program, yet she continued to elaborate. Does the Beast Diplomacy program have its own training area? I would like to see it, Chi-E pressed on. There is such a place, but it is not open to the public. You would need a student ID from the Beast Diplomacy program to enter. However, you are welcome to view it from outside. She clarified. All right, thank you, Senior. After bidding farewell to his senior sister, Chi-E planned to take Xiao Wei on a bicycle to explore the outskirts of the Beast Diplomacy Academy. They intended to experience the extreme cold training hall of the Magic University once it opened. Chi-E scanned for a shared bicycle, placed Xiao Wei in the basket, and activated the navigation, steering towards the academy. Just as Chi-E pedaled vigorously, Xiao Wei in the basket suddenly squealed. Yip yip. Chi-E turned to see a small dog sprinting behind his bicycle. Chapter 76. The clingy gray puppy Chi-E halted his bicycle to observe the pup chasing after him. The little dog, panting and wagging its tail, became even more animated upon noticing Chi-E had stopped. dashing towards him and bumping into his legs before coming to a stop. Chi-E scrutinized the little creature closely and, without warning, crouched down and raised his hand. The puppy squinted its eyes and perked its ears, resembling airplane wings, eagerly awaiting a pat on the head. However, Chi-E merely intended to shield himself from the sun and had no intention of petting the dog. This is indeed a puppy, Chi-E concluded earnestly after examining it. Xiaowei jumped out of the basket, rolling her eyes. So, after all that observation, you just figured out it's a dog? Yep. Xiaowei expressed her mild disdain towards Chi-E. Chi-E scratched his head, genuinely trying to discern the breed of this extraordinary creature. But it didn't quite match his recollection of supernormal beings. The little dog was not particularly plump, its fur a shade of gray, and with its tail wagging exuberantly. Chi-E even entertained the notion that it might be a wolf cub. He thought it bore a resemblance to a young gecko dog, a breed known for its wolf-like appearance, which would become even more pronounced upon evolving into a check dog. Yet, this little pup had 2 small bumps on its head, presumably innate, and its size seemed larger than that of an ordinary gecko puppy. Could this be a new breed of extraordinary being? Chi-E pondered, marveling at how the Magic University was unique, where even the street dogs were unfamiliar breeds unknown to ordinary people. Nevertheless, this gray puppy was quite charming, sporting double eyelids. Under Chi-Yi's gaze, the gray puppy's tail wagged faster, and just as Xiaowei imagined it could take flight with its tail's fervent motion, Chi-E again extended his hand towards the pup's head. The puppy squinted its eyes once more and assumed the expectant position. But Chi-E merely hovered his hand above without actually touching it, finding the gray puppy's reactions utterly amusing. Chi-E couldn't resist waving his hand above its head several times, yet he never made contact. All right, Xiaowei, let us go. Chi-E rose, lifting Xiaowei back into the basket, intending to leave. Woof woof. Just as Chi-E was about to mount his bicycle again, the gray puppy bit onto his pant leg, looking up at him with pleading double eyelids. Yep, maybe you should give it a pat. It looks rather pitiful, Xiaowei suggested, feeling a twinge of sympathy for the puppy. Chi-E's teasing behavior towards the dog seemed somewhat cruel in Xiaowei's eyes. Fine then. With a smile, Chi-E crouched down again and gently stroked the gray puppy. His hand glided from the puppy's head to the base of its tail, and after a few affectionate strokes, he placed the gray puppy beside the roadside. We must take our leave now. Perhaps we shall meet again someday. The puppy's sorrowful barks echoed, conveying a sense of despair as if it would weep should Chi depart. Yep, should we take it with us? Xiaowei suggested, feeling increasingly reluctant to part with the little pup. However, Chi worried about the possibility of the puppy's owner searching for it, considering it was a supernormal creature from the Magic University. Yip yip. Xiaowei felt a kinship with the little dog, as if she were looking at her past self when she first encountered Chi. Very well, I'll call the senior sister to inquire. Chi relented. After making the inquiry, the senior sister informed him that the Magic University housed many extraordinary beings, and as long as they weren't confined to fixed areas, interactions with the supernormal creatures found on the streets were permissible, provided they didn't leave the campus. Thus, Chi felt reassured and decided to take the gray puppy along to the Beast Diplomacy Academy. On their way, Chi pedaled his bicycle, with Xiaowei and the gray puppy comfortably nestled in the basket. Xiaowei extended a paw to greet the little dog, which responded politely. Yip yip. Woof woof. Xiaowei nodded in approval, sensing that this affectionate little dog was rather amiable. Upon arriving near the Beast Diplomacy Academy, Chi dismounted, and Xiaowei effortlessly leaped onto his shoulder. The gray puppy hopped out of the basket and barked at Chi's feet. Woof woof. Although Chi did not possess a supernormal language translator at the moment, he immediately understood what the gray puppy wished to convey. He lifted the puppy with one hand and continued walking. Despite its small stature, it felt somewhat dense, and Chi noted that it was a bit heavier than Xiaowei. Standing outside the Beast Diplomacy Academy, Chi gazed inside. The facility appeared modest and unremarkable from the outside, yet it was enclosed by a fence, with a vigilant elder man stationed at the entrance. Just as Chi contemplated circling the academy, a familiar voice called out to him. Teacher Chi. Turning around, he indeed found it was Chunming calling him, as no one else referred to him in that manner. Teacher Chi, are you here to give a lecture at our academy? Chunming asked, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Today is your school's open day. I merely came to take a look. Chi chuckled awkwardly. What on earth was Chunming talking about? How could a high school student like him possibly lecture at the Magic University? Oh, I thought Teacher Shen had invited you to deliver a talk for us, Chunming remarked, looking somewhat disappointed. Chunming had always regarded Shen Guangyao as his role model, yet after participating in the Chongqing Monkey mission, he felt that Chi surpassed Shen Guangyao in prowess, for the Chongqing Monkey treated Chi with special regard. Chunming, aren't you supposed to be interning? Has your internship ended? Chi redirected the conversation. Not yet. I'm back at school to handle some matters, but will return shortly. Teacher Chi-yi. Are you planning to go inside? Chen-ming inquired. I'm just observing from outside. Chi-yi wished to enter, yet he knew he wouldn't be allowed. Teacher Chi-yi, come in and have a look. I'll guide you, Chen-ming offered enthusiastically. I don't have a campus card. I can't enter. Chi-yi replied helplessly. Chen-ming suddenly realized and quickly responded, Teacher Chi-yi, I have a student card. You can come in with me. Chi-yi had initially worried that the elder at the entrance would deny him entry, but the elder merely glanced at them and permitted Chen-ming to lead him inside. Teacher Chi-yi, is this the second pet beast you intend to contract? Chen-ming inquired, guiding Chi-yi through the tour. No, this is merely a little creature I stumbled upon by the roadside at school. It's rather clingy, so I thought I would spend some time with it, Chi-yi replied. Upon hearing that the gray puppy was an extraordinary being from their school, Chen-ming couldn't help but take a closer look. The more he observed, the more he felt that the two small protrusions atop the gray puppy's head looked eerily familiar. Chapter 77. The puppy may be small, but its temperament is anything but. Just as Chen-ming was about to reach out to touch the gray puppy's protrusions, the creature unexpectedly transformed from its previously docile demeanor, baring its teeth at Chen-ming. Woof woof woof. The puppy's reaction vividly illustrated the notion that while it might be small, its temperament was anything but meek. However, far from being angered by this display, Chen-ming found himself increasingly convinced of the puppy's identity. If I'm not mistaken, it should be a descendant of our school's esteemed Senior Fu, Chen-ming stated. Senior Fu? Chi-yi, unfamiliar with this figure. Sensed that the individual Chen-ming referred to was likely a highly formidable, extraordinary being. Senior Fu is a high-ranking, almost totem-level hellhound, a guardian of our school. Chen-ming elaborated. Chi-yi felt a tremor in his hand as he held the gray puppy. Taken aback by the remarkable lineage of this seemingly ordinary creature he had found by the roadside. Yet, the appearance of the gray puppy differed significantly from that of a hellhound. Hellhounds were typically depicted as muscular bulldogs, entirely white with two elongated horns sprouting from their heads. The gray puppy, aside from its two small protrusions that could be loosely associated with the beginnings of horns, bore little resemblance to its hellhound lineage. But it looks nothing like a hellhound, Chi-yi remarked, still hoping that the gray puppy was merely an ordinary dog rather than a young master of sorts. Indeed, this little pup has recently gained notoriety on our school's confession wall, often criticized for its mischievous antics, Chen-ming noted, casting a warning glance at the gray puppy, suppressing any further remarks about its notorious behavior. Mischievous? Chi-yi didn't perceive the gray puppy as mischievous, merely a bit needy for affection. But why does it look so different from a hellhound? He continued to inquire. Chen-ming pondered for a moment. It's likely due to its mother. Most extraordinary beings experience reproductive isolation, but some can produce offspring within the same category, and those offspring will typically resemble either the father or the mother. However, if both parents are exceptionally powerful and belong to high-ranking species, there is a small probability that their offspring will inherit a blend of both parents' traits. This little puppy seems to exemplify such a combination. The Czech dog is renowned for its strength and speed, while the defining feature of the hellhound is its horns. The gray puppy not only possesses the Czech dog's physique, but also has the two budding horns of a hellhound, clearly inheriting the best traits from both parents. Upon hearing Chen-ming's words, the gray puppy looked up, playfully panting at Chi-yi, as if to say, see, I'm quite exceptional. However, Chi-yi, upon hearing this, felt compelled to return the gray puppy to where he had found it, for if its parents were to come looking for it, complications could arise. Chen-ming, I think I'll skip the rest of the tour and return it to where I found it, Chi-yi declared. Upon hearing this, the gray puppy wrapped its front and hind paws around Chi-yi's hand, letting out a series of whimpers. There's no need to rush. Senior Fu allows it to roam freely. It usually wanders around the school without getting lost. You can just leave it in any spot on campus. And it will be fine, Chen-ming reassured him. Chi-yi let out a sigh of relief, but resolved to set the gray puppy down after completing his visit to the Beast Diplomacy Academy and quickly ride away on a bicycle to ensure the puppy couldn't follow him. Having such a little master around was indeed a cause for concern. The gray puppy sensed that Chi-yi wasn't planning to abandon it just yet and relaxed. Then playfully stuck out its tongue at Xiao Wei perched on Chi-yi's shoulder. Although it had shown its teeth to Chen-ming, it was quite amiable toward Xiao Wei, recognizing that she had spoken well of it when Chi-yi was hesitant to keep it. Xiao Wei was pleased with the puppy's demeanor, finding it to be a grateful creature. As Chen-ming guided Chi-yi through the Beast Diplomacy Academy, despite it being an institution, it seemed to solely focus on the subject of beast diplomacy. After surveying the area, Chi-yi felt that the academy bore little distinction from other buildings in their school. It doesn't seem much different from anywhere else, Chi-yi remarked. That may be true now, But once the semester begins, the teachers will bring in various extraordinary beings to help us hone our communication skills with them. And many powerful extraordinary beings will also make appearances, Chen Ming explained. Feeling that he had seen enough, Qi prepared to leave, when suddenly he felt a gust of wind beside him, followed by something yanking at his collar and lifting him off the ground. Xiao Wei nearly tumbled off Qi's shoulder, but fortunately, her claws managed to grip onto his clothing. The abrupt turn of events left Qi startled, wondering what was happening in the supposedly safe environment of Magic City University. Straining to look back, he sought to identify what had lifted him. Chen Ming remained calm, having immediately recognized the identity of the creature before them. The one clasping Qi's collar was the gray puppy's mother, a Czech dog renowned for its speed and strength. With a swift motion, the Czech dog took off running, its expression revealing a hint of anger. It raced Qi to a small forest, where it set him down and then charged aggressively towards a massive white dog adorned with horns. Rubbing his neck, Qi glanced between the Czech dog and the gray puppy, who still clung to his arm, before retrieving the extraordinary being language translator from his backpack to wear it. "Is that your mother?" "Woof woof," the gray puppy affirmed enthusiastically. Now, the Czech dog was engaged in a heated argument with a large white dog, its horns protruding prominently. "Is that your father?" Qi inquired, gesturing towards the hellhound. "Woof woof," the gray puppy again confirmed. The Czech dog was vehemently expressing its grievances to the hellhound. "Senior Fu." Utilizing the translator, Qi grasped the gist of the Czech dog's outburst. The Czech dog had originally intended to leave the gray puppy with Senior Fu for a few days, only to discover upon returning that Senior Fu had no idea where the gray puppy was. It was only after the Czech dog sought to review the surveillance footage that they were able to locate the little one. No wonder the Czech dog was so frantic. It had almost believed the gray puppy was lost. Chapter 78, The Second Pet Beast. Despite the Czech dog's fervent tirade, Senior Fu did not appear to acknowledge any wrongdoing but refrained from countering the Czech dog's accusations. Consequently, Senior Fu chose to turn away, signaling its discontent. Once the Czech dog concluded its outburst, it turned to approach Qi and the gray puppy. The gray puppy exhibited no fear of the Czech hound. Instead, it leapt down from Qi's arms, panting and wagging its tail as it approached the Czech hound. The Czech hound, somewhat displeased by the carefree demeanor of the gray puppy, shot it a disapproving glance, though there was little reproach in its gaze. Qi, on the other hand, felt a wave of unease upon the arrival of the Czech hound, as the gray puppy was his charge, and he worried that the hound might perceive him as a dog dealer and demand accountability. "Woof, you are the chosen one for Slow?" the Czech hound inquired, surveying Qi from head to toe. Qi was momentarily taken aback. This development was not what he had anticipated. Just as he was about to clarify, the gray puppy, Slow, joyfully barked at the Czech hound. "Woof woof woof, that's him, that's him." The Czech hound continued to scrutinize Qi. Although the lad's abilities appeared average and his background uncertain, he possessed a promising appearance indicative of a bright future, which was somewhat reassuring. The Czech hound nodded, satisfied with Qi's overall impression. "Senior, I am merely here to visit the Magic City University, and this is my first meeting with Slow," Qi hurriedly explained. "Woof, you are not a student of Magic City University?" the Czech hound asked. "No, I am not," Qi exhaled in relief, believing this would alleviate any misunderstanding between him and Slow. "Woof, it's no major issue. You can always enroll in this university in the future. Once you join, Slow's father will look after you, so there's no need to worry." The Czech hound not only arranged for Qi to have a second pet, but also predetermined which university he should attend. Qi blinked, considering that, given Slow's lineage, the puppy's innate talent was quite remarkable. If Slow were to become his second pet, it would undoubtedly be a fortuitous development. Otherwise, when the time came for him to seek a second pet, he might not find one with such talent as Slow's. Nevertheless, the Czech hound's suggestion to have him study at Magic City University was indeed favorable, as it was one of the most prestigious institutions in Huagua. "However, Senior, I currently lack the ability to contract a second pet," Qi stated, pursing his lips to voice his final concern. "Woof, that is a minor detail. I believe your first pet's strength is adequate, and you are not far from being able to contract a second one. Slow can accompany you for now to foster a bond, and you can contract the second pet when you are ready," the Czech hound replied. The number of pets a human can contract is related to the development of their beast taming space. The higher the development, the more pets one can contract. The degree of development is influenced by two factors: the strength of the pets already contracted and the age of the human. As humans age, their beast taming space gradually develops. This explains why many middle-aged individuals, despite having average pet strength, can still contract two pets. Upon hearing the Czech hound's response, Qi felt quite satisfied, as he would soon have a second pet with high potential. The Czech hound was equally pleased, having resolved the issue of its son's contractor. Although Chi-E appeared to lack wealth, he possessed a promising demeanor, and most importantly, Slow was fond of him. Slow was the most content. Having found such an attractive individual as its contractor, and it imagined how envious its friends would be if they knew. It was tempted to take Chi-E out to show off, but remembering that they had yet to formalize their contract, it decided to wait until their relationship was more established to avoid any unsavory individuals seizing its place as Chi-Yi's contractor. Xiao Wei, perched on Chi-Yi's shoulder, observed the happily spinning Slow and thought it would be a fine companion. Upon noticing Xiao Wei watching, Slow joyfully barked in greeting. While Chi-E and the extraordinary beings reveled in their happiness, Fu, the elder, lay nearby, feeling rather displeased. Although it allowed Slow to roam freely, it was irked that such a significant matter as Slow's contract was not discussed with it. Chi-E approached Fu, leading Slow along. Elder Fu, I am now Slow's contractor. I humbly seek your guidance, he said, bowing respectfully. Elder Fu suddenly found the young man quite agreeable, at least pleasant to behold. It raised its large paw and affectionately ruffled Chi-Yi's hair, signifying its acceptance. However, Chi-E stumbled slightly from the weight of the elder's affection, realizing that the love of an extraordinary being was indeed quite substantial. Ultimately, after exchanging contact information with the Czech hound and Elder Fu, Chi-E departed with Slow, promising to enroll at Magic City University. After leaving, he promptly called Chun Ming to assure him of his safety. How are you, Teacher Chi? Chun Ming inquired. Aware that the Czech hound was friendly towards humans and unlikely to harm Chi-E, yet still concerned for his well-being. I'm quite well. And I have acquired my second pet, Chi-E replied, glancing down at Slow nestled in his arms. Chi-E, accompanied by Xiao Wei and Slow, proceeded towards the Ice Limit Training Center at Magic City University. He once again opted for a shared bicycle, placing Xiao Wei and Slow in the basket. Although it was cramped, all three felt quite comfortable. The Ice Limit Training Center is a unique training facility at Magic City University, reportedly constructed from a legendary resource. It is rich in ice and snow elements, a sacred ground for many ice and snow-type pets to train. Moreover, even non-ice or snow-type pets can utilize the power of ice and snow to surpass their limits. Upon arriving at the Ice Limit Training Center, Chi-E presented the experience card issued by the female team leader to the attendant. This card allows for 2 different training experiences within the university. May I use it for both of them? He asked, gesturing towards Xiao Wei and Slow. Woof woof. Slow wagged its tail vigorously, indicating that it did not require Chi-Yi's quota. It leaped onto the counter, raising its paw to reveal a small piece of metal attached to its wrist. The metal on Slow's wrist was quite small and would seamlessly blend into its fur if not for Slow's proactive display. The attendant at the Ice Limit Training Center, seemingly unfazed, used a scanning device to check the metal, which emitted a beep. This metal had been specifically provided for the young offspring of the university's extraordinary creatures, allowing them to experience various training facilities within the school. This was a benefit granted to the guardians of those extraordinary beings. Slow led Chi-E and Xiao Wei inside. As they entered, Chi-E was immediately enveloped by a refreshing chill. It is said that the temperature decreases further into the training area. Thus, Chi-E planned to let Xiao Wei and Slow train inside while he, as their contractor, would wait in the warm, heated area outside for their return. As Chi-E stepped into the training ground, the little Wei on his shoulder promptly descended, enchanted by the chilling atmosphere within. However, Slow did not join her descent. Instead, she clung tightly to Chi-Yi's arm. Slow had explored every corner of Magic City University, including the Frost Extreme Training Ground. But her initial visit had left her less than fond of the place, primarily due to its frigid temperatures. In fact, she felt that the environment was so cold it could freeze a dog to death, which deterred her from returning ever since. Nevertheless, adhering to his principle of making the most of his visit, Chi-E gently lifted Slow from his arm and set her down. You two focus on your training here. I shall wait for you outside, Chi-E said with a smile. Slow noticed a hint of mischief in Chi-Yi's handsome face, although it remained undeniably captivating. Once Chi-E exited, Wei and Slow commenced their training in the Frost Extreme Training Ground. Slow hurried over to Wei, seeking warmth through proximity. But Wei clearly preferred solitude in the cold, striding forward as Slow tried to follow. After just a few steps, Slow found herself unable to proceed due to the biting chill. The deeper she ventured, the colder it became. Observing Wei's determined advance, Slow felt a surge of admiration. She resolved to remain in place for a while before retreating. She simply could not endure the cold any longer. Meanwhile, Chi-E lounged comfortably in the warm waiting room. Scrolling through his phone, he aimed to familiarize himself with Slow's breed, skills, and interests to facilitate her training. Yet, as he began his research, he paused, realizing that Slow bore traits of both the Czech dog and the hellhound. Which breed should he investigate? Furthermore, did Slow possess unique characteristics that neither breed exhibited? After a moment's contemplation, Chi-E decided to first examine the traits of the Czech dog in its unevolved form, the Jija dog, as Slow's most apparent features aligned with that breed. However, before he could delve deeply into his research, Slow emerged from the training ground, visibly shivering and appearing as though she might succumb to the cold. After her experience inside, Slow concluded that the Frost Extreme training ground was no place for dogs. Vowing never to return, Chi-E scooped Slow into his arms, rubbing her fur to warm her. "Did you freeze out there?" he asked, aware that Slow had not gained much from the IC training and was not suited for such rigorous conditions. His primary intention for visiting was to facilitate Wei's training. Nonetheless, Chi-E felt a swell of appreciation for Slow, recognizing her determination. As Chi-E's warm hands caressed Slow, the frost on her gray fur began to melt away. Slow reflected on the exhausting yet fulfilling experience at the Frost Extreme training ground. "What breed do you think I am?" Chi-E inquired, curious about whether Slow should be classified as a unique breed or follow her parental lineage. "Woof, I am a distinct new breed. My mother says I am a Gigiadidi dog," Slow exclaimed. The name, Gigiadidi dog, signified a mix of the Czech dog and hellhound progeny. Sister and brother dogs? Chi-E scratched his head, finding the name somewhat odd. Slow shook her head. "Woof, it's Gigiadidi dog, from the Czech dog and the hellhound." She corrected him earnestly. Currently, she was a Gigiadidi dog, but upon further evolution, she would transform into a Czech hellhound, possessing not only the Czech dog-esque appearance, but also the hellhound's horns, an imposing prospect. As Slow, still a young pup, envisioned her future as a canine monarch. Chi-E nodded in understanding. However, he lacked a reference for training this new breed and planned to discuss it with Slow's mother, the Czech dog, upon returning. When Chi-E took Slow away, the Czech dog had provided him with her contact information for future correspondence. With today's advanced technology, communication among humans is facilitated through mobile devices, and extraordinary creatures also possess specialized communication equipment. "Slow, make sure to eat well when you return, so you grow quickly. Once school starts, I can ride my pet to class." Chi-E mused, both he and Slow dreaming of their respective aspirations. Wei was certainly not suitable as a mount, not only due to her reluctance, but also her size. However, Slow, though small now, belonged to breeds known for their substantial stature, and Chi-E was confident she would grow swiftly. Additionally, as they departed, the Czech dog and hellhound couple generously sponsored Slow's food for a year, with the Czech dog providing Chi-E a storage card from a large pet food company, allowing him to use it freely. While waiting for Wei, Slow regaled Chi-E with amusing anecdotes from Magic City University, sharing gossip ranging from students to teachers. Just as they were engrossed in conversation, Wei emerged from the training ground. Chi-E was taken aback by Wei's newfound imposing presence. How did Wei become so formidable all of a sudden? He wondered. Wei was currently in a state enhanced by the ice armor skill, which had evolved from a mere icy coating into a true suit of armor, complete with sharp edges at the joints, suggesting that any adversary who dared engage her in close combat would be at risk of injury. Wei strode confidently to Chi-E's side, brushing Slow off his shoulder and leaping onto him. Slow did not protest. She was clearly awed by Wei's appearance. "In our household, we must train diligently and strive for strength. We do not keep idle beasts," Wei admonished Slow in a commanding tone. Slow listened attentively, finding merit in Wei's words. Pleased by Slow's earnest demeanor, Wei relished her role as the elder sister. After indulging in her authoritative moment, Wei released the ice armor skill and climbed onto Chi-Yi's shoulder, nuzzling him with her fluffy face. Today's visit to Magic City University was truly worthwhile, Chi-Yi exclaimed with joy. Although he had initially intended to take Wei and Slow to another training location at the university, they had spent too much time at the Frost Extreme training ground, and it was now time for them to leave. Hence, Chi-Yi led Wei and Slow away from Magic City University. As Slow stepped out of the school gates, a tinge of reluctance washed over him. After all, he had spent a considerable amount of time there. However, glancing back at the school and then at Chi-Yi, Slow concluded that, in comparison to the institution, Chi-Yi was decidedly more appealing. Slow clung to Chi-Yi and playfully licked his face. Chi-Yi returned home with Xiao Wei and Slow, intending to take a well-deserved respite. He had been preoccupied since the conclusion of the provincial pet competition, and with the open day at Magic City University commencing shortly thereafter, he had hurriedly brought Xiao Wei along. Now back home, he could finally relax. Yet, when Chi-Yi initially brought Slow back, he harbored some concerns that Slow might find his abode lacking. Their relationship somewhat resembled that of a wealthy heiress stubbornly marrying a poor boy. To Chi-Yi's surprise, however, Slow not only accepted the place, but adapted remarkably well. Watching Xiao Wei guide Slow through the various corners of the home filled Chi-Yi with a sense of satisfaction. Upon their return, while Xiao Wei engaged Slow in play, Chi-E diligently researched the capabilities of the Swift Hound and the Hellhound to devise a more tailored training regimen for Slow. Although Slow shared several characteristics with the Swift Hound, the two prominent horns on his head diverged significantly from those of the Hellhound. The horns of a Hellhound puppy were typically erect and conspicuous, possessing a certain length. In contrast, Slow's horns appeared as two symmetrical bumps on his head, protruding without any pointed tips. Chi-E had inquired with Slow's mother, the Czech Hound, who confirmed that she had previously taken Slow for an examination, revealing no abnormalities. Merely that the development of his horns was somewhat delayed. Consequently, Chi-E decided to focus on training Slow in the skills associated with the Swift Hound before delving into those of the Hellhound. While Slow frolicked outside with Xiao Wei, blissfully unaware that his carefree days of indulgence were numbered, Chi-E commenced a preliminary assessment of Slow's abilities. Slow, use your dash skill. Chi-E commanded. With a spirited bark, Slow leapt forward a short distance. Chi-E and Xiao Wei exchanged glances. Slow's execution of the dash skill was indeed in motion, albeit lacking in finesse. While Slow's proficiency should have been more advanced, it fell short of the intermediate level expected of a creature renowned for its speed and strength. Following this, Chi-E tested Slow's grip skill, which, predictably, was equally lacking. Slow seemed entirely unfamiliar with his racial abilities. After a brief moment of contemplation, Chi-E asked, Slow, during your time at Magic City University, didn't your mother or Senior Fu assign you any training tasks? Woof. Slow replied, my mom did give me some tasks. He murmured, there were assignments, but I just didn't train properly. Woof. You can't tell my mom, or my dad will get in trouble. Slow's voice was tinged with uncertainty. Chi-E couldn't help but chuckle at Slow's concern for Senior Fu, realizing it was more about fearing his own reprimand. Slow's mother, the Czech Hound, was quite busy and could not always be by Slow's side. Hence, she had established a series of training plans for him. However, Slow was disinclined to train, and Senior Fu had adopted a more laissez-faire attitude towards Slow's upbringing, leading to his habitual laziness. Earlier, when Chun-Ming had chatted with Chi-E over the phone, he mentioned that Slow often caused mischief at school. Chi-E had initially assumed Slow was acting out of sheer capability, only to discover that it was more a matter of his background. With a sigh of relief, Chi-E reassured himself that Slow's innate talent would make effective training feasible, albeit with an increase in the intensity of the regimen he had initially devised. Inside the house, Chi-E leisurely perused his phone, while outside, Xiao Wei conducted dash training with Slow. Xiao Wei sprinted ahead, employing the dash skill, with Slow trailing closely behind. Attempting to mirror her movements, Xiao Wei perceived this as a semi-entertaining training session, whereas Slow felt he was risking his very life in the endeavor. The exertion was overwhelming. Xiao Wei's swift pace soon had her lapping Slow again, an occurrence that left him feeling disrespected. After all, he was a Swift Hound, renowned for his speed. Determined to rise to the challenge, Slow attempted a couple more dash skills before succumbing to fatigue once more. Just then, as Slow oscillated between resolve and surrender, a visitor arrived. Chi-E, Chi-E, Chi-E. Xiao Wei's ears perked up, and she dashed to the door, recognizing the arrival of the god of wealth. Slow, seizing the moment when Xiao Wei paused her training to open the door, promptly sprawled on the floor, panting. Truly, this was no life fit for a dog. However, upon the guest's entrance, Slow quickly composed himself, transforming into a poised and aloof canine in the eyes of outsiders. Despite his exhaustion, he could not afford to tarnish the dignity of a Swift Hound. Chapter 81, Extraordinary Beasts Exchange Conference. After Xiao Wei opened the door for Shun Guangyao, he hurried in, oblivious to Slow's efforts to maintain his image. Chi-E, it's been a while. Shun Guangyao greeted warmly. Yet, Chi-E felt as though they had only parted days ago. I heard from Chun-Ming that you have a second pet now. Where is it? Shun Guangyao inquired. Right behind me, Chi-E replied. Shun Guangyao turned to survey the room, but failed to spot the second pet. Woof woof. Slow barked in annoyance. Looking down, Shun Guangyao finally noticed the small gray pup on the floor. What a tiny and adorable one, he remarked after observing Slow for a moment. Woof woof. Slow barked again, more irked than before. Well, Slow is still in his puppy phase. He'll grow significantly larger as he matures, Chi-E defended. I expected you to choose a flying-type pet as your second. I didn't anticipate a Swift Hound, Shun Guangyao mused. I felt a special connection with Slow, which is why I chose him. Why did you think I would select a flying type? Chi-E asked, lifting Slow into his arms. Previously appearing merely disgruntled, Slow now bared his teeth at Shun Guangyao, clearly holding a grudge. Noticing Slow's expression, Shun Guangyao raised an eyebrow. This little creature has quite the duality. Of course, a flying-type pet could escape much faster, Shun Guangyao added, to which Chi-E found his response refreshingly pragmatic yet sensible. Perhaps I shall reconsider for my next pet. Chi-E replied. Entering the house, Qi and Shun Guangyao settled onto the sofa, while Xiao Wei continued her training outside, and Slow lay beside Qi. Taking a break. Did you come with a new task this time? Qi asked directly, sensing that Shun Guangyao's visit was not merely to admire his second pet. Indeed, and this task is quite significant, Shun Guangyao responded earnestly. Qi raised the glass of water from the table to his lips, as if the significance of the task at hand were negligible. However, this assignment was far from trivial. It necessitated the mobilization of half the provincial Foreign Affairs Department. Half of the Foreign Affairs Department? Indeed, this was a matter of considerable importance. What task is it? Qi inquired with curiosity. This is the Extraordinary Beings Exchange Conference held once every 3 years in Feng Province, Shun Guangyao explained gravely. It primarily invites formidable extraordinary beings from Feng Province and its neighboring regions for comprehensive dialogue, aiming to reach consensus on significant matters through communication. Listening intently, Qi furrowed his brow. The notion of the exchange conference sounded rather grand, which was why he found its contents somewhat abstract. In simpler terms, what is the purpose of this exchange conference? He asked. It's essentially a gathering of powerful extraordinary beings for casual discourse, while also serving as a subtle deterrent. Reminding them not to engage in inappropriate conduct within our territory, Shun Guangyao replied in more relatable terms. Qi grasped the concept and found the exchange conference to be rather meaningful. Yet, a thought crossed his mind. What if these extraordinary beings cause a riot when gathered together? He questioned. That won't happen. This conference will be overseen by totem-level elders, and they wouldn't dare misbehave, Shun Guangyao reassured him with a wave of his hand. Will there be totem-level extraordinary beings attending the conference? Qi queried. Considering the potential chaos that could ensue if a rogue totem-level being decided to disrupt the proceedings. Not likely. While we are inviting powerful extraordinary beings, they are not of that caliber. At most, they possess the strength of high overlords. The totem-level elders do not participate in such minor gatherings, Shun Guangyao clarified. Nodding in agreement, Qi felt reassured about the safety of the event. As long as those invited wished to maintain their standing in Huagua, they would refrain from any untoward actions during the conference. What will my role be in this? He continued. This task assigned to you is of utmost importance and perfectly suited for you, Shun Guangyao asserted confidently. As per our usual arrangement, we can negotiate your compensation, both before and after the task is completed. Just as Qi was about to inquire further about his responsibilities, Shun Guangyao shifted his attention to Slow. Did something hit your head to create those 2 bumps? They look rather symmetrical, he remarked, observing Slow's head. Slow, who had been quietly listening, flared up in indignation. It was one thing for someone to be visually impaired, but to speak so thoughtlessly was another matter entirely. Woof 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 woof. Slow barked vehemently at Shun Guangyao. Those aren't bumps. They're the horns that haven't grown in yet. Qi chuckled. Horns? Shun Guangyao leaned in for a closer look, albeit cautiously, wary of Slow's potential retaliation. Didn't Chen Ming tell you about Slow's breed? Qi asked. Shun Guangyao shook his head. Chen Ming had merely mentioned that Qi had found a second pet during his visit to the Magic Capital University, but no further details were provided. However, this gray pup looked remarkably like a jackal dog, aside from the peculiar bumps on its head. Slow is a jackal dog, Qi introduced. Jackal dog? What a ridiculous name, Shun Guangyao silently scoffed. Is this a new breed? Indeed, Slow is the offspring of a Czech dog and a hellhound. While it bears the appearance of a jackal dog, it possesses the horns of a hellhound, which have yet to materialize, Qi explained. Shun Guangyao's eyes widened in astonishment. This truly was a new breed. Moreover, it combined the strengths of both parents. The odds of such an extraordinary being emerging were remarkably slim, and it was hard not to feel a tinge of jealousy towards Qi for having brought it home. However, the combination of a hellhound and the Magic Capital University reminded Shun Guangyao of another extraordinary being. Its connection to Elder Fu prompted him to swallow hard before asking, is Elder Fu Slow's father? Indeed, Qi beamed, revealing a charming smile that showcased his 8 pearly whites. A flicker of concern crossed Shun Guangyao's mind. What if Slow held a grudge? If Slow were to return and inform Elder Fu about his comments, he feared that with Fu's overprotective nature, he might never be able to return to the Magic Capital University. What is my task during this exchange conference? Qi inquired. Realizing that while Slow's lineage was certainly noteworthy, he needed to clarify his own responsibilities first. Shun Guangyao regained focus and addressed Qi. Rest assured, your role will be quite relaxed. Chapter 82. The reception post greetings, esteemed elder. Welcome to the exchange conference. May your experience be delightful. Qi, clad in splendid attire, stood at the entrance of the conference, bowing in welcome to the approaching extraordinary beings. His smile appeared somewhat rigid, as he had already been stationed there for nearly 2 hours. Initially, Qi had anticipated a more significant role from Shun Guangyao in this official exchange, but he was surprised to find himself assigned to the reception duties. Nevertheless, it was indeed well suited for him, low in difficulty and high in safety. He had also heard that the reception role previously required at least 2 individuals. However, this time, they could find no one who matched Qi's image in the eyes of the extraordinary beings, leaving no choice but to assign him alone. Despite the stiffness in his smile, Qi felt quite satisfied with the task, as it required little skill. Not only was Qi content with his position, but the extraordinary beings who arrived were equally pleased to see him there. They felt a sense of joy not just from encountering an attractive individual, but also from feeling valued by his presence. Indeed, they felt important, knowing that such a striking figure stood outside to greet them. After welcoming yet another extraordinary being, Qi discreetly glanced at his watch, sensing that the time was nearing when most of the expected guests had arrived. Although he still had to remain outside, at least he no longer needed to bow continuously. As Qi began to let his thoughts wander, contemplating what resources he might trade with Shun Guangyao, the latter appeared at his side. "How do you find this position?" Shun Guangyao inquired. Qi genuinely enjoyed the role. Standing at the reception and bowing was a small price to pay compared to the compensation he would receive. In fact, he felt as if Shun Guangyao was allowing him to earn money without any effort. "I love it," Qi replied eagerly. "That's good to hear. Although the role lacks technical complexity, you are the first person the attending extraordinary beings will see upon entering, thus serving as the face of this exchange conference. I just overheard some extraordinary beings inside discussing how handsome the person at the entrance is. But, old Shun, be honest with me. Is this task a special favor directed at me?" Qi asked. Though he thoroughly enjoyed the effortless windfall, he couldn't shake the feeling that it was too easy. No. I assure you that your assignment is simply because it suits you perfectly," Shun Guangyao insisted. Qi had yet to fully comprehend the value of his appearance, and Shun Guangyao resolved to take advantage of this moment, ensuring that Qi undertook as much work as possible before he realized his worth. Otherwise, he might find it impossible to afford Qi's services in the future. At this moment, both Shun Guangyao and Qi felt they had struck a remarkable bargain. "Old Shun, are you now in charge of overseeing everything?" Qi inquired. Shun Guangyao was indeed the host of this exchange event, and Qi had assumed he would be too preoccupied to find time for a conversation. "No need," Shun Guangyao replied casually. "Every aspect has been rehearsed numerous times. As long as no major issues arise, we should be fine." After exchanging a few words with Qi, Shun Guangyao intended to inspect other areas. And although he spoke lightly, he still needed to keep a watchful eye. Just as Qi bid farewell to Shun Guangyao, he felt a slight tremor beneath his feet. Looking up, he noticed the approach of another extraordinary creature. It was an enormous gecko accompanied by a smaller one. Qi squinted, recognizing the identity of the larger gecko as the iron-tailed gecko. The iron-tailed gecko exuded a formidable presence. With each step it took, Qi could feel the ground shuddering. However, due to the iron-tailed gecko's size and its long strides, the smaller gecko struggled to keep pace, its 4 little legs scrambling in an effort to catch up. The little gecko silently grumbled, deeming its father rather absurd, having just ascended to dominance, barely securing an entry pass for the exchange event, yet insisting on putting on airs. Despite the iron-tailed gecko's considerable weight, Qi assessed that its walking should not be causing the ground to quake. Thus, he felt justified in concluding that the iron-tailed gecko was intentionally causing the tremors with each step. Nevertheless, Qi maintained a smile. Greetings, esteemed elder. Welcome to the exchange event. I wish you a delightful time." The iron-tailed gecko, preserving its dignified demeanor, continued to gaze straight ahead, ignoring Qi's words. However, the smaller gecko, panting from the effort to keep up, glanced at Qi. Upon seeing him, the little gecko became utterly entranced. He was simply too handsome. Having lived alongside the iron-tailed gecko clan since birth and never having seen a human, it had been taught by its father that humans were inherently malevolent. Yet today, the little gecko pondered, if this was what a bad person looked like, then it had been deceived, for surely, humans could not all be so attractive. Curiosity piqued. The little gecko reached out with its tiny claw to nudge its father, signaling the iron-tailed gecko to take notice of Qi. "Dad, look at him." The iron-tailed gecko initially ignored its offspring, but the little gecko persisted in prodding. Finally, the iron-tailed gecko shot a disapproving glance at its child, having previously instructed it to maintain a facade of dignity while outside. Yet, it couldn't help but cast a sidelong glance at Qi. After briefly observing Qi, the iron-tailed gecko found itself unable to look away, maintaining its sideways gaze. Was it possible that in its relentless pursuit of cultivation, it had overlooked the evolution of human appearance to such an extent? Nevertheless, being worldly, The iron-tailed gecko exerted effort to divert its gaze from Qi. What business do you have? It inquired, resuming its serious demeanor. Greetings, esteemed elder. I am here to serve as a greeter, Qi replied with a smile. My son is quite taken with you. Why not accompany him for a while? The iron-tailed gecko suggested. The little gecko, sensing its father's pride, felt it was absurd for him to claim the affection was mutual when it was clearly its own admiration. Regrettably, esteemed elder, I am currently only assigned to greeting duties. Should your child require assistance, we have personnel designated for such matters, Qi responded, unfazed by the iron-tailed gecko's insistence. As many extraordinary creatures had previously extended similar invitations. However, he recalled Shun Guangyao's instructions to remain steadfast in his role and not to engage in other activities. To Qi's surprise, the iron-tailed gecko did not conclude the conversation like other extraordinary beings. Instead, it leaned closer, beginning to issue veiled threats. Do you know who I am? You will do as I command. The little gecko, feeling anxious at its father's boldness, thought he had become rather arrogant since achieving his new status. Did he truly believe he could reign over the iron-tailed gecko clan? Qi blinked, realizing that an extraordinary creature was attempting to create a scene at the exchange event. You are the esteemed iron-tailed gecko. I have long admired your reputation. However, due to my current responsibilities, I regret to inform you that I cannot acquiesce to your request. I do hope to visit you in the future, should the opportunity arise. This statement was a rehearsed line that Shun Guangyao had instructed him to memorize prior to the exchange event, but it was the first time he had employed it today. Undeniably, the iron-tailed gecko found Qi's words rather pleasing, appreciating that the young man possessed some understanding of decorum. Yet, it felt that such courtesy should not warrant rejection. For it was the king of the iron-tailed gecko clan. I am aware of your admiration. There is no need for further pleasantries. Simply accompany me inside. The iron-tailed gecko insisted, still exuding its royal air. The little gecko, exasperated, thumped its tail against the iron-tailed gecko. It was baffled as to why its father was so obstinate. Clearly, this human was not an average person, and he had politely declined their request. Qi, striving to recall more of Shun Guangyao's template for polite refusals, was still grappling with his thoughts when Shun Guangyao, who had not yet distanced himself, returned. Upon spotting the iron-tailed gecko, Shun Guangyao instantly recognized it. He remembered that when the iron-tailed gecko had just broken through to become a dominant, extraordinary being, it had expressed intentions to expand its territory, seeking to occupy not only the entire mountain, but also the residences of the nearby inhabitants. Initially, Shun Guangyao had dismissed this as mere rumor, exaggerated by certain individuals or extraordinary beings, until he had sent someone to negotiate with the iron-tailed gecko, who had boldly confirmed its intentions and demanded that the residents vacate promptly. In response, Shun Guangyao had engaged a formidable beast tamer to discipline the iron-tailed gecko. After that encounter, the iron-tailed gecko had seemed subdued and no longer harbored ambitions of territorial expansion. However, it appeared that its compliance was temporary, suggesting that another display of authority might be necessary. Esteemed iron-tailed elder, I have been waiting for you for quite some time. Shun Guangyao greeted with a smile as he approached. The iron-tailed gecko cast a cursory glance at Shun Guangyao, confirming it did not recognize him and deemed him rather unremarkable. Esteemed iron-tailed elder, I am Shun Guangyao. When you ascended to dominance, I had Zhao Yi visit you on my behalf. Do you recall? Shun Guangyao asked with a grin. Upon hearing the name Zhao Yi, the iron-tailed gecko's previously disdainful gaze gradually transformed into one of clarity. The iron-tailed gecko vividly recalled the incident when the beastmaster Zhao Yi, accompanied by his colossal serpent, severed its tail in a single bite. Senior iron-tailed, please enter first, and I shall fetch Zhao Yi for a chat once I conclude. Shun Guangyao inquired once more. No need for reminiscing. I shall enter now, the iron-tailed gecko replied, hastening inside. And Qi noticed that the tremors beneath his feet had ceased. Indeed, the initial tremors caused by the iron-tailed gecko's arrival were deliberate. Qi mused silently. Observing the departing figure of the iron-tailed gecko, Shun Guangyao smirked coldly. Such an overconfident, extraordinary creature deserves to be intimidated from time to time, he remarked icily. Qi regarded Shun Guangyao, realizing that he had exhibited an impressive demeanor just moments ago. It appeared that Shun Guangyao was not subservient to all extraordinary beings as he was with the nightmarish souls. This was the true essence of a beastmaster diplomat. What do you think? Wasn't I quite impressive? Shun Guangyao boasted with narcissism. Qi chuckled, recognizing that Shun Guangyao's charm was fleeting. Shouldn't you show a bit more courtesy to the iron-tailed gecko? Qi queried, for the iron-tailed gecko was indeed a dominant, extraordinary being with considerable power. However, Qi had detected a palpable threat in Shun Guangyao's words. No need for that. Although the iron-tailed gecko is a sovereign, It is relatively weak even among its peers. We only need to instill fear in such extraordinary beings. The real challenge lies with those totems, Shun Guangyao explained, observing Qi Yi's expression of enlightenment. He then began to entice him further. Qi Yi, even though I spoke to the iron-tailed gecko in such a manner, I could never hope to defeat it in a direct confrontation. Yet, I harbor no fear of it. Do you know why? Shun Guangyao questioned. Qi Yi pondered briefly before replying. Is it because of your higher authority? Precisely. While I may not be able to best the iron-tailed gecko, I can effortlessly summon someone far stronger to deal with it. That is the ability of a Beastmaster diplomat. Consider this. If I desired to teach the iron-tailed gecko a lesson, I would need years of effort. Yet, as a Beastmaster diplomat, reprimanding an iron-tailed gecko is a mere trifle. What do you say? Would you like to become a Beastmaster diplomat? Shun Guangyao tempted. Qi Yi found the prospect rather appealing, though he harbored concerns regarding the remuneration. Is the salary of a Beastmaster diplomat substantial? He inquired, addressing the most pragmatic issue. Shun Guangyao responded with unwavering confidence. You need not worry about that. I have yet to encounter a Beastmaster diplomat who has struggled financially. You will have ample resources at your disposal. However, Qi Yi expressed a hint of doubt, but I heard Chun Ming mention that he is on a fixed salary. Shun Guangyao pondered for a moment. He is merely an intern. Receiving any compensation is commendable, and even interns enjoy numerous benefits. Shun Guangyao's words alleviated Qi Yi's primary concern. Very well. You may stand here for now. Mr. Zhou will be returning shortly to observe. I must take my leave, he stated. Chapter 84, The Bipedal Matchmaker. Old Shun. Qi Yi called out. What will Mr. Zhou be discussing at the exchange conference? Qi Yi held great respect for Mr. Zhou, who exuded a commanding presence far superior to that of Shun Guangyao. Qi Yi felt as though Mr. Zhou were acquainted with every powerful extraordinary being, and those beings would regard him with deference. As for speeches, I doubt there will be any. Mr. Zhou is merely inspecting our province, and coincidentally, a significant event is taking place here, so he will make a customary visit, Shun Guangyao replied. Inspection? Indeed, Mr. Zhou oversees all Beastmaster diplomatic matters nationwide, and he conducts inspections to ensure no incidents go unnoticed, Shun Guangyao elucidated. Qi Yi found Mr. Zhou to possess an even more formidable aura. After Shun Guangyao departed, Qi Yi continued to maintain a pleasant demeanor in his welcoming role. As the exchange conference commenced, the invited extraordinary beings had entered, and Qi Yi ceased to extend further welcomes. However, extraordinary beings within the venue approached him. Despite the exchange conference being held outdoors due to the sheer size of the dominant extraordinary beings, the area had been arranged to appear more formal. Since the arrival of the extraordinary beings, Qi Yi had felt their watchful gazes upon him. After all, the presence of a dominant extraordinary being invariably exudes a sense of pressure. This time, the intensity of the pressure escalated, prompting Qi Yi to subtly glance over. To his surprise, it was not just the extraordinary beings observing him. One had approached him directly, explaining the overwhelming sensation. The visitor was none other than the armored ice turtle, an extraordinary being with whom Qi Yi had previously interacted. Qi Yi was momentarily taken aback when the armored ice turtle entered the venue, as he had assumed it would be traveling elsewhere. Roar, young one, it has been quite some time, the armored ice turtle exclaimed, appearing in good spirits. Sir, it has indeed been a while, Qi Yi replied with a smile. Recalling how the armored ice turtle had insisted he address it as sir rather than senior. The armored ice turtle nodded, pleased with Qi Yi's adherence. Roar, the armored ice turtle introduced its companion, the bipedal matchmaker. Qi Yi politely greeted the bipedal matchmaker, not daring to underestimate the seemingly unremarkable avian creature. Although the bipedal matchmaker had an ordinary appearance and stature, Qi Yi perceived it as the most promising extraordinary being present at the exchange conference, for its evolved form was the three-legged golden crow. Furthermore, the bipedal matchmaker was on the cusp of becoming a sovereign. The bipedal matchmaker nodded frequently at Qi Yi, while the armored ice turtle looked on with satisfaction. Happy to see the two getting along. The armored ice turtle had long desired to forge a friendship with the bipedal matchmaker, but the latter had shown little interest in the elderly turtle. Nevertheless, the armored ice turtle was skilled in appealing to the bipedal matchmaker's interests. Those familiar with the bipedal matchmaker knew that its greatest passion lay in matchmaking for extraordinary beings or finding suitable human partners for the offspring of extraordinary beings. Initially, the bipedal matchmaker had focused solely on matchmaking, but due to its exceptional skills, it found itself lacking suitable extraordinary beings to continue its pursuits, leading it to expand into facilitating contracts for young extraordinary beings and humans. The bipedal matchmaker's role as a matchmaker was genuinely a hobby, not a means of earning money. Often, the fees it received paled in comparison to the gifts exchanged. Many extraordinary beings expressed confusion regarding the bipedal matchmaker's peculiar passion. The armored ice turtle, though perplexed, did not let this hinder its efforts to please. Upon encountering Chi-E, the armored ice turtle immediately thought of having the bipedal matchmaker introduce suitable pets to Chi-E, hoping to indulge the latter's matchmaking enthusiasm. As the bipedal crow observed Chi-E, it felt increasingly that he was quite handsome. Upon entering the venue, it noticed a striking young man standing at the entrance, yet it had not anticipated introducing a pet beast to Chi-E. After all, although the bipedal crow had previously acted as a bridge between extraordinary beings and humans, those instances involved the latter seeking its assistance, rather than the other way around. This was indeed the first time it had taken the initiative to assist a human in finding a pet beast. However, it had to admit that this young man truly met the criteria many powerful extraordinary beings sought when searching for a contract partner for their offspring. With the discovery that extraordinary beings could benefit from a contract with humans, many of them preferred to have their progeny find a human partner at a young age. Given that most powerful extraordinary beings have significantly longer lifespans than humans, once the human partner passes away, the contracted extraordinary being is once again free. Thus, seeking a human contract is quite advantageous for many extraordinary beings. Numerous extraordinary beings approached the bipedal crow, hoping it would help their offspring find a human contractor, and similarly, many humans sought to establish contracts with pet beasts. However, the number of humans who met the criteria set forth by extraordinary beings was quite limited. The foremost consideration for these extraordinary beings was not lineage, but rather aesthetic appeal. Those extraordinary beings capable of seeking the crow's introduction were not weak, and thus, they placed little importance on the wealth or status of the humans. But what does aesthetic appeal entail? Through experience, the bipedal crow discovered that it essentially meant the human must possess good looks. Chi-E perfectly embodied this requirement. Chirp, good child, what is your name? And how many pet beasts do you have? The bipedal crow regarded Chi-E with gentle eyes. With a smile, Chi-E replied, Senior, my name is Chi, and I currently have 2 pet beasts. Chirp, oh, you already have 2? The bipedal crow's eyes widened in disbelief. How could this young man possess 2 pet beasts at such a tender age? Based on its understanding of humans, Chi-E should only have 1 at this point. The crow hurriedly inquired whether Chi-E had already contracted the second pet beast. Not yet. I currently lack the capability to contract 2 pet beasts. However, I have made a promise with my second pet beast that I will indeed contract with it, Chi-E explained. Upon hearing this, the bipedal crow felt a twinge of regret, but remained supportive. Chirp, when you are ready to contract your 3rd pet beast, feel free to come to me. I can help you find whatever type of pet beast you desire. The crow looked at Chi-E earnestly. If it were to introduce Chi-E to other extraordinary beings as a contractor, it could only imagine how delighted they would be. Thank you, Senior. Chi-E responded with a smile. He was unaware of the bipedal crow's penchant for matchmaking and merely thought it remarkable how society had become increasingly advanced and harmonious, with extraordinary beings now taking on the role of introducers. Though no further extraordinary beings entered the venue, leaving Chi-E without the need to welcome anyone, he did not find the situation tedious. Many extraordinary beings had approached him for conversation. The formal agenda of this extraordinary being exchange meeting was rather brief. Aside from a few opening remarks, the remaining time was dedicated to designated individuals engaging with various extraordinary beings to learn about their recent developments. The extraordinary beings were quite cooperative. After all, they were present, and behaving rudely would not facilitate mere casual conversation. Once the formalities concluded, the attending extraordinary beings gathered together to engage in leisurely chat, adhering to the customary practice of previous years. Some congregated to boastfully share tales of their recent treasures or victories over foes, while others lamented the shortcomings of their offspring. However, this year, the dominant beings had added a new element to their gathering, conversing with the handsome human at the entrance. These dominators hailed from the same province, and socializing was no challenge for them. Yet, encountering such an attractive human was purely a matter of luck. Spending time with such a striking individual was indeed a delightful diversion. Chi-E engaged in friendly dialogue with these extraordinary beings, finding that many, particularly the powerful elders, were not as aloof and unfeeling as portrayed online. They were quite warm and amiable, not merely content to chat. Chi-E also inquired about training methods for pet beasts from the dominant beings. Senior Windhound, I have long heard that your clan's Galeblade is the finest among all wind-type extraordinary beings. Might you share your secrets? My pet beast is currently learning this skill but struggles to grasp it. Chi-E posed to the towering, muscular Windhound, whose long fur exuded an air of seniority. It's quite simple. Just create a small tornado and toss your pet beast inside. It won't be allowed to exit until it masters the skill. And before long, it will learn it. The the Wind Hound suggested. After a moment's reflection, it added, other wind-type skills are similar. Only the more difficult skills require a stronger wind. Chi nodded earnestly, expressing gratitude to the Wind Hound. However, he privately considered its training method somewhat primitive. While allowing a pet beast to absorb wind elements within a tornado could indeed expedite their learning of wind-type skills, the notion of not permitting the pet beast to exit until it mastered the skill seemed rather rudimentary. Chi believed that, as a modern individual, he should employ more scientific methods to help Slow learn wind-type skills. Upon returning home, he planned to take Slow to a training facility capable of generating artificial tornadoes, allowing Slow to train for an hour and then rest for 15 minutes before resuming training. This approach would embody a balance of work and rest in a scientifically sound training regimen. Chi felt that his current training plan for Slow was quite reasonable. His urgency in training Slow stemmed from the latter's less than favorable foundation. Aside from being well-fed and robust, Slow's skill set was utterly lacking. Although Chi had subjected Slow to what he believed was rigorous training upon his arrival, it had only covered basic skills such as dodging and biting. Slow still had yet to master any attribute-based skills. After the Wind Hound departed, Chi sought training methods from several other wind-type or strength-dominant elders, who generously shared painful yet effective training techniques. Chi carefully considered each suggestion, just as he bid farewell to another group of extraordinary beings engaging in casual conversation. A distant, resonant call from a large bird echoed through the sky. Narrowing his eyes, Chi looked up to find Mr. Zhou arriving atop his golden rock. As the golden rock gracefully descended, Mr. Zhou dismounted and subsequently summoned the rock back into his beast space. Mr. Zhou appeared as refined as when Chi first met him. Yet the Emdo perched on his shoulder was no longer vocally exuberant as it had been when it first encountered Chi. Being perched upon Mr. Zhou's shoulder, its diminutive paws supporting its upper body, resembling a human cradling their chin. In truth, Bean had been elated upon learning that Chi would be present at their destination today. However, Mr. Zhou found Bean's exuberance somewhat embarrassing, and thus, on their way, he cautioned the little creature to temper its excitement, warning that it would not accompany him on future outings if it could not comport itself. Mr. Zhou's admonition stemmed from his previous encounter with Bean's antics, revealing to him the impression Chi left on extraordinary beings. There was no need for Bean to overtly express its affection for Chi. Moreover, Bean's exaggerated displays had indeed caused Mr. Zhou a twinge of discomfort. Although Bean typically vocalized loudly in the presence of attractive individuals, its reaction to Chi was simply overwhelming. Little Bean gazed quietly at Chi, perceiving him as even more handsome than before. Could this be what they referred to as a person undergoing transformation? It resolved to seek an opportunity to snuggle with Chi when Mr. Zhou was absent. Mr. Zhou, you have arrived, Chi greeted with a smile. Zhou Liangshan nodded in acknowledgement and inquired, I heard from Xiao Shun that you have completed several tasks recently. How do you feel about them? I find these tasks quite rewarding. I have gained a great deal, Chi replied with a smile, though in truth, he considered the work easy and the remuneration generous. He now regarded his role in beast diplomacy favorably, appreciating the lucrative nature of the job and its relatively low risk, at least from his perspective. You might contemplate pursuing a specialization in beast diplomacy. It suits you remarkably well. I would be happy to provide a letter of recommendation, Zhou Liangshan suggested. Chapter 86. Chi covered in dog fur. The Extraordinary Creatures Communication Conference had concluded, yet Chi's holiday was far from over. Since he opted to secure his admission through competitions, he was free from the burdens of revision. All he needed to do was diligently train with his pet. After the conference, Chi did not return to Hu City, but instead traveled to the provincial capital of Feng Province to allow Slow to experience the power of the wind. Slow. Once we enter, it is imperative that you train hard and truly feel the wind's force. After all, we have invested in this, Chi said earnestly. Accompanied by Slow and Xiao Wei, Chi arrived at a training facility designed to create artificial winds to aid extraordinary creatures in sensing wind elements. Slow gazed at Chi with tearful eyes, reluctant to engage with the wind elements. It simply wished to be a happy little dog and lounge about, rather than relent. Chi produced a leaf and placed it in Slow's mouth. Just as Slow attempted to spit out the bitter leaf, Chi swiftly grasped its jaws, preventing it from doing so. This is quite valuable. We cannot afford to waste it, he admonished sincerely. The leaf contained invigorating tea, intended to enhance the creature's comprehension of skills for a limited time. However, this particular leaf was not a prize from Xiao Wei's victory in the beast competition. It was Chi's reward for his role as a greeter at the Extraordinary Creatures Conference. Now, go and experience the wind elements. Xiao Wei and I will be waiting for you outside. Although Chi beamed with joy, Slow sensed a certain malicious beauty in his demeanor. Clenching the bitter tea leaf in its mouth, Slow hesitated and trudged toward the training room. Chi-E, with a firm grip, seized Slow by the scruff of its neck and tossed it into the training room. "Make sure to train well," he declared, closing the door behind him. Once inside, Slow was met with a gust of strong wind. The training mode Chi-E selected was not a tornado but a steady current blowing in one direction. After researching, he discovered that commencing training in a tornado could easily disorient a creature, leading to nausea. Thus, he decided to start Slow with something simpler. Standing against the oncoming wind, Slow felt as if it might be blown away, prompting it to cleverly turn around, thereby avoiding the wind on its face. However, recalling Chi-E's earlier conversation about the difficulties of earning money, Slow resolved to put in a bit more effort. Maintaining its back to the wind, it began to step backward, striving to move against the current and sense the wind elements. Watching Slow diligently train through the surveillance monitor, Chi-E felt a swell of emotion. Despite Slow's penchant for mischief and evasion of training, when it truly focused, it proved to be quite reliable. Xiaowei nodded in approval. While this little fellow might not exert itself as much, it was still commendable. "Xiaowei, let us commence our training as well," Chi-E said, leading Xiaowei to a resting area designated for contractors. He then presented another invigorating tea leaf to Xiaowei. After placing the leaf in its mouth, Xiaowei began to meditate. The skill Xiaowei aimed to learn was the snow clone, a technique it had long envied after witnessing the saber-toothed mouse utilize it in battle. Although the saber-toothed mouse's use of the clone skill had not inflicted any harm on Xiaowei, which quickly countered with its ice and snow coverage, Xiaowei had always found the skill to be quite impressive. After the competition, Xiaowei inquired if it could learn this ability. While Xiaowei could not acquire the saber-toothed mouse's shadow clone skill, reserved for dark-type creatures, snow clone was indeed within its grasp. Xiaowei merely wished for an additional clone, regardless of whether it was crafted from shadow or snow, as the distinction held little significance for it. According to the available information, the first step to learning snow clone was for the creature to meditate and manipulate ice and snow elements to create a statue of itself. As Chi-E observed both of his pets engaged in training, he turned his attention to his own tasks. Retrieving a lint roller from his bag to remove the copious dog hair from his clothing, Slow's shedding had become quite excessive. Since Xiaowei did not shed, Chi-E had assumed all extraordinary beings were similarly free from fur loss, until he adopted Slow. Initially, when he noticed Slow's severe shedding, he suspected it was due to poor nutrition or inadequate care. However, after consulting Slow's mother, the Czech dog, he learned that Slow was simply prone to shedding. In fact, most furry extraordinary beings experience some degree of shedding, though Slow's case was particularly pronounced, making Xiaowei's lack of shedding quite exceptional. With a quiet determination, Chi-E continued to roll the lint off, peeling away the outer layer of sticky paper once it was covered in fur before applying a fresh sheet. After filling 2 sticky sheets, he realized that some stubborn hairs still clung to his garments, yet he found himself reluctant to continue cleaning. It was worth noting that when he first adopted Slow, he meticulously removed all hair from his clothes and bed. Now, however, he felt that a little fur here and there was acceptable. After all, Slow would soon cover him in fur once more. Placing the lint roller back in his bag, Chi-E then picked up his phone to review his upcoming schedule. While the high school pet competition had concluded at the provincial level, several joint competitions across different regions still awaited him. Competitions of this nature were essential for someone like Chi-E, who ranked among the top 10 in the province. As he perused related materials, the training time he had scheduled for Slow came to an end. As the wind ceased, Slow found himself momentarily engulfed in confusion. Yet he swiftly regained his composure and dashed out of the training room in search of Chi-E. While calling out, Slow clung to Chi-E's leg, lamenting the difficulties he faced during training, due to his steadfast refusal to allow the wind to blow directly into his face, opting instead to turn his rear towards it. Slow's fur was tousled in the opposite direction. Chi-E hesitated, unsure whether to stroke Slow's fur against or with the grain. Ultimately, he chose to stroke Slow against the fur, hoping to restore some semblance of order to Slow's disheveled appearance. Despite Slow's commendable efforts in the training room, it was evident that he had yet to master the skill of Blade of the Gale. After a brief moment of affection with Chi-E, Slow's curiosity led him to observe Xiaowei's training. Chi-E sighed softly at the sight of his fur-covered trousers. Chapter 87, The Canine Hat. Following days of arduous training, both Xiaowei and Slow had made notable progress. Xiaowei's skill of snow clone was gradually taking shape, although the clones were still somewhat rudimentary and difficult to control. This represented a significant improvement. Each day, Slow was thrust into the wind training room to experience the elemental forces. And while he felt his control over the wind element had strengthened, he still could not perform the Blade of the Gale technique. Recognizing the strenuous efforts of both Xiaowei and Slow, Chi-E decided to take them outside for a respite, hoping to alleviate Slow's shedding issues in the process. He led them to a large chain pet food store named Beirul, intending to procure some sustenance for both Xiao Wei and Slow, while also seeking remedies for Slow's excessive shedding. "Hello, welcome. How may I assist you?" greeted the enthusiastic sales associate at the entrance. "Greetings. I have a pet whose shedding is quite severe. Is there anything he can eat to alleviate it?" Chi-E inquired. After a brief assessment of Slow's condition, the sales associate guided Chi-E to the appropriate shelf. "You might consider trying a shedding prevention paste. Just add a bit to your pet's food during mealtime," she explained, enthusiastically detailing the various options available. Oblivious to their conversation, Slow stood at Chi-Yi's feet, gazing around with wide-eyed curiosity. This was his first visit to such a place, and he was intrigued. Previously, Slow's meals had been prepared by Chi-E and presented to him, though he occasionally hunted a few gray mice alongside Xiao Wei as a treat. Slow did not perceive his shedding as a problem and was indifferent to Chi-Yi's intentions regarding the shedding paste. Meanwhile, Xiao Wei, perched on Chi-Yi's shoulder, listened intently to the sales associate's recommendations, selecting a shedding paste of her preference. Though Xiao Wei shed very little, she still hoped to minimize it further. As Chi-E and Xiao Wei attentively absorbed the information about the various pastes, Slow wandered off, drawn to a shelf displaying an array of dog hats. The hats were designed to resemble various extraordinary canine breeds, each in a different hue. However, after a thorough search, Slow could not find a hat resembling a Jack Russell Terrier. He only discovered a hat shaped like a Goliath dog, which bore a similar color. Although the colors matched, the Goliath dog's ears and nose were substantially larger than those of a Jack Russell. As Slow contemplated the Goliath dog hat, he envisioned crafting a hat for Chi-E that resembled a Jack Russell Terrier. He reasoned that while he had yet to grow horns, he could procure a Jack Russell hat for now and later modify it with horns once they sprouted. The thought of Chi-E wearing a hat akin to his own made Slow stick out his tongue and grin, the image filling him with joy. Slow recalled how Chi-E often wore a small brooch made from Xiao Wei's fur on his chest and occasionally donned a coat that matched Xiao Wei's color. Slow wished for Chi-E to wear a coat matching his own fur color, even offering to donate his own fur for the task, though he had yet to surpass Xiao Wei in prowess. Nonetheless, Slow felt that while he could not alter Chi-Yi's clothing to match his own, he could certainly provide him with a hat resembling his own visage. As Slow became increasingly absorbed in his delightful daydream, Chi-E had finally comprehended the sales associate's explanation regarding the shedding paste and was about to inquire about Slow's opinion when he realized Slow was nowhere to be found. Where could he have gone? Chi-E exclaimed, hastily searching for Slow, only to discover him grinning at a collection of hats. "Why did you wander off?" Chi-E sighed in exasperation. "Woof. I want to buy a hat just like mine," Slow exclaimed joyfully. Naturally, Chi-E acquiesced to Slow's modest request and relayed his thoughts to the sales associate. After observing Slow for a moment, the associate replied, "We should have hats for Jack Russell Terriers. Please hold on a moment while I check." "Is it possible to custom order a hat that resembles the breed more accurately?" Chi-E asked. The sales associate shook her head apologetically. "I'm sorry, sir, but we only sell ready-made products and do not accept custom orders." Chi-E understood, recognizing that this shop primarily dealt in pet foods and that hat sales were merely a supplementary venture. "Slow, I'll take you to a specialized store to have one custom-made," Chi-E promised. Slow nodded, convinced that a custom-made hat would not only resemble him closely, but would also be more comfortable for Chi-E to wear. Xiao Wei, ever perceptive, caught on to Slow's intentions and cast a sidelong glance at Chi-E, who remained blissfully unaware that the hat was intended for him. After agreeing to visit a custom shop later, Chi-E selected some additional food items aside from the shedding paste. As he prepared to check out, the sales associate interjected. "Sir, we are currently running a promotion. If your pet participates in the battle and wins, we will provide some complimentary treats. Would you like to participate? What are the requirements for pets entering this event?" Chi-E inquired. Such in-store battles typically required participants to be of lower strength, as powerful pets could cause extensive damage during combat. These events were primarily for the sake of participation, with no need for fierce competition. Pets must be in their juvenile stage and possess extraordinary strength, the associate clarified. Slow met the eligibility criteria, as his strength barely qualified as high extraordinary. The associate led Chi-E to the competition area. Chi-E's opponent was a chubby young boy whose appearance mirrored that of his pet, a round, white, roly-poly creature. The boy was seated, conversing with his plump pet, but stood up upon spotting Chi-E. The boy squinted at Chi-E, a flicker of recognition crossing his face. "Wait a moment. Aren't you the champion of the provincial high school pet battle tournament?" "Chi-E," the boy exclaimed. Chi-E was taken aback that the boy recognized him, though he could not recall meeting him. "You're the champion of the provincial high school pet tournament, right? I thought you would win when I watched the competition." And indeed, you did. You were incredible in the contest. The chubby boy dashed over, his excitement palpable. Chi-E was taken aback. He had initially thought that his victory in the competition would merely be a topic of discussion online, never expecting to encounter someone who recognized him in person. Chapter 88. When faced with a problem, seek external assistance. The boy lavished Chi-E with an abundance of compliments, leaving him somewhat bashful by the end. Finally, the boy inquired, I forgot to ask, what brings you here? Chi-E replied nonchalantly, I am here to participate in the event. Isn't there a prize for winning? The boy's expression faltered slightly. Participating in the event? Your Snow White Martin against my round egg? Certainly not. I am entering my second pet. Chi-E gestured toward the ground where Slow lay. Slow complied with a serious bark. Oh, you startled me. But how did you obtain a second pet so quickly? The boy scratched his head, sensing that Chi-E's pace was rather rapid. Not officially contracted yet, but it is already reserved. Chi-E chuckled. All right. Let us commence the competition. I look forward to your guidance. The boy, glancing at Slow, felt a surge of confidence. Chi-E and the boy, each accompanied by their respective pets, made their way to the competition platform. Round Egg, use charge. Upon the boy's command, Round Egg underwent a subtle transformation, becoming both rounder and smoother. It launched itself towards Slow with a rolling attack. Slow, dash forward and use tackle. Slow immediately charged at Round Egg, and upon impact, both the dog and the egg recoiled, momentarily dazed. Round Egg, employ Disifying Spin. The boy promptly ordered. Round Egg quickly regained its composure and began to roll around Slow. This skill not only disoriented the ensnared opponent, causing them to lose their sense of direction, but also allowed Round Egg to inch closer, waiting for the opportune moment to strike. It was evident that Slow was affected by Round Egg's Disifying Spin, showing signs of instability. Closing its eyes, Slow charged in a random direction. Responding to Chi-E's command, Slow bolted forward. Round Egg, follow it closely and continue using Disifying Spin. Sensing an advantage, the boy was eager to press the attack. Thus, Slow, with its eyes shut, ran blindly while Round Egg attempted to encircle and topple it. In the ensuing chaos, Round Egg collided with Slow, and just when the boy and Round Egg thought victory was assured, Slow unexpectedly sent Round Egg flying. Flung away, the boy was evidently caught off guard, his mouth agape in astonishment. Slow, having sensed it had struck something, halted and opened its eyes. It discovered that Round Egg had rolled beneath the opposing platform. Slow looked back at Chi-E in delight, and Chi-E responded with a smile. Although his pet had yet to master any advanced skills, it possessed impressive raw strength. The boy approached and retrieved Round Egg from beneath the platform, his expression a mix of disappointment and admiration. Brother E, you truly are remarkable. Even your second pet is so formidable. Chi-E chuckled and asked, Are you working part-time here, battling customers? He assumed the boy was endeavoring to earn some pocket money, much like he had in his youth, albeit under more strenuous circumstances. With a shy smile, the boy replied, My father is the store manager. He organized this event to provide me with more hands-on experience. Chi-E realized he had misjudged the situation. Brother E, if you ever need to buy food for your pets, come here. I'll give you a 10% discount. The boy assured, puffing out his chest. That's unnecessary, Chi-E said, presenting a storage card to a nearby salesperson for checkout. The boy's eyes widened. Obtaining a card like the one Chi-E possessed was no small expense. He had initially thought Chi-E was a hard-working youth from a humble background, but now he was astonished by his generosity. After the transaction, the boy handed Chi-E an assortment of pet treats. Brother E, I am now your fan. I'm a grade below you, and I will strive to emulate you. All right, let us both do our best. Chi-E smiled as they bid each other farewell. Upon returning to their temporary lodgings, Chi-E treated Xiaowei and Slow to some freeze-dried snacks. Xiaowei nibbled delicately, while Slow devoured his portion with fervor. When Xiaowei realized that the 2 handfuls he had received were already gone, he noticed Slow licking its lips. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Xiaowei stood up, paw raised in reprimand towards Slow. Slow, slightly cowed, turned its head to lick its lips, having already finished its share, indifferent to Xiaowei's scolding. Noticing the squabble, Chi-E distributed additional portions into each of their bowls. Clearly, they could not share the same food, or conflict would ensue. When Xiaowei was alone, it showed no possessiveness over food. It often neglected to eat properly. However, with Slow's arrival, a rivalry over food had emerged. Curiously, they could retrieve food from the supply bag themselves, yet they insisted on Chi-E personally serving and distributing the food. After allocating their meals, Chi-E resumed pondering. Why had Slow not yet learned any wind-based skills? Logically, after absorbing wind elements for so long and using invigorating tea leaves as an auxiliary resource, it should have been capable of executing the fundamental Gale Blade skill. Chi-E had once suspected that Slow was not training diligently in the training room, but surveillance footage revealed that Slow was indeed committed to its practice. What could be the underlying issue? After much contemplation, Chi-E decided to seek external assistance and dialed Du Ziwei's number. Hello, Ziwei. Chapter 89. Foraging for mushrooms while competing. After Chi, he explained Slow's situation. Du Ziwei expressed a desire to see Slow in person, and thus they arranged to meet at Du Ziwei's restaurant. Inside the establishment, after exchanging greetings, Du Ziwei began to observe Slow. However, Slow appeared uninterested in Du Ziwei's presence, turning its back to him. Recognizing its disdain for extraordinary beings, Du Ziwei remained calm and collected, continuing his assessment of Slow. The plump dragon approached Slow, and the dragon and dog began to lock eyes. Slow gazed at the plump dragon, marveling inwardly. He had not anticipated that such an unassuming individual would possess a dragon as a companion beast. The plump dragon, in turn, regarded Slow with profound sentiment, realizing that he was indeed Chi Yi's second companion. Chi Yi felt that Du Ziwei must have finished his scrutiny of Slow's rear and, with both hands, grasped Slow's waist, pivoting him in a new direction. Slow did not resist Chi Yi's hold. He was still keen to maintain a semblance of decorum. Yet at the moment he faced Du Ziwei, he closed his eyes. Chi Yi observed Slow with his eyes shut and head tilted back, noting that since Slow had come into his care, his weight had been steadily increasing day by day. Previously, Chi Yi had felt at ease with Slow nestled upon his shoulder while easily cradling a small Wei in his arms. However, not long after Slow's arrival, he began to sense that he could no longer bear Slow for extended periods. It was uncertain whether Slow was merely consuming too much or growing at an alarming rate. Du Ziwei had earnestly examined Slow. If one did not scrutinize closely, one might easily mistake the second companion for a check dog. Indeed, the resemblance was striking. The small bumps on Slow's head, which had yet to develop into horns, were easily overlooked. After you inquired about why Slow was struggling to learn wind-based skills, I diligently consulted literature and related texts, researched numerous cases, and sought advice from my great-grandfather. I believe I have discerned the root of Slow's predicament, Du Ziwei teased. Therefore, among the series of actions you undertook, the most significant was indeed consulting your great-grandfather, was it not? Chi Yi silently scoffed at this notion, then promptly asked, "What is the issue?" Slow has inherited dual attributes from his parents, possessing not only the wind element of the check dog, but also the ghost element of the hellhound. Currently, these two attributes have yet to harmoniously blend within Slow, resulting in mutual suppression. However, there is no need for alarm. Such a situation is quite common among newly formed breeds arising from the union of different species. Slow may initially take longer to learn, but once he masters the skills, his prowess may even surpass that of other companion beasts, Du Ziwei clarified. Chi Yi breathed a sigh of relief. He had genuinely worried that Slow might be facing a significant problem. Slow was already playing with Xiao Wei and the plump dragon, seemingly unbothered by his condition. Chi Yi, if you wish for Slow to learn wind-based skills more swiftly, you might consider taking him to areas with strong natural winds. While artificial winds can aid in training, natural winds may provide Slow with a better understanding of wind elements, Du Ziwei suggested. Chi nodded, taking note of this, intending to seize an opportunity to expose Slow to the true essence of natural tornadoes. Chi, have you seen the documents shared in our group? We are set to participate in the exchange competition in Yixing. Following their discussion about Slow, the two resumed conversing about their next destination. The exchange competition between Chi Yi's team and Yixing involved a battle among the top 10 high school companion beast trainers from two provinces. Yet the competition's format was less rigid than a formal lottery, with participants advancing in a more fluid manner. I recall that previous editions were held with nearby provinces. Why are we venturing so far this time? Chi Yi queried. Yixing and Yixing province are situated at opposite ends of Huagua, one in the north and the other in the south, indeed a considerable distance apart. I am uncertain, but I noted that our timing coincides perfectly with the peak of mushroom harvesting in Yixing. We can forage for mushrooms to enjoy when we're not competing. Moreover, Yixing boasts a remarkable diversity of extraordinary organisms, particularly in the plant category, many of which we lack here. This time, we can explore thoroughly, Du Ziwei exclaimed with enthusiasm. In truth, Chi Yi had already searched for Yixing's culinary offerings upon learning they would be competing there, and upon glimpsing images of the delectable mushrooms. He could not help but swallow hard. He truly felt a strong desire to go. We have arrived in Yixing ahead of schedule to allow everyone to acclimate to the local climate. During the days leading up to the exchange competition, participants may engage in leisure activities, but it is imperative to ensure everyone maintains their energy levels for the competition and does not indulge excessively. The team leader sternly cautioned the group, emphasizing the most crucial point. Before the competition concludes, it is absolutely imperative not to consume any mushrooms. Even those from reputable establishments should be avoided until the competition is over. Afterward, you may eat to your heart's content. Upon arriving in Yixing, Chi Yi and his companions were met with a strict warning from their team leader, and the members appeared visibly disheartened, clearly yearning for a mushroom feast immediately upon disembarking. Why are mushrooms prohibited? Chi-E complained as the group dispersed and began to explore freely. Du Ziwei patted his shoulder. Outsiders who have not consumed the local mushrooms may experience mild hallucinations after eating them. To ensure we are in a fit state for the competition, it is best to endure. Do the mushrooms from reputable restaurants also cause hallucinations? Chi-E inquired with curiosity. Generally, ordinary mushrooms in Yixing often grow alongside certain extraordinary organisms, some of which are toxic. These toxins can subtly affect the surrounding normal mushrooms. However, even if consumed, these mildly toxic mushrooms do not harm humans. Nor do they necessitate a hospital visit. They may merely induce slight hallucinations, depending on the individual's constitution. The locals have adapted to this and do not experience hallucinations. But for those of us unaccustomed, it is a different matter, Du Ziwei explained with a smile. Du Ziwei was also eager to sample the mushrooms. But with the team leader's orders in place, he had no choice. Chi-E sighed, having anticipated indulging in local delicacies immediately after landing. Although we cannot eat mushrooms right now, we can still experience mushroom foraging.